strategy game. It's a ground strategy game.
That's an certain motivation. Come in. It's not looking good. Yeah, oh my god, these third levels. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. Seemops is our champion. The allies needs to win, you know, every other game. So, 3 bubble, and Dankus is in the street. The Beck says she's fine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Oh, why I'm getting doubled audio right now. Do apologies. That's because I have the stream open to moderate. Hello, my name is Midgeman. You're not Seemops. You should be Dankus Mimicus. It's all going great, but hello and welcome to the Commanders Worlds 2024. I'm gonna just fix that so it doesn't say Dankus is gonna. Sorry, it doesn't say Seemops. It says Dankus. We changed our run order ever so slightly earlier, so do apologize there. Dankus, why don't you tell the people what we're going to be seeing today?
We're going to be seeing some people who have qualified the best out of the best to see who can beat who and go to tomorrow's semifinals.
And what is it we're playing? Like this, because this isn't just your average HOI 4 stream.
Yeah, it's not. It's we're seeing today 1v1s played in mod Commanders, which is a competitive 1v1 mod where you can play as Axis or allies, and you can pick different factions, do different builds. Basically, you get to specialize in something depending on what faction you play, and there are pick systems, there are ban systems. Well, pretty competitive, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly that. And we've got a lot of games for you today. So we've got 4 best of 3s that are going to be taking place. Now, if I take a look at the bracket, we have today Nayf versus player 1999. That's going to be the qualifier, the quarterfinal one. Then we've got Zad versus Makko, Segl versus Jarko, and M7 versus Silas at the end. Now, each of these players have qualified from their own group stage, each coming from a different community around the HOI game. Basically, Dankus, you had a final of your own server. I was running some for the Commanders official Discord. We had people from Parabellum. We had the Higgy Gaming getting involved. So it's kind of like a champions tournament. Each of these players have gone through multitude of battles, so many games already, all to get here. And there's a lot on the line. There is 5,000 euros on the line for the winner. And basically, yeah, that's kind of going to come down to it. Is there anything as well people should know before we get into starting to pick these first games? Anything? Maybe do you want to go through how we're going to be doing this game process? Because people have probably seen Commanders before, but we've got some new rules and stuff involved, haven't we?
Do you mean the faction ban? No.
So yeah, both faction bans and the map bans. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So essentially, first of all, I'm not sure exactly the system we're going to be using today, like in what order. But I know, for example, you're going to be able to ban a map, and then your opponent's going to be able to ban a map. And then I think who banned first gets to pick, if I'm not mistaken. It's in some order.
The rules are in player setup if you want to check.
So I know all of this by heart.
Yeah, exactly. This is me just testing Dankus is what this is. But anyway, also, I don't think we properly introduced ourselves. My name is Midgeman, or you can call me Alex. I'm one of the community team over on Hearts of Iron. I'm going to be your main host, and I'm also the sort of officiant of the tournament. I'm head judge, so if there's any rule breaks, that's going to be on me. I'm also controlling the stream, so if anything sounds off, sounds iffy, if you're on the PDX Twitch, you can @Midgeman, and you will alert me, or if you're on the PDX YouTube stream, then you should just be able to hit the Paradox account, the Hearts of Iron account, and I should see it. Yeah, and if other than that, you're Dankus Mimicus, aren't you? I think you're the the artist formerly known as Dankus. Yeah.
No, but okay, I have actually the ban system. Okay, I got it now. Cool. So it's actually the system I used in my my qualifiers as well. So first, player 1 chooses a map, then player 2 chooses a ban, and then player 2 chooses a ban, and then Player 2 also gets to choose the map, the first map that's going to be played, and then player 1 gets to choose a side that's going to be played. So, and then player 1 chooses a map, and then player 2 chooses a side next time. And map 3, it will be randomized. But it will be at least 2 maps played. It's a best of 3, so if you win 2-0, you won't have to get that randomized map, which could be scary, because that's if you're not confident enough to 2-0 every person you meet, you have to practice every map, every side, kind of, because the bans of factions stay, the bans of maps stay, so you have to be like widen out your skill set, so to speak, the longer the games go.
Exactly that. And then there is the other competitive layer of faction bans, which we will do once we're in the game. It's something we've added to the Commanders mod, where you can set an amount of bans, and each player will get a ban of one of the commander trees for each of the factions. I feel like that's something we need to explain a bit more in game when we've got everything in front of us. But for now, should we meet our first competitors? Should we get this show on the road like properly? Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna bring them up. Hello, Nayf. Hello, player. Hello.
All right. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing.
I'm scared it's
So, hello. We're going to go into the first quarterfinal now. We're going to be going to the map ban screen and the map ban system. So, on your screen, on our screen in front of us, we have the various maps for the 1v1. Also, we see fake Seemops, who will be joining us on the stream much later. I only have one variant of this stream, so I had to get fake Seemops ready as a placeholder here. But Nayf, you have been assigned player 1. Therefore, you are, per the rules, you choose a map to ban. So could you please tell me which map you want removed from the map pool?
I ban Baltic Blitz.
You want Baltic Blitz out of there?
Banned. Yes, that's right.
It's gone. It's gone. Okay.
Finally.
Player, you now choose a ban.
Allegiance.
Okay, Allegiance. It's gone from the map pool. Nayf, you now choose a side. Oh no, you now choose. Sorry. I'm getting confused with my own system. Player, you now choose a map you want to play.
Yes, I am choose map.
Yes.
It's Allegiance.
What? But you banned Allegiance.
No.
Oh no, I am choose. One choose. One ban. Two choose.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Look at your setup. So first bans, then you pick.
Yeah. Did you want to play Allegiance or do you want to ban Allegiance?
Play.
Okay.
Well, then you gotta ban a map first.
Nordwind ban.
Nordwind, okay.
Okay. What side will you want to play on that map, Nayf? On Allegiance.
I play Axis.
Axis on Allegiance. Okay.
Yes.
Now please choose the map you want to play.
Marco Polo.
Okay. Marco Polo. Player, what side will you want to play on Marco Polo?
Axis.
Okay. Well, we're going to go get into and ready for map 1 on Allegiance. So I'm going to send you guys back to your lobbies just for a moment while we talk about this, and I'll pull you back up for when we do the faction bans, all right?
All right.
Okay. So, why can't I grab you? Discord. There we go.
Do I have roles to do it?
We're using... Yeah, you might do. If not, I can give you the roles to do that in future.
I can,
but,
what do you call it?
So, Dankus, what do you think of these map picks that we've got in front of us?
I have never seen Allegiance. Marco Polo is a classic, but like Allegiance I've never seen. And I played this mod for hundreds of hours. This was a very recently added map. I have no clue what the meta is going to be on that map, so to speak, because around every map, a different faction could be meta, or a different like playstyle could be meta. Since I haven't seen the map, I actually don't know what to expect.
Mm-hmm. The main thing I think with Allegiance that we're going to be looking for, obviously there's a lot of jungle tiles. So I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a special forces focused map. That being said, the current meta is very much focused to mass assault again. That's slowly creeping in, especially in the higher tier of play. So literally anything could be open right now. I'm just working on getting the game hosted. But you've won competitions in the Commanders mod before. Could you tell our audience just a little bit about what it's like to play, what sort of training you need to go through, things that we should be looking for in these current games?
I think who wins this tournament is either going to be super dominant in the quarterfinals and the semis, because some people have a strategy that they can play really well around whatever map, whatever faction. They have like one strategy that works for them. Some of those have won tournaments in the past with those kind of strategies because they're so comfortable with the strategy itself that they don't have to think too much about it and can focus on micro, getting the victory points, and actually winning the game. Whereas some people struggle on finding a strat for each map and such. But what has also won tournaments, even for me, has been to save strategies for the later games. Maybe not even using it in the quarterfinals. You can get really surprised by this stuff if you've never seen it before and you don't know how to counter it in the moment. And some of that can actually win you a tournament. So I'm actually hoping someone will have saved up a strategy on a map and will like come out of the gates just shooting with that strategy and actually ends up winning.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the players that we're going to be seeing throughout this quarterfinal today are very veteran players, people who have been around the block, who have been in the Commander scene for a long time, people who have won before. For example, M7 Mohammed, he is the current world champion as far as I'm aware. He's got the current top spot. However, I haven't, in the games I've seen him play until yesterday, I don't think he's been as on form as other players in the tournament. I feel like there's room to maneuver, but he's doing exactly what you said initially. He's someone who has been perfecting one strategy and one strategy well. He performs that supremely well, and I'm sure we'll see some excellent play there, but if someone could come up with a counter, I feel like there's going to be a weakness there. But yeah, I really hope we start seeing some players that have, prepped some stuff for us. But anyway, before we get into the match, just a couple things I wanted to talk about. One, thank you to Paradox for helping us and sponsoring this event. If you want to check out Kota Damarang, that's releasing very, very soon. It's one of the most exciting DLCs I've actually ever had the pleasure of working with on HOI, and it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. And if you're keeping up with all the dev diaries, there was a dev AMA on Reddit earlier as well, so go back and check the questions on that if you get some time. Other than that, I'm just making sure that things are good to go on server news. Because I realized I didn't ping people of things over on Paradox stuff. Anyway, right, I need to host this game. We are doing a... it's going to be on Allegiance for the first map. And options, game settings. Just getting that match ID going. Right. Okay. I'm excited to see Allegiance as well. Honestly, the bans as well are going to be really clutch here. I feel like if Nayf has done his research into player, he might ban some of players' more favored nation picks. And everybody who's watching at home will get into the ban phase when we're in the game. Basically, throughout this best of 3, the bans will ramp up. So whatever is banned in this game right now will be banned for the rest of the best of 3. And then we'll go up to 2 bans next time and 3 bans. So there will always be a new faction banned and a really basically narrowing the amount of paths and the amount of choices players have. We're just waiting for player to ready on up, and then we'll get into our first match. I am super, super excited for this.
Could you show them around the map while I get something to drink real quick?
I can absolutely do that because we are going to have to go straight into the game here. Please ignore the game overlay and the people who you see on the overlay screen. The names are wrong right now, and that is going to be an issue. But before we get on, let us see the ban phase. I'm going to grab the guys up, and we're going to talk about the bans. Hello, hello, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Hello.
We're going to go through the ban phase of this. So, Nayf, as you are the faction choice on this map, would you mind taking your first ban?
Well, I suppose second ban because he already banned, but I banned
yes.
US 12 army nonetheless.
Yep, okay, US 12th Army Group being locked in as a ban, and 9th Army Wehrmacht being locked in for the Axis ban. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
We will get everything on the go. Remember, I'm going to try to remember to change the speed at 30 days. If you could just put ready in the ID chat to let me know when to unpause.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get this show on the road. I'm just setting this up properly. And getting the overlays sorted. I would normally hope that my co-caster, Dankus, would be able to cover some things here. But alas, it is left with me. It is left with I. I hope you're all doing well. And if you haven't seen this before, hello and welcome to Commanders. This is a total overhaul mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it to a competitive scenario. It puts the game into 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 scenarios, but this is a 1v1 tournament. We have Player on the Allies and Nayf on the Axis today in this first match of a best of 3. This is Player's map pick and Nayf's faction pick. And you will see that the overlay will start to change before your very eyes, because I am a pro caster and a pro streamer, and it didn't update, and that's, my bad, but I hope you get the gist. Let me just also explain the overlays that you're seeing around what you can expect to see on the screen around you in the various slots. You have our lovely faces. Well, that's here, and then below me in this camera, this is the current map. We're not on Duel though. This is not Duel. This is Allegiance, and there we have it. It's changed. Bottom of the screen, you will see the current matchup score. Currently, it's 0-0 because this is the first of the best of 3. And at the top bar, you see 500 to 500. That is the VP point score. Well, why is that there? There's 3 ways to win in HOI Commanders. Either capitulate your enemy entirely, either you force them to surrender because there's no hope of winning, or you drain their VP points directly. On each map, there's a varying amount of VPs. On Allegiance, there are 3 selected by the 3 white dots, and basically you have 500 survival points. If the enemy or you own the majority of the VPs, the opposing side's VP points will drop down until you reach 0. If you reach 0, time's up, you've lost the game. Okay. Dankus. We're looking around the map, and basically we have the VPs of Santa de la Cruz, Ascension, and Porto Alegre. I'm going to say Alegre.
Alegre.
Alegre. Yeah. Oh, Alegre. Yeah, no, that sounds better. Alegre is nice. The main things I'm noticing in the terrain here is we've got mountains on the western flank of this map, but there's also a marshland towards the Allies in the north there. I really think the real issue of this map is going to be the jungle tiles in the river, though. It's my gut is saying that we're going to need special forces on this map. Absolutely.
I do see mostly forests. If I hover over the tiles...
Oh, they are
I think
forest
it's all
tiles.
Forest.
They're
Yeah.
forest tiles, you're right. They're not jungle tile, which means we'll be using probably one of the mod special
Rangers,
forces,
maybe.
which are, light infantry, as they were renamed, because Paradox added Rangers into the base game. So we have light infantry, which is a special forces unit unique to the mod that gives bonuses to forest attack and...
Essentially a mountaineer for forest tiles.
Basically, it's
That's what they
essentially a mountaineer for forest tile. Nayf is ready. We are just waiting on player to say that they are ready, and then we can unpause this game and get the first match on the go. You've played a lot with Nayf. Can you give us some background into what kind of a player they are?
Oh, well, he is explosive, I would say. In a
Explosive.
1v1, I have not seen him go for a late game play, so to speak. He plans on crushing you early with a lot of micro and overwhelming you. That is my experience from playing against Nayf. He is adaptable. Like, if he does not succeed with that early pressure, he's one of those players who could adapt. But if player has prepped well enough to be able to take the VPs and securely hold them, even if Nayf adapts, right? Then I think he might be fine. But if you let Nayf adapt, he will. He is quite quick with it as well. So I'd say those are the things to look out for.
One of the things I would also say might be worth us going through, because this might be people's first experience into Commanders. It might be the first time people are seeing this kind of gameplay. Let's talk a little bit through the focus trees of both of these factions. What sort of things we're going to expect. Basically, we've drilled down the core essence of Hearts of Iron into a much smaller game style. Therefore, there is we've had to create flavor within the tree slightly differently. The way we've done that is we've created our commander picks. E.g., there is a multitude of overarching factions within each of the focus trees. For the allies, you have, and each side, I believe there's 12 different picks, which basically drop down into different commander picks for different play styles. We have everything from mass assault infantry wave tactics to hard-hitting heavy tanks to medium tank divisions, special forces build trees, and each different focus tree will give you a different play style to make your core focus, give you different kinds of industry bonuses, and different types of attack style. As we see commander choices get picked in and selected, we will obviously go ahead and talk about those. Dankus, would you mind quickly jumping down to player to check if he's ready? I don't know if he is readied up in the ID chat. I'm just conscious of the game time. But chat, other premises of the game, basically there is a 275-day build-up time that we will be trawling through here. And once that hits 0, we will be at war. And then all hell breaks loose, and it's up to our players to navigate how they want to win. Either they kill their enemy or they hold those victory points. We're going to see some initial game rushes, and then we'll see a slowdown most likely in the middle whilst people rework their builds to try and counter their enemies. But there's so many elements to think about and build up for. They have a limited amount of production. This isn't a very IC heavy mod, so people will really need to decide what they're going to be building in their faction focus trees. We're going to have a few things that we're going to be looking for in the industry branches that will basically telegraph what kind of play style our various players will be going for. They also have to think about the officer core, spy networks. All of it is going to come into play and to be able to give these players different advantages, etc., etc.
Yeah, they're good to go.
Okay, let's get this game going then, Dankus, shall we?
Yep.
Okay. So, as I said, we've now got 275 days of build-up before the war starts, and we're already seeing some planning bonus. This is Game 1. This is Quarterfinal 1, Match 1, Game 1. Essentially. So you are here right at the beginning, my audience, by lovely people coming to us on also all of the Paradox channels, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm so happy to be back casting competitive HOI 4 though again. It's such a breeze to be back, and I'm really just excited to be here. I'm excited to see some high-class games. These players have also already won some money from this tournament, but they are playing for 5,000 euros as the grand prize. And it could be as little as 3 more games that stand in the way of one of these very players. As in 3 more overall matches, 3 lots of 2 best of 3s and 1 best of 5. So it's a lot of games, but either way, exciting stuff. Now, Dankus, are you seeing anything in the early industry picks or research picks that are leading us to what kind of a playstyle we might be expecting here?
Yeah, actually. We see Nayf going for Dispersed, and I talked about him being explosive. With Dispersed, you'll have more early game, but less late game. What he's probably banking on here is having so much stuff early game that the late game doesn't matter. Because he'll have such an advantage that the economical advantages of concentrated long game wise will be, well, negligible, so to speak.
Yeah. And is there anything going on with player initially?
Well, he's going for gun twos, whereas Nayf is not yet. Nayf seems to be doing... Well, he's doing dispersed, so he could switch his entire gun line and not take as big of a hit because of the retention from dispersed. Whereas player is doing 2 different gun lines. And why people do that is so that you can switch one of the gun lines to gun 2s and still have the full efficiency producing gun 1. So you actually have the enough stuff out, so to speak. Because quality over quantity is not really a thing here. You need both. So you see both players are going to go gun 2 probably, whereas one of them is just going to have less guns 2, so to speak. But more gun 1, which means they'll have not the same, the gun 1s. Probably player will have a bit more stuff out, so to speak, but it'll be worse stuff. I think Nayf's playstyle here is correct. He banks on having quality stuff to be able to make this these moves that he wants to do with his micro, because he has really good micro. It's a smart idea.
Yeah.
Overall.
Don't forget to turn off Fog of War on your vision, on your observer. You can do that on the bottom right. There's a little eye in the.
Oh. Yeah. That's cool.
That way we can see things when battle commences. It's not really necessary now. Now, one of the things that is very much in the meta right now in terms of the builds, we have on the furthest right of the focus tree, there is the industrial tree. This is a combination of, there's a civ line, dockyard line, and an arms industry line. And then we have what we call the School of Warfare at the end of this. This is where you get research as well as some bonuses to your generals. Anyway, the current meta that we see our players go for is they start their rapid industrialization, they grab all of the mills, and then they start to make their faction picks around the 130 days left mark. We're at 180 days left, so probably the next faction pick, people are going to grab the continued arms industry, they're going to grab the final arms industry, and then we're going to start seeing some factions locked in. That's kind of like the general gist of what the current playstyle. There used to be a big focus on getting your civs first. Now it's gone back to being mills first, and that's where the current sort of meta lies there with the initial build-up period.
Yeah, I can already see something huge here from Nayf. He has now put 7 military factories on medium tanks. So we can already see that he's going to be relying on that micro by doing tanks that have insane pushing power, and he can make some moves with, so to speak. And I think it's a smart idea as well, because it's very favorable terrain around, for example, Porto Alegre. It has very favorable terrain for tanks. Plain tiles, there's no penalty. You can make very good moves around this area. So for sure, I think tanks on this map would be a good idea. And even as he's doing with this invasion here is even smarter, actually. The terrain is kind of favorable for the Axis here, even though they're sort of further away from the victory point itself. If they grab this mountain tile, it's very hard for the allied player to retake that and go to Porto Alegre. Whereas if the allies would take this, they don't have that favorable terrain to sit on the other side of the VP. So I think it's very important for the Axis player to get Porto Alegre, and I think Nayf has realized that and will do a lot to get it, so to speak. Because how this system works, if we haven't explained it yet, is that you have 500 points starting on each side. Whoever holds the majority of the victory points, on this map there are 3, whoever holds the most gets the other player's score to start ticking down.
Yes.
And the ticking down speeds up as time goes by. So, essentially, if you trade the victory points, for example, if you have, if the allies have the northern one and the Axis has the southern one, and then you keep switching who has the middle one, the tick down will be quite slow. But if you hold 2 VPs and you hold it for 3 months, say, for example, 200 points are gone. Another 2 months, maybe the last 300 points are gone, because it just ticks up faster and faster with how many points you lose when you don't hold a VP, the VP majority, so to speak.
I am seeing the allies also pick up the heavy MG now, so there is going to be planes coming in, and I think we're heading for our first faction pick. Over on the allies, we're getting a Commonwealth lock-in, which either means we're going to have a Commonwealth 8th Army or the Canadian 1st Army, and I'm getting ready to confirm what that is. Yes, indeed, it is the Commonwealth 8th Army. That has been the commander locked in for the Allies, and I'm so happy I got to use my faction button for the first time. So yeah, that we got our first commander pick, and is that slightly behind Nayf? Nayf's actually going down industrial sector first.
Wow. You know how I said he was going for an early game? This tends to show a late game build.
Yeah, this is a late game build instead. Yeah,
I'm confused, is what I'll say. But I do, because it doesn't make sense entirely. Like, Nayf is like a smart guy. He has done his research. If this is the most efficient way to do what he wants to do, then it is. I just can't see what it is per se. Because doing tanks, usually you do want to go down for your country focuses, because if you do a tank build, then probably you want to go down for a tank faction, which gets bonuses to building tanks. For example, 20% cost off tanks, some factions get. I believe some even get minus 30%. Probably that is more efficient to get the most tanks out, but I guess Nayf's idea is maybe doing more stuff than tanks. He might want to go air, as we actually see him going for here. So he wants to do air and tanks, and then he would actually need the extra factories from doing the civilian factory focuses here.
I wonder if therefore he might be going for a infantry-based commander that doesn't require that doesn't get bonuses to tanks and is just going to be buffing his front line, and he's going to rely on his own industry to make up for the shortfalls that he didn't get from the commander tree. I'm also just going to quickly flip back over to my screen to showcase what the Allied 8th Commonwealth Army does. This is the 8th Army historically was a faction that fought in North Africa and Italy, and it's styled that way. You get 150 fighters of the Desert Air Corps, which you get 1 cost reduction for air doctrine and 150 Supermarine Spitfires. You get tank hunters, which is towed anti-tank production cost reduction, as well as a load of units of anti-tank put into your stockpile, as well as research bonuses for anti-tank, and you gain infantry piercing. The Anzac division is two divisions that are 26th width. The Indian Gurkhas is they're called Ranger divisions here in the tooltip, but it means light infantry divisions, which are special forces. You get a fleet from this call-in as well, which is going to be super strong to help defend that coastline. You get bonuses to your intel agency with the Cairo branch. The end cap gives you non-combat supply, non-combat outer supply penalties, negative 30%, division defense, plus 10%, and then some hot acclimatization factor. And then you have the Commonwealth shared tree. Dig for victory, giving you resource gain, efficiency plus 20%, consumer goods factories, negative 20%, and production efficiency base plus 5%. You get division attack from the Mad Minute training. For infantry, you get Bletchley Park, which is another operative slot for your agency, more decryption power, and you gain Nancy Wake as an operative. And then the end stone, the cap for the Commonwealth branch, is Rule Britannia, which gives you naval speed plus 15%, more consumer goods reduction, naval max range,
speed,
stability, and yes, I need to go down to 3 speed because I've got distracted talking. That's what that is. Basically, it is a good mixed build of infantry, navy, air, and resources, but you don't get any tanks. Are you seeing anything over on the axis?
I'm seeing wild stuff.
Okay, I'm going over to you. What's happening?
We have Army of the Isthmus. Basically, Finland has a focus tree in the Axis focus tree, and they get a grand battle plan focus tree, not made for tanks, mind you, while doing a tank build. But I love it, because what is it made for? Rangers. Forest tiles everywhere. He's gonna get veteran rangers, which he can then edit the template of and get tanks into. So what is the allied player gonna be facing? He's gonna be facing the most insane forest divisions there are. I love this play. I have not considered it myself, to be honest, doing tanks while not even going for a tank faction. I mean, it's doable for sure.
I have heard whispers of this, but war sorry, ciphers have just been decrypted. I thought that was the war declared symbol. We're 10 days away from war now.
Yeah.
Let's start taking a look at the various what we're about to start seeing in terms of front lines. I do like that, though. I heard whispers of tank-based Army of the Isthmus, those hit-and-run rangers with just so much armor behind them. I think the trees might be about to start speaking Finnish, which, as any allied player will know, isn't a good thing. Either way, I don't see many motorized divisions in anyone's build. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing motorized divisions. The Axis aren't doing for motorized to rush those VPs, so the Axis might be slightly slower off the mark as soon as we hit Jan 1st and the war gets declared.
Yeah, I mean, Nayf has definitely gone for the more late game build here. The allied player has not started to convert his factories to, what do you call it? He has not started to convert into the civs into mills. Okay, there's the war.
There's the war.
Oh, and Nayf does have naval superiority.
Oh,
to
really?
Go for, I believe so, yes.
So
let me see here. Yep, and he's going for the victory point Porto Alegre, and he's gonna get that scary mountain tile for the allies.
So he's actually landing ahead of the port here to try and grab the mountain tile to pinhold against a land offensive, as well as landing here on the port tile itself. With an infantry, so it's a two-pronged naval invasion. The naval invasion has been stopped though by submarines, and now we are starting to see a rush for the VPs. Ascension is probably going to fall to the Allies, and I would say that Santa Cruz de la Sierra is also going to, but the Axis have secured Porto Alegre.
Yes, and the mountain tile, that is scary. Initially very scary. So like the allies will have to reconsider their strategy here a bit. And maybe they were counting on losing that and just counting on winning the two northern VPs as they're getting them both right now. But if you look at Nayf's strategy, getting this mountain VP and then going full on into a ranger build when everything here is forest tiles, I mean, it's scary to look at it. If I was the allied player, I would think, okay, I cannot just sit here and entrench because my enemy here, he's going for the late game. And, well, that could be very, very scary in his shoes.
Santa de la Cruz and Ascension have fallen now to the Allies, which means the VP bleed has started. You're seeing the score tick down at the top of our screen here, which means the pressure is now on our Axis player to make a move and start to stifle the blow. I do like this composition, though, coming out from the Axis. What we've been talking about with the heavy focus on those Rangers. Another benefit of the Army of the Isthmus tree, which we haven't highlighted yet, is it has a lot of reduction to damage from CAS, which means any air superiority that the Allies might grab isn't going to be as valid. It's not going to be as big. That's not going to be a big problem. Instead, he's just going to be having free reign of those forests, hopefully. But let's also just do a quick division count. 58 divisions in the field to the 50 of the Axis. Supply looking pretty good on the Axis side of things, whereas the Allies are a little bit worse for wear in terms of waiting for those connections. With the positioning of Nayf, some of the southern side of the map hasn't been able to grab. We're not transferring via the rivers here as well. But either way.
I can actually see Nayf's strategy already. You see how he's not even lining up on the front line to go for Santa Cruz de la Sierra? This is unexpected in a way, because that also means the allied player could ignore being up there. Because if there's no enemy to attack you, you don't need to defend it with anything, essentially, right? So he can just stack up even more divisions on Asuncion. Which is gonna be the topic of discussion this game for sure. It is even an airport tile and a supply hub, so it's a really, really good VP. But if he stacks too many divisions on the VP, sadly for him, that airport is gonna have no supply to fly those planes. So I believe Nayf has prepped for just getting Porto Alegre and then sitting here until he has enough stuff, which he just converted 4 tanks here. Oh, 4 ranger tanks even that are almost veterans.
Oh,
they get plus 50% stats from being seasoned.
So something else I've noticed, and this is something that I've noticed a lot more, because Space Marines are a valid strategy in this mod, because there is very easy ways to counter them depending on what trees you've gone for. I've seen this happen as well with IJN, Imperial Japanese Navy. People have started putting tanks into their marine templates because the XP is set so high that they're so experienced. They're the top level of army training. I can't remember what it is. Is it veteran? Off the top of my head. They are veteran, but even if you put 3 lines of tanks in them, they don't lose that veterancy. So you have veteran Space Marine Marines, like truest of the true, which can really, really pack a punch. These divisions are going to be the ones to watch, though, on the field. They are going to do some serious damage. I will say, though, the Allies do get light infantry in their tree in the form of the Gurkhas, so they could just get countered. Like, there could be we could see a Ranger build versus a Ranger build here.
Yeah, although what I would say here, look at these beautiful Finnish generals.
Yeah.
Adaptable and infantry leader and ranger. That is actually crazy for like this victory point especially. That is perfect. And looking at the ally general, he does not have ranger. He does have adaptable though, and a bit more attack level on his general, which will not like it won't exactly even it out, so to speak. But he will be defending the victory point, which is easier than attacking. The allied player seems to be going heavily into anti-tank. Only 10 factories on guns, 10 on fighters, 10 on CAS almost, 5 on anti-tank, 3 on artillery. This is turning out to be a quality build here, it looks like.
Hey, so Dankus, do you want us to, should we go have a look at what Nayf is doing directly? We can actually have a look at this offensive that he's just started from his point of view here.
Let's do it.
So let's see if we can see. Look how fast he's clicking around the map as well. Look at his APM here. I'm excited to see. Obviously, with all the forest tiles, this isn't going to be as fast a moving map here. We're not going to see some massive encirclements. Instead, it's going to be more clean cut maneuvers, slowly advancing, getting smaller little pockets to try and crush enemy, or just trying to push them back. You can see as well, he's microing his industry with every single click. Look how fast he's moving. I'm very intrigued to see if this carries over in the. I'm just double checking.
He's going for anti-air in case he loses the air war.
Yeah.
This is what I mean about adapting. He's doing this not because he needs it, because he might need it, so he can quickly adapt later.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to see if I can find the view to be able to see. Yes, let's go in and see what his opponent is also doing. Over on player's side, taking a look at the tree. Again, speed of this player, looking at his divisions, keeping an eye on his equipment right now, making a real push towards anti-tank. I think he's noticed the Space Marine divisions near Ascension, and he wants to make sure that he counters these tanks fast and wants to put more in production. We are seeing a push here. From Nayf, a little probing attack. The difficulty on this map as well, as you were seeing it here, the air zones are split right down the center. So it's not like there's a single air zone over the one front line. You're going to have to really tightly manage your planes if you want full coverage of this defensive. And I'm just going to quickly go back to your screen now so that we can see this in detail, see the battles without them being flicked off by the intense game knowledge, intense fast game. But I think that battle and combat has just stopped. What kind of damage are we seeing?
Seeing really good damage here. Everything looks kind of good, I would say. He has good breakthrough, good attack. He has good org even. Like, I would say these are really good divisions. They have the same organization as the other player, although the other player gets 2 divisions in this combat. Nayf only gets 1, unluckily. What is the combat width of his units? They are 20 widths. Okay. So you should be able to get 3 into a forest town since there's 60, but he only managed to get 1 in there. All right.
Would that be reduction from the river crossing anyway?
Well, it's probably like 99% likelihood it's from tactics.
Of course, yes.
And they can be quite damning, so to speak. And that's too bad for him, but I think he can manage. But what I saw here that surprised me, he's converting all of his civs to mills, and you can see here he has negative 17 aluminum. And he has 20 on fighters, 5 on CAS. That's quite an air amount to have, you know. But if you look at Porto Alegre, the resource tile, He right now gets minus resources here because he has no garrison on it. And not only does he have no garrison, that's going to lessen the resources when he would need even more of them. So he would probably want to do forced labor on the tile for 40% more resources. That would be very, very needed for him right now. I would say at least.
Yeah, the other thing I'm noticing about the choice in the focus build for Nayf is that because he's gone down a lot of the trees, he's also done some of the School of Attack builds, and the school builds also give you research. They give you extra research slots. So he's got 5 research. There's a lot of research slots already on the go, I think, for both player and Nayf. So we are going to see some adaptation there.
Wait, I actually see what Nayf did here. You remember that anti-air research we talked about?
Yes.
This finishes in, let's wait for 1 day, and 11 days. The focus finishes in 12 days.
Oh.
It says it gives you 500 anti-air. It gives you the latest technology anti-air that you have researched. And what will Nayf have researched in 1 day before the focus? Anti-air 2. So he's going to get the more modern anti-air 1 day before the focus. And he has definitely timed this out. I saw him canceling the focus to make sure he gets it. Yeah, very good play, to be honest. That's going to be able to kill the allied Cass quite a bit as well in battles, because think of it like this. Cass is very expensive to build. If you look at the IC cost here of the allied Cass, it's 26 IC. Nayf gets a lot of this AA, and it's for free. So you're going to be killing a lot of allied IC here for free. Allies only have 37 mils compared to the Axis 55, maybe? Yeah, 55. So that is quite a disadvantage to be able to lose that much stuff.
One of the things I will say is, yeah, it's going to be a disadvantage, but another disadvantage is Nayf's already down to 376 VPs remaining, and our allied player is barely out on his logistics. He's almost caught up in the deficit for anti-tank. That's going to only be 10 days before that's covered. And then the only thing else out of supply is the Cass, and that's only 46 days away. Yes, Cass isn't going to be as much of a problem because Nayf has gone Army of the Isthmus, but I think the allies are sitting pretty. They've got that very good defensive position on the river here. And all they have to do is just increase their stockpiles and increase the amount of troops they have on the border.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's working on that right now. He's getting out another 8 divisions, and that is what we're lacking the anti-tank for. Everything in the field has the anti-tank.
Yep.
He's looking fully equipped right now, and he's going for the technologies that buffs his infantry as well right now. The anti-tank upgrade, the defense upgrade, the attack upgrade. He's also going for concentrate forward, and he's even going for construction here. Oh my god. So he did not do the civilian factory focuses early, which meant Nayf now has a almost 15 mil advantage. Wait, actually, he has 20 more military factories almost. It's 55 compared to 37. That's a huge amount to be ahead, but you have to be ahead if you have to push, right?
Yep.
Although the allied player now doing his civ focuses and now going to war economy, he did all of that later. But what is he building with it? He's building forts to make it even harder for Nayf to push through. Forts are a good idea in some sense because they are buffing your own infantry if they have engineers. Because from the engineer technology, I don't know if people know this, but the first tick you get 25% defense while sitting on a fort tile. But if you go for the third technology, no, actually it's the second. Isn't it? Wait, let me see here. Yes, on the second one, you'd get an additional 10% defense. You're going to have 35% extra defense sitting on a forest tile. Yeah, and if you have a level 5 fort to sit on, then that's a lot of defense to defend with. And against tanks, that's probably needed. We actually see an offensive here now from Nayf, or at least an attempt of one. Now, the allied player has a lot of entrenchment. Actually, not that much right now, but they will be having it, considering they are Grand Battle Plan Doctrine. And if they stack the entrenchment with the forts, with all the other modifiers, they're going to be able to have really, really good stats compared to what the divisions are themselves, so to speak, by just stacking the modifiers.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm kind of concerned about with the way that Nayf is currently playing is this is only going to get harder for him to push. Yes, he's currently built. He's actually having to construct a supply hub, to be able to take this offensive. And the time is ticking away. So those of you who don't know, the longer that a VP is held, the faster the tickets tick. So whilst this is only currently once a day, this will ramp up to 2, then 3, then 4. And I think it caps out at 5 per day, or at least 5 per day period, in-game tick, which could get problematic. But we are starting to see these offensives, these probing attacks going through.
Yeah. What I'm seeing here from Nayf is that he's going for government cipher schools, which is a wild pick, I would say, because that means the allies have to spend longer decrypting him. And the allied player already has Nayf decrypted, although if he goes for the encryption, the allies will have to keep decrypting him. So his plan will probably be to pop the cipher on the allies, while the allies don't have a cipher on him just after the supply hub finishes, would be my idea of what he's going to go for. Which is a smart idea, really smart idea. So the tanks have lost some experience. They're still, they are still seasoned, but they are no longer veterans, because being that small, getting cast when the enemy is piercing you, you're gonna lose experience for sure in these battles. And he's actually making some ground here, I would want to say, but he runs out of org before the allied player does. This tile is open for some reason, which is a bit scary to see, because why is it open? As an allied player, you don't want to leave this open right next to the victory point, because right now Nayf has to attack across the river to be able to attack from 2 directions.
Yep.
He just walks into this tile, he won't have to. Obviously, the tile is a lot harder
retreat, though. That's a really good bit of game. But okay, reinforcement coming in just in time. But these divisions are hitting so hard now.
Nayf now has air. Nayf has now gained air superiority, at least enough to be able to cast the enemy. Now, Nayf also has another 43 fighters in stockpile, which would put him literally on par with the allied player, because the allies have 243 planes compared to his 200.
Yep.
So it's really interesting to see that he can actually manage to get cast in that battle. Will he get it for Asuncion? Yes, he does get cast now in that battle, and now the stats are really shown, because now with that intel advantage from the popped cipher, I believe he popped it.
Yeah, broken ciphers is there.
Popped it. Active. Yes, that means you get an intel advantage bonus as well that modifies these stats here. So experience 50%, intel advantage. And then also air support, there you go. It's 0.6%, there you go. No, but all of those help to get the stats up a lot. Now, the fort penalty is quite large there right now, but if you attack from multiple directions against the fort, the penalty becomes lower. So now it's only a 7% modifier.
Yep, and Nayf also just picked up School of Siege Warfare, which is a decision that allows you to grant Engineer to one of your generals. Engineer obviously being one of the prerequisites for both Artillerists and Urban Assault Specialists. So it allows you to get the, what's the button to be able to do more siege? Yeah, Fortress Buster, that's the one. So that's going to really help this push. Ascension is holding, but this is going to turn very soon. This VP looks like it's about to flip.
It might. I'm not so certain. If the allied player just micros a lot of inf in there, he could hold it, because Nayf is right now killing his own experience on these tanks. They're losing a lot of manpower. If he holds against this push, it will be a lot harder for Nayf to push later.
Yeah.
Although it's a very favorable battle for him as of right now because of the cast. Look at this. The allied player is last standing, which means he cannot retreat, but he's still taking all the damage, so to speak, from this battle.
Yep.
So the air situation definitely helped Nayf here. It was very smart to go for air. Although I would like to see him putting it up, because right now he would have even more air in this battle.
As well, for people to note, Last Stand has been incredibly nerfed compared to base game in terms of the fact it costs 3 times more. There are certain factions and commanders that reduce that cost again, but using command power is a thing that you can do few and far between. We decided that it got boring if people could just Last Stand non-stop or Forced Attack non-stop. Instead, it is a power-up, a boon that people should only click when they really need to. And now there is 27 divisions sitting in Ascension, all in full supply, all in fourth. They're like, no, you tried, you're not allowed in here now. So Nayf going for a different route. I think
there is actually a huge issue with player doing this right now.
Okay.
He built a level 10 airport or level 9 airport in this tile. Now, quickly looking at it, yeah, it's a level 9. He's like, okay, this is my airport for this game. But what happens when you put 27 divisions in a tile? 0 supply. And what happens with the air when you don't have supply? Minus 54% mission efficiency.
Oh, wow.
He's
yeah.
now getting wrecked in the air war, losing 5 fighters today per day to 2. 6 even here. He's getting wrecked in the air war because of the 26 divisions sitting in there. And that's going to benefit Nayf greatly. You can see the cast damage coming in here. It's because of that.
I've just put up the cast damage enemy troops bombed graph. Look at the difference. The axis.
He's about to get Ascension, actually. He's about to get Ascension.
Okay.
Like, the cast damage is wild. Okay, he just stopped the combat for some reason. But the cast damage is actually wild right now. It's benefiting Nayf greatly right now. Even in this combat here, where he's pushing just to put some pressure around Ascension, is getting a lot of cast damage in it, when all his divisions also get modified by a lot. Air support is a great modifier to have. Here's just 6%, but it can go up to like 40% if you have air doctrine and such. So it can be a really, really good modifier. And his supply has finished, so he has the supply now to put the pressure on Ascension. And he realizes the flanks are weak because he pulled so many divisions into this that the flanks are actually really weak right now. And he's putting the pressure on the flanks. That's where he's going right now. We talked about the north. He did not go for the north earlier. Now he starts putting pressure north. And yeah, I think it's a good idea from Nayf to do this.
Yeah.
There's 1 division to the left of Ascension. Player has to react to this. He sees that the tanks are moving for that, and now they go. Yep, now they go.
That's
a
huge
very quick battle.
That's a very quick battle, and there's a huge offensive in the north. Nayf taking the advantage now that most of the troops have been diverted to the defense of the south, taking the initiative to attack in the north instead.
And Nayf has taken the town to the left of Ascension,
which is a fortress tile as well, so that's not going to take back very, very quickly either.
This is scary for the allied player. You're now being held by 2 tiles behind the VP, and Nayf is pushing everywhere. He is actually making a counter move on Nayf here right now, though, where Nayf is gonna lose 2 divisions, I believe, unless he's retreating quick enough. He's gonna get overrun with 2 divisions here, actually. Yep, 2 divisions. Oh, wow. That is a last stand if I ever saw one. He railways the division into the tile with the last stand to save his 2 good divisions with tanks in them. Very worthwhile play. You basically kill your small bad division here for saving the 2 big ones. They were going to get overrun. And now
we might
have
see an encirclement of Ascension here as well. The wild thing is as well, the allied player has more troops in the field. There are more divisions on the side of the allied player, but they're all stuck in Ascension. They are all sitting on that VP, and Nayf is just using his troop advantage, using his spread lines just to create a breakthrough, and now it's looking really, really risky around this VP.
This is what I would call a Nayf play. It's a very explosive one. You saw he went all out all at once. He got the air advantage all at once. The allied player had the air advantage until that point where Nayf put it up. I think it kind of surprised them, but Nayf do keep in mind, 20 military factories ahead of the allied player until like 3 months ago. So Nayf has been banking on having this explosive play in his arsenal, or whatever you want to call it. And now he's going for the tile. Oh, this is happening. I'm telling you right now, this is happening. The allied player should not have the command. Oh, he actually has a lot of command power, but he does not use it to last stand here. He's gonna get units back in there, I believe, in time. But it's looking really scary right now for him. He's pinning Nayf. He's walking in there, but I'm not sure if that's gonna work.
There's the encirclement.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Ascension here now completely encircled. 16 divisions caught on that VP. This will change hands in the nick of time as well. 175 VP points remain for Nayf, but those units are getting destroyed. 2 have already fallen, down to just 15 now. Can he break back out? Can player get an advantage here to break out of this tile before
it looks like
the absolute
he's taking
destruction?
Ciudad del Este? Maybe. It depends. Nayf has good micro. He's, very quick with his hands, so to speak. He will last stand if there's a
9 divisions. Okay, last stand going in Ascension.
Yeah, but the VP will fall, definitely. And I'm not really sure what kind of pushing power the allied player has right now. considering Nayf has the tanks and the allied player only has infantry and it's actually out of manpower on the allies.
Yeah.
He has 0 manpower. He has not realized that. He's not training any divisions, but he's in 0 manpower, has not gone up in manpower law, so that's just gonna keep getting worse, and it's not like Nayf is lending him any breathing room here to realize that. So if he does realize that, maybe we have a game on our hands, but he needs to realize it soon. And I don't think Nayf will stop pushing after Asuncion has fallen. Maybe he does, because he feels, okay, I have the safe win now.
Oh,
but,
no. There goes the pocket. Just
That
2
is
divisions remain.
Yeah.
The casualty ratio now 187k losses to the Axis to almost 400k, 401k to be precise, on the Allies. And Nayf isn't stopping. You're right. The supply is such an issue on the Allied front line. So many units are now stacked up. There's so
he
many.
just went up manpower.
He went up in manpower law, good.
Yeah.
But his supply lines are so stretched. Losing that VP, also the VP bleed now beginning on the Allies. The ball is now back in the Allies' court in order to, see this game through. He's got a lot of VPs to play with. If he can get a defensive line, there is still a chance he can come back. But if Nayf keeps up the pressure, we could see a capitulation.
He's keeping up the pressure. He's gonna get Santa Cruz de la Sierra in 1 tile, because it's connected to the tile he's attacking currently, and there's nothing to stop him from grabbing that. He is going to go for an encirclement of the north, like he's going to probably go all the way up to the impassable terrain and cut this off here. And there are quite a lot of allied divisions here, considering how much was just lost. I don't think he can afford to lose all of these. Then I would say we have a GG coming in if he ends up losing all of these, because then he's down 3 VPs, has no pushing power, has no manpower essentially, and Nayf will have killed, well, 2/3 of his army at that point. I would say 1/3 died in Asuncion, but this would be too much, I would say. This would be too much to lose. I hold out hope for the allied player, but currently his divisions don't have manpower. He's low on equipment. He has lost the air war. Nayf doing the economical play here paid off most definitely. Because Nayf's stockpile looking quite green, I would even say. I mean, he's actually going low on guns right now, but after this much of a push and with what you have killed for it, it's a very worthwhile trade to lose that many guns. And yeah, the VP has been pushed off, and he's unable to... Oh, well, yeah, there you go. There you go. Santa Cruz de la Sierra has fallen, and it's now 1 tile away from losing another... How many is this? 12 divisions, which would be very terrible for him. He's railwaying. If Nayf sees this and pins, they already have 0 org because of the railway. Oof, I don't know. Wait, he's thinking bigger picture. Never mind. He's going for the next encirclement already. Yeah, he's going for...
He's pushing all the way to the edge of the map.
One?
He's going to try and crush the entire allied army on the top of the map there. He's literally
so.
in 1 tile. He's going to crush the entire...
Yeah.
Yep. I'm going to just switch to my screen so I can show people what I mean. If this tile falls, everything left of it was like 10, 13, and it's going to be 15, 18 divisions are going to be crushed against the edge of the map because there is no supply here through the Amazon. 1 division already being crushed. That's a 10 division encirclement there. Which way are these guys retreating? I think it's probably going to be into the pocket. No, they've made it. They're going out of the pocket, but it's going to be... No pressure. It's all going to be pocketed. Don't worry. This is an absolute rout on the Allied front. This might be game 1 going to Nayf, and we'll be going to the second map very, very soon.
Yeah. Looks like it, yeah. I mean, this is crushing as an Allied player to see. If you see this much of your army, he's not doing any research right now. He's super overwhelmed. He's not using his political power. Not that he could be using it for much at this point, but... Actually, the allied player never went for an offense guy, a defense guy, or anything. He stayed on Army Reformer, which is an interesting play.
He didn't swap out for the offensive of the defensive genius?
Yeah, Nayf did. So I'm not really sure that you forget stuff when the But if your enemy does not let off the gas, then that's too bad, He's gonna go for some kind of a naval invasion on Nayf's capital, but I've already looked and it's garrisoned, so I know that's not gonna be the play here, so to speak, that saves him. I think he might even capitulate before he lands in Nayf's territory, which is too bad. But yeah, Nayf going in here for his industry now.
So, Dankus, do we feel like the Army of the Isthmus here, being shown to be so dominant on this map, do you reckon this is going to come up as a repeating ban now that this hand has been played so early on? There's the encirclement getting closed on the left flank there, over in the west. The allies who had a division advantage are now down to just 36 divisions left in the field. That's a whole 30 divisions they've lost in this advance to the 50 Axis, none of whom have died.
Yeah, I would say this. I don't think the allied player played this perfectly, so to speak, considering he did not pick the attack advisor. He didn't have manpower for what Nayf pushed, which is like, that's key. That is key.
Huge cutoff as well here.
As well.
That's this is a GG quite easily. The capital has now moved from Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro, and that is another.
He's migrating the divisions. He's doing a silent naval invasion as well, which is not allowed. I believe, right?
I don't know that I did put that in the rules, but it was one that should have been. Either way, that's fine. We can adjust that.
It won't matter for this game. He will capitulate soon.
No, so
but,
we've always been asked, how do I rule it when people accidentally break the rules as well? It happens a lot more on terms of accidents with commanders, especially when you're in such high pressure scenarios. The way I play it is I will only enact on a rule break if advantage has been gained. If it's been used to essentially book a win or really change the tide of a battle. When you're losing this badly, I'm not going to pull you up on it.
Wait, actually, he did get the alerts for the invasion, even though it was silent, so good on him, I guess. And yeah, he has instantly killed the divisions as well, which is kind of funny how like quickly that got killed off. So yeah, this is not happening. Nayf has good divisions here with force attack right now. They are killing off everything. He's going for Santos. He's going for Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, this is a capitulation we're going to see out of the Allies, not a victory point win, which is very dominant display here. Very Nayf display. He likes to, show off, so to speak. Yeah.
Nayf, again, one of our strongest players. Actually, Player has been playing really well. Player has been playing pretty well throughout the group stages. In all the group stages, they've been varying. Again, all of these 8 players are very deserving of being here, but Nayf is someone who's well known in the HOI community to really, really plan and really, really workshop the way he's going to do builds for all sorts, whether it's big team multiplayer, whether it's just these 1v1s. He's one of those people that crops up in a lot of competitive HOI as someone who will just be a planner, someone who can both enact a game, do the micro, but also do the footwork, the legwork in thinking about how they're going to win. And this has been a dominant display for this first matchup. I mean, he didn't leave himself a great amount of room to pull this off, with leaving only 148 VP points on the table. But there we have the capitulation in game 1. And we're going to go straight into map 2 in just a moment's time. So, map 2 is going to be...
Jewel.
Oh, hello, that's just me. Hello.
No, Marco Polo. Marco Polo, never mind.
It is, it's Marco Polo. It is going to be Marco Polo. I'm going to get the game up and sorted. Talk us through some of the key points that you saw through that map. What were the key moments and what were the key elements that you think brought Nayf to victory there?
Definitely the economy play was huge. He had studied the map. He knew if he gets 1 VP, I have the time to outscale my opponent to the point where I can actually push him. He had more air. He had tanks compared to the Allies having no tanks. He had equal amounts of infantry, basically. He just had more stuff. Yeah, it was a very smart play. He went for a faction as well that was unexpected, probably to the opponent. I'm not sure, but definitely a good faction.
Yeah,
really good faction pick.
I haven't seen this faction get played in that way, but I've heard whispers of it being a thing. People returning to some of the more less played factions in the current meta to explore new ways of playing them, essentially taking the builds that have come in with new factions and adapting old faction commanders to suit that build. And I think that was a real clear experience of that. Like that's what we saw. The game is up, so you can join in. I'm just gonna prep the overlays as well and have that smooth takeover this time. 100% not leave it with the old test overlay on. No, absolutely not. Don't need to do that at all. Okay, so these players are switching what faction they're playing this time, but the bans remain. So the bans from last game, 9th Army Wehrmacht and US 12th Army. Do we think we're going to see player now try to do what Nayf's done, go for Isthmus, or do you think they're going to go with something they're normally comfortable with, now also not having Isthmus under the control? Are we going to see such a dominant display from Nayf?
Well, player definitely shouldn't go for Isthmus here, considering Isthmus is a very forest-oriented faction, whereas there's no forest tiles. I mean, there are like 4 of them, but on the Marco Polo, this map, which is basically the Japanese invasion of China, essentially is the map layout. And what you have here is hill tiles, it's mountain tiles, and it's plain tiles. Tanks work very well if you don't get killed early. So a lot of metas have been around on this map. We have seen mass mob infantry just roaching it out, which then got killed by tanks, which then got killed by grand battle plan infantry, just rushing the tanks down before they got enough of them. So we have seen a lot of metas on this map, and I don't know what the most recent one is. The most recent one when I played was the grand battle plan one. You could also do tanks, but it is risky if your opponent knows what they're doing and they're explosive and they rush you down. So player, I don't think should do tanks here, considering how explosive Nayf can be, and he will take advantage of any weakness that is shown. Maybe he goes for another late game build where he allows player to build up. That is also a thing. Some players want to weaken their opponent early. Some people just want to build up until they can start pushing. Server lost.
Yes, sorry, I'm rehosting.
Okay.
I forgot to change the game rules. I forgot to change the in-game settings to bring up the awesome bonus that we have the faction ban system in-game with Commanders. But yeah, I was a bit of a dingus. I was doing something on stream and forgot that that's something I had to do. You know what? Professional streamer, professional caster. That's exactly the awesome level of gameplay you get here.
The most professional.
Absolutely. So Marco Polo is a map that came in when we started season 3, or was this a season 2 map? This was a season 3 map. It's a unique map with 3 victory points. Again, like you've said, it's the invasion of China, but each of the 3 VPs have different terrain around them and different tactics of getting each one. Also, supply is a huge element to this map. Controlling the supply hubs really dominate your map position. And yeah, let's get in game, and let's also bring our team up to do the ban phase. Hello, everybody.
Hello. So X's band was 9 farming.
Yes, it was 9 farming Wehrmacht. So
Okay.
if we can get the new faction bans in, please.
Do I ban first, or does it matter?
You ban first.
Okay.
Banning Hondersvig, and our allied ban is
Damn.
5th Guards Tank Army. Well,
It's
okay.
over.
All right. Okay. Good luck with the game. We'll see you on the other side. Also, Dankus,
All right,
I'm
that was-
going to give you admin control on my server. I believe.
All right.
I believe now you should be able to drag people around. There you go. So we're in game 2.
I can't.
Oh,
But,
you can't? You still can't?
No,
I'll sort
no.
that in a minute. I'll sort that when we're in the
Yeah.
ad break. It's fine. So this is map 2 of game 1, quarterfinal 1 of tonight's broadcast. Nayf versus player. One of these players might move through to the semi-finals here, or we might go to our map 3. What should we be looking for, and what are we doing? Well, this is HOI Commanders. Hello and welcome to another game of HOI Commanders, the competitive mod that totally overhauls Hearts of Iron 4 for 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 scenarios. This is our 1v1 World Championship 2024, and you are in the very first quarterfinal. You are seeing the very first game of this run, and we've got so many more matches and maps ahead. Nayf is 1-0 up. He needs just one more map to take himself into the semi-finals and land an even bigger prize pool and move that one step closer to 5,000 euros. Okay, Dankus, can you take us through Marco Polo Bridge, the map in front of us?
Yes. So essentially what we're looking at here is an allied start in the eastern China territory, so to speak, and a Axis start in Manchukuo area, I guess is what you would call it. And one of the VPs is Beijing, pretty secure for the Axis to grab, and one of them is Qingdao. Now, the most contested one usually ends up being Taiwan. And Taiwan, it's because both of the players are kind of far away from it, in a sense. And it's this hardest one to take, as either side, I would say. Once your opponent has grabbed it, it's very hard to grab it back. So in terms of fighting for VPs on this map, it's definitely Taiwan. But what I have experienced myself seeing this map played a lot is that whoever wins the main war in terms of divisions actually ends up winning the map. At least in recent times. There's plenty of supply. You can see the supply hubs everywhere here. So supply is usually not an issue. It's usually pretty safe to go for tanks or really quality inf, and then you can just try and kill your opponent's divisions and push them. You want to gain some kind of numerical advantage, and that's usually how you win, I would say. Yeah, I'm not sure though. Depends who goes. If they both go for tanks, we're gonna have a lot of micro going on here. It might be a very short battle if they both commit their tanks too early and one of them miss micros and gets encircled. Then we might have a very short game on our hands. But if we see infantry versus infantry, we're gonna see a lot of grinding battles. Probably a very long game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things as well that I note a lot about this map, there is those plains tiles in between the three VPs. It does make a good case for non-Space Marine tank divisions, actual tank divisions being on the field. And I think that might be why Nayf banned 5th Guards Tank Army this time around. And also the US 12th is already out. So there's been some tactical picks here, and I think with the banning, to make sure those elite tank division spawn-ins that could get in through some of the commander picks aren't available here.
Yeah. There is one left for Nayf. So the player, which is not playing as the Axis, he saw Nayf's tanks. They're terrible to deal with. I don't want to do that again. But there is a third choice as the allies, and it's a clear third choice, I should say, actually. And it is the faction pick of France. I love playing the France path, actually. So if you go for France, you go the French forces, Armée Française de la Libération, or maybe Army of the Maginot. I'm not really sure, but I would probably go for this because of the mobile warfare doctrine bonuses, and you get some tank spawn in. But especially this production efficiency base 15% and minus 20% cost off of armor. Now that is an insane focus if you're going to go a tank heavy build. And it's definitely a really good choice here. If Nayf is going to go for another long game, which looking at his mills being queued up to building and not converting could be the case.
Yeah. Marco Polo tends to go slightly longer. You need slightly more production just because of how extended the front line can become, especially with those mountain times. The mountain tiles to the west of the map, which I call this map's jungle. If we're talking in MOBA and esports terms, it's the jungle. It's the place where you don't necessarily put troops all the time, but an offensive could come through there if you're not careful. Seemops, our co-caster, who'll be joining us in later, got knocked out of a tournament after being a grand champion because he got encircled for leaving that area unguarded, unspotted, unsecured. Now, another question that came in from chat, I did notice, what does Navy do on this map? Is Navy important? I think it really can be, especially if you're the Axis rather than the Allies. And that's because of the Qingdao Peninsula and making sure that you can get there fast enough. The Qingdao Peninsula, Qingdao is one of the three VPs. Beijing, Taiwan, and Qingdao are... if you can get the Shandong Peninsula here and manage to cut all the way into Jinan, you can dominate this corner of the map and really block the Allied advance. Taking up to this VP, Jinan, basically Xiamen and Jinan are the two key sort of supply areas that if you can dominate, you have map control. So I think Navy can be important, but you can also just as easily avoid it. Again, it is a choice on this map rather than a necessity. Other maps that we might see in future in the pool, maps such as Sonnenblume, where VPs are islands, you definitely need that that Navy choice to come in.
Yeah, most definitely. On this map, if you would go for that invasion, so to speak, and your enemy is very land heavy, they're just gonna fight you on land is the issue. It's not a lot of supply to hold Qingdao. Like, you have the VP, which is a port, and then you have another port. But 2 ports can't support a big enough army, I would say, to hold these 2 tiles. If your enemy goes tanks and he only has to fight on 2 tiles, that's perfect. Tanks love fighting on few tiles early on, at least. And that also leaves, how much are you gonna have to put in here versus the rest of the front? Because if your enemy goes up here and grabs Taiwan, like, I would probably personally, if I'm an allied tank player here, I just kill the invasion with tanks. But you could just as well push up and go for Beijing, because this is all very easy to fight in terrain for tanks. You could just bypass Qingdao kind of in a way. And it's an unsafe move, I would say, to go for an invasion here, just out of a strategical standpoint where you're going to be left weakened somewhere else.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm curious, if you were a betting man, Dankus, what faction do you think we'll see from each of these players?
Well, considering the curveball Nayf threw me off with last game, I don't want to bet any money on like what Nayf is going to pick here. I would personally pick France because I love tanks, and this is a very forgiving map for tanks, especially against the allied side, I would say.
Yep.
The Axis side maybe more so, but anyhow, the point is, if Nayf goes tanks here, usually you have to spend your second or third PP pick on manpower, which is very expensive. It's 100 political power. On this map, you don't. You're in China. You have a lot of manpower in all of these tiles. They all have 10 million manpower per state. But yes, that's not a real number. It is artificial to this map.
Yes.
To simulate how much manpower would be on the map, kind of. But yeah, I would say it's a very forgiving map for tanks in terms of that. So you can actually get more tanks out early by going war economy instead, and then going perhaps for a war industrialist, or perhaps even the armaments organizer, and converting your civs to mills early. So you have that amount of tanks out early.
Yep. I kind of agree. I think, however, like in terms of what I'm going to see on player, there's 2 real key factions that have been left open. Some of the strongest factions in the game as well. Hungary got banned, which has been prominent in the group stages, especially on this map. The cavalry combined with tank option. But that has left open 4th Army Wehrmacht, Panzer Group West, all really strong tank factions left on the Axis side of the board. Yeah. And I think it would be very off meta for our Axis player here to not go with a tank faction. Army of the Po, also available, can be really, really viable. You seeing something?
I'm seeing definitely something here. Nayf has decided to go tanks, so has the Axis player. Both of the players are going tanks. Nayf is doing soft attack tanks, aka tanks with 43 soft attack, 1 hard attack. Although, what are tanks? They are hardness. And the allied player has realized Nayf's gonna go tanks, and I'm gonna go for hard attack cannon instead. 20 soft, 15 hard attack. Now, what happens here is this will be a bad choice early on. With just 1 tank battalion in your divisions, you're not gonna have enough, hardness for the hard attack to pay off. I think he's doing the hard attack cannon though for piercing, I guess. I guess there would be other ways to get that piercing though. Like even 1 support AT might be more worth it here than going for the hard attack cannon, I would say. Because his tanks will just do less damage output compared to Nayf's army. Nayf has 43 soft attack, player has 20. And you're essentially only gonna need soft attack in the first year of the game. Not year. Let's say in the first 3 months of the war, which is the first year of the game, right? Because it starts 3 months into 40. But Yeah, I would say definitely early on, which is when you fight for the VPs. It's not gonna be the best.
Yep.
And I'm not sure. The issue is for Nayf though, if he doesn't pierce with this soft attack cannon that he has gone for, he will be at a disadvantage. But knowing Nayf as a player, he'll either he'll do something for the piercing. He will.
I will say, if he goes for the French pick like you think he's going to,
He gets heart attack tanks.
yes, you get heart attack tanks, and you get medium tank destroyers in that French template. You also get anti-tank tanks. Therefore, the heart attack problem is kind of solved, especially if he galvanizes those divisions up, tears them apart, puts those in stockpile, and then reloads them into other templates.
Yeah.
It could be the best of both worlds that he's going to get here, and I think that would be a very, very accurate build. We are now just 120 days away from war, which means we are going to start seeing some faction picks, and I'm already spying an OKW pick over on the Axis. Sorry, that would be weird if the OKW were on the Allies, which means we are going to get, like I said, Panzer Group West or 4th Army. Yeah, they're both unbanned right now. Both of these very powerful factions. So while we wait for that to get locked in, let's see.
Panzer Group West, it is.
It's got to be Panzer Group West. Yes, here it is. A confirmed lock-in on Panzer Group West. Well, what do you get with Panzer Group West? Well, it's a mobile warfare doctrine faction that gives you subsidized tanks. It's actually free to put tanks in your template with Panzer Group West. You get Establish the Blocking Force, which is Engineers Technology ×2 on that research, which means you can tech for flame tanks really quickly. Plus, additional entrenchment speed. You get supply consumption reduction and army fuel from the Weimar Einheiten canister. I'm awful at German. I do apologize. You get 2 motorized divisions that are 15 widths. You get 1 heavy tank division at 32 widths. You get the last of the Luftwaffe. You get 100 fighters and 100 air experience. You get Nibelungenwerk. Again, my German. There you go. Which is medium tank production cost reduction, heavy tank production cost reduction, and equipment conversion speed plus 25%. It caps out with the Desert Fox, giving you heat attrition, which isn't going to help here, but it's non-combat out of supply penalties and supply range. And then you have the shared German Schiri. Adopt the Panzer IV. This gives you just 400 Panzer IVs, which is excellent. You get Adopt Anti-Tank Tactics, which is a boatload of anti-tank and anti-air units into your national stockpile, as well as research for both. You get a Surface Raider Fleet, which is 2 battleships, one of which I think is the Bismarck. And then it finally cuts out with Gott mit uns. Army Division Attack plus 10%. Armored Division Attack plus 10%, Division Attack plus 10%, and Attacking Division Speed plus 20%. There we go. So it is a tank build. We're seeing an Axis tank build. What are we seeing over on the Allies?
And an Allied tank build.
We are seeing an Allied tank build? Really? I don't...
Yep. He's going Commonwealth with tanks.
Commonwealth with tanks. Have we had a confirmed lock-in of what that Commonwealth faction is yet?
We have not, but I believe we're going to see Canadian First Army because it's mobile warfare, and you get some stuff here. You get trucks. I mean, you also get a big fleet to deny the naval supremacy, but it could be just as well Commonwealth 8th because you get a lot of anti-tank and such there. We saw the the current Axis player play the Allies last time doing the Commonwealth 8th. You get a lot of anti-tank and cheap anti-tank. We could see either side here. GBP tanks are not the worst thing ever. The early doctrines for GBP are quite good, but what we did see again, we saw the Allied player go dispersed yet again, and what did he go for instead of the country focuses at first? Because he's just now locking in his country pick, right? Mm-hmm. He went for all the civ focuses again, and he's converting all of his civs to mills, and he's already 10 mills ahead of the Axis.
Yeah, so
10 mills.
That's a huge leap in industry. He's going to be able to push out way more production. The other thing I'm noticing as well in the political tab for Nayf, he's gone for electronics company, the extra research speed instead of the industrial concern company. He's going technocracy build. He's focusing that research down.
Commonwealth 8th is what we have on our hands here.
Yep, it is a confirmed Commonwealth 8th Army pick there.
This is very interesting for Nayf. I like it in a lot of ways because he'll have strong infantry and he'll have strong tanks. And your tank's early game is gonna be mostly infantry.
Yeah.
So he's probably gonna go for a mid-game push, kind of like last time, maybe a bit earlier this time, I would say. Considering that he will have the early game advantage, but Panzer Group West scales a lot late game. So you don't want to let that scale up too much, for sure.
No, absolutely not. And just as a reminder, we are now 10 days, less than 10 days away from war, 5 days away from the war. We're about to see this all unfold. Will Nayf go 2-0 in this first quarterfinal, or will player be able to fight back here on Marco Polo? Map 2, if this goes undecided, if player wins this map, we will be going to a randomized wildcard from the remaining map pool. I'm excited.
I'm thinking player has a really good chance here. He went for he went for the medium tanks with the heart attack cannon, and he already has the improved one, which is way more stats.
Mm-hmm.
And war has been declared, but nobody's doing any naval invasions. They're both gonna be walking up.
Yeah, they're rushing up.
Player, we can already see player's gonna be chilling in Beijing until he has enough tanks to kill Nayf, which means Nayf will have the point advantage by being able to grab Taiwan and Qingdao. The issue I see for Nayf here, he's gonna scale up very early. Player's already producing 23 mediums per day here.
Wow.
And if we look over at Nayf, he's only producing 8.
I feel like this match
is nowhere near the amount.
My brain is really confused at this push right now that we're seeing on Marco Polo.
Yeah.
The last 5 or 6 games I've cast have been the players have raced off the mark, gone straight for those VPs. But no, both players here content. Okay, I'm just going to slow roll this because my build is late game. Yes, Nayf is gaining more land right now, but we have a solid 50-50 on the VPs. There's no burn going on. The time is just being extended. They're not taking any fights. Nayf's kind of out of supply right now. We're also seeing, supply on the way here. Yeah,
the Allied player is more of a late game build though. Actually, I would say the Axis build is more of a late game build.
Yes.
He's also going after Nibelung now for the civilian factories. He has 40 mils. Nayf, although, has 52. He's 12 mils ahead as of right now. But what Nayf is producing with those extra mils is a lot of CAS. And CAS works very well against tanks. It will make Nayf's tanks better, and it will also do damage to the Axis tanks. I believe the Axis tanks could be fine, though. Once he has enough, he doesn't care about how much he loses. He just needs the stats to push, and definitely the Axis has enough stats to push with going for the Panzer Group West. They have very, very good stats.
First combat of the game is being started. Just a small probing attack. Most likely the players just testing out to see what the stats on the divisions are. Try and get a hold of maybe what the builds are. A little bit of build information there. VPs are now bleeding though. So this is now the ball is in the Axis court for the counterattack with Nayf beginning the bleed on player.
Yeah. They don't want to show off really what they have. I guess Nayf knows kind of what player is doing. This is a strategy for that has been meta-ish for a year now. 1 year ago, we had a tournament with the CIC where this exactly what player is doing was meta, and I talked about how it got countered by getting rushed down. And I'm wondering if this is what we're going to be seeing here from Nayf, a rush down of that build. Now, they pierce each other. Yes, they do. All right. They pierce each other perfectly. I'm not sure who's going to have the better tanks to deal with each other here. I'm really not.
I think the Axis will technically have the better on-paper tanks. The thing that I will also point out, though, is 46 Allied divisions versus just 20 from the Axis. So there's a whole 26 division deficit comparative. Nayf could just exploit the massive gap in the front line and completely encircle player here if he's not careful. And Nayf is expanding the front line here. He is starting to fill the gap on this left flank in this jungle area. He's noticing that there are gaps.
I get the mount tile. That's scary. Also, the Axis player did not go for Shangbei. Usually if you want to do this strat where you wait and you get enough tanks, you want to go up and at least grab the mount tile that Nayf right now has and even go up for these tiles here, in the Shangbei area. And grabbing those mount tiles, sitting there with tanks clicking out on the Allied player, and making sure they don't get to push you at all.
Allies also making an offensive towards Tinjian, near Beijing, and actually green bubbles right now.
Yeah, green bubble. So Nayf's divisions are smaller, I believe. Wait, let me check this out. I'm fact checking myself. Yeah, they are smaller.
Yeah, 18 to 20s.
18 widths, and the Axis player is 32 widths. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
oh, wow.
That's a push.
That explains the massive disparity in divisions in the field. But as you can see, Nayf is filling up the front line. This is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter how strong your divisions are at some point if you can
Nayf
just
is
be
fast.
walked around, because the absolute damage that could be done by being encircled is paramount to all. That's why we can see some Zerg Rush builds
Ooh,
becoming
and now
really
we see
good.
the template change of the Axis player here, who's actually going to lose his supply up here. That could be really bad for him. That's actually the railway connection as well.
Yep,
Like, if
railway's been cut.
Allied player starts raiding here in the ocean, he could be having a very tough time here. We already see the supply penalty stacking up. Okay, but he's going to encircle Nayf here. Nayf doesn't really see it, I think.
He needs to pin there. No, that's... I think what's happening here, I think, is Nayf is slightly too out of supply, and he's just not caught up. He was probably checking stats or maybe changing a production on his own, and player has kicked into gear. Okay, we have a battle on our hands, friends. This is about to get interesting.
Very much so. Nayf is not going to lose that division. He's going to hold on to the supply hub and even free it in a second here. This is scary for player because he's sitting here with no fuel now even. No fuel because he lost that supply hub. Like, it's super crucial to have supply on your divisions. Nayf might be losing this mountain tile though if he's not careful, which would be very good for player. Then he could actually make a counter push up here and encircle Nayf. So definitely you don't want to lose that if you're Nayf right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nayf is getting kind of pushed here on the main front, though. Guess he wants to show Nayf that he's not to be messed around with so easily. He also did the spawn-in focus for air, but he has a terrible airport, and I'm not even sure he put the air up. I don't think he did, no. He's way higher on tanks, and he's producing way more tanks than Nayf. But Nayf's advantage here is the air, which he's using quite well, I would say. He is producing at this point almost 1 cast per day and 140 guns per day as well. He has started snaking down player here just to be annoying with some bad infantry. I mean, I'm saying bad, but they are just small infantry divisions made to be annoying. So that is unfortunate for player having to micro back there. Now losing the airport next to Beijing. This could be very iffy here.
Yeah, see this...
yeah, this as well. Beijing's supply hub is no longer connected to his railway network.
No, it is not. No, it is in the south. It is in the south.
No, it's not, because this tile here, it was just cut off. So this railway is converting.
You're correct. Yeah, no, you're right. It's converting.
Now Nayf is going even more pushing.
Yeah.
Even more pushing from Nayf here.
This is a really good play from Nayf, because what he's doing, he's triggering players' APM. He's trying to get him to look north, look south. And there's now a gap in the front line. He's now 1 tile away from Beijing. Oh, he got the reinforcing quick enough. Okay, I thought we were about to see Beijing be slightly... I thought we were about to see a bridgehead across the river there. Yeah, this is classic APM clicks. Like, what you want to do, especially if you have a troop advantage. 1, you want to stretch out the front line so you can find gaps. But 2, you want to try and make them look everywhere. You don't want them focused where the hard force of their troops is, where their concentration is. You want to try and draw troops away, thin those lines. Yes, Nayf is going to lose some troops from this. And if he's not careful, he might start to lose the mountains here, but it's still a really good play. But again, he's being countered by player very handily, and this is why these people are in the quarterfinals. This is why we're seeing these top tier plays. These people deserve to be here, and it's now showing. And I think player might be about to go on the counter attack.
Yes, he is. He has enough tanks now, enough quality tanks to be able to do this. I don't think Nayf really planned for this to happen. I think he planned for a different kind of a play from player here, because it doesn't look like he was prepped in a way where he was gonna be ready to kill off player at all. And yeah, this is scary looking for Nayf. He has a 1 tile holding him off here from being entirely encircled here on the left. He's being pushed on the main front. I mean, we talked about triggering APM, and his micro here is being triggered, you know?
I think Nayf was very, very confident, thought he had the upper hand, and players now checking him. That is an encirclement instantly rebroken by going into the further into what I've been calling the jungle, the mountain heights over there, reconnecting more of the land. I think we might see a tactical retreat here. I would be surprised if we tried to see a counter encirclement. I think we might see Nayf try to pull out and get a tactical retreat, move these people out this top pocket. He's pressured long enough. He just needs to hold those VPs because we're already 100 VPs down. He's bought a lot of time like this, but he can't lose his army here. Otherwise, all the ground he's gained will be lost.
So Nayf is down on medium flame tanks, guns, and artillery. He's training more divisions. That's mostly why. He already has all of his political advisors correctly picked. And taking a look at player, he does not have all of them. Yet again, he forgets about the attack advisor. And he's sitting on the PP to be able to get him. He just has not picked him. And I don't know. That's a bit iffy, to be honest. You don't want to be missing out on 10% stats, which modifies... I don't know if people are all aware of how stats work in HOI 4, but it's not just a flat 10% buff. It's 10% that then gets modified after that 10% has been applied. Then the other buffs like planning bonus, experience, that's when it modifies. So it's going to be way more than 10% that okay, well, you know what? I might as well stop talking. There you go. He picks it now.
Yep, he's absolutely, he's switched it in. He's learned.
That was perfect timing.
It was, but again, this is something to note. When you get to this higher tier of play, yeah, they're thinking of it, but they don't always act on it. And we saw how much PP was being floated there. If he knew his timings perfectly, that float wouldn't be there. Which is saying those are 32 extra days of political power there where player was under enough pressure that he forgot. We are now seeing, though, a heavy push on the front line. Those tanks are rolling, and they're going to hit the plains tiles. So this force is going to move much, much faster. And Nayf is in routing. He needs to move out of the top. I think he's about to be encircled near that top... His two divisions in the north have been encircled whilst the front line falls. And that's the supply hub near Shimen as well, been taken. The entire front line is about to lose its supply, and all of the VPs now are open. There's some motorized as well here. I think these are the two motorized from the tree. The heavy tank from the tree is also in and rolling. It has not been moved down. It has not been galvanized to be turned into different divisions. They are being used as the key pieces were intended to, and player is making a massive, massive advance here.
Ooh, Nayf has gotten two very good tanks onto Taiwan. Actually, are they that good? They are fine. Yeah, I would say they are fine. These were the Indian Gurkhas, which he converted for level 3 tanks on Taiwan. So that's good. Taiwan will hold here unless it gets encircled, which I don't think should be the case. And if going south of it, then he's pushing.
Counter encirclement on the right there, losing one of those 22 to width motorized divisions across the river. This is where it gets a little tight on this map, and something you've got to note. Yes, he's got those supply hubs, but they haven't turned on yet. So right now, everything is in the overextension. That being said, counter encirclement in the north, 6 divisions surrounded by Nayf, 4 even further north. That's a total of 10 divisions.
Another
3 now. That's 13 divisions. Those 3 absolutely crushed. These 2 pockets in the north, I don't think are going to escape anymore either. I think that's a large portion of Nayf's army being cracked and now pushing further down towards the river.
He's actually going to go for the pocket on Nayf, and this is something I actually complained about allied players not doing on this map. They don't take the southern territories here. But now look at what is going to happen here because he didn't take it. He's 1 tile away from being encircled now. And there you go. It's now pocketed. And he relies on fuel. Being a tank build, being encircled, that's terrible for you. If he was doing an infantry build, it would not be as bad at all. But doing tanks, you're dead here.
Zhengzhou being a pivot point here. It's really bad that this is falling.
He's already out of fuel here in a sec.
We might see an early surrender. We might see an early surrender here with this many forces. Although Nayf isn't one to give up, he might try to draw this game out. He does have the VP points to play with. Because the Axis haven't taken Taiwan, he is still bleeding. He's not at risk of losing right away.
the Axis can take it at any point. He's out of fuel in the encirclement already, and there you go, the click of Taiwan, and he has no stats now because he's out of supply. And additionally, on top of having no fuel, he has the low supply penalty, so it's being cracked instantly on that VP. And he's losing even on the right side of the front. He has less stuff now than his enemy currently. He has lost 400,000 men to 80,000, which is a really brutal amount of divisions to have lost in this case. Yeah, there you go. We have an early surrender.
Wow. An early surrender. Just as I was about to say, I'm going to leave this screen on you for a moment while I set up the possible wildcard map pick. We've got an early surrender, and we're going to go to a map 3. Dankus, take us through just the end of this game here, and what was the failure point for Nayf? Why did he just lose that? Why did that come back so easily?
Well, like I said, if you let the Nibelungwerke scale, it's usually a pretty good play, but it got countered by rushing it down. He failed to rush it down, and there you go. Nibelung then kind of wins, because those Nibelung tanks are insane. Panzergruppe West is a really, really good pick on this map if you don't die early. And he managed to not die early. Nayf did not have the build to counteract what the Nibelung play. Usually Commonwealth 8th is the play, but doing infantry and not tanks on Commonwealth 8th is usually what counters the those Axis tanks. It was too bad. Nayf kind of walked into getting countered there in a way. Yeah, or not countering him, so to speak. I guess he didn't expect the Nibelung play, because player, historically speaking, has not been a tank enthusiast, so to speak. And I thought Nayf was, I think Nayf's thought here was, he's gonna go infantry, I'm gonna go tanks and surprise him again by overwhelming him with my micro eventually. But he realized soon that he had to kill that build early, and Nayf doing the civilian focuses so early meant that, well, he kind of lacked the spawn-in stuff from Commonwealth 8th to be able to kill the Nibelung stuff early. That's also why Commonwealth 8th is the counter kind of to Nibelung on that map. Commonwealth 8th has the spawn-in divisions with the spawn-in anti-tank, and just you can kind of rush down Nibelung before it scales.
Yeah, before it starts to snowball. Anyway, I'm gonna get the players in here. We're gonna pick the final map from the random selection. Hello, Nayf. Hello, player. Now, Nayf, because you lost that last game, you are going to get the pick of faction, but the map is randomized through the wildcard system. And
Damn,
here
that's meta.
we go. The map is going to be the classic Sonnenblume. What faction would you like?
I would say
Allies. Okay. Let's get into game then, and we will do our we will do these bands. I'm just going to quickly host up. It's going to be same password. How are you both feeling? Both of you now on the cusp of going through to a semi-final. I'm going to start with you, Nayf. How do you feel?
Yeah.
Are you feeling confident, or
I'm feeling all right.
player?
I would say that's all I have to say.
Out of 10.
Cold as a cucumber.
Cold as a
Stay
cucumber.
safe.
Player. You
What?
feeling? You good?
No, I am skill issue.
You are skill issue. Okay. Well, the game is up and hosted. Let's get this so we can get in and do the faction bans.
Right, do we have them written down? I don't remember, actually. This is the main issue for me. I'm like,
I've been writing down the bans. They are 9th Wehrmacht, Hungary, US 12th, and 5th Guards.
All right.
are currently banned. So there's one more ban coming into play with this map. Player, if you would join the game.
Oh, AD.
You okay there, Nayf?
What?
Just the
That's a thinking sigh. That's
okay,
a thinking
it's a
sigh.
thinking sigh. Okay, okay.
Yeah. I recognize real.
Yeah.
All right. Faction ban. Okay, interesting. All right, so the 3 bans we have here.
Yes. Let's get the bans going, please. 5th Guards Tank Army in US 12, obviously out for the Allies. 9th Army Wehrmacht and Hondersvig, Hungary, are gone. Player, what are you banning?
Okay.
Commonwealth 8th Army is gone.
I'm banning Armata del Po.
Army of the Po also being banned. Okay, good luck. Have fun. We'll see you on the other side. Right, Dankus, here we are.
Yeah.
The OG map, the original map. I need to update the
OG.
overlay as well. Oops, I forgot to export it. I did the changes and I forgot to save them. This is because I'm doing so much right now. Anyway, 1-1. Nayf versus player on another game of Commanders. Commanders, what is Commanders? Well, Commanders is a total overhaul mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it to a competitive scenario, either 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3, and this is the 1v1 World Championship 2024. This is the first quarterfinal of the day. We've got 4 of these to get through, and we might be about to send our first person to the semi-final, either Nayf or Player. Both of whom playing really well, really strong games, and now we're on the OG map. This is the original map designed for this mod, Sonnenblume. So much so that the original mod files for this game were called Duel in the Desert, because that was the entire concept. It was never meant to go further than this. But Dankus, while this is going on, can you take us through the key points of Sonnenblume, this map?
Well, not to brag, but when this was the only map, I became the champion of the tournament.
You absolutely did.
I would say I feel at home on this map, and I feel comfortable taking you through it. Yes, of course. So originally, there was just Malta, Gabes, Benghazi.
Mhm.
Those were the 3 VPs, but 2 more have been added. It is Crete and it is Wadan. So essentially, what you have here is either to get the majority of the VPs, you can get all 3 land VPs, or you can get 2 naval VPs and just 1 land VP, or, well, you know, you can do the math, right? So essentially, Navy does matter on this map. And what we saw from Nayf here was a naval map, a naval pick ban. Armata del Po gets a huge navy spawned in because it's Italy, which Italy historically had a big navy, and in the mod they get that reflected with a huge naval spawn in, and they can usually get the naval supremacy needed, because remember, only one side can have naval supremacy. So if you have the most navy out, that you get 2 VPs for certain, essentially. And that's a really good thing. And we also saw Commonwealth 8th get banned, which also gets a huge navy, but has other good aspects as well. So I think Commonwealth 8th was a good ban from player here. Yeah, definitely a good ban. I would probably go ahead and do the same ban if I was him.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was going to say Army of the Po is just something that used to be really never picked in this mod. It's seen a lot of reworks. It's a whole new commander in the way of the balance of the mod. And I think a lot of it comes down to that combination of not only just motorized, but also a lot of navy now. Axis for a long time had really weak naval picks just throughout the mod. But since the Season 5 rework that we recently did, where we reworked every single commander that already existed, we implemented 4 new ones and reworked every single tree, rescoped how the trees connected together, how the lock-ins work slightly. Now there's far more naval flexibility in the Axis, so the allies do need to prioritize, especially in a map like this, like Sun and Bloom, and we're already seeing that from both our players. They're ready. We're going to get the ball rolling on this final map, this final matchup here of quarterfinal 1.
Yeah, we can see the Nayf will definitely go into Navy because he's already set up massive amounts of naval innovations. I don't need to see more to know that he's gonna go Navy. Probably we'll see start rapid industrialization on Nayf into the first dockyard focus, so you can start building, Navy, essentially. That gives you naval XP and it gives you 4 dockyards. So it's a very good first pick on the industrial side on this map, because you do lag behind on other focuses by sneaking in a naval one, right? Mm-hmm. But if you get 2 VPs for it, it's more than worth it. More than worth it. And on this map, you don't have a lot of IC in terms of army. So if you win Navy and you don't have to garrison even, that could be an even bigger win than going for the military focuses early. So, you have to think about consequences of stuff. So yes, he'll have less equipment out, but that equipment can be used more usefully, so to speak, if he goes for dockyards. But we'll see. Maybe we see player do the same thing.
I'm really intrigued to see what the allies pick here, because some of the strongest allied naval factions have been left open. Like USMC is there. Expanding the dockyards, I just noticed you. Like, absolutely. Oh, did he switch?
No, I'm now looking at Nayf. Nayf is not going for the dockyards, which I praise him for doing, because it's a really smart play, invented by yours truly. And anyhow, he goes for arms industry instead. So what Nayf is going to be betting on here is, what I'm thinking at least, is that he's going to go for the military focuses first and bet on having his spawn in Navy be bigger. It has to be that way. So I guess he has calculated in his mind that he can do the military focuses, because what we're going to be seeing here from the Axis, and I'm no genius, but probably we're going to be seeing the dockyard focus into a Japan play here. So Japan gets the second biggest navy out of the Axis factions. It's not banned, and it actually gets some veteran Marines, and it gets cheap fighters, I believe, through the focus in the middle here, skimping on resources. You get cheap air, you get a huge navy for free, you get good Marines, you get, you get a lot of stuff here. You even get naval bombers.
You also get Amtraks as well.
Yeah. So Japan is a great picker. I think that's what we're going to be seeing. And considering he has already lined up naval invasions, I think he feels confident in that he's going to be able to go for naval invasions. And there you go. We now have 15 dockyards on battleships here. Are these actual battleships is the question. They are not really.
They've got some guns and armor. They're not
armor on them.
So the reason they'll be going for battleship here, or these heavy ship hulls, is my guess is I think you're right. I think we're going to see a Japan, mainly because if you're not going Japan, we'll see a player normally build carriers instead. None of the fleets are composed properly for screening, and if you don't know how naval screening works, for every carrier you need 1 battleship. For every battleship you need a minimum 3 screens. But also in that same regard, carriers count as battleship for the screens. So in total, a air quotes 1 carrier build completely screen fleet is 1 carrier, 1 battleship and 6 screens. And none of the fleets are really composed, and therefore you do need to build some supplementary stuff if you want them to go head-to-head in naval combat.
We are actually seeing something opposite of what I thought Nayf would do here. He keeps surprising me every time somehow.
I think we're going to see a paratrooper flick.
Yes, we are. We're going to see paratrops of the islands. He's doing the naval invasion just in case he gets naval supremacy, but he's not going to invest into it. He's going to invest into winning the land war and paradropping Crete. It works. You have the range here to paradrop directly into Crete. Having just 1 of the islands with the paratroopers and then having 2 land VPs means your enemies score ticks down. So you could ignore Navy and still be fine. And okay, so he can reinforce the islands then. He has more equipment out. He will for sure have to garrison his stuff, but he's betting on that it's too uncertain to go for Navy. I also was a bit of an advocate for that some maps do you want to go for a Navy? Do you want to risk going for a Navy? Because if that is your faction pick and your economy pick, you're going to be behind on the land war. And if your Navy fails, then you have wasted all of your potential. But this is a safe way to get one island, and then you can full invest on land. And yeah, I actually like that play. It's smart.
Just to talk through some of the actual niches of the map, especially on the allied side of things. If you build a airbase here, it appears in between Matharuta and Sidi Barani. It appears here. You can get that airbase day one. That gives you the range to both power drop Crete and also power drop the single airbase below Benghazi, as well as Benghazi, which is one of the VPs. If you land then on Benghazi, once all the paratroopers have dropped, you then shift your transports to Benghazi. You can then technically power drop either Malta, Tripoli, or slightly further up like Elagalia, which are again another supply points. I don't know if you went through this when you went through the covering of the map. Something of note is the fact that the supply on this map, none of it is connected. The key focus on this map is as you push up through this desert, you are required to build up your supply and build up from supply connections. We're done. The central VP here is surrounded by 2 mountains, each with a supply hub, but those are disconnected. And it's all going to be about how fast can you build those supplies and take control of the desert here. We're at 130 days now, so we should start seeing some faction picks if everyone's been going from the... Oh my gosh. Gosh. I love this from Nayf. That is a US Marine Corps lock-in. I love the USMC faction. If it has a huge... it has the ability to get some fleet, but the real key things that I like about this, you spawn in some really good Marines. You get a lot of invasion penalty reductions, division training time reductions, a lot of bonuses to special forces here with the old breed. Helmet for my pillow is all combat out supply and supply reduction stuff. You actually get an amphibious tank division as well. You get 140 width amphibious tank division, as well as cost reductions to building more Amtraks. You actually get tactical bombers and strategic bombers. Why do you get strat bombers? Well, you get an atomic bomb. One singular nuke is in this arsenal, as well as amphibious invasion speed and more special forces stuff. You also have the shared tree of the US, which gives you Detroit Arsenal, which is armor production cost reductions. It's truck and motorized production cost reductions, as well as more amphibious landing vehicle reductions. You get shock and awe, which is support artillery, 600 units of artillery and 2 research speed bonuses, and then it caps out with Arsenal Democracy, which is a huge boon to industry. This is the late game industry buff, and it's so good. Not to mention, you get some really good generals with USMC. What are we seeing over on Axis?
Tanks.
What?
Tanks on Imperial Japanese Army, which I did predict he was probably going to go for. Imperial Japanese Navy, I mean. So essentially, we see, tank production with flame tanks. Basically the same thing he did last time. And I just had a huge idea for what I think Nayf might do here.
Take us through it.
So, yeah, this is a really weird thing to say. But obviously, he wanted to do the paratroopers to get Crete safely.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think Nayf might do here, and it might be genius, actually genius, he's going to use the nuke to nuke Malta as he paradrops it, and then the units there have no strength, and there's no pop-up for either a nuke or a paradrop. So, well, the Axis player might not even realize he has lost Malta.
That's amazing.
That would be insane. That would be the most insane play I've seen in this mod, and I think Nayf would be the one to do it. I hope that's what he's gonna go for. I would love that play. Oh, God.
I did say that if I see someone take the grand final with a nuke, I would do something. Chat, I'm gonna need you guys to help me work out what I have to do if someone in the grand final, in the 5,000 euro game, wins with a nuke. I don't know what it is I'm going to have to do, but I feel like I need to be able to do something there. Also, we are getting desperately close to the war, so I'm going to go down to the 3-speed. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a really unique game because both players are going to be focusing a little bit on Navy. There's a little bit of those Marines. We're going to have to watch those islands, but also the paratroopers. The paratroopers are so I love that idea you've just came up with the nuke and everything. I'm hyped if that happens. I'm so hyped if that happens.
Yeah, oh god, I'm getting like a kid on Christmas. How much I want to see that, like, oh, tingling in my body. Please nuke and paradrap. That'd be insane.
Honestly, but it shows you the diversity in these trees, what you can do with them, how flexible they all are, and how different each playstyle is. I love this. This is just also we're seeing things that we haven't seen before coming out. I'm just very here for all of it. I'm very here for all of it.
Yeah, same. I love this. And Nayf is doing anti-tank with air and gun 2, which should have enough defense to hold off a Japanese pick with the heart attack cannon. So a huge mistake here in adaptation from player, I would say, is that he is going here for the heart attack cannon when all of that heart attack is going to be placed into nothing. It's going to be completely useless. I guess the spawn an amphib, but that's not enough of a reason, I would say, to ignore that you would have 50-something soft attack going for the soft attack cannon instead. Like, you would be getting way more pushability, or whatever you want to call it, against Nayf if you would have gone for the soft attack cannon. And he's starting to go for artillery technology. I'm not sure if it's for the cannon or if it's for the artillery itself. Could be. I'm really not certain. And he's getting the gun very late, and he's getting the artillery very late. But I believe, yeah, he still went concentrated. So he'll have very few amount of guns, so to speak.
I don't necessarily see that's a bad thing, especially with how slowly some of the front lines move before you hit combat in this map. That being said, he can always come back to bite someone, especially if their initial play misses out. And we're going to be seeing if that is the case very, very soon as we drift ever so much closer to the beginning.
Axis operative captured 1 day before the war starts.
The RNG. The RNG on that's insane. So obviously that's going to be an intel disadvantage.
Will he be able to get Navy? Surely not.
Probably not.
Wow, he's able to get naval supremacy because of the intel advantage he has on the Axis player.
Wow.
Wow, that is crazy.
There goes the power drop on Benghazi,
and
like
the
we
Axis
suspected.
Can't even naval invade. The Axis can't even naval invade because of that agent being lost.
Oh, that's so rough. That's going to be so much slower off the starting blocks there for our Axis player. Benghazi power drop has gone in. A naval invasion of Tobruk has also been locked in. Crete has been locked in with the naval invasion. Naval invasion going off to Malta.
He's going to be able to get Malta as well now.
No, there's the paratrooping of Malta. And now if Nayf is really smart, he will start putting the bleed on even further. He'll power drop onto Gabez as well. He's gone for Tripoli. Tripoli has been taken.
He's been gone for Tripoli. He might get Gabez.
If he gets Gabez, this will be insane. This will be the furthest an allied player has pushed up in this kind of game of Sun and Bloom in a long, long time. Are we going to see a Gabez drop?
Go for it.
I think he's going to leave the paratroopers for the Malta hold. I think he's expecting the naval invasion. He doesn't know that he's caught it that well, I don't think. But the RNG there, really, really rough. That's the risk of playing the intel game. That's the risk of running spies. But spies can also bring you such good bonuses. Something we actually don't talk about very often. There's the first naval invasion, and it is going to be defended by those paratroopers. Oh, I think he's willing.
He's only invading with infantry right now. He does get the Marines later, but those won't come in for a little bit. And by then, Nayf is going to be having even more units on there to hold with. So, I'm not certain.
Even without Wadan being taken now, that is a 3VP. That is a majority pull, which means the bleed has started. 485 points now for the Axis. And this is going to be really devastating for player. They're going to be fighting for the back foot this entire game. That being said, if they can do well, they might be able to block this. It's just that's unfortunate that they lost the superiority so early.
Yeah. Interesting. Nayf has gone for the recovery rate guy instead of the infantry guy. I mean, he could pick the one also right now, but he hasn't yet. And instead of going down for the nuke, he has chosen to go for... Wait, amphibious landing vehicles costs. Is he going for them? No, he's not. Why did he go down for that focus? 400 trucks get added. But I don't see it being good in any other sense right now.
It's also the production cost reductions.
Yeah, I know, but he's not producing any of these equipments. That's what I was looking at. But he's going for the civs now, I guess, to be able to build up the railways and such, because he does realize he has to cancel his focus path to go for the supply here. Because if the Axis raids, he only has the ports, so he would actually be very bad off in that case. It is so funny that he even got Tripoli. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, he's sitting on 4 VPs right now. That score is going to start ticking down very fast.
Yes,
very fast.
This is a brutal first advance here from our allied player. A really good use of all the resources and a little bit of luck in their favor. That little bit of RNG, that tactical assassination of that single spy. Just so people know as well, spies work slightly differently than base game within the mod. If spies get captured, you don't have to do a mission to get them back. They just go into hiding for 30 days. Same for if they're wounded. It's just like a 30-day recycle. However, if they die, they're gone, and you have to wait the entirety of the recruitment period to get them back. And they might not be, if it was a spy with like a good set of traits, yeah, they're gone. So just really unfortunate RNG there. Now, Dankus, you're probably familiar with the upcoming HOI DLC. Gotterdammerung,
Yes.
our fantastic tournament sponsors, Paradox Interactive, are putting on. You can get Gotterdammerung. It's available. It's available November 14th. But if you get this subscription, the expansion pass right now, you get some early unlocks as well as the awesome cover of Flight of the Valkyries. How do you think Gotterdammerung is going to change this mod with the new systems like raids, etc.?
Raids? I mean, raids... I don't know.
And the
NDA? I haven't signed one, so...
No.
could
The raid, well, anything that's available in the dev diaries we can talk about. Obviously, things that we've seen in the dev diaries.
When I was playing, it was a bit hard for me to see how raids might be useful in
this mod. Yeah.
In this mod, yeah, because raids you can use on dams. There's no dams here. You can use them on
I might
these,
put some in.
yeah, but these research facilities as well.
Yeah.
They're gonna be too far away from each other, you know. So it's like, what are they gonna raid, you know?
So I was thinking, how about this? In some of the neutral territories,
the invasion,
put in.
actually.
Okay, no, sorry, I'll cut out if we've got naval invasion coming in. I was going to say, putting research facilities in the neutral territory to invade early, to raid early and try and get resources that way could be an interesting route. I also like the idea. I also like the idea of we adapt the international market and make it a special projects like shop where you can buy special projects as like bonuses using, say, XP or political power. Not sure quite how we'll fully adapt those, but I'm really excited for the new prospects for both base game HOI and how the new systems are going to come in, and also the new focus trees, and to see what they inspire in this mod in the future as well.
Yeah, I think the special projects, they are really fun.
Yeah.
But they take a long time to do, so we would obviously in the mod have to shorten them off by quite a bit to be able to how do you say, make it feasible to go for. Oh, he's actually going for a battle here, a naval battle. And the stats tell me that the Axis player here should win, considering both have full screening, but they have more stats on the Axis side here.
Yep.
They should win. I'm not saying for sure that will happen. Actually, the Axis doesn't have any naval bombers, and the Allied side does. Which is surprising to me. Like, yeah, the Allies are actually winning this battle. I don't know why Nayf is retreating. The Axis capitals are running out of org, and Nayf is, yeah, I would say totally winning this. He killed more screens. He even raided some of that tank down. I guess he wants to replenish, but I would say if he could actually kill the Axis fleet here, that would be insane.
Yeah, that will really solidify this hold. And then it will be turning to the Axis to... They're going to have to win on land if that's the case.
Ooh. Nayf actually did lose one division on Malta here. So after this battle is over, he would definitely want to pair drop more units in there. That would definitely be the play, because he sees that Malta is not strong enough to hold like this. He would need at least 2 more. I would maybe even put 3 more divisions in here to make sure that it holds.
Yeah.
And Nayf is now raiding with submarines even, and this is bugging out the battle, which is going to make him lose a lot of equipment and experience on these divisions. Yeah, these guys are no longer going to be even level 3, I think, with this much manpower lost. He's going to have to replenish more than half of the manpower, so they're going to be like level 2. And they were, mind you, they were not level 4 when they went for it. They were high level 3. So that's kind of bad for him. If I was Nayf here, unironically, do all the dockyard focuses. And then just spam submarines. Because
That's not a
the
bad idea.
active player would be very bad off then. With a lot of subs out, it would be very scary to do stuff, I should say. And the score is ticking down quite rapidly, actually.
So rapidly. Just 365 VP points remaining. It's now already going down at 2 per day tick. Amtrak's now coming in for the Axis. They've finished their Amtrak focus, I'm guessing. Again, the problem is now the Axis are locked into this naval build.
Another Axis operative capture.
Yeah, I just saw that. They're locked into this naval build, but they're going to have to try and push on land now. And Marines aren't going to be that great. I'm just checking. They have done the passive defense upgrades. So this is just pure RNG that they're losing their spies like this.
No, the Allies have done the passive upgrades.
Yeah, no. Is it the Allies and not the Axis that have done it? Oh, no. The Axis haven't upgraded their passive defense.
Yeah,
that's why
the Allies
losing
have
so
a
often.
silent network with high intel in the Axis, so he's fine with having the intel advantage right now. He has currently 80% army intel on the Axis, and the Axis has on the Allied player 50%. So Allies have an intel advantage modifier in battle, which is great for them. Yeah, that will definitely be a deciding factor.
Can you talk us through how the intel tab might be really helpful to players in this game? Especially in that build-up phase, because you can notice all sorts of things.
Oh, yeah. Usually in the build-up phase, what you do is you sit like this. This is basically being a pro at this mod. You see what they put their factories on. If you have army intel, you can see their divisions. And if you're really gonna be nitty-gritty about it, you look at what they have, and if you have 70% intel... Wait. Oh, yeah, 80% intel, you can get to see what cannon they have put on their stuff and such, on their tanks, for example, which is also a really good thing to be able to do. Yeah, I mean, you just want to look at what they are producing, essentially. And obviously on national spirits, you don't need to see their path. You can see what path they picked from what spirits they have. So he knows that the Axis is going for this path here, the Japanese Navy path, which is very good intel to have. You also see that he's producing tanks, so you know you need AT, and that you will not win Navy with the pick you have made here of the USMC. So yeah, really good stuff here to see from Nayf, that he has made the proper counter to what he's facing. He is an enjoyer himself of this Imperial Japanese Navy, so that usually makes it easier to counter. If you're playing against someone who plays what you essentially not invented, but doesn't do all the time, then you have a good counter to it.
If I remember correctly, Nayf was the first ever person to build Navy in a competitive Commanders game, like properly.
Yeah.
And I think I can picture it properly as well. It was a Nordwind map, and he went USMC and absolutely dominated, and everyone was so confused at what had happened that they couldn't get any control, and he just absolutely locked them in. And we're kind of seeing that repeated right now, right here again.
Yeah.
So
now I'm wondering from Nayf here if we're going to see cast production. Oh yeah, we are actually. We are seeing cast production. And even some tank production. Wow. It's even the heart attack cannon we're seeing here from Nayf. That is funny. So he's even going to place, what do you call it? The divisions on the islands are going to be Space Marines even. And he puts quite some armor on them. So if the Allied player, or if the Axis player starts to do soft attack cannons, he will not be able to push, I think. We will see here. What is the cannon he has put on the tank currently? It is still the heart attack cannon. Okay, that's good. He's still producing with the heart attack cannon. Oh, another naval invasion there. Yeah,
an attempted naval invasion coming on in, and it's just going to falter. Look at the strength of the hold there from the Allies. Malta is just so well defended. The naval invasion as well being stopped. Although there is a lot of hang on. hang on. The Imperial Japanese Navy has started to kick back. There was a lot of destroyers destroyed then. Funny that.
Yep.
There was 10 full destroyers taken. I mean, it's gonna this offensive might
another
not be
naval
the one
battle
that
here.
wins, but with these naval battles, it's getting easier every time. A few more, we might actually see a Malta
Oh wow, battleship gone.
Oh really?
That's a big win. That's a big win navally.
I can't clear the old naval battles to see the new ones. So you're gonna have to give me the
Kinda
readout.
worked out for him. Well, he killed a battleship and a bunch of other stuff. Like now, here's the last of Nayf's navy here, and I think he loses most of it here. Yeah, good navy from the Axis here. Even went for actual ships. He yeah, I don't know. Like this was a really good play here. He does lose some screens, and I think Nayf's play here should be going into submarines. So the Axis player has to start producing destroyers. That's another way you can get your opponent to do macro when they really are stressed under a timer that keeps ticking faster. If he would now have to start to counter submarines as well by making a good escort destroyer and maybe even having to go for dockyards to be able to counter them, because you need essentially 2 destroyers for every submarine that you're fighting. And 1-to-1 might be fine, but that's like the ratio you want. So it's expensive to counter submarines. Submarines are cheaper as well. So if Nayf would be investing into dockyards here soon, we could be seeing a very annoying game here for the Axis player if he wants to get any of these islands.
Yeah, but at the same time, annoying is what Nayf will need to do to win, because with how his navy is now lost and how strong these Marines are going to get, Malta will eventually fall. Like, there's no two ways about it. That will fall. The real question will be where our Axis player then takes it. Are they going to try and push up on land, or are they just going to try and focus a naval victory here?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, actually, because with a Malta look last time, it should fall. He's going to pair up more units in there. I love this from
He
Nayf.
has to.
This is so funny.
As part of the rules of the mod, you can't paratroop troops in there
when there's a battle.
When there's active combat. However, you can reinforce this way if there's no pressure on it. So this is Nayf using his time very, very wisely here. Yeah. Trying to reinforce that island and get those guys into Malta.
Yeah, no, this is a great play, honestly. From Nayf here, it's what I wanted to see. He's not doing any research right now. He also has floating PP, so to speak. But, I mean, he's doing just fine. Oh my god, I didn't realize, but he has prepped a level 5 naval fort on Malta. I don't even think the Axis has realized that, because he would then have to build air to counter that, or Fortress Buster. Fortress Buster does work, but he would need Fortress Buster before he goes for it, I would say. Otherwise, he might have quite some issues. Also, he does more and more tanks in his template. I don't think he realizes that the tanks he's putting in here right now makes his naval invasion penalty bigger and bigger. You don't really want to be spamming tank battalions into your naval invasion divisions, to be honest. And what we probably would want to see is him going for the naval tech as well. Like, actually doesn't reduce the penalty in vanilla, apparently. I thought it did.
I think he gets penalty reductions from his focus tree, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. He's going for it again. And yeah, I mean, now that he doesn't have to worry about raiding, really, he might be fine. I'm not certain. Okay, yeah, so Nayf has now way more divisions in here to share the damage, and he's also making cast damage here. And look at this. Naval penalty 30% from having that many tanks in there. Jeez. And then an additional 25% from the fort. That is huge for Nayf. That naval fort is helping him so much right now.
He's not getting any bombardment bonus as well, because those submarines just keep catching him in...
Wait, I just realized something. The Axis player is doing tanks and a big navy, but only has 1 VP. Look at his fuel right now. He's consuming 5k while like only gaining 3.7 daily. If Nayf starts to raid massively and the Axis player starts... Oh, wow, we are seeing a push from Nayf. What is this I'm seeing? What is this I'm seeing? It was not a well-founded push, and he realizes that, and he's gonna pull back. But he wanted to put some surprise pressure on Gabe's, because he was training on the port. I think Nayf saw that and decided, hey, maybe I can click him and meme him out of the game sport, and then the game would be definitely over. But look at the points here. Even taking Malta here doesn't slow it down enough unless you like instantly go for Crete, which, mind you, already has a level 5 naval fort.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
He's so entrenched. Yeah, with 140 VPs remaining on the clock. Player is rapidly running out of time. And do you know what's in reserve? Have you seen what's in reserve for the Allies all the way back in Alexandria, just in case it's needed? The 40 width tank division. Like, oh
my god. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's strong from Nayf here. He's focusing on the right stuff. You can flow PP and research at this point. He has the stuff that is most crucial to him. And should be focusing on the micro. Like, it would be way worse right now if he went for doing some research and stuff, and then a naval invasion comes in and he's not paying attention to it. That would be terrible for him. But he's basically soon going to be set up in a way where he doesn't have to worry about it anymore, I think. He should build up the railway all the way here, because I don't think he realizes Tripoli's not even connected. Actually, I think that's a smart play from Nayf. Maybe. I don't think he wants to connect it even, because if he connects it, then the Axis player won't have to. I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So, he won't have to spend... the Axis player is still going to have to spend IC if he does make a land advance, which right now, because the Axis player is the person who needs to push forward down like this, it's the correct play. To leave those guys attritioning around the port, yeah, that's absolutely the correct play.
Yeah. No, this is smart from Nayf. I like it. I like it. He has switched his artillery production completely for rocket artillery. So he built up a bit of a stockpile here. He has 800 artillery in stockpile and switched the entire line with dispersed, mind you. So he keeps a lot of the efficiency on the rocket artillery. Or maybe he didn't even have a line on it. I really did not pay attention to if he had an artillery line or not. But he must have had one, I think, considering how much artillery he has in stockpile.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a smart play. He now gets even more quality in his infantry. He gets rocket artillery into all of these boys, which is very, very good.
And while we're in this slight lull of battle, remember, wherever you're watching, if you're watching either over on the Steam store, if you're watching over on Paradox Interactive, or if you're watching on the Hearts of Iron YouTube channel.
Naval invasion, and Nayf realizes just in time he has a veteran tank walking into this port.
Last tank coming in.
That's gonna hold. That's gonna hold for sure. If he gets in, there you go. It should hold for sure. If he just moves the cast now to the... Yeah, and he has... That's going to make a lot of cast damage right there. He's going to go grab the airport, though, which might screw Nayf over here.
Yeah, he needs to give up the VP of Benghazi for a moment here just to try and catch... Oh, he's countered the move. He's gone away from
the tank in the... Oh, yeah, okay, actually.
No, he's moved away from it. And now the air. Yeah, no. He moved the air, but he also stopped going for the airbase. And instead, he's decided to try and go back to support the ongoing battle. But the Amtrak has been moved up. Troops are moving towards Wadan, but they have no port. This is going to... It has held. And these three divisions...
This is an all-in play because of these tanks landing here. If they land... and he loses those, I don't think there's a... Oh, yeah. They have landed.
They landed. Those Marines are probably dead. I mean, this is... when you get to this few VPs, with this little ground in your favor, you have to make wild plays.
Yeah,
and
a wild play.
This could have caught up.
Left,
yeah, this could have caught up, but unfortunately...
Another Axis operative gift!
Oh... The RNG is just not in players' favor absolutely whatsoever, and those divisions are destroyed, and Nayf is probably handily here going to go through this as a semi-final. What I was saying just before that desperate moment, if you're wherever you're watching, do what you can to support the stream. Either share it if you're in some Discords with your friends, share the stream. If you're watching over on YouTube, remember to like the stream and share the stream. We here with the Commanders mod and these Commanders World Tours, we can't do this without you. If you guys support what we're doing, we've still got, again, this is game one of this entire tournament. We have 3 more games tonight. We have the semi-finals tomorrow, and we have the bronze playoff and then the grand final on Saturday. 3 days of content. If you want to see more of this, though, we need you to share this. We need you to get the word out there. We need you to go, hey, competitive HOI is really cool. But anyway... I think this is going to be handily a Nayf victory, and we're going to be seeing someone for the first time move through to the semi-finals today.
That is what we're going to be seeing. It was actually some really cool games here. I was really surprised about map 2, how big of a stomp that was of Nayf. Considering he's well aware of the strategy itself, he just did not think player was going to do it, I guess. That's what happens when you get too comfortable with playing against someone, and if they switch up what they usually do, you don't do the checks for like, oh, what is he going for? No, I already know what he's gonna go for. You know, if you're so certain, and then they pull out a different play, that's what I talked about as well, right? If either you have a really good strategy that you win with every time, or you switch it up and you do something really unexpected. That is also a win. And I think Nayf here is going to go ahead and nuke him.
Oh,
Actually,
no.
That's
Really?
super devoid.
Oh, the BM nuke.
2 victory
Oh,
points with
no.
2 points left.
Oh, the BM
Yeah, wow.
nuke. Ay. That's so rough.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
That is really
anyway,
funny,
I'm going to
actually.
bring Nayf up here and player up here to congratulate and commiserate. Let's go back to the duo screen and bring those up. GG.
Yeah, GG, hello.
Nayf, congratulations. You will be moving through to the semi-final. Player commiserations. Thank you for the games. You've been an excellent player. Remember, you have earned yourself 250 euros for getting to this stage of the competition. But thank you so much for playing. It's been an honor to see you both play. And Nayf, how do you feel about that victory?
I'm feeling alright. I mean, I kind of knew on this map that once you get to the VP, it's extremely difficult to get it back, even though there were some close spots, so I had to sacrifice the Navy. But I raided basically 4 divisions. I raided twice, killed like 14 divisions, right? And it was worth it, right? Did you like the nuke at the end? Or did you not see it?
We did.
We
saw it. Nayf, I need you to promise me.
Mm-hmm.
If map 5, game 5, if you get there in the grand final, if it's a very final thing, and you drop a nuke, I've got to chat. Have got to hold me to doing something. And like. And I might even increase the prize pool. I don't know. Like at this point, I'm like,
okay,
just the style victory. The style victory. I have no idea what we're gonna go with. But no, thank you so much for playing, both of you.
Of course.
Nayf, we'll see you tomorrow, obviously, for more of the competition. Player commiserations again. Guys watching at home, we're gonna go to a quick ad break here whilst we get some things set up for the next quarterfinal, and we will see you there.
I can stop sharing right now.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
I'm Peter Nicholson, Game Director for Hearts of Iron. Today I'm going to guide you through the final country showcase video before Get the Dämmerung drops, and you can experience all of this firsthand. Let's take a look at Germany's alt history. As you may have noticed, the alt history branch has been significantly expanded, offering a wider range of playstyles for Germany. One thing that hasn't changed though is the Civil War. Early on, we made a clear choice not to expand or alter this part too much. Our thinking was that for those exploring alt history, you'd want the Civil War to start and end quickly, so it's still very direct and to the point. Before we dive into the different political paths, let's first touch on the few Civil War-focused elements that remain. With the war tearing Germany apart, you can rally the nation to bring down the Nazis faster and rebuild the nation to help your industries recover, which can then be expedited with Revitalize the Nation. All of this should bolster Germany and help it recover quickly to move on to other things, such as tending to the future and deciding what kind of politics you wish to pursue. The democratic and monarchist branches share a lot of focuses. This means you can take an aggressive approach as democratic Germany or become the protector of Eastern Europe as the Kaiser, resisting Soviet aggression. This offers a few different playstyles, but it's also grounded in history. After the Great War, Germany never ratified its eastern borders set by the Versailles Treaty, a situation that persisted until 1970. Even during the Weimar Republic era, there was a desire to reclaim these territories. You'll have ways to regain these lost lands, but first let's explore what sets a democratic Germany apart from a revived Kaiserreich. The democratic branch focuses on cooperation, reconciliation, and technological progress. After re-establishing free elections, you can become a technological leader, improve relations with Western neighbours, and emerge as a shining beacon of democracy. You can reverse the brain drain to boost research, and use shared R&D programs to speed up innovation. Strengthening ties with Western neighbours can increase trade or even help reclaim old colonies. Your choice between embrace liberal leanings and strive for conservative values will either reduce the cost of political advisors and laws, or make both political and military visors, as well as conscription law, more affordable. Ultimately, cooperation and reconciliation lead to greater technological advancements and trade opportunities. With Get the Dämmerung, you can now choose between two forms of authoritarianism: the rule of Wilhelm II or a military dictatorship with Wilhelm III as a figurehead, while the Fourth Supreme Army Command holds the real power. This mirrors history, as the Army Command was the de facto authority in the late Great War. Each path offers exclusive focuses. The Kaiser emphasizes research and special projects, while the Army Command focuses on preparing for war and strengthening the military. In both cases, there's a strong drive to rearm, reclaim lost territory, and seek vengeance. After having chosen your leader and political course, it's time to rebuild. Mitteleuropa, meaning Middle Europe, has historically referred to Central Europe, but its definition has shifted throughout the ages. It isn't just a geographical term, it's also political, envisioning a German-dominated region where countries are tied to or ruled by Germany. By following this path, you can achieve exactly that. After the Civil War, you stand alone. But here you can form your own alliance. You'll also decide how to handle Austria, invite them into your faction, or push for unification, possibly handing over Burgenland to Hungary to entice them into Middle Europa. From there, you must choose whether to restore the central powers, with Austria and Hungary depending on your earlier choice, or to unify as much of Europe under your leadership as possible, strengthening your allies until you can form the European Confederation. But what if you decide not to seize other nations? Surely someone else will. The USSR is likely to turn its gaze toward the countries between you, much like in real history. And who will stop them? With Germany weakened by civil war, you can't hope to protect Eastern Europe. Their fate seems sealed. The Soviets will take over with ease. But you can still try to help. Offer guarantees. Build forts, boost their industries and train their militaries. There's even a chance to invite them into your faction and strengthen their economies further. If you don't want to play nice, there are options for that as well. Historically, at the end of the Great War, Germany signed a separate peace agreement with Russia known as the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. The treaty cost Russia a third of its population and over 50% of its industrial land, a significant loss. However, the Treaty of Versailles annulled this agreement, turning those territories into independent nations. In Götterdämmerung, you have the opportunity to restore these borders and reclaim German honor. Weltpolitik, meaning world politics, was the imperial foreign policy under Wilhelm II, aimed at turning Germany into a global power. There are two main ways to reclaim this status. You can either accept British naval dominance and negotiate to regain your old colonies, or you can go to war for what you believe is rightfully yours. A third option is to align closely with China, providing industrial and military support to strengthen them, ultimately carving up Asia into spheres of influence. The focus, carving up Congo, a proposition that doesn't seem appealing to the British, has, surprisingly, historical roots. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain once suggested to Hitler that they divide Congo as part of his appeasement strategy, hoping to placate Hitler's ambitions. While it may sound absurd, we found it a fascinating historical tidbit to include. If you believe the Treaty of Versailles was unfair, you can choose to reject the Locarno Treaty and reclaim Alsace-Lothringen. The Locarno Treaty was an agreement between Germany and several other nations to secure and guarantee Germany's post-World War I borders with France and Belgium. If you choose to restore the Kaiser from exile, or to establish a military dictatorship, you can first pressure Denmark to return southern Jutland, another territory lost under the Treaty of Versailles, before rejecting the Locarno Treaty and challenging France once more. This path is also available if you accept British naval dominance in the Weltpolitik branch, but with the condition that France must meet certain criteria, similar to the previous alt historical branch.
Hello everybody, we are cutting back in. If you want to see the rest of that video, you can check that out on the Hearts of Iron YouTube channel, which one of the places we're streaming on. But I'm joined now by Seemops and Sub-Zero for a little analytical roundtable. Also, we got the cardboard cutout of Dankus. Dankus is going to go get some food, but I also needed to fill the camera space. But for those of you who don't know, Seemops is a previous champion of this mod and also going to be casting the next quarterfinal here with me. Sub-Zero here. Again, previous... Did you make it to champion or were you grand finalist,
I was silver medalist and
Silver
fourth
medalist.
place.
Yes, that's right. But you are also one of the head modders now over on the mod. You help on a lot of balancing, and we're bringing you here as a bit of an analytical roundup. Did you both just watch that previous matchup?
I did.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
First of all, what was your highlight moment from the match? So we'll start with you, Sub-Zero. What's your highlight?
Ooh, it's definitely in the second match where Nayf pushed really aggressively up towards Beijing and even over it. But then, like, almost immediately got pushed back and got punished really hard by, I would say, a more proper tank build that player managed to pull off.
Yeah,
I have to say so too. It was crazy comeback. I know Dave always talks about the backhand blows, but this time I think his opponent stole his strategy and really put it dirty on him, because I really did not see that coming. Out of a sudden, all his units were tanks, and then Nayf was completely on the back foot and lost it from there. It was crazy. One encirclement after the other, and game over. It was really good.
A question for you, Sub-Zero. We've made a lot of mechanical changes in the most recent update of the mod. Could you run through like just a couple of those big changes and how you think they're affecting play this season?
I mean, if you're talking about the change we did like this spring, we at least added 2 more factions. And we also we did a bit of balance changes several places around. Definitely some stuff where we've slightly changed mass assault a bit, We also slightly changed some tank factions a bit. Because we had a while ago, we had a very hard tank meta. But now you sort of see more of a mixed tanks where you see some tank builds and it's more dependent on each map. And we also definitely see like USMC, that nuke was not there before. So that's definitely a huge change that we've done.
And do you think it's really shifted the meta all that much in terms of where we're seeing the bans as well? Because certain newer factions often seem to be heavier in the rotation as compared to others, and others also not so much.
Well, yeah, the ban system is also like, it really changes a lot because you could say it was a bit more boring. Last major tournament, we had like, it was the same two factions playing against each other. But now when you can like ban the faction you're afraid of, you're gonna face something entirely else. And it also causes players to actually have more varied builds and be prepared for many different situations that they probably wouldn't normally face.
Okay, question over to you, Seemops. We've got a lot of new maps and a lot of new players. And we've got like a map pool pick and ban involved with this tournament. What do you think some of the newer players should focus on with these map bans if they want to get further in the competition against some of the, say, more veteran players we're going to be seeing?
I would say when you choose a map, you should focus on your own strengths first before you focus on your enemy's weaknesses. For example, you're up against a player like Nayf that is really versatile, that's really strong with the micro, has a lot of APM, so you can act really quickly and also all over the front. Maybe try to choose a very a bit smaller map where it's more about tactic and try to go with the thing that you're used to. That way to win the game in the late game. Like, for example, the player 1999 did in the last match, the second one. He had a strategy in his head. He executed it perfectly, and then in the end managed winning it. Problem is, if you try to adapt like your game plan to your enemy, and you're not that experienced, like many of these new players are, you're gonna have a really hard time. So I would say stick with the maps you practice the most on and that you're most familiar with. For example, I'm very familiar with the map Baltic Blitz because I think that's the only map that got played in my bracket of the tournament. I don't know why, but the people really liked it. Nobody banned it, so got to see that one a lot. It was also pretty nice. I can't complain. A lot of quick and really decisive matches there. But yeah, focus on your own strengths, I would say.
Yeah, and I used to call you the Wonderkind when you were playing. I had high hopes for you, and you almost beat Dankus in a really big tournament. But is it fair to say that in these tournaments, pressure gets to you? Do you have any advice for players who might be in their first tournament here on how to deal with the pressure of these matches? Like, what things should they rely on?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I remember I actually struggled with this a lot. I was really, really nervous, and it probably hurt my chances a lot. But one thing that I would definitely say as advice for any people in basically any tournament in any sports of any kind is that if you want to get used to the pressure, you have to get used to the pressure. Meaning you have to be playing in these situations that are a bit more that have a bit more pressure and might put you or might make you more nervous. But when you play these situations and you do them a lot, you will get less and less nervous, and more prepared, and you will also gain a bit of confidence because you know you can actually do it. You can play what you have practiced.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we're going to move on to quarterfinal 2's map pick. I'm going to take all three of us over, and we're going to get the players up, and we're going to do the map picks and bans. Zad, Makko, welcome up and welcome to the show. This is your quarterfinal. How are you both feeling? Starting with you, Zad. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm so nervous right now. I feel like a little bit of a pit in my stomach right now. Like, I really want to win so bad. But like, it's difficult, man. It's difficult, you know.
And Makko, how about yourself? How are you feeling?
I'm cool. I'm happy to be here. You know, like playing with Nayf and Seemops is disgusting. You know, like.
I was happy you're here, Makko.
Yeah.
So,
I know a lot of people here. So
oh, you know a lot of people
I'm
here.
happy.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm happy to see it there.
So, obviously, Nayf has moved through. One of you will be fighting Nayf in the semi-final if you can beat your opponent here in the quarterfinal. But for this map and ban pick, Zad, you are player 1. Makko, you are player 2. So, for following down the rule set, give me 2 seconds to find my map ban and pick phase screen again, which I have just, for a moment, lost. Okay, fading back to those. Okay, so, player 1, you first choose your ban. So, Zad, what is the first map you would like to remove from the map pool?
So I am banning map, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, Sun and Bloomer. I am
You
banning
want-
Sun and Bloom.
Sun and Bloom, it's gone. Makko, what is your map ban?
We're gonna ban Desperado.
Desperado. Okay, Desperado is gone. Makko, what is your map selection?
I think gonna be at the gates.
At the gates has been selected.
Uh-huh.
Zad, what side would you like on At the Gates?
I would like to play Axis on At the Gates.
Okay, you want Axis on At the Gates. Makko, that means you are going to be on Allies. Zad, what would you like as your map choice?
My map choice, which is going to be game 2, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would like to play Jewel.
Jewel. Okay, locking Jewel in. Go and prepare. I will get the game ID hosted, and we will see you in a moment for the faction bans. Right, Seemops, what do you think of that map pool? What do you think are some good strategy going into these maps? Starting with you, Zero.
Well, one thing I noticed is that Sunbloom is really known for being sort of really strategic map, really tactical, where you do need a very, very set strategy, and it's a bit slower than other maps in some senses. So banning it might just be that he wants maybe a bit more of an active game, or maybe just afraid of the Navy aspect that Sunbloom brings. And especially like picking it at the gates also shows it's a very, very wide front. So it would also show that you are capable of micro, or you're at least confident that you can micro really, really well.
Yeah. Seemops, what's your take on these map and ban picks?
I think these two maps either scream mass mob or tanks to me. At least that's what I've seen the most on these maps. On Jewel, you could also argue for some special forces, especially in the mountains in the north or the jungles in the south. Though I'm really, really hyped for At the Gates, because I think I've not seen a single game of At the Gates that wasn't completely crazy.
Yeah.
You know, because the map is just so big, there's so much that you need to look out for. If you forget to look at one thing, all of a sudden your entire frontline collapses, and then it's like a Wild West there where everybody runs around, and it's just so much fun to watch. I really hope we're going to get a good game on that one.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Anyway, whilst we get into quarterfinal 2, Zero, you're this side for me. Thank you for joining us for this analyst segment. We'll see you later, and for your take on this map and your take on future matchups. But thank you for joining us. Let me and Seemops get into the rest of this broadcast. Of course, again, like I said previously, Nayf is through to the semi-finals tomorrow. We're now seeing quarter-final 2, Zad versus Makko. One of these two players is going to be meeting Nayf in tomorrow's playoff. And then, again, we're about to join in these maps. So, yeah, if we just have these people connect. Seemops, there is a game ID for you to connect to, by the way, in the IDs chat.
Wait a second. I didn't get a ping there. Sorry, I didn't see it.
Sorry, bud. Sorry. Yep, no, I could have pinged you. Maybe perhaps.
It's okay. It's okay.
So,
and one thing though, I noticed my background is fading out. I think it's because of the green light.
I think there's. Hang on, I can cancel that. I was gonna say I can cancel that. I think there's accidentally a green screen on your camera. Let me.
Now it's better.
Well, there's the chroma key's gone as well now, so you can go back to green if you prefer green.
Nah, it's okay. Blue is also nice.
Okay, blue is also nice. Yeah, I really. Maybe should I join you? Should I go blue as well?
Yeah.
Should I join
the
you?
Blue casting corner.
Yeah, blue cast. And in the blue corner, let's see. Do I have a blue preset? It's kind of blue. Yeah, there we are. We're matching.
Nice.
That's nice. Absolutely. Mine. Also, I haven't changed the tag, so you're currently Dankus me because again.
Dankus was me earlier. Now I'm him. You know. It's okay.
Absolutely.
We switched sometimes.
One of our players is literally just asked what the password is with the password underneath, just like literally replying that to the password. So I have high hopes. I'm clearly sensing some nerves coming in here. The hilarious thing is I also wrote Seemops already on the tag. I just didn't export it. Look, we're going to see this live update. Boom. It's going to change. There you are. You're now Seemops again. Hey, look at that. Look. Whilst I might be slow, I am a professional. I have these things sorted. I'm just not good at putting them into action. I'm great at planning. Just my plans never survive first contact with the enemy. Anyway, okay, everyone is...
one thing I need to address really quick. I already see some nice shit talking in the chat. Somebody said Makko is bad at the game because he got through the free qualifier. If you think that way, we could make a bet maybe for the viewer points. You could set all your points onto Z because I really want to make points today. I'm really... Yeah.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do any betting.
Okay, then do it all. Yeah, true. I forgot. It's Sweden.
Yeah, so Sweden. Don't unfortunately, I can't run those because again, this is a Swedish run company. But again, also that gives me the great opportunity to say thank you to Paradox Interactive for sponsoring this. Please check out the expansion pass 1 for Hearts of Iron 4. You can it's essentially a way of pre-ordering both Gotterdammerang, Graveyard of Empires. You get some bonus downloadable content and the song Flight the Valkyries. There's a cosmetic pack in there as well. It's really cool. Go check it out. Obviously, though, Gotterdammerang coming out 14th of November. There's also all the other ways to normally get it as well. Just, if you've got the subscription service, it'll be part of the subscription service. If you just want to buy the DLC, you can buy the DLC. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the update. Actually, Seemops, are you looking forward to the update as well? Like,
I still need to get my hands on the key for it, but I will get it, and then I will play it. I'm really hyped for the Ratta. I saw the Death Diary, and I also watched the developers, or I think was it the developers, or I can't remember who did the reveal stream. But they changed one of the divisions to look like the Ratte, and it looked pretty funny. Like, it looked very, very big and very ridiculous, you could also say. I'm really hyped for it. I'm really hyped.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get into this game and do the ban phase. I don't know if you have admin perms on this Discord server. I need to just go through and set you and Dankus to have admin perms so we can drag these guys up. I need to ready up and we can start. Let's bring them on here. Okay, Zad, Makko, we're getting into game now in a moment here. Let's go through the bans. So, allies, please pick your ban.
Yeah, my ban's gonna be...
Fourth Army, okay. Axis, please pick your ban.
I'm going to be banning Communist Forces.
Okay, Communist Forces. Those bans are locked in. Good luck, gentlemen. We will see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Good luck, Makko.
I accidentally dropped them into the wrong chats. But anyway, so yeah. Also, what do you think of the ban system actually being fully implemented
so cool,
now?
Man.
Right?
It's so cool. Unfortunately, when I hosted my own games, I always forgot to apply the setting to add the bans every time I re-hosted the games. So we only got to see it twice or something. But it's so fucking cool, especially so cool, especially because all of the
very cool.
Yeah, so it's so nice because they all have their own pictures, and they also have all of their own insignias. You say, right?
Yes.
So,
I spent a long time designing up all the different faction flags for those. The other thing I need you to do, Mr. Seemops, would you mind connecting your screen to our sharing software so that I could actually go, so you can show stuff off on screen as well?
Select the tab to share. Window, entire screen.
Go window. Go to window.
Okay.
Go to a window. Yeah, do a window capture just so that you don't accidentally dock anything on your. I mean, I'd probably turn away from it fast enough, but
it's okay. It's okay. I don't have anything bad on my PC. It's okay.
I didn't say that. I just don't want to accidentally give away your address or like your builds for this game. You gotta.
True.
You might have all your secrets on there. Anyway. Welcome everybody to a HOI Commanders game. What is HOI Commanders? Well, it is a competitive mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it into a total overhaul scenario, which is either 1v1s, 2v2, or 3v3 maps. This is our World Championships for 1v1. You are watching Quarterfinal 2. Oh no, I've messed up on the update. I didn't call this Quarterfinal 2. I only called this Quarterfinal 1. Again, failing as a streamer, failing upwards as a creator. Here he goes. He's the failure. It's Midgeman. My name is Midgeman, and I'm joined by Seemops. We're casting Quarterfinal 2 here. This is at the gates. This is a 5 VP map. What do I mean by 5 VPs? Well, there are 3 ways to win in Commanders. Either you capitulate your enemy entirely by taking all of their territory. You can either force them into a surrender. If you've got them into a position where there is no hope, you might break their mental and they might leave the game. And finally, there are VPs on the map, 5 to be precise, that will bleed your enemy's VP points. You can see them at the top of the screen there, 500 to 500. If you own the majority of the VPs, which on this map are Tambov, Voronezh, Mikhailovka, Stalingrad, and Milorovo, you will begin to tick those points down, and eventually someone will hit 0 and lose the game. It's Axis versus Allies. There's different faction trees that do different, that give you different boons and bonuses. There's different play styles. And I'm getting everybody ready because we are about to get off. People are going to be doing early game setup here. Seemops, why don't you take us through some of the early game and what we should be expecting to see from some of these players?
Yeah, usually what you guys can see, what you don't usually maybe do in single player yourself, is that you see that they leave one of their research slots empty. That they do to do the so-called thing, tech juggling. That way you start researching a tech. In this case, it's the Artillery 2. You research it for 30 days, and then by that time, the bottom research slot will be filled up with a lot of research because you can save up all the way to 30 days, and then you swap the tech from this one to the one where you saved up the days, and it will be instantly done. So basically, you can research 60 days in the middle of 30. And that way you can start getting to the newer equipment quicker, which means you can start the production quicker, and that means you can build up your efficiency quicker, which ends up getting you more stuff. That's a thing you will see a lot of good players do. It's a good way to min-max. One thing you also usually see is that they put a lot of their factories on guns in the beginning of the game, just to keep that efficiency very, very high, because you start on maximum efficiency on all of your starting military factories. That way you can shit out a lot of guns, because on the map like this, you will need a lot of units to cover your entire front line. I didn't count it, but it's at least like 30 to 40 tiles that you need to cover here. And yeah. Imagine 30 to 40 tiles with a common width of 70. That's quite a lot. I'm not good at math, but it's a big number.
It's a very big number indeed.
Yeah. Also, usually what you see the people do, everyone actually, is that they first go for their factories, for their military factories especially, because you want to get your mills up early so they can start building up efficiency. If you don't go for your mills immediately, for example, go for your other stuff first, you will miss out on a lot of IC, and you will see that immediately as soon as your units touch the front line and see, I don't know, twice as many enemies as you have units yourself. So that's also very important. And yeah, sometimes you see people build build civs, but usually they also build mills. After building mills for a while, they start converting their civilian factories into mills, so you get even more equipment out. It's mostly just about having enough stuff early on so you don't die.
So there's now a 275-day build-up period before war begins. We'll see our players tend to go through and start their rapid industrialization. They'll be using the industry tree first, going over onto the right-hand side. They'll go to about final arms industry normally before they take their commander pick at about the 130 days remaining mark. On a map like this, Seemops, what kind of factions should we expect to see?
As I said earlier, I expect either like a tank pick or more of a mass mob pick. One mass mob faction already got banned for the Allies here. The Communist Force is one of the best mass mob factions. Very, very strong. You get a lot of really good infantry, discounts for your guns and everything like that. So yeah, he still has some other ones that he could go for. For example, the National Army, which is bit different, but also a mass mob, or one of the Russia trees where you can combine the mass assault doctrine with some very high soft attack rocket arty divisions, or maybe even tanks on the left side. It's going to be interesting to see. I would say, I mean, there's many different ways you could play this, but I expect either a Chinese faction or a Russian faction for our allies, and for the Axis, I expect. Oh,
Ninth Army is open. Ninth Army is open. So currently, Ninth Army is kind of getting permabanned. It is a pretty strong faction. It's one of the newer factions. People have had less time with it, but it means obviously it has a lot of potency to it. So that being left off of the banned docket, the banned factions, by the way, just as a reminder, are Chinese Communist Forces for the Allies and 4th Wehrmacht for the Axis. I feel like this could be either a Ninth Army, or we could see an Imperial Japanese Army pick. Two of the mass assault trees.
Also very strong.
Yeah. Two mass assault trees, perfect for this map. One of the key features of this map as well is the inflated manpower pool. You'll notice that there is much more manpower to play with on this map. You can get many more troops on the line, and it really helps. There's some key features of the map itself. You want to look at Borisovsk and Lipetsk, this whole region here around Tambov. Tambov is a victory point in which most of the combat will be happening early because of this map edge near Ryazan. What we see a lot because of the open plains is a lot of fast maneuvering, and people will try to crush entire army groups against the edge of the map. The other area down here south of Stalingrad and between Rostov and Astrakhan. This area is where a lot of maneuvering will happen, but only if you have the troops to do so. A lot of players, if they don't go mass assault, they will keep a smaller offensive line nearer the VPs. You can exploit that if you have the troops. This area will be seeing that back cap, like on Marco Polo in the first quarterfinal, where it has that jungle, that side area which people can sneak around. That's kind of the south of the map here. Also of note, the tree tiles, the rivers, they're all difficult terrain, and if basically the allies can post up near Voronezh, it's really difficult for the Axis to push out. But likewise, that gives the Axis a fallback region should they need to take it.
Yeah, what I really like about this map especially is that most of the VPs are completely surrounded by plain tiles. So even if you bunker down and hold these very advantageous defensive positions in the cities and the forests, you can just still get surrounded on the plains, and that really, really quickly, because these plain tiles usually don't hinder any divisions from trying to walk through them, because it's just a plain tile, basically. It's really, really nice. Yeah. One thing that's also dangerous in this map is the supply. If you push towards one of the central supply hubs here, you tend to run out of supply right as you hit the border of the next one. So if your enemy catches you out of position, out of supply, you can end up getting overrun really, really quickly in case they get mobile divisions. I also saw a question in the chat earlier, how you can do the so-called field marshal frontline exploit. All you need to do is put your units under a general, and then put the general on an area defense mode somewhere where he can't go, so either the Sahara Desert or a neutral country that you don't have military access with, and then make a front line with your field marshal. This way, you have a capacity of 72 or even more, depending on the traits you have, on your general, and that way, if you have a really good general, more of your units can benefit from all of the bonuses you get from it.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. I would say you should use it if you can handle microing all of these divisions yourself. Because the problem is, if you do that, you have to micro all of the divisions yourself.
Yes,
they won't move around automatically.
Yes, it's a macro play in terms of getting the planning bonus to allow you to micro, which takes away from the front line. Sometimes it is better to just frontline things down.
Yeah.
It's to give yourself that planning bonus even when you're trying to micro your troops rather than letting the AI take control. So just as a reminder, the 3 ways to win, because someone has been asking, either once the timer hits, we're at the 136-day mark, so we're about to see some commanders picked in. Once the timer hits, you either have to capitulate your enemy or let these VP points, these life points, bleed all the way down by holding the majority of the victory points. You can tell which victory points count on the map because they are the circle victory points, the 50 score ones. Everything else normally just designates a supply hub, somewhere where you can get extra resources, that sort of thing.
Okay, very important. Our ex-player is not picking a faction, he's going for the civilian factories first, and Makko, as I predicted, is going for the Red Army. So it's going to be one of the 2 Soviet factions.
Both of which are open right now.
I think, he's building tanks. He might actually be going for the left side army or Red Army faction.
Really? Fifth Guards tank army?
Could be. Could also be that he does other units.
See, I've seen 5th Guards tank army on this map, and I've seen it falter mainly because it can be outmaneuvered so much. There's a lot of supply issues in the allied station, starting area, that if you don't deal with, you can get bogged down with. That and the length of the length of the front is so wide that just fast-moving units can move around. And there we have it. There is actually the 5th Guards tank army being locked in. I'm not sure about this pick. Seemops, take us through it.
So basically, the 5th Guards tank army is a mobile warfare tank path. On the first part, you get equipment design cost modifiers, so you don't have to pay any XP to designing your tanks or your templates. You get 3 tank divisions over here, one mechanized one with medium tanks, and another heavy tank one with motorized. Then you get huge cost debuffs to heavy tanks and medium tanks in these 2 focuses. You get mechanized for free, like the research for free. You get 500 mechanized in your stockpile, and also mechanized cost reductions and attack and defense. And you get heavy tank destroyers. And in the end, you get if you manage to get off this stuff and basically get your ultimate. This is the ultimate. One of your ultimates, I would say. You get extra attack and speed on your armored divisions. And then all the way down in your ultimate, you get another 10% division attack, less consumer goods, more stability, and non-combat out supply penalties reduction. So really, really good.
Yeah. There's a lot of production in the shared red army tree in the center there, and we do have an Axis pick locking in. We are seeing it. It is 9th Army Wehrmacht. So let me go through this. 9th Army Wehrmacht is one of the new factions from the OKH tree. You add, it's basically, it's all about men. It's all about men on the lines. You get the Ostlegion, which is 6 reserve divisions and 8 penal divisions. From one focus, you're getting 14 divisions. Yes, they're only 10 and 8th widths, but it really improves your manpower on the field. You have the Bellowing Cows, which is 3 motorized Panzerwerfer divisions. That's motorized rocket artillery coming into the line. You have Lessons of Kursk, which is towed anti-tank production reductions, bonuses to anti-tank, and 600 units of anti-tank added to the national stockpile. You have the Grenadier package upgrade, which is all infantry gains hard attack and piercing, plus 100%, plus 2 research boons for support company weapons. You have Opal, which is truck production, as well as 750 trucks. You have Veterans of the Western Front, which is Army XP. It is Army experience gain. It is Division experience gain, and it is Division attack. You close off with the Commander pick, which is the Wolf. You get War Support, Experienced Soldier losses reduction, and a Special Forces modifier with bonuses to light infantry, attack and defense, plus political power. Then you have the shared OKH tree, which gives you 25 submarines. You have Mauser, which is infantry equipment production, which goes super well with 9th Army Wehrmacht. You then have the MEFO, which adds MEFO bills, which is consumer goods factories production. Consumer goods factories factor reduction, negative 33%, and military factory construction speed plus 20%. Case by case, then adds war support and planning speed and max planning factor. My God, that was a tongue twister. We are very close to the 30-day mark, and we are just going down now to speed 3, now that we are 30 days away from the war. Something I also want to pull out right now, 159 divisions in the field for the Axis.
This is just crazy, especially the German focus tree, man. It's so good. So much planning bonus and so much factory bonuses too. This is going to be very interesting to see. Usually what I saw when people picked this, they were doing motorized divisions. So they put like 12 factories on their trucks with the big debuff. They just could feed on a fully motorized army. By that, outmaneuver their enemy. In this case, it looks to be that he's just spamming 12 with infantry with artillery support, which is pretty decent, especially early on. And with the amount of units he has here, 151, he is going to be easily able to overwhelm Makko if he overextends his front line earlier in the game.
Yep.
Makko, on the other hand, is doing really good, Space Marine divisions. Mm-hmm. So the German units will have a really hard time of fighting these because they lack any form of anti-tank or anti-air that could somehow pierce these. Mm-hmm. So if Makko gets enough of those, he should be fine. Though very, very early on, where he doesn't have that many, it's going to be very close. I have no idea if he's going to be able to stop that, because Makko only has 8 of these. Yeah. But he also has 70 divisions. I need to really quickly check how much manpower they have in the field, though. Makko is right now at 500,000 almost, 474,000, while the Axis is at 1 million. So he's outnumbering him 2 to 1.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a 2-to-1 Axis advance about to happen. It's about to burst across these lines. So many troops, so many more troops in production. Honestly, the Axis could almost just battle plan this.
Yeah. The only problem that he gets then, though, would be his manpower.
Yes.
Because people don't have that much manpower in these. Especially Germany, as we saw in the tree, he doesn't get any manpower bonuses, or he doesn't get the extra manpower from the mass assault doctrine. So that's going to be pretty interesting. Though, if you check his officer corps, he already picked operational reserves, which will give him 20% more HP. And he's actually going for mass assault, so never mind what I just said.
No, 9th Army is a mass assault tree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's naturally a mass assault tree. So, yes, he might struggle early game for manpower, but it's only going to get more. All he needs is men to the lines. The thing that I am most worried about, though, he is 7k infantry equipment in the whole. Most of that is upgrades, but it's still 2k negative.
I mean,
so
Makko could see what's coming his way. He can see the division count, which is really high. He can see the manpower in the field, and he can see the faction-specific bonus of the reduced truck thingy. So he could know what's coming his way.
But here it is. Here is the declaration of war. It begins, and the Zerg rush has also begun. Look at the troops rushing across the line. Voronezh about to fall to the Axis. Samotarai is actually making their all the way to Tambov. We're going to see the first clash here at Tambov. Cavalry does get there first from the Allies. Allies making a solid advance. But the wave is coming. It is coming. But look at this. An over-advance here. The Guards mechanized divisions haven't been galvanized by the Allied player. They're using these key pieces already from the spawning.
Tambov empty on accident. Oh, no.
Okay, Tambov is empty, and it's going to switch hands. That's 3 VPs now onto the Axis side. So the bleed has begun, and the Allies are overextending their advance. They are outrunning their supply, and they're about to meet the wave. Are we going to see a wave? Can everybody in chat start doing a wave? Like, can you do like a wave emote? Because the wave is incoming. The wave is here. And boy, oh boy, as soon as these lines get filled, it's going to be ridiculous. Because the main key thing that I'm looking at here, the Allies are not going to be able to fill a full defensive down in the south. They're going to be stuck, and then these guys, as soon as they find a gap, if there is a single gap in the line, it is going to get flooded. It's going to get flooded worse than, I don't know.
It's already falling apart for me. Like, if you look at the front end, it's only red bubbles everywhere. It's just because there's so much more divisions fighting here. In the south is looking very solid, but unfortunately for Makko, he has a lot of divisions just standing
first encirclement as well. Oh my gosh, and the one of the heavy tank divisions is in there.
Bad.
That's huge. Borisko Blast is going to be destroyed. A last stand does come in, but it's going to be a costly one to try and save those 8 divisions. 2 divisions did already die there. And the wave doth cometh. There's so many troops here. There's so many troops coming.
Yeah, Makko is now redeploying a lot of units from the south, though the big loss of this, especially good units in Borisogles or something like that.
I've just been calling it Borisko Blast. I don't know how that's said. If there are any native Russian speakers who can break it down for our poor English and German brains. An encirclement of Stalingrad, where have I heard that before?
I can't remember.
Hey. But look at this. Look at the absolute rout on the Allied lines. Look how much the Axis have actually pushed over here. Pushed away from the VPs. The VPs are all in this portion of the map where I'm highlighting right now. And look how much map control there is for the Axis. So much. And not to be forgotten as well, down near Astrakhan, the river has been crossed. The advance is moving up. This entire flank could be folded. We could see some Alexander the Great level tactics here. Hitting one flank really hard and folding the army upwards.
Also, casualties 1 to 5 for the Axis right now, and he's beginning to snake in the south where Makko moved the units away earlier.
Oh my gosh, only 34k losses to the Axis to 166 Allied losses.
And look at the stack near Saratov. It's like a third of the Allied army on one tile there, on the left side of the river, trying to get across the river banks to save itself.
Oh no!
Meanwhile, in the south, the snake is going. The snake is going in the far south.
It has begun. The flank is being folded. This is what we remember. You've got to fill those gaps. Every line being exploited. I just don't know how Zad got so many troops in the line. So many troops came in here.
I think, now we know the reason why the people always ban that faction, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Because not only do you get loads in spawn, but oh boy, being mass mob just really... So...
Oh my god, man. The X player still has 1 million men in the field. The other player only at 500,000 right now. So the 1-2 advantage is still there from the beginning, while he also controls all the 5 VPs. Bring the bleed to a maximum. It's not going to be much longer until Makko has to type out here. Another encirclement opportunity at Pensa there. And yeah, there's just so many gaps in his front line, and he's just being snaked. There's nothing he can do about it anymore now, I would say.
Zad just got his motorized rocket artillery in the build. These have like 300 soft attack each as well. Zad, our Axis player. These are really good. The thing is that this is meant to directly be in juxtaposition to the Soviet mass assault tree, where you get 2. Well, there's another encirclement, and that's instantly destruction coming in. You get 2 mechanized Katusha divisions. Well, these are 3 motorized Panzerwerfer divisions. So not as strong on the hardness. They deplete really quickly, but they still pack a punch, and that's why you get 3 of them instead of the 2. But they're just not needed right now. I've seen this faction on this map before, but I've never quite seen just as many divisions as this. This is insane. There's so many troops on the line.
Yeah, what we can see also in the losses tab right now, where I'm looking at, is that the combat losses are 1-4, while the manpower losses are still 1-5. It's like really not looking good for our ex-allied player here. Not only is he 500,000 men behind in the army, but also in the equipment-wise and factory-wise. He's 8 mils behind the Axis player.
Yeah.
And with the front line getting closer and closer to his core land that contains his factories, I don't see a way coming back from him here, because there might be even bigger encirclement coming in Balakovo here, where it's like 1/3 of his army in one tile. Oh man. I really wonder, this was Makko's pick, right?
This was Makko's map pick, yeah.
Uh-oh.
He's currently losing his own map pick, which is insane. Zad really wants this composition. Zad from Ireland, he plays sometimes on a 4G mobile connection. He is in this with an absolute heartbeat, and the fact that he's in this with a 4G mobile connection, I can imagine that the €5,000 grand prize would mean an absolute lot to this kid. And he's playing with heart, and he's so nervous. We heard him in the interview earlier, but this is an excellent performance. This is a build that has worked. This is the perfect build for this map. This is someone who's learned the map knowledge, learned the faction knowledge. This hasn't been banned away from them. So they're going, okay, you're going to give me this. I'm going to build this.
Yeah, and that's what I meant earlier, guys, when I got asked about what you should do as a new player. Practice one faction, especially if it's broken one at the moment in the meta. Don't feel bad for playing it, because other people would do the same to you. And then just, perfect it and execute. And you can see it works. There's no real front line left anymore. I only see red bubbles. Uralsk about to fall. What's the capitulation progress here? Already at 30% towards capitulation. 2 tiles away from Kubyshev, the capital of the Russians. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tap out here anytime soon. Or maybe Makko wants to drag out the game for a bit longer and think about what he wants to do on the next map, because that wasn't his pick, right?
No, it wasn't his pick. And this is actually something we've spoken about before in our casting. We've cast a lot of games together, me and Mr. Seemops here. One of the things that we start to go through is, and what high-tier players need to start learning is, when you know you're defeated, when's the good time to tap out? Do you drain this game to try and keep your enemy active, try to give up a fight to tire them down so you can come back later in the map pool, or do you use that time wisely to start doing some planning? Or do you then just do you tap out early? Do you go next? Do you reset yourself, go for a refresh? Right now, I'd actually be taking this time to start thinking about the other map. Personally, I don't know that I would tap out just this early, especially if it's going to be Zad, your opponent's map pick. You might need to re-strategize slightly. But yeah, this is... Oh boy, this is...
Not looking too good. We're almost at the Ural Mountains, right? Is it Ural Mountains?
I can't...
I think so.
Yeah, well, this map ends, yes, next to the Urals.
Yeah.
This is...
City of Magnitogorsk over there. Kazan fallen. Kubyshev already under siege. Uralsk still standing though.
Kazan
Also,
falling.
the Axis
Kubyshev.
player running out of supply now in all of the south there. Maybe there's a comeback there possible for a player. Also, the Axis player already mobilizing even more. How does he have so much manpower?
I think our yeah.
He gets 15% from the large front offenses, but still, that's crazy. And he's training more divisions. He's just putting even more divisions in training. He just queued up 34 more divisions.
Yeah.
This
I think there's been
crazy.
way too many losses here for our ally player. They're massively in the logistics hole. Like, there's just... Honestly, I think partially this comes down to faction pick. I don't think 5th Guard's tank army on this map has much weight. Yes, it's a really good faction. Yes, those tanks hit really hard. But I will say it time and time again, because of how IC intensive they are, how much industrial capacity they cost to both upkeep, produce, when you get them out in relative terms to when the game starts, when the actual battle starts, they're too slow. It's too slow and too small a frontline faction. On a map like this, where the frontline is so huge, it's not the right choice. And I think we're seeing here exactly why. Like, just look at this full offensive.
You need as many divisions as you can get out. That's what I meant earlier. You need mass mob. The tank build can be really good, especially late game, but for that you need to survive the early game, and this doesn't look like surviving it to me. The mass assault is just very strong because in the beginning, as you can see here, the front line was like 40 tiles wide, and Makko barely had enough divisions to completely cover it, while the Axis player was taking like 4 units a tile, so he could fill up the Commonwealth everywhere almost completely.
Yep.
That gives him a huge advantage, especially early on. We could see how the allied player dashed in. Maybe if he waited a bit further in the back, just try to secure like maybe the 2 southern VPs or just the 2 northern ones and keep a steady front line. He could have survived a bit longer, though his rush in and also losing of the supplies and all the way in the front really, made the roll going, you could say. And then, it just didn't stop. The steamroller just was going and going and going and going. He was running even more in the deficit of the equipment. Now he's running out of manpower and out of factories.
Listen to those Panzerwerfer's fire as well. Listen to those rocket trucks. Just start to push in. Is there like a Nebelwerfer
skin in the new DLC?
Oh, I don't know if there is. I wish I kind of.
Or maybe there is already.
I'm not sure, but I know there's definitely a rat skin. The rat has a.
Yeah,
have you seen the rat model?
I saw it, man. It was so cool. It's also so huge, man. Imagine like an entire frontline full with those. It would be so funny.
I think that would be really cool.
Would be a flex. I can't wait for all of the multiplayer mods to adapt these things. Now, especially also like the Wunderwaffe research thingy. You can also apply them in other nations like the Allies or the, or I don't know, the Soviets maybe. And then having those also there on those factions is so much modding potential.
Yeah,
it's gonna be so great.
Yeah, the modding potential of Gotterdammerang is huge, honestly. The features are really nice for that. But I'm also just really excited for the refresh Germany tree as well. It's gonna be just really nice. It
was
around.
really time it got updated, with more content, and that's exactly what it needed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have to say, also the trailer was really, really good. It gave me some Men in the High Castle vibes.
Yeah, the trailer's hype.
Burning New York, and I forgot what the thingy was called, like the huge stadium they had there and everything.
I remember seeing. I got shown that trailer ahead of time for feedback and stuff, and I remember being shown it the first time in a meeting, and I just was sat there like slack-jawed, like that was cool. That was so cool. That was like real cool. Yeah. It was just really fun. But anyway, Red October coming in. Yeah, those submarines really going to help right now. You don't have a coastline. Yeah.
Kubyshev about to fall, and it has fallen.
There we go.
And it was enough fight.
There we go. There we go.
GG, good first game.
Really good first game. Really positive showing here from Zad. Yeah, take us through, like, I don't think it needs much saying the reason as to why that happened, but there are some key moments. The thing I don't quite understand is how Zad got just that many troops out. Because obviously we were going through the focus trees, we had the screen close. I just remember closing it and going, that's a lot of divisions, and then clicking into the divisions, seeing 150 in the field, and my mind going,
I think it's mostly because he had like really most of his economy on guns. He converted civs to mills very, very early, so he had more early production. Also, on top of that, he went mass mob doctrine. And I think, I'm not sure though, does mass mob doctrine in this mod still give you like a gun cost reduction per like battalion, so that one battalion instead of 50
I think
only
it
needs 40
does.
guns? Stuff?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it does.
that combined with the small combat width of 12 and the mass amount of factories on guns really enabled him to go that high. In the very, very beginning of the war, also his divisions didn't have full strength. I saw a lot of them being at 80 or 90% only, so missing some guns. But if you have that much units and you know that in the late game you're going to outproduce your losses and your needs, like it's just going to be completely fine. And we saw the advantage of manpower, the 2-to-1 advantage, really, really gave him the edge early on. With Makko putting himself out of position with that rush in and failing to take these VPs, it just worked out for him perfectly.
Yep. ID is available. We're going to get straight on to this next map, and we'll pull the guys up as soon as we're ready to do a ban phase. Add the ban system. 2 bans. Obviously, the previous faction bans remain. So, Communist Chinese Forces and 4th Army Wehrmacht?
I think so.
I think
like
remain.
Yeah,
I think those are the I think those are still.
Can people pick the same faction that they just played?
If it's not banned off, yeah.
Okay.
But the bans remain from round 1. Oh, sorry. I copied the idea. I didn't post it.
I was wondering a bit.
Okay, me saying that you can join. No, in fact, you can't join. I'm a liar and a cheat and a scoundrel.
Is it the same password?
Yes, it's the same password. Yeah, it is the same password. I'm a liar and a cheat and a scoundrel, and I apologize profusely. I'm also going to ping the 2 players just so they know as well.
The second map was Jewel, right?
Yes, we're going into Jewel.
Oh, that's going to be great. I think I've not seen this yet, this tournament, at least in the games that I watched.
Yeah, I have. Jewel's a very, very interesting map. It's honestly, the season, was it season 3 maps when we added, because initially we added, because it was Sonnenblume originally, then we added Across the Rhine and Nanshin Ron. Then we had Jewel and... what else came in? Jewel and something. Jewel and Nordwind came in.
Yeah, I was going to say Nordwind.
Yep, and then
Nordwind, Jewel, and Marco Polo. Those 3.
Yes, and then the final thing. And then we had At the Gates, and now we've got the full 10 map.
I really like that you guys are putting out so many maps. Also, like a lot of recommendations that I saw in the suggestions channel, and also suggestions that I made in terms of what maps could be picked. Really happy that you got many of those in. I really enjoyed.
Yeah. Well, we listen to the Commanders community on the Hard Commanders mod team. We also used to have a weekly meeting where we'd actually go through and go, is this a good idea? No, it's not a good idea. Is this a good idea? Yes, it is, but it doesn't fit the thing. Or Zad's game crashed, so we're going to be talking like this for a moment. He'll be joining us in a moment, but yeah, that's an exciting game 1. We are on quarterfinal 2, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Midgeman. I'm joined here by Seemops. We are 1 map down. Either Zad wins this next map and goes 2-0 and will face Nayf in tomorrow's semi-final, or Makko has one more chance to crawl himself into a map 3, which will be wildcard random rolled out of the remaining map pool, and whoever loses this match will get to choose the faction. So, you know, it's an uphill battle for Makko. Seemops, we're on Jewel. What does Makko do here as Axis to try and claw this back, make sure they get the victory? What's some strategy for him?
Unless the German, what is 4th or 9th Army, the one that was so broken. I forgot the number.
The one
already.
that we've just had, it was 9th.
Yeah. Unless the German 9th Army gets banned, maybe he picks that one. If not, I would maybe go for one of the Finnish factions because they get really strong special forces. And as we mentioned earlier, the map really suits them, especially in the south and the north of it. There's mountain range in the north, the Himalaya, and in the south there's a lot of forests. So with the really good forest generals or the special force bonuses, you can really work your way through those, and it's going to be really hard for the allies to defend that. If not, maybe a tank faction. Or like a good mobile infantry one, like Army of the Po, where you just try to smash your way through the center across the rivers towards the enemy core land, and especially all of these plain tiles. I think one of those three I would like to see. Army of the Po also pretty strong with a lot of really good buffs and also buffs for motorized and also production cost reductions for those ones. So yeah, I would either go with one of the Italian, like the Italian Army of the Po, the German tank or infantry tree, or the Finnish ones. I would say those suited best.
Just waiting for Makko now to ready up. Would you mind going into... the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way. And I will drag these guys up. We'll do the bands. Hello, hello, hello. I'm just going to get us in here so we can do the bands. How are you both doing? GG on game 1 as well. GG's there. Why can't that start?
Yeah.
Okay, server is now up. I'm hitting start. The band phase is coming in. So, as a reminder, 4th Army Wehrmacht and also Communist China are already banned. Allies, who are you banning?
I'm gonna ban 9th Army Wehrmacht.
You're going to ban 9th Army Wehrmacht. Okay. Axis, who are you banning?
I'm gonna ban 3rd Shock for me.
3rd Shock Army. Okay. Good luck. We'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
Okay, so here we are, Jewel, our India map. But you might be going, oh, what's this? This doesn't look like normal Hearts of Iron. Well, hello everybody and welcome to HOI Commanders, the total overhaul mod that puts Hearts of Iron 4 into a competitive scenario. It gives you 1v1, 2v2 or 3v3 game modes, but this is a 1v1 World Championship. We are in quarterfinal 2, Zad versus Makko. Makko is fighting for their tournament life while Zad needs to secure this map, their map pick, alone to move through to tomorrow's semi-final. Seemops, take us through the map.
The map, takes place in north of India. North of India features a lot of plains along the river.
This is the Ganges, isn't it?
Ganges, the river Ganges. The mountain range in the north in Nepal, and also very big forests and the small mountainous area with big cities in the south. This way, it suits a lot of play styles. You can either go for a special force approach where you try to work your way through the terrain, either in the north or the south. You can try to go for tanks and maybe even marines and try to go through the center, across the rivers, over the plain tiles. You could go for a mass mob build because the front line is pretty big in some parts, or you just can go for a normal infantry build with a lot of air because Cass pretty strong. It's just so many ways you can approach this map, which is why I really like it. It's very versatile.
I just realized in the entirety when I'm on your game screen, there's been a hidden Dankus below the logo beneath you.
Oh,
that's a secret.
I can see him.
He's poking through. That's so funny. I forgot I'd left that on your overlay.
Just leave him there. Just leave
him. We'll leave hidden Dankus.
That's pretty funny, actually. I didn't see it.
I like hidden Dankus. Oh no, that's gonna upset me that he's still there. Oh, there we go. Go away, Dankus. You'll be back in qualifier 4. Yeah, so that's what we have. We have 3 VPs on this map. There's 3 ways to win in Commanders. Either you capitulate your enemy surrenders, or you drain their VP points. What do I mean by VP points? Well, at the top of the map, you'll see 500 versus 500. That is a VP point, and basically, if you hold the majority of the key VPs, which on this map, there are 3 of them, Lucknow, Patna, and Nagpur, you begin to drain your enemy's VP points, and when that hits 0, it's game over. Now, someone was asking what on earth are bans? Why are they banning things? What do the bans mean? So bans in this system right now, for this competition there is a map ban because we have a map pool of 10 maps that people can play on. We're giving the players the option to ban some maps to try and give themselves some tactical advantage, or we're asking them to ban factions. We have 2 faction commanders per nation, so to speak. Faction branch choice. And basically, the ban phase means you can ban off these sub-commanders, these lower commander picks, which diversify your build style, your play style throughout this match, you eliminate those, and those are no longer valid paths for you. You can't take those focuses. It limits people's play, but also adds another like tactical thingy advantage, sort of meta outside of just hardcore skill. The factions that have been banned for the Axis are the 4th Army and the 9th Army Wehrmacht, and for the Allies, it's Communist China and 3rd Shock Army. So, with this in mind, our players are readying up. Well, one player is ready, just waiting on the other. We give the players a pause moment here at the beginning to get some initial clicks in, set up their industry, set up their initial tech, and then we have a 275-day build-up period where we have war declare at the end of it. The current meta is for players to often go down their rapid industrialization side. They'll start rapid industrialization, they'll go down, expand the arms industry, end up on final arms industry before they then lock in one of the many commander choices. The commander choices as well normally happen about the 130-day remaining mark. At 30 days remaining, or as close to as possible, I will go down to speed 3, and the rest of the game will be played unpaused on speed 3. Did I cover everything, Seemops? Does that sound about right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, then we're going to let this game go. So things we want to be looking out for as casters are things that will be tells in these trees. Initially, right now, both our players seem to be juggling research. No, I lie. The Axis already spending their research on survivability studies and heavy MG. We're going to get planes.
I like it, because I think so far we have not seen many planes, right?
No.
Only much infantry spam. What we can see with the Allied setup already, though, is that he's going for something of the same approach that he did before. We can see that he has 2 different lines of guns. Usually that means he's going to keep 11 factories on gun 1s, because they have max efficiency. And then he's going to switch the bottom line to gun 2s. This way you can end up getting more guns in the end than if you would have just have one line that you switch to gun 2s, because every time you switch from one tech to another, you lose a lot of base efficiency, and that will decrease your production quite substantially, even if you are on dispersed industry, which gives you some retention. That makes you keep that. So, yeah. One thing we see on the exit, though, many factories on trucks. And remember what I said earlier about the Italian truck tree being really good?
Yeah, Army of the Po.
I think we might see that one, because the German truck tree is banned, and there's only one other tree that is really good for trucks, so Army of the Po.
I mean, that could be a solid pick. I don't know about Army of the Po with the amount of rivers on this map and the amount of forest tiles. That could be a bit of a risk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, though, the speed of these units is going to be very crucial, especially early on. If we can make his way across one of the big rivers here at the partner area, he can really, really expand from there, especially with his superior speed of moving up to the front line. If his enemy goes for the mass mob again, he's going to be quicker at these VPs.
Yes.
And these units are actually like not only quick, but also actually have pretty decent stats with the really big cost debuffs that he gets for those. If he goes for the Italian Army of the Po, it's going to be very, very cheap. You know, he gets truck and fighter cost debuff, so which also makes sense that he's going for air, right?
Yeah.
You know, I just called it before the game. I'm really good at predicting stuff. I
mean, that's why we'd say you're a professional caster, Seemops. It's almost also like you were a champion.
I would call myself professional, you know.
No, no. It's the professional. It's professional with the air quotes, as it said in the trailer.
Yeah, the trailer, I remember. I didn't even notice that the first time I watched it.
It is the most commented thing on the YouTube video. It just says professional casters. Yeah, I mean, that's true.
I have a quick question. Could I get myself an isotonic sports drink really quick?
You can absolutely go get yourself an
It's
isotonic.
like 20 seconds.
No, it's fine.
I will be back.
I would love. Can you get one for me? No, okay.
Yeah, I will get one.
But anyway, gang, we are building up to war now. We are about 199 days, which means we're going through the industry path. We'll start to see some more varied tech coming in from our players initially here. The one curiosity that I have, the one sort of, I'm not going to call it a fear, is I saw Zad battle plan a lot in that previous matchup. This is a smaller map. I don't know if battle planning will go as well. If he is having any sort of internet issues or any sort of computer issues, I mean, It is an established fact that having good tech and good internet is just, it is part of a skill. So having bad tech and bad internet, that's a skill issue. So
True.
it's an absolute skill issue. Like there is no smaller skill issue, if I'm totally honest. But no, either way, I wonder if it comes down to micro, if it comes down to APM and it comes down to clicks, I reckon that will be where Zad's weakness is. But his builds look solid.
Yeah, I mean his ping so far isn't very high. It's at 180. It's only 40 more than Makko, or like 30 more than Makko. So it's almost.
But that's worrying, because this is being hosted by me in England,
and you're in the UK, and he's in Ireland, right?
He's in Ireland. Yeah.
Maybe they cut the cables to Ireland or something, and they have to go over to France, and from France back to you. So. I
mean, maybe. Anyway.
But I would say everything below 400 is okay.
Yes. In Hearts of Iron, I definitely think so as well. You're not going to fall that behind in the ticks. I am noticing a big lot of resources. I do worry as well. Another thing that I worry about, seeing that mass mob wall hit him last time, is Makko going to try and replicate that sort of tactic without, defending, without training it?
I think he might be a bit traumatized from last game, but as I know him, he can adapt really quickly to new situations.
Okay.
He's already looking at the spy agency a lot, are doing upgrades. So if he does a few more upgrades, builds up the spy network there, he will notice that his enemy is not just going for infantry, but also for tanks. As you can see here, we are looking for Makko's view right now, I think, yeah. You can see that his enemy already has 7 factories on tanks, which indicates him that he will need something to pierce those.
I mean,
as we can see, it's actually heavy tanks with a lot of armor.
We can go look at their screens directly if you'd like to.
Oh, really? That it works?
Yeah.
Then let's do that really quick. Let's
Who would you
look
like
at
to see?
Screen.
You want to see Makko?
Makko. Let's see Makko really quick.
Okay.
I want to see it. Because we can also
so
also
Makko is on ultra wide as well. So look at this. Look at this ultra wide gaming. Ooh.
Wow. Hey, that's actually good. Not gonna lie. You have more. You can see more.
Yeah.
Especially a map like this. That's very like wide. It's not very.
I could
tall,
never have
wide.
ultra wide as a streamer without building like scenes around this, because 16. You can only stream in 16:9. But my God, this looks nice with the overlay as well.
It's a nice looking cast play in there.
Yeah, that was a very nice looking cast play. I like this in the
For
production.
everyone playing vanilla, make screenshots of these designs. They're really good. Also against the AI. Can learn something from those people here.
I believe we actually have some of those designs posted in the guide section of the Commanders Discord as well. I believe there's the help.
So make sure
guide.
to join that one. Maybe you want to post the invite link to this Discord in the Twitch
well, I mean,
chat,
if everybody wants to join in, all the information about Commanders is pinned in chat. But also, we did just have a Commander pick in. I can officially confirm that we are seeing an Axis army of the Po. Here it is. Broop, broop. It's the sound of the police. Yes, here it comes. Army
and the
of the
French
Po.
forces.
Oh, we're
So
seeing
we probably-
which one? Which one? Free French or?
Not yet. I don't know, but I would say it's the one that gives you heavy tank stuff, right? So
Yeah, well,
Charles
it gives,
Marty,
yeah. We're gonna see Maginot.
maybe.
Maginot.
Because the Maginot one gives you a lot of entrenchment. It gives you heavy tanks. It gives you infantry bonus, 2 railway guns.
Oh God,
And some there.
this is Zad's screen. The bit rate is very, very interesting. Let's see what we. There's the French forces complete. Army of the Po gets completed for the Axis. Let's see what he picks now. Army of the Maginot look to be going in there. I'm gonna just. Yep, that is a confirmed Army
Okay, I
of the
didn't expect
Maginot
that one.
pick.
I expected like a US 12th army or something. But I mean, after I saw the heavy tanks, I expected more something with tanks. So.
Trying to look at my stream deck to find a little icon to bring up Army of the Maginot. Seemops, I'm going back to your screen. Take us through Army of the Maginot. Let's see what we're getting in this.
Okay, Army of the Maginot, as you guys may know from playing France in Vanilla, is a very heavily focused on planning bonus, entrenchment, and the Grand Battle Plan Doctrine. And the entrenchment comes in really handy here, especially when you make it to the mountain tiles or the really good defendable terrain tiles in the south. You just multiply your stats there very, very easily. You get radar techs, cheaper radar stations, so it's going to help you spot enemy planes a bit easier and make it easier for your planes to fight other planes. You get really big cost debuffs here for for tanks in general.
Yep.
You get railway guns, 2 of them even, which will give you a bonus of 50, which will decrease your enemy stats by 15% in 2 battles being fought, which is really, really good. Infantry division, a heavy tank division, 75 fighters, war support, division defense, organization, And this one is really good too. 3% recruitable population, stability, efficiency growth, factory output, and total mob for free. So you don't even have to switch yourself. You get the total mob really late, I would say.
Yes, because it is the ultimate focus, but it is for free.
It's really good. Efficiency growth, factory output, and especially the stability and war support. A lot of people underestimate those things. Are going to help them really much. Later, when the war starts, you usually drop to like 60% stability, and the same with your war support. That way, you end up getting almost 100% stability again, because by upping your war support, you reduce the penalty that you take on your stability by being at war. And that way you get even more extra factory output. So you could basically say he ends up getting 20% more factory output there, which is really, really strong.
Now compare that to what we're seeing over with Italy. Go through the army of the Po. We've talked about it a little bit. It is fast movers. It is Italian style. It is speed. It is the Ferrari of the Commander's trees. It is the Lamborghini of war. It is speed. It is Lightning McQueen.
I mean, on the Italian armor of the Po tree, you get Po is the river Po, right? That they mean with
yes,
that?
yeah. It's the Po Valley region, which is north.
Po Valley is the north, right?
Yeah, northeastern France.
Yeah, it's
Italy.
very flat, so
I've been there. It's lovely. It's one of my favorite holidays was the Po Valley.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, you go for the drink.
You get a lot of free trucks. You get really good bonus for your trucks. Your truck divisions will have more recovery rate, more attack, more defense, and also less fuel consumption. So you can afford to have more of those. You get 40% cheaper trucks, 10% cheaper fighters, which is why he's building a lot of trucks and fighters. You get the costing ups for both of those. You get access to irregular infantry, which is basically like normal infantry, just that it needs less guns. You get naval hit chance and torpedo cooldown, which is not very important here. You get free motorized divisions and 20% more breakthrough for all motorized battalions. So not only do you get more defense and attack, but also more breakthrough. You get another motorized artillery divisions and less heat attrition, less supply consumptions, more supply grace, and less non-combat out of supply penalties. And in the end, in your ultimate, you get more recruitable population, more ground support, which is going to make your the stats your units get from having close air support a lot higher, 10% more attack, and air priority bonus in combat.
Yeah.
So really, really, really good. Especially the supply ones, I would say.
Yeah.
Heat attrition, one thing that people don't really factor in a lot, especially in India, or for example, Africa, hot regions in general, is really, really key. The amount of equipment that you end up not losing that way is going to be really, really good.
Yeah, exactly that. We are now just 6 days away from the war. Final clicks being done before the war begins. Are we going to see a mad rush or are we going to see a slow push, do you think?
By the Axis, we will see a mad rush, and by the Allies, I think we're going to see a bit slower push. We can already see the type of heavy tank our Allied players building here. It's only 4.6 kilometers an hour, though it has a lot of armor and also a lot of soft attack because you put a howitzer on there.
The reliability was only 24% there.
Yeah. I mean, we will see how those tanks will do in the very, very hot jungles of central India. He's building he's going to build Space Marine divisions though. Space Marines because they're going to be really strong. You know, they're like going to be superhuman, you could almost say, because it's just a normal infantry division with some heavy tank support. And if you let that one fight against a normal infantry division, it's going to be really hard for them to fight it, because not only does it get a lot of stats from these heavy tanks, but also a lot of armor. So all of a sudden, your infantry divisions can't pierce another infantry division.
Yeah, but war has been declared apparently. Patna has already fallen, and the fast corps are speed. They might make it to luck now before the Allies do. Look at this. They're actually pinning. Oh my gosh, this got really, really close. Axis almost grabbed all 3 VPs off the mark, and in fact still might. No, luck now does fall to the Allies, but the bleed is on. The bleed is on. 3 VPs.
And that's what I meant, by the way, with this, with the motorized divisions. You just on this map, it's very key to get to these very easily to defend positions early, and that's what he managed to do.
Yeah,
he's already everywhere. He got the gates of Lucknow, he got Nagpur, he got Patna, and in the south he just keeps advancing. His units also not only very quick, but also having really decent stats. If you look at the battles everywhere.
Yeah, and also
he has to watch out. These heavy tanks will really hurt him in the long run if he doesn't worry about his piercing.
Yeah, exactly. This is an army of 47 all motorized, 47 allied divisions versus 42 Axis divisions, but the Axis are all cavalry and motorized versus what seem to be building up for Space Marine infantry and some heavy tanks. This is going to start doing some damage, Seemops, and but we're going to see these battle lines draw for a little while. Both players are going to wait for their supply. I feel like the lines are a little bit open, though, for the Axis. There's a big gap near Patna, and I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, he, because he started with a front line in the beginning, has a very uneven distributed amount of units. Because you can see there's 6 units standing in a mountain at the border with Nepal, 2 units in his his own country all the way in the back. What he's doing right now, though, he's falling back further away from the enemy supply hubs behind the rivers and very easy to defend the positions, because his enemy only has normal infantry with heavy tanks. Heavy tanks are not good at crossing rivers, and normal infantry is also not good at crossing rivers. So you can try and solidify his positions there a bit. One good thing about these motorized divisions is that they get a huge amount of orc, especially when you manage to get all the way through your focus tree, all the way through your land doctrine tree. Will see these units hit upwards of 112 orc, and that's a lot for infantry divisions. So even if the enemy units outstat them and deal a lot of damage to them, these units will be so organized that they can just keep the fight going for a very, very long time.
Yeah. But now we're hitting a bit of a slower period. Both players going to be waiting for their economy to kick in a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at the economies really quick, they're very, very even. Allied player only 2 mils ahead. Missing a few trains, though. He's going to get a few river guns. I'm not sure if they can also use those as normal trains. Though he fixed his tank stockpile, only 8 on fighters. Air-wise, the Axis player ahead right now, though he only has 40 fighters. If I was him, I would use this time and train my air wings, because the enemy is not really trying to fight anywhere. And that way enable you to get better trades later on.
Mm-hmm.
He's also pivoting into some heavy tanks now. I'm not sure if he's going to build those for piercing. By the looks of it, yeah, these things have 60 piercing. He doesn't have a high velocity cannon, at least not access to one. So if he gets enough of those, he will be able to put those into his divisions and then maybe hire his piercing enough to be able to hurt his enemy. Because right now he has no chance of piercing those. And yeah, by putting this medium tank in there, he would actually enable himself to get enough piercing to pierce these Space Marines. And that's one of the big issues I see coming up here for our Axis player. Because I really hope we're going to see some really nice advanced mobile warfare here on these plane styles. As you can see, in the south especially, all the terrain tiles that are really easy to defend are in the hands of the Axis, and now right in front of them is just open plains. So if the other player somehow overextends himself or finds himself out of position, this could be a very devastating counterattack.
Yeah.
Though he's also gearing up with a lot of Space Marines in the south now. Looks like he's going to try and focus his push towards Nagpur and Patna. Makes sense though, because usually heavy tanks don't do too well in mountains. Though they also don't do too well going across rivers and taking jungles, so it's going to be interesting to see what he has planned for that one.
VP bleed now down to 450 for the Allies. They are going to have to make a move soon. I think if they don't make an attack before they're at, say, 300, this will start to get risky, because there will be enough industry behind the Axis where they can take these losses.
Yeah. If the Allied player, Axis player, gets his air going, he also has a lot of cash. He will be able to really devastate these Allied divisions. Though right now, as we could see there was a really red bubble. Though no really big threat yet. I think we're going to see some planning bonus. We're going to see the Allied player waiting to get some more planning bonus here. Because right now he can get a maximum of 30%. Though the enemy inter-network is reducing that, which also brings me to the point that is very, very important, is that intel agencies are extremely important. Not only for the defender, but also for the attacker. If you guys didn't know yet, also in vanilla, if you guys play against AI or something, can really help you. By building up a spy network, according to the percentage of how high the percentage of your network is, you can reduce your enemy's planning factor and his entrenchment by quite a substantial amount. This is also stackable, so if, for example, you play together with your friends, you want to do the Operation D-Day when you play the Allies, just all of you put your spies into the coastline, and then if you have a maximum amount of internet work there, the German units will have 0 entrenchment, which will make the whole landing operations a lot easier.
We are seeing an advance coming in here from the Allies. They are pushing along the front line, and there is something else going on behind the lines that I'm going to keep quiet for just a moment and focus on the attack here. There is some real interesting pushes. Honestly, through the jungle, through the forest tiles, these divisions doing so well.
Yeah, they actually have really nice stats.
Yeah, it's honestly shocking. We actually might see Nagpur change hands very quickly, and this will fall into the Axis then on the back foot.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit problematic for him here.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
also, I think, doesn't have enough units in the south. He has a lot of units sitting in the mountains in the north where he knows that there's like no position at all. It's just 1 unit per tile there. I would move a few of those reinforcements down south. Though he now fell back to the mountain tiles and also the city, which should be a bit easier to defend. Though this piercing factor here being a huge role, because right now all of the allied units are taking 50% less damage just because the Axis units don't have any anti-tank in them.
Yep.
And Makko could have seen that coming from a mile away. Like,
yeah, we're actually about to see 3 divisions here encircled in the south, using the corner of the map here to crush those divisions. There is a pinning coming in, a double combat there, but I think it's going to be fine, and they are going to get encircled. The real issue here I'm seeing is all of the plains tiles, all the best terrain for the motorized to utilize is now firmly behind the Allied advance. There was an encirclement. They did manage to get the divisions out, I think, or was one overrun?
One got overrun.
One did get overrun there. But Nagpur is now under pressure, being attacked from 3 sides. A last stand already going in. That's going to be costly.
Yeah, Frontline also breaking between Patna and the mountain chain above Nagpur. Not looking good at all for our allied player, ex-player here. Right now, the infantry, with the armored infantry, you could call it, making a really big breakthrough. Now he also lost the supply north of the mountains, which will enable his enemy to keep advancing that section and really cut off his southern advance. Now the naval invasion that we saw earlier and didn't want to talk about it a lot, trying to land here all along the coastline, though that's not going to land at all. One thing Makko needs to do is send more of his reinforcements to the front line, because he has a lot of units standing in the back. Though these could really help him against this naval invasion.
He's also got 2 railway guns not doing anything over in Delhi, the allied player. But this is such a solid advance. The thing I'm noticing the most is Zad is leaving a lot of doors in his front line. There's a lot of gaps. And in fact, one of those naval invasions might be about to connect with the front line. That's going to cut off the entire southern front.
That's going to be very, very dangerous. Let's see if there's going to be any reaction by him. It doesn't look like it, though. Also, no force attacks coming in. So as soon as these 2 trucks and 3 Ethiopian irregular divisions get deorked, it's going to be encircled.
Yep, this really is. This
2, 1, and
unless a pin comes in from the north.
This is already a GG.
Yep, no, that's an encirclement. Oh no, rebroke in the south. Rebroke out in the south near Calcutta.
Okay, if he manages to stabilize the situation, he's going to be fine, but that's 24 divisions. That's half of his army down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Half of the army now at risk of dying, as well as the Nagpur VP about to fall. This will flip the score total. The VP bleed will begin. The Allies have 387 to the 500 Axis, but as soon as this flips, this will be a completely different story.
Yeah. The problem is about these divisions getting encircled, they all really need to have some fuel in them. And if you're encircled and there's no way to reinforce the units, you're not going to have any fuel, which will make them fight a lot worse. So it's going to be extremely hard for him to get it out.
I apologize, chat, everybody watching. Makko and I've had the wrong flags next to Makko and Zad's names. Zad is on the Axis right now. Isn't it? So Makko's, sorry. Who's on the Axis, who's on the Allies? Can you confirm for me?
Zed is on the Allies and Makko's on the Axis.
Oh no, I was correct. Huh? Oh no, I was incorrect. I just put the same ones back. What am I doing? what have I done? Why am I like this? Chat, why am I like this? Chat, why am I like this? Why am I like this? I'm a failure. I'm sorry. I'm causing you to have a worse off casting experience.
Viewing experience.
A worse experience. No, I kid. But I'm not sure about this extra supplies. Oh, he broke out. He did break out. Those extra divisions coming in handy.
He established the supply line. I'm not sure if he's actually going to break out.
No.
But it's looking, he got encircled again in the north.
He got encircled in the north, yeah, and it's looking rough. The extra, I was about to question why the extra supplies. It's to keep that pocket alive a little bit longer. I don't know if this is going to be a full breakout though, because again, these divisions in the center completely folding. Patna now also fully encircled. This is just an absolute rout.
Oh, another encirclement again. He might be able to break out though, if, unless the other player pins these 4 divisions that are trying to break out there. But I don't see a way out of this from him here anymore. It's not looking too good. With Partner also being encircled, it's like 1/2 of his army being encircled right now. Oh, never mind. He reestablished the supply line again, and he actually managed to evacuate 4 units. Though, even if he stabilizes the situation now, I think the damage has already been dealt. It's going to be very, very hard for him to come back to these VPs, especially with the heavy tanks and the air's advantage from the French player here. The access to Air Force, by the way, you got solid, and there it is, the GG.
That's a GG, and that's a tap out and a 2-0. Zad's moving through to the semi-final. Okay, Seemops, take us through that game. What's happened here? What's going on? Why was that so clean?
I think the biggest reason is that Makko failed to see that this enemy was actually going for tanks, and he just forgot to build an anti-tank or a sufficient tanks himself, sufficient anti-air that can pierce tanks. And so every battle he fought against these really good heavy tank Space Marine divisions from the allied player, he just was dealing 50% less damage. Dealing 50% less damage means that you also destroy 50% less equipment. So in the end, you just end up trading bad the whole time.
Mm-hmm. How would you have used those motorized divisions differently in that situation? Would you have given up those plane tiles in the same way and pulled back into that defensive line or not?
The problem is, at that point, I think it was already a bit too late. I would have maybe tried to lure him in and set a trap somewhere. The problem was just that he just didn't have anything to pierce them with. He could have seen that his enemy was going for tanks almost day 1 or 3 months into the game, which was enough time to just put like 1 or 2 factories in anti-tank. You don't even need good new anti-tank, you just need at least something that has more piercing than your normal infantry divisions. 1 or 2 factories in anti-tank would have done it, and then he could have dealt at least 50% more damage. Another thing he could have done also was go higher on fighters. He really underestimated the amount of fighters that his enemy would get. As Italy, you get a really good air force, you get really good cost reduction modifiers on your planes, but he really underestimated. And in the end, these units with green air, with care support, just completely crushed his motorized before they could get enough orc to cycle properly.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we have it. We have our first semi-final matchup confirmed. Nayf versus Zad. That's going to be our first matchup tomorrow over on the Friday semi-final stream. And then one of those players will move through to our grand final, and then the other to the bronze match, which you can't see highlighted on this, but we'll update that graphic to show off who is in the bronze match ready and tomorrow. Other than that, let's quickly talk to our players and say some GGs, shall we?
Oh, they're gonna have... Oh,
hello. Sorry, you're being dragged up. GGs and commiserations. Zad moving through. Makko.
You tell him, yeah, I lost both games because fuel. And the second one, I forgot the Navy to put it out. Like, Zad right now already told me, like, hey, you don't have the Navy. And the first one, he mass assault me, so I cannot refuel my tanks. Like, my divisions with tanks, basically. So that's the reason I can retreat.
Your mistakes, do you think that came down to stress, or was it...
I think so. I mean, I got technically, the first one, technically it's like sitting in the river with Stalingrad into Astrakhan and sitting there. But he basically human waved me because I tried to deploy a lot of divisions. I see it with the spies, they got a lot of divisions. I say, oh, it's gonna be shitty divisions. But basically I can't refuel my tanks, so basically... eventually I run out of fuel and my divisions are trash in the moment.
Yeah, and Zad, congratulations, you're through to a semi-final. How are you feeling?
Bro, I made so many mistakes second game. I was convinced I was gonna lose. Like I picked, the mobile warfare doctrine advisor. I picked him instead of Grand Battle Plan. I made a lot of mistakes that game, and I'm so happy that I managed to get out of this. I was stressing about this, all day. Yeah. And I'm happy. I move on to next round, semi-finals. I'll have to play Nayf, which he's amazing. Like, he's one of the best. He's very difficult to play against, but, I'm confident now, Okay. I proved myself in game 1.
Yeah. I think that's nice. I'd already tell him he needs to beat Nayf for me.
I will be next door.
Okay, okay. Well, you two, you sound like there's a good sense of what's it called, competitive spirit, but also some good player respect here, and we absolutely respect it. Anyway, that's going to be the end of QF2. We'll be going on to QF3 just after this ad break. It's going to be a slightly shorter ad break, so don't go anywhere.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
And welcome to another analyst segment. This time we're joined by not fake Dankus, but real Dankus. Myself, Seemops, and again, Sub-Zero. For those of you guys who might have missed previous segments, hello, my name is Midgeman. I'm your main host. I'm joined by Seemops, one of our casters, Dankus, Mimkus, another one of our casters, and now Sub-Zero, an analyst. Okay, guys, first of all, Dankus, did you see that previous matchup? Did you see who moved through? Did you see the tournament?
I came back after eating and I rewinded the VOD to see what happened in map 1. Map 1 was still like it wasn't long. That's why I was like, okay, it's already map 2, so I had to check what happened in map 1. And as I was done looking through that VOD, map 2 was over. So it was quite a quick match, if you would say that, right?
Indeed.
Like, I didn't have time to scroll through the VOD, even like clicking through it to see all the different moments in map 1. And they were already in September 40, I believe, when I came into the live again in the second map. So, yeah, I don't know what happened map 2, actually.
Well, maybe Sub-Zero, you saw some builds there. Did you see how potent 9th Army was in that first match?
Oh yeah, and I don't think it's only 9th Army. I also think it was the matchup, because doing not only a mobile warfare build, but also a slow tank build where you do the civ focuses and then you convert to the mills. That's basically like it's super easy counterable by a infantry rush, as we saw with the 9th Army. So yes, the 9th Army is a super strong pick, but it's also that it basically perfectly counters what the allied player did.
Would you say that came down to some map knowledge? Do you reckon that was an intel, or do you reckon that was just pure guesswork on what Zad was initially going to go for?
I think it might be a bit of like, I guess you could call it game sense, like knowing the maps. Because I have also been punished the same way on at the gates, where because it's such a large front, you struggle a bit if you try to do really high quality divisions. So it might just be a bit experience. Might also just be game sense and how much he has played the mod in general, because it is sort of different, and it also depends on entirely who you have played, because some people punish this a lot, some people do basically the same build no matter the map.
Is there anything that you're looking at now as someone who obviously helps balance the mod, that you're looking at this and going, oh, maybe that needs tweaking, that needs changing? Is there anything that's spurring to you there, or do you think that, actually, no, we're in one of the most balanced states we've been in for a while?
Well, it's always hard to say, because as someone who balances, I always want to say like, oh, I've just changed this, now everything should be balanced. But of course, it's not that way. And after each time I do a balance patch, it also takes a bit of time for the players to find like the correct meta, or what would probably be acknowledged as like the most optimal. So I would of course say that this is super balanced and we've done a really good job. But of course, it's hard to say, and there are some things I have spotted that I would probably change.
Okay.
But we'll see with the later matches.
What do you think? Do you think we're going to have a, like, obviously we've got the Damarang around the corner as well. We've got a lot to possibly change with the mod. Do you reckon we'll do a stability patch first and then work about getting new things in, or what can we expect, if anything?
Well, when I feel like I do this really like, if I get a good idea of what I need to change, it's not really hard for me to change it. But when I'm working with something entirely new, that takes a bit more time. So we will probably see a stability patch, but it might just be as well that I include a small balance patch.
Yeah,
because it doesn't take as much work, and it's most dependent on what I notice in matches where other people play, and what I sort of notice is like the meta or what's a bad faction.
Dankus, Seemops, any other questions, anything you guys want to cover in this another segment, or would you like to get into Game 3's map segment? Yeah, you go for
I
the
think
three.
everything that has been said. I think everything has been said. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Sub-Zero, thank you again for joining us. We'll see you again later. Guys, let's head over to the map faction pick and get our two players up here. So, hello, Segl, hello, Jarko. How are we doing? How are we feeling? Start with you, Jarko. How confident are you feeling today?
I feel pretty confident because I'm pretty happy that I'm secured the prize. And we are fighting for a bigger prize today.
Yeah, absolutely. Segl, out of 10, how are you feeling?
Yes, maybe a solid 6, I guess.
Yeah, that's
6.
okay. It's more than 5. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Niceties out the way. Let's get to the serious thing. So obviously there is a map and ban system that we are doing in this tournament today. In front of you is the entire map pool, and I must ask player 1, who in this lineup I believe is Segl, what is your first map ban?
It is a good question. I guess it's Allegiance.
You want Allegiance out the pool? Allegiance is gone. Jarko, what is your first map ban?
At the gates.
At the gates, removed from the map pool. No more at the gates. Goodbye, Stalingrad. Right, Jarko, you now get to choose a map. What?
Desperado.
You want to play Desperado first. Okay, Segl, what side would you like to play on Desperado?
I mean, I guess I would like to play. Allies? Axis. I would like to play Axis.
You're locking in Axis for Desperado. Okay, what map would you like to play?
Northwind.
Nordwind. Oh my gosh. Okay, and Jarko, what side would you like to play for Nordwind?
Allies.
You want allies for Nordwind. Okay, I'm going to let you two go prepare whilst we get some things set up. I'll be dropping the ID over here in just a moment's time. But good luck, and we'll see you again in just a moment. Guys, what do you think of that map poll? What do you think of that map poll?
I'm really happy because I think today is the day where we get to see all of the different maps. I think we have, there's so many different maps already. Especially Desperado. Yeah. I've never seen that map before, played before. So that's going to be a first timer for me this way. It's going to be great.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, same.
Also, It also sounded like Segl didn't really know, what to choose on that map, so he probably doesn't have a plan about it. So we might be able to see something new, something interesting, something improvised, maybe.
Did Segl sound nervous?
Yeah, he did. He sounded like he was maybe not I don't know, maybe he's already a bit tired. It's been a long day. It's already 9 p.m. He's very young, so maybe he has to go to go to school tomorrow. So.
Oh. Double Dankus.
Sorry, I'm just moving us around because I realized you two are going to be casting this next game. I'm going to go be hiding in the back row. So I will just be a voice from beyond in just a moment. But yeah, I like this map pick. I like this map pool. It's very different. Desperado is a very, very different map, and I can't wait to hear you two have a take on this, what you feel like when we're going to get into this. Nordwind as well, a classic map that brings out some very different strategies. I feel like from just even our existing player base, it was always the one that had the most upset in previous tournaments. It was ones where, Mohammed, someone who won every map, often lost. Or it's even you, Dankus. You came up with the strategy that broke Nordwind for a while, and I wonder if we'll see that still holds up in the current meta, or if that's going to be something that changed. Yeah, I think this is going to be a good group stage. Now, something I want to ask you two before I get out of this area. What do you think would be the perfect wild card if this goes to a game 3? What would you guys like to see?
Either powder keg. No, actually, across the Rhine, I say, because I feel like game 3 they're both gonna be a bit tired, and I want to see micro and a lot of micro. I think Rhine is the play for that, honestly.
Fair enough. What about you, Seemops? What would you like to see as your wild card?
I would like to see Baltic Blitz or Powder Keg, because it's one of the 2 new maps, and they're both, I would say, very open. Though Baltic Blitz, I think, suits a more aggressive, snaky playstyle a bit more, because it's just flat territory. But I've seen very, very good games in my set of the tournament there, so I kind of hope for Baltic Blitz. It would be nice.
All right, well, I'm just about to host the server, so if you two want to get yourselves connected...
sorry. Is it in the ID channel? Oh, yeah, there it is.
No,
yeah, I've posted it in there for once. I did remember. Honestly, if I'm talking about what I want to see, for me, I do like a lot. There's a lot of the old maps to choose from. I think it's going to be Powder Keg. Powder Keg is really unique out of the new ones because there's a lot of mountain terrain and there's a lot of tight choke points between the VPs. I believe it's a 5 VP map. I actually have, again, very little experience on it. I've seen it all of once, and I think I've seen Desperado twice. I love that we're seeing these new maps. Then again, though, I am always a fan of Sun and Bloom. I like, people have to get really creative because of how well known it is, and it brings out, because it combines air, land, and sea. It is, yeah, it's something that everything must be focused on. Anyway, I'm gonna throw this over to you guys. And cut back in when we're getting in game. I'm going to let you two talk for a moment while I get some things set up here.
I have to say, I like this map, especially also the naval aspect to it. I just noticed that there's also neutral territory in the south of Mexico, which the air could use to get an early foothold on, and maybe even do a landing later there in advance from there.
That's where one of the VPs are.
Oh, that's also where one of the VPs is?
So it's a 5. So yeah, just so you know, it's a 5 VP map. There's 2 in the Texas, Louisiana area. 1 is Miami, 1 is Cuba, and 1 is on the Yucatan Peninsula.
Oh, okay. That's going to make the thing a lot different, because I thought most of the focus was going to be on Texas. This way, people have to focus on a lot of different areas. especially also the naval aspect. So maybe it makes the Navy faction also viable. Though you can't really, forget about your army either because the capital is on the mainland.
Yeah, actually, like this is one of those maps where you could ignore Navy because you could reach all 3 VPs via, how do you say? Oh, right.
Oh.
Well,
Sorry, I've got a... There's Segl disconnected. He's got apparently a weird bug.
Uh-oh.
Apparently, Segl, when joining a game, has to connect to Rhine, and then we have to change scenario. No idea what that means.
That's okay though. If it works, it works. That's the main thing.
Well, but yeah, I think with them not having to do Navy, I think my camera's lagging a little bit. I don't know why, to be honest. But with them probably not having to do Navy, I think we might see one player abandoning Navy because it's not worth investing into Navy if one other guy is also gonna do it. And like it is a 50-50 scenario here. Either you win Navy and then you win because you invested into Navy, or you lose, right?
Yeah.
I think
I would say the X plays a really good defensive position. Though the other player has the same. If he manages to get all the way to the Mississippi River there, in the Louisiana River Delta, or the Mexico player, or basically on the border to Texas there. Is it the Rio Grande? I can't remember. I think it's the Rio Grande. They can both really easily camp there.
Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think as soon as we load into the game, you guys will be able to ban the factions. Segl, one really quick question. Have you played this map before? Are you prepared for this map? Because you didn't sound very optimistic when you had to choose a faction there.
Well, I played it before. It's not really part of my preparation, but
Ooh.
I mean, surely it's gonna work. And Benson work. Okay, we can just tell them now.
That's okay. Okay, perfect. So let's start with Jarko because you're on top of the Discord here. What faction do you want to ban?
I think I will ban Luftwaffe Ground Forces.
Luftwaffe Ground Forces. Okay, and what faction do you want to ban, Segl?
I am gonna ban. Yes. I guess I'm gonna ban.
Think wise.
Yeah, I should think wise. I guess I'm gonna ban United States Marine Corps.
Ooh, interesting. A counter Navy pick here. A counter Navy ban, I would say. Okay. Thank you guys very much. I would say you can go back to your channels, and when you're ready, you just tell us, and then we go. Good luck to both of you. We'll see you later. Wow. Dankus, what do you think about their bans? Huh?
Yeah, I was looking at Luftwaffe Ground Forces here. It looks like quite a strong pick, honestly. But so yeah, it's banned now. But like, you get 15% attack on your inf, minus 10% defense, but you're not really gonna get crit usually, at least. And you also get Grand Battle Plan, which is awesome for infantry. You get transport planes and paratroopers. Yeah, it looks like in fighter production costs.
Yeah. I think it was a great pick to work your way with paratroopers all the way over to the islands, right? With the heavy fighters, you can get very easy air supremacy, especially in faraway air zones. And you get the paratroopers and the transport planes. It's a really good ban here, I would say. What faction do you think the X-Play has left now that he could go for, other than that?
There's so many. There are so many at this point, you know? You have all the remaining factions available, so it's like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 other picks you could do.
That's just crazy.
So there's so much variety to what either player could do right now.
There's also so many strategies people could go for. They could go and focus on the navy and defend on the land, or they could go and do a rush build like Army of the Po and just try to rush down the enemy as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
It's just so great about this map. I really like it.
Ooh. I actually see something I would want to try if I was a Navy player here as the Axis. Maybe even paratroopers would be very strong here. I guess it's to, as the Axis, get New Orleans and then the other marsh tiles there, because that is super like good to
Yeah.
hold.
Very nice
that.
place to entrench there, yeah. It's a lot of marsh
marshes, and then to the left of it, it's marsh with river, big river. So you're not getting kicked out of that tile. The question then would be air, and it's very favored for the Axis if they hold Houston. So all you then would need is Merida in the south, and well, yeah, you do have a risky coastline. Like if the enemy lands on you, takes literally 2 tiles. Here in Mexico, in San Luis Potosi in Mexico, if you go up a little bit, you'll see San Luis Potosi, and then
oh yeah, I see it here. Yeah,
those 2 tiles. If you would meme the Axis by landing there and then raiding them with like 50 submarines in the Western Gulf of Mexico, they would lose
cut
all
off the
their
entire
army.
supply there. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. 2 tiles.
So also garrisoning your coastline and your ports here is it's gonna be very important.
Yeah. Or doing Navy.
Or doing Navy, yeah. I mean, by doing Navy, you also, like, if you manage to beat your enemy's Navy, you can also refrain from using your own port garrisons. If you know that you have your Navy out there on strike force, your enemy can't navigate anyway, so you have way more force that you could put on the front line instead. So maybe that's also something that you could benefit there from. Though, one thing I like to see already is that we have transfer plane production on the Allies, and maybe also transfer planes on the Axis?
No, just gun production on the Axis.
It looks like the usual Segl setup, by the way. Like every time I watch them play, he always has that same setup that looks like this.
Yeah. No, but this is definitely paratrooper play then from the allied player here. This looks kind of like Nayf's setup production-wise-ish. Like what he had when he played for paratroopers without going for a paratrooper faction, so to speak. So he could go any faction right now. Actually, let me correct that. He's not going to go... We can exclude all the factions that get paratroopers. Because he wouldn't do a faction that gets paratroopers because they also get transport planes in the focus tree. So he wouldn't be building them then. So we have a lot to
exclude. He won't go for
here.
National Army, for example. And he also won't go for the 3rd Shock Army.
Yeah. Won't be Combined Arms, Combined Operations Headquarters.
What factions got banned again? I forgot to remember. Was it the US Marine Corps?
USMC and Luftwaffe.
Because US Marine Corps would have been a cool pick for this one too.
Yeah, for sure. So then I guess not National Army China either. And Communist forces might also get... No, they don't? They don't.
Yeah, I think it's just the National Army. So we
could be seeing 5th Guards. I mean, we could be seeing US 12th Army. We could be seeing anything. I'm not gonna start yapping here, you know.
There's so much stuff possible here. It's gonna be crazy.
Wow, we see the construction line here on the Allied player. I was gonna say US because we're in the US. The map is in the US. But we see the construction line here is doing 2 military factories into a level 1 airport in Alabama for the paradrop. So he's gonna go get... Yeah, it's like I said, probably this is a ignore Navy Allied build. I didn't know which side was gonna do it, but it's definitely ignore Navy Allied build, I would say. Considering he's going for paratroopers, and then he would get these 2 VPs, and he only has to defend Miami at that point. And defending Miami, it's a marsh tile. I mean, that should be very holdable against naval invasion, even versus Marines, I would say.
Yeah, I just saw also that the Atlanta airport is really not good for the paradropping anywhere because it's so fined off. It's going to be really hard for you to paradrop there from towards Havana. It's going to be nice to see though if the X-Player is going to go for any other focus unit gives him paratroopers because he's not building any himself. He's playing naval invasion still for Havana, so it looks like he's going to try and just do it the old-fashioned way. Or over the water, though that might not be quick enough if the enemy tries to go for a paradrop.
I mean, there is a level 5 airport in Florida, I guess, and it's here, and that would definitely reach Havana. But Havana, I don't think the Allied player here, since he's played this before and he's prepping with the paratroopers and such, I think he's aware of the fact that Havana and the tiles next to it are plain tiles. If the Axis goes for like the Japanese with the Space Marine tanks, like Marines with tanks in them, it's gonna be unholdable if it's plain tiles, 3 of them here. Yeah, it's gonna be very hard. So I probably would say he's not gonna even try for Havana, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I mean, if Japan goes for that strategy, you know, for the the Space Marines basically, and the Navy, he might just try and do a land push anyway, right? Because he's already focusing on that. Though it's going to be hard to really like put a lot of pressure on him, because to get all the way to your enemy's home country, you need to first cross the Rio Grande and also try to push your way through the mountains here, which is not going to be very easy.
We see a heavy airplay on the axis here, going for both survivability and heavy MG, straight off the bat after juggling the industrial techs.
While on the Allies, see heavy machine guns, so maybe two pairs with airbuilds. That's going to be nice. Because all of these transfer planes and paratroopers don't really help you when you don't have the air supremacy. When your enemy has the air supremacy, you can't drop your guys. So this is a good way to deny your enemy your paradrops very early. Oh, and he's actually going for dockyards. Look at this. The X is going for dockyards.
Yeah.
So we have a known Navy build on the Allies versus an actual naval build on the X. I've never seen anybody pick these dockyard focuses. He's even picking it first. He's picking it before he picks the army one. The military factories. That's actually crazy. First timer, right?
First time. One of the players are lagging.
Let me see who it is.
Jarko. No, it's Segl lagging actually.
Damn, man.
That's gonna be bad for him. He needs to make sure he doesn't have a strategy that relies too much on micro. Then.
He just has
deploying 2 with divisions, I believe. Yeah, 2 with divisions.
He always does it. 2 with, then he converts it to the extra units. And then trace them up. That way you can force out more manpower in the field before the war starts.
Yep. That's smart, I guess. I mean, you don't take attrition either from training, so even though they have nothing in them, they're still gonna be making XP. So it is definitely the way to go about this.
Oh, carriers on the X. Look at this. Mobile airfields.
I mean, so he's doing supremacy spam. What we found out last tournament, you see how it doesn't fill out any slots that are not needed? A carrier gives you the most naval supremacy per IC. So if you deploy carriers with the first dockyard focus, you actually end up having a lot of naval supremacy. You could even, for example, if the allied player goes for their highest amount of naval supremacy, spawn in, and they don't build ships, you could do a smaller navy and still get naval supremacy if you just did this 14-day focus.
So there's a force multiplier on the IC of the ships depending on their size. On their type, or
no, it's depending on how much manpower that gives you naval supremacy in HOI 4. So, for example, a carrier.
A lot of manpower, 5,000. That gives you more than a battleship, which costs. I can't really see it right now because there's no design. Let me see.
Well, a battleship costs. Oh well, we can't see there,
but that's also
the base cost of a battleship is here. We calculated battleship 2s, I believe, was the most efficient to build if you were gonna do battleships, and that's 4k IC-ish. But you have to put in an engine and a armor on it, which makes it just way too inefficient. Whereas on a carrier, you could just make it empty. And carrier 2s were the most efficient. They cost half the base cost of IC. And you can see here the ones he's building, 3.9k. The engine is essentially half the ship here, which is kind of ridiculous.
One thing that's also funny is that the LF player is doing the exact same thing. So both players are just spamming the carriers, And he also did one dockyard focus, so we have the exact mirror here.
That's interesting.
He's also going for tanks at the same time, by the way. Pretty cheap ones. Looks like they're just going to be there to give him piercing and also some stats on top of that.
Wait, what?
Respawn there.
So he's doing the heart attack cannon with breakthrough and defense.
And squeeze for more piercing.
Yeah, I get that. But so he's afraid of a what's called Panzer Group West play here. Then I would say.
I mean, there's a big potential of us actually seeing tanks. There's wide plains in the Texas area here. Though these tanks are really not that good at crossing big rivers, and there's also not that much supply there.
Segl not even researching anything for tanks right now. So far, nothing.
Interesting. I really wonder I really don't know what kind of faction these guys are gonna pick.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing about it. Another maps like last 2 games that I cast, I always predicted what the people would pick, because there were some really good picks that you could go for. But in this, I have no idea what to predict.
Yeah,
what we can see already is a lot of Civ conversions going on already. Oh, there's also gonna going for the dockyards first. Gonna throw the people behind a bit in the economy too, because they get all of their mids 15 days later now.
Yeah, but they're getting it equally 15 days late, and
Yeah,
they're
so
both on the first,
it's just
so-
both sides have less stuff basically.
Yeah, equally less.
Mhm.
No, but I'm actually wondering here, with the allied player being just 4 less on guns, he's producing 66 guns per day compared to Segl's 95. That's
99.
30 guns per day less. That's a
How?
lot. You know, obviously he has more of this other stuff, I guess. He also did 2 on transport planes, which is needed if he wants to pair it up. He could save guns in the end if that ends up winning him some good land that Segl has to push, and then he loses guns that way. But yeah,
I really doubt that these 4 medium tanks a week that he's building right now are going to be worth the 33 guns a day that he's missing out on right now by shifting his military factories away from guns onto these tanks.
no, he had since the start on transport planes, 1 on RD, 1 on trucks.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah, so it's he had just day 1 efficiency on the stuff he feels like he will need, and he's gonna go up on guns later, but I'm presuming gun 2. Yep, he will just be going up on gun 2 later and keeping the gun 1 line, and that way he can have the same amount of stuff as Segl if Segl does it also if Segl switches the line to gun 2. Although, do we see a switch coming in? No gun 2 research yet, actually. 0 gun 2 research.
Let's see.
And he goes radio. Okay.
Okay. Maybe some radar tech rush or something like that? I don't know.
He might be doing radio just for the radio, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends.
Oh, he said earlier that he
Seemops
didn't
has
really have
faction
a
pickers.
plan for this.
Yeah, no, but radio, I guess, coordination and reinforce rate. But I mean, or maybe it's for the basic radio. I have no clue, but he doesn't seem to be going tanks at all, so I'm not really
So that doesn't make
sure.
much sense.
Yeah. Like, if you're a tank
Also-
nation, I get why you do it instantly like this. But this is gonna be way ahead of war. I know that there's plenty of techs that are more important than radio right now, in my
It's very
opinion.
mysterious. He also already researched the survivability studies and the heavy machine guns, but he didn't start building or designing any tanks yet. Sorry, planes.
Yeah, he's getting the air XP right now with the air advisor. Yeah, doesn't have it yet. But he'll make it instantly after that, I guess. Yeah.
He has a heavy fighter airframe. Do you think he researched it himself? No, he made it himself, no, right?
That's
I mean,
a great
you don't
question.
start with one, right? So he must have made it himself.
Yeah, he made it himself for air superiority, I guess.
It's
He
pretty
must
cheap,
have.
high range. 2,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
It should reach Cuba.
46.5. I mean, the good thing about heavy fighters is not the cheapness or anything. It's the air superiority you get from them. 1.25 air superiority per plane built. So you need to build, for every 4 heavy fighters built, you need to build 5 fighters, essentially. And if you look at the cost of this one, I mean, actually, let me do this. 48 times 4. I'm doing quick maths on my phone. 48 times 4, and I know probably someone could do this in their head, but okay, 192. So, and then 31 times 5 is still cheaper, 155. So fighters are cheaper for air superiority. Yeah.
Do they trade better though?
Oh yeah, because he had an empty heavy fighter.
Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah.
heavy fighters are always.
That's a designed fighter one versus an empty heavy
Well,
fighter.
what do the normal fighters help you if you don't range the air zones you need to range?
That is true, but you
And maybe he
put
just
drop
wants to have
tanks on
like
them.
a few planes, like 5 of them or something, so he can have green air over these far outreaching areas immediately. While
Could
his
be if
enemy
he's
can't
gonna go
get
for a
there.
faction to get paratroopers and transport
true.
planes for free. But
Yeah,
considering he
there's
went
6
to the
active
naval
heavy fighters
focus,
now, yeah. Let's see, maybe design it again? Yeah, he put heavy machine guns on it now. He just redesigned
yeah,
it.
okay. So he, oh yeah, right, he hadn't finished the
72 air
design.
tank on that one and 22 air defense. That's gonna
Yeah.
be crazy.
So it's gonna have crazy good stats. I think he calculated it via resources then. How much resources do you have on this map? Because they are more expensive. They cost 4 alu, 3 rubber.
Oh, damn.
And he is gonna run out of alu before rubber, so the rubber is not an issue on them. Whereas fighters cost 3 alu.
I mean, he
2
can afford
rubber.
another 5 factories on it, but that's it.
Yeah.
At least until he gets more.
Yeah, but does he
VPs
have 5 factories to put on it? Even is what you gotta ask yourself.
Not yet, but he just went up on it. Okay. He just went up on it. Now he's missing 13 aluminium. Now he noticed. Now he's going back.
Noticed, yeah.
Okay, so maximum amount of 10.
That's not a huge amount, but he's going up on tanks now. He's actually gonna go tanks. And he does also the same cheap tank, I guess. Yeah. Looks like
they're
it.
planning to go all the way up to
With
50,
the max
yeah?
armor clicks. Okay. The max armor clicks have been clicked for both breakthrough and armor, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
so maybe
Space
some
Marines, right?
Yeah, Space Marines, I'm guessing.
Good that the LPS has already been building some high piercing medium tanks that he can put in his own divisions as to counter those Space Marines.
He's actually outproducing the Allied player while building heavy fighters right now, because the Allied player only has 6 on fighters right now.
We have a faction pick, by the way, on our Allied player. It's the Commonwealth. While on the Axis we see another 8 dockyards being pumped out.
Now there you go.
So,
Commonwealth.
So
yeah, I'm guessing Commonwealth 8th here. Makes sense.
Would make the most sense with the Navy and the air.
Navy, air, and good inf and stuff, yeah. And Imperial Japanese military we're seeing here.
Ooh, so mass mob Zerg rush. Oh, wait, never mind, he didn't. Okay, he can still go
He did
for
a
Navy
second
though, right?
dockyard focus. That is why he was behind now. That is why he was behind.
He has all of the dockyard focus.
So he could start building light cruisers actually with submarines. So he's gonna have a good screen as well, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at this light cruiser here.
While Segl is just spamming submarines and carriers.
Wait, that's not it. This is it. There you go. Oh, it's basically empty light cruisers.
Interesting.
Okay, and he doesn't even put armor on them.
He doesn't
put armor on them.
Interesting.
I played vanilla not long ago, and they told me always put armor on your light cruisers, because the entire starting ships of the Axis won't pierce it. The starting like screen. So the screen will win if you have armor on your screen, and it only costs 500 more IC to have an unkillable light cruiser essentially. So not sure about that choice by not going armor.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the Axis.
He's probably gonna go for the Navy. Or did the Navy puff get banned? No, right? They banned the German one.
Yeah. Not even a German naval path. It was
German Luftwaffe.
Yeah. Okay, so Imperial Japanese military. Now is he gonna go Navy? I'm guessing. Surely, we're not gonna see an army.
No way he won't go for the Navy, right?
He might honestly go for Imperial Japanese Army. There you go. He wants to get the naval win here. So does he have
how about you tell us what you get in the Imperial Japanese Navy tree?
The Axis player has done all the naval dockyard focuses.
Yeah.
He's just spamming submarines.
It's a 23.
Oh. That is interesting. That's smart, because you can just, like, if you put them in stacks of 3, which is the minimum allowed, you might be able to catch them enough while they're invading to the point where they don't get to land in Havana first.
One thing I don't understand though is why he doesn't have a raiding fleet design on it, and also no engine 3. I guess he doesn't have enough Navy XP right now, so.
Yeah, I guess that's why. Oh yeah, true, he doesn't. He actually does not. He picked Naval Reform, but not the other one.
He could have just trained his Navy, I think. That would have been enough already.
Yeah, he did the other 2 dockyard focuses. The Allied player only did 1, and he's producing light cruisers and a bit of subs with that.
I mean, Navy is going to be very interesting. I think it's mostly just going to be cancer raiding, though. But if the Japanese player gets the super heavy battleships, his carriers, and also the naval bombers, I think he's going to have the heads up here. So
the Allied player has 35 divisions with 1 tank battalion in them.
35?
Yeah, 35.
But he's missing 400 medium tanks.
No, I'm lying to you. I'm actively lying. He has 11 divisions with 1 medium tank battalion in them. We'll see how good those are.
I mean, right now he's missing quite a few tanks, but in 158 days he will have fixed that stockpile problem. He's also missing a lot of guns, though, but it will also fix itself in a bit. Air-wise, let's check that out really quick. We have 38 normal fighters on our allied player, while on the Axis we have 50 heavy fighters. Look at that range. All the way from Mexico City to almost the capital of the US player here.
Yeah.
Really, really far.
And if you get an even closer airport, those are going to be doing just fine.
I really doubt though that you need 50 transfer planes, right, per division? That was it?
Yep.
Okay, then he has enough. Like, if anybody tries to move units across the water here, I think it's going to be a slaughter. Because of all of the submarines and everything that the people have out here. Though the other players aren't really using his navy yet.
Now he just teched the, what do you call it? The paratroopers. So he's going to switch these 2 purple guys, I'm guessing, because they're on the airport. The yellow player is training his fighters. Like, yeah, the Axis actually has more heavy fighters than the Allies have fighters. So he shouldn't be able to pair drop, actually, if the Axis just puts their air up over Mexico. I mean, over Texas.
He has enough range. Look at that. That's crazy. All the way from Mexico City to Havana here.
Well, yeah, from Havana as well, yeah.
I think... Yeah, that's some interesting, though. The problem is that the Axis player doesn't have paratroopers himself, so his units that he tries to use to name Havana with might just die on the way there because of the raiding.
Yeah.
Though he should have the bigger fleet that should be able to beat the US one. Though he doesn't have anything against the submarines, and the submarines are being sent out right now.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he's going to use his navy at all day one. I'm really not certain. UK does have a pretty decently sized fleet, but I believe the Axis fleet might be bigger, actually. Let's take a looky-loo. He's doing more naval focuses, but ooh, 5 carriers only. I'm not sure. 6 battleships with 5... I think the Allies might have naval supremacy here day one, because they have not done the Great Harmony focus, and that's going to be done after war.
How much manpower does a super heavy battleship have, by the way? That might be interesting to know. Because that should give a lot of supremacy, right?
Yeah, it does. So essentially...
9,000 manpower, yeah.
Yeah. So it's almost twice as much as a carrier.
Okay, war, by the way, about to start in 6 days. Japan now doing this Great Harmony focus, so he will get his big ships, but a bit late. While the UK is going to get 150 fighters now. So maybe he is at least going to be able to paradrop all the way to Florida. I don't know how good the range of these fighters is, though. Oh, true.
Right. Day 1 paradrops are not allowed, right? Oh, right. So, yeah, so essentially, in the normal base game, even though you don't have greener per se, the first day of a war, you can always paradrop. So, essentially, we made it so that the paradrops are stopped for 1 day before they go. Or it takes 1 day to paradrop, essentially. So if the enemy has air, you're not going to be able to paradrop. But he is able to paradrop into here, and he's going to probably move the planes
into Florida, now over the Gulf of Mexico, where he should be able to get enough supremacy. Yeah, he will, because he just outnumbers these heavy fighters by quite a lot. And now the route to Havana should be open. Even as naval invasion is going, let's see if the X1 is going. The X1 is not going. The X doesn't have enough supremacy. There go two.
They're not going. Yeah. So that means that the Axis will have to push New Orleans, which is not very pushable by the looks of the marsh town with big river.
43 Allied divisions with 11 of these tanked ones versus 47 Axis divisions, which is the exact mirror, though he doesn't have any of these high-quality Space Marine divisions, right? I mean, he has a few.
The Allied player has some, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Okay, it's going to be interesting. Space Marines with Space Marines.
They both have Space Marines, yeah. The heavy fighters didn't work out so great, and they're getting out-traded currently even in the ocean here. They have bad air detection. They have 6% air detection.
Wow, why is that?
It's because they don't control any territory and such, whereas the Allies control... Well, actually, it's just from active region.
Also, the 2 units he sent to naval invade there are getting commemorated right now. So that's 2 divisions of equipment gone here.
Mm-hmm.
We can see the footprint of the Japanese Navy with 5 carriers in one battle. Isn't that a bit too much? Okay, it's just 80% limited of the air traffic, so it should not be that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, the air player looks like he's just going to sit behind. He's not even going to try and advance Little Rock or something like that.
He has a beautiful river to sit on here, so there's no need to push. There's no resources here. I would even pull back in the north as the Allied player. Yeah, he is. He's pulling back to across the river. Even though there's a supply up there, doesn't matter. You're sitting on hill tiles with big river here. Hopefully, it would be funny if he left the top tile open. If he doesn't see that is actually connected here. But probably he will notice.
Surely, there's no way
He's
he won't.
taking as many marsh tiles as he can here right now, but he's not going
Which
to
is
be able
good.
to take
That will buy
another.
him some time. Especially one with the airport
Yeah.
there.
Wait, actually, he is going to be able to go for it.
Wow. There's some
Wow.
advancing in there.
The biggest part here, I would say, is denying the access to the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he's going to be there first, actually. If Segl would have just day one snaked for it, he would have gotten it, but now he's going to have to fight another marsh tile,
Oh, we're in one
which is
speed
just
again.
super annoying. Oh, yeah, we are actually
Segl
on
has a
one
ping
speed.
of 9,000.
Wow.
I mean, this connection, I remember it being pretty bad, but I don't remember it being that bad. I really,
German.
German internet, yeah.
Nah.
Surely it's gonna get better soon. There's no
Sure.
way the German internet will stay this bad.
Will Segl pin because he sees the front line moving like this?
I don't
I'm
think he
not
sees it moving
sure.
with a ping of 9,000. It's probably still static for him.
That is fair enough. Yeah, we're on 2 speed again. He
Oh,
does
there's
see
a
it.
pin now,
Wow.
there's a pin. A
A bit of
counter
a
pin,
delayed
a pin on the
pin,
pin.
but will it be enough? Wait, he accidentally halted his click of the marsh tile actually.
Uh-oh.
Now he's gonna be even more delayed into the tile, and as soon as
Yeah,
this
he's
pin
gonna make
stops,
it. Unless
he's
he cross
gonna
attacks, he's gonna make it in there.
yeah.
If not, he can just teleport.
He's gonna lose the org on that division, and
There
then
it
they're
is.
instantly in. And look at the debuff attacking into that. Minus 40%, and you're only fighting on 50 combo width, so it's very favorable to the defender here. You don't have to have a lot of divisions. Your enemy takes attrition. It's also an airport tile, which is just super unlucky. But yeah, it would be kind of a bit shaky here if I was Segl, because right now you're getting raided if you try to invade, and your enemy has
maybe the side where you get really good marines. Those could help him push out the marsh tiles. You know, if he has
yeah.
space,
I would probably go
marine,
for the
veteran
marsh
marines,
tiles.
he might be able to actually cross the river too. Because crossing the river with marines is a bit lot easier than with infantry. So it's not over yet, I would say.
No,
even though
definitely
he's
not.
bleeding out right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have really quality stuff yet. He doesn't have gun 2 production. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see here what Segl's plan is.
Especially air-wise, I would say it's not really good for him. Because right now he's still building the heavy fighters. I don't think that 100 heavy fighters are going to be enough against 300 fighters already here.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And the subs are actually killing one of his divisions here in the ocean.
Uh-oh.
Sad. So Segl also did subs. He has already made a grand total of 38 of them. Wow.
That's
Allied
crazy.
players
I mean,
only
you
made
can pump out
5.
that many dockyards.
Yeah. No, but he went with the dockyards, yeah, and
He builds one sub a week per line, so he's building like two and a half subs a week basically. That's crazy.
That is very strong.
The cuts right now, he's going to get amphibious tractors and also cost modifiers in that one, so that's going to be pretty good. He's going to get naval bombers, which might help him a bit against the enemy navy. And then he's going to get an advisor, which gives him 10% special forces attack and special forces cap, which is going to be really important combined with his veteran marines in trying to cross the river or taking the marsh tides here.
Yeah.
And I think even on a red air, he will be able to take it. Grand battle plan, veteran marines. I see that working somehow.
Oh yeah, and the allied player has gone up on fighters and will also start going into CAS next.
Okay. Does Segl have any anti-air?
He's leaving Miami ungarrisoned, which does not make sense in my book. And he has very little stuff on Havana, but I mean...
Seems to be very confident that his supremacy fleet will be big enough to deny the enemy his naval invasion. One thing that I see very critical though here from Segl, which I see more and more often, is that he's not building any anti-air. He's really relying on his 10 factories and heavy fighters giving an air supremacy, and if that doesn't work out, he's just gonna get cast to death, and he doesn't even have like anti-air 1 to shoot down CAS or decrease the penalty a bit here, because that's gonna really hurt him.
I think he might be lucky here though with the allied use of the airport, because, well, it's not out of supply yet, so that's good for the allied player, but it's like not shy off of being out of supply. Oh, now it has more supply. Okay.
Also, the air zone is pretty nice for him there. If he wants to, wants to push for New Orleans, all of that is in the southwest air zone, which really favors him.
Yeah, that is very actually axis favored here, but I guess it's because of the allies not even moving into the rest of the air zone.
Yeah, I think he should just wait a bit. Speed is not that bad. Get your bonuses of the, especially the veteran Marines and the 10% extra special forces attack. You can easily get. Then I think he has a way of winning this somehow in the late game, unless the allied player keeps going the way he is, because it's really solid. You know, he probably planned for this too. Otherwise, he would have not chosen this map before.
Yeah.
He's also going for the Civs now, already with his third Civ focus, while the Axis player didn't do a single one. So the longer the game goes, the more the economy of the allied players, Axis players, going to get outscaled. Though he has the more dockyards, so maybe he can do something. With
Allied player wasting a bit of PP here. I mean, they have 79 PP. Have not gone for the offense expert. Have not gone. Okay, well now he just did a pick of war economy instead of the offense expert.
So he's actually believing in the late game scaling with the economy here.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know about that one, but hey, we will see. I think next pick will be the financial expert, and then maybe the war industrialist. What do you think?
I think either attack or defense expert next, and then maybe regrouping, and then maybe I say he's gonna go greedy, go for the armaments organizer for even more conversion costs, and then go defense army guy.
Just to cut in, sorry, I need to just announce a rule change and slight thing. The way that we're doing this, we have a way that I can be able to check people's games, make sure nothing's going on. That is what's causing Segl apparently to lag down. I don't quite understand how, unless his internet is absolute garbage water. However, for fairness now, because I cannot ref his game, I can't see his screen, we have allowed the other player, Jarko, to also drop their connection, and they're both going to just connect to this. But it will mean all my eyes and ears are just you two. So if you see a rule break, it's down to you two. But yeah, we're going to get the game going again.
All right. Well,
also quick solution finding, I would say, because now let's check his ping. It's down to 190. It legit just changed from 9,000 to 190.
Now Jarko actually has more ping.
Sure, he's gonna be fine. There's no way he starts lagging too now.
Yeah, no way.
I kind of hope we will see a naval battle here, because both players actually invest into navy. I think that's the first time I saw anybody do that on a map other than Sonnenblume sometimes. But there's 90 ships in the Axis fleet. He already has 54 submarines. This is just crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna scale. If he ends up getting Havana, there's no way for the allied player back in there. I mean, paratroopers, sure, but it's pretty easy to defend against.
I mean, I wouldn't like to go out on that ocean at all, no matter what player I'm at, because both players are spamming submarines.
Yeah,
you're just gonna get ripped apart by all of these, because submarine 3s are not to be underestimated. Why are those other players not picking any MIOs for the Navy, though?
That is true. Like, I agree.
I mean, at least for the submarines, the carriers you're not using probably just for the.
Yeah, but I agree. It would probably help, but I don't think it's worth diving into, so to speak. Like a sub is a sub in the end. Like they're gonna do fine.
Who cares? It's gonna be fine.
We see Axis have not gotten the flame tanks yet, so he's going for engineer 2s to be able to unlock the flame tank, and we see the allied player going for dispersed for
also research the marines now. Though I don't get
also
that.
Doesn't have flame
unlock
tanks.
the marine tank automatically when you get the marine division? Does it not work that way? No, right?
Yeah, it does, I think.
It does. Okay, then I don't understand why he's researching it. But it doesn't matter, better be safe than sorry. One thing that's also pretty good is the flame tanks, as you mentioned before. They also, I have no idea why, they give you 10% extra attack across rivers, and you can put them in together with your engineer company, which also gives you some movement speed and basically breakthrough over rivers. So that's going to be great for him. That combined with the veteran marines and also him having armor that his enemy can't pierce right now, might actually enable him to cross the river and keep on pushing there. Because once that dam breaks, basically, like he crosses the river, I think the allied defense will collapse.
Okay, so where the allied player doesn't have one of those tank divisions, he doesn't get pierced. So the allies do have one on every tile, basically. Wait, the top tile is still empty. Top tile is still empty.
It looks like both players didn't notice that, though. So.
Yeah, I know. It's funny.
It's pretty funny, though. Yeah, that's true.
This could be disastrous. There's a supply up right there as well, so you could probably, really quickly run through.
I got man, the Axis economy looking really strong though. He's already at 38 military factories. I mean, though, not that far ahead. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
I know, because it starts scaling very late if you do it after the country focuses, which he waited to do. And yeah. We saw Nayf, he always went for the civs before the country focuses, and you could see the scaling way earlier. But considering he has the VP advantage, I don't think it's a huge issue that he waited. Because it's usually, you need to scale earlier if you're the one who has to push. Whereas now he's actually outscaling the guy who has to push.
That's true.
In terms of economy.
Do you think X-Player is going to go for his ultimate focuses first, or he's going to swap over to the civs as soon as he sees that his enemy's really pulling away?
I think he's going to go civs.
I mean, he has what he needs now, right? He has the Special Forces Advisor. He has the two elite Marine divisions, which are going to be really, really strong, especially if you add some tanks to them. I mean, what else could he need? Maybe the Banzai, but he doesn't really
fighter production cost, but that doesn't even apply in heavy fighters, which he's doing.
I mean, most of the focuses there now are a bit useless, I would say. So most of it is for Navy, and you're not going to use the Navy. You're probably just going to try and focus your way over the land. Instead, he's going for the advanced warfare school, which will give him adaptable. And then he will also probably go for the School of Attack, or maybe some industry.
Are you seeing this?
What?
Look at the top of the screen next to the factories of the Axis. What do you see there?
The fuel? Or...
yeah.
What is he using the fuel on? So many
Navy's out. His Navy's out. All of it.
Why? Ah, he has it on naval invasion support. Oh no.
Yeah, and it's supporting. It sure is supporting his fuel stockpile becoming empty. That is what it's supporting. That could be really bad considering like his frontline divisions have fuel in them. He just made 2 Marine divisions into having 1 battalion in them as well.
He's also missing so many trains. He really underestimated that one.
He just put 3 on AA, and he's given up on air. He went down to 3 on heavy fighters. Wow.
So that was a huge waste. Hey, he's still building anti-air though. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. But imagine like this. He can only push with the divisions with AA in them, and even then he's gonna get cast. So these 6 Marines here, is he gonna be able to cross into here?
He has commando trait on his general, right? And camouflage expert. So that will reduce the damage taken by the cast quite a bit, and also reduces enemies' cast bonus. So it won't be that bad. It's still a big difference though. But with these Marines here, 6 of them, 2 of them also veterans. If you guys didn't know, veteran experience rank gives you guys 75% extra stats, which is just ridiculous. Can't wait to see these stats here. Come on, attack. He probably has to wait for a few more tanks in his divisions, right? No, what is missing? Support equipment and trucks. Did he add flame tanks already? Or did he even create flame tanks? He didn't, right?
No, he was going for it. He was going for the tech engineer 2s.
Yeah, he doesn't have it
in
yet.
11 days, yeah.
Probably wants to wait for that one then, because 10% extra attack is 10% extra attack. But he,
now we got the Gurkhas to put into, I guess this 4 tile here would be the best.
Let's check them out really quick. They're also very seasoned. Forest defense. Damn.
Dude, I actually like that the allied player is constantly using all of his equipment. He is right now 28 medium surplus, 600 guns surplus, 90 artillery surplus. That is like nothing in a mod like this. He's constantly making sure he's training stuff, and
it's also very important.
Yeah,
because equipment on the stockpile is basically wasted equipment. Doesn't really help you.
Yeah, it doesn't help you. So he's making use of it because a push could come at any moment, and fielding everything you've built by then is the ultimate thing you need to do.
Yeah, and this is what I meant earlier, guys. Segl going all the way up to 6 factories on anti-air instead of just putting 1 on day 1 or I don't know, halfway through the build-up phase. He would have been completely fine, but now he has to sacrifice 10% of his economy here. 20% of his economy. Just to have enough anti-air in his divisions to not get casted up, which is a pretty big investment. So you can already see here too is that his enemy is mirroring his movements by putting his light infantry Gurkha divisions, which are really strong in forests, or the plane tiles right in front of his Marines. Though I think these guys won't be doing too well against these Marines, since these Marines also have tanks in them.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, the defenders also have tanks in them, so I'm
That's
thinking
true, yeah.
they'll be fine-ish.
How much piercing do they have? Can you check the piercing
no.
on the allied units?
Yeah, they have. Well, I bugged the template, I guess. Oh yeah, 40. So no chance.
Damn, yeah, okay. The allied X units only have 12 armor and 12 piercing.
Gun
So
2 might
that will
even
be a
pierce
lot harder
that.
than- Yeah.
And also, speaking of Gun 2, the allied player has been producing Gun 2 for quite some time, almost full efficiency. Segl has also been for a little while, but not as long for sure.
Yeah.
Segl is fielding currently how many Gun 2? Let's see here.
It's also time to build the flame tanks now here.
8,800. 8,800 Gun 2 fielded on the Axis, and on the Allies we have 20,000. And he's being in the defensive situation here as well.
One thing I like to
So
see though
that's great
is
for him.
the allied player has no spy network in the tiles that are about to be pushed, while the Axis player has full spy network, so that treachery is being decreased by 2.5, and also he has full access to all of his spelling walls, which is actually 54%. And if you guys didn't know, Marines also get extra attack in march tiles, as you can see, 25% here. So the penalty of 60% will almost be completely reduced, which will make attacking those tiles a lot easier for him. And if he somehow manages to take control of this, which, oh god, this won't be easy. He's trying to find the right angle of attack so most of his units reinforce. And
Good
actually pretty decent
stats,
yeah.
but the allied player has better stats.
Yeah, and he still can't pierce in there too.
Yeah.
One thing the Axis player could try would be moving his navy there for shore bombardment.
That is true.
That could be a bit of a difference. Let's check if the allied player is doing the same. He is not. No, his navy is... what is that order?
Allies going up on cast. Look at that. Went down to 7 on fighters because he saw Segl went down on air. So still being 7 on fighters. But he's ahead in factories, so he can do that and ensure air superiority. And so being down 7 on that, he's going up to 12 on cast, which is a huge investment, but definitely a worth one, I would say.
Yeah. Allied player also doing Dig for Victory now, which will give him less consumer goods. You can check it out, by the way. I didn't even see that here. So even more late game bonuses, and also he's going to get 10% extra infantry division attack over here. So the longer the extra waits, the harder it's going to be for him, kinda, because he won't get more stats. He will just get, I don't know. Yeah, he already had his power spike, you could say, basically.
Well, he is actually kind of pushing the tile currently that I'm watching here, kind of.
Yeah.
Once the allied player gets enough
The
of these
Marines
tank
can actually pierce
divisions,
the tanks,
though-
by the way. The Marines can actually pierce these allied tank divisions.
Yeah, I know.
And the cast damage is not that significant if you look at it.
I mean, he didn't put armor on the tank divisions, so to speak.
Okay.
They are 1 battalion armor of no armor clicks, whereas Segl did the armor clicks and still gets pierced. So I'm not sure how good of an investment that was, to be honest. Yeah.
He also has engineer trade now on his Hitoshi Imamura.
Yeah,
which
for
will help
the
him cross
river
rivers
attack.
even more. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So 5% from that, and then also 10% more from the flame tank. Is he going for engineer 3? He is. Engineer 3 also gives you 10% extra attack across the rivers. So once he gets that, if he's still alive by then, because he's bleeding the whole time, will give him even more attack across the rivers. So basically, in the end, he will probably end up taking no penalties, but getting bonuses for attacking across rivers.
Yeah, and the allied players research, look at it. I actually like it a lot by this point. I think it's really smart. All of these tanks are going to be very valuable later on. He's getting it quite early as well, I would say. Like, support weapons 4 in 4 months, it's still going to be very relevant, even though it's such a late game tech. So I would say it's a very smart pick here. Look, he already has enough defense to not get crit, which is like the most important part. But
if you compare it to the Axis research, he's going for most of the take for rocket artillery, which will be quite important if he adds it to his divisions.
Yeah.
And engineer 3s, but it's not on the same level as the air player, I would say. Also, the air player.
Right, cast. Look at that cast.
Yeah. He only has 94 now, but that's gonna be crazy. If he gets enough to fill all of the combat whiffs and all of these battles, it's gonna be really good for him.
I didn't realize how many fighters the allied player has. Being Commonwealth 8th, you also get a bunch spawned in. So almost like, 450 fighters-ish. along
Yeah,
with 100
466.
casts already. Although the cast he is producing is for the boat. Wait, what? Heavy bomb blocks. He actually redesigned the cast then, I guess.
Oh.
I think? Yeah, because he was researching it quite recently. Let me see this. This is cast 2.
Well,
Nice
29
older.
ground take on those. That's crazy, yeah.
Ah, yeah, here. The old
29 ground
cast
take,
was
only
just
27 production. That's also really good.
Yeah, the old one was 18 ground attack, so it's not useless, but it's definitely worse. Now he has a lot more cast damage that's gonna come out here. And I'm guessing he's gonna deploy more cast as well since he has 10 in stockpile, which is actually quite a bit here in this scenario.
Yeah, Segl is still keeping his navy out of the water there. He's probably afraid to get engaged in the battle somewhere. The allied player now on 14 of these tank divisions, 3 of which have 3 medium tanks in them, while the other ones only have 1 medium tank in them. Probably just going to try and lure the movements of the Axis Space Marine divisions, and then won't be very easy for him to cross here. So I have no idea. I don't think the Axis player is going to find an opening here anytime soon, unless
getting more tanks even.
Unless he discovers the gap in the far north. Yeah. I don't think
it's just like literally an open tile. But yeah.
It looks like he wants to brute force his way over this one. Yeah.
Gonna keep trying for that plain tile here.
the tank template there that the other player has even called better.
Yeah, and it's the same template except for infantry instead of marines. I mean, I guess it doesn't have engineers or AA or flame tank actually, but neither of those help really for the allied player in this situation defending a plain tile. Actually, do medium flame tanks give plane attack or not?
Let me see. They give hills, forests. I don't see plains here, no.
No, so they don't, yeah. Unlucky. And the next technology.
Would that stack, by the way? If does that stack? If he takes across the river into forest, does he get 20% extra attack then because of the forest and the river?
Well, I mean, it's not going to be extra attack because you're still going to be having a debuff from both the river
penalties then, yeah. So it should also be 2 buffs.
2 buffs? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just
two penalty reductions, you could say.
Yeah. But it's gonna be the same thing essentially.
Okay, let's see. I really hope somebody gets across the river here, so we get to have some action. One thing I like though for the X-Player, if you look at the allied coastline, he has submarines everywhere, so you can see that most of these ports are actually empty. So if we can somehow manage to get a good engagement and maybe get the naval supremacy, he could maybe try.
He's moving more divisions into Havana. He's actually reinforcing it with tank divisions.
He's probably afraid of he would even let it. And that's good, for the Axis player here, because it means less divisions on the front line and also less divisions garrisoning the ports on the main line.
I think you realized the north. I think you realized what I said.
Oh yeah.
Or is he just going to go for the supply up because there's not a tank division thingy on it? This is perfect by the allied player. Look at that. He instantly deploys 4 divisions behind and moves up tank divisions.
Okay, he did a force attack. Let's see if we can get across before the other player can reinforce it with the tank divisions. Probably not. He could also just last at least, and he's going to last.
Yeah, there you go.
Last time was force attack. It's going to do nothing basically. The cast damage also trickling in. Might not be very decisive, but adding to the defensive effort of the other player quite substantially here.
Yeah. Oh, he's not doing cast damage up there. He doesn't reach.
New name for the map across the Mississippi.
Actually, no, he is. I was looking at it the wrong way. Never mind. He is doing strength damage to the tanks. Not by a huge amount, but yeah, he's doing it.
Fine.
It's a different air zone as well, so he moved it. It's Appalachia now.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
The air zone, yeah. The air zones are pretty funny here. They just split on the river, and then you have 3 different air zones along the river.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like the other player, X-player.
Yellow air over the main air front. What? That's crazy.
I have to say though, I think even if the X-player manages to get across the river, I don't think he would be able to really do much.
Dude,
then, right?
The allied player is losing heavily in the air war.
Really? Are these heavy fighters killing him so much?
Lacking coverage over the area, minus 30% mission efficiency.
Yeah, he's at 68% average mission efficiency versus 84 for the heavy fighters.
Yeah.
The trades are 1-to-1, you could say, though the allied player went down on fighters a bit, so yeah.
I mean, so did the Axis, which is unlucky for Segl by now because he kind of, if he stayed that amount, he wouldn't be getting as much cast either, and he could maybe win. Nah, I'm not saying he would.
I think the allied player might be able to outproduce his losses here, and even then he could just pull him down very quickly. And 1-to-1 trades are not that good for the X player either. Even if he would be producing the same amount, his planes are way more expensive.
Yeah,
not way more. Are they way more expensive? 59 to 30. Yeah, they're twice as expensive. So.
Yeah, they're literally twice the costs. So if he loses 1 and kills 2, it's better for the allied player. So allies lost 68. Oh wow, it's perfect trades for the allies actually. Segl has lost 50. Allies have lost 70. Now imagine Segl's planes cost twice as much.
Then yeah, it's not working out for him there, right?
Not great, not great. Oh yeah, there you go.
Let's check, by the way, 43 mils on the allies was 38 on the X, so the allied player is 5 mils ahead right now. Though you also need to consider that his mils might also, probably have more efficiency on him, because his civs got converted to mils a lot earlier than the allied X's ones.
Yeah. Oh, this is the first mistake I've seen from this allied player. Look at this construction queue. 14 civs just repairing infrastructure because he has no garrison on it.
That's
not
very only, you could say.
Segl's gonna catch up because he's converting. Actually, he's not. He's not converting enough.
He probably. I was wondering why he wasn't further ahead, but he probably, thought that he was gonna queue in enough civs to convert.
Dude, this is crazy because Segl didn't do a single civilian factory focus, and he's 5 mils behind only. And he's gonna next focus get his last naval focus, like his not naval focus, his last country focus.
His ultimate.
Yeah.
We're just gonna give him war support, which will give him like 10% more stability, so he will get like, I don't know, 5% more factory output, so that's good from that, I guess. And he will also get cheaper fighters. Though, does the fighter production cost also apply to heavy fighters? I don't think so, right?
No, I don't believe it does. Tactical bomber does though.
Okay, so cheaper fighters, more recovery rate. And if the other player doesn't find out about his faux pas, you could say there with
I just realized he's naval invading with all of his tanks.
Oh really?
On Havana.
Oh yeah, I see. There's a huge naval battle. Oh fuck, we missed the naval battle.
Oh, he's about to run out of fuel. Segl is about to run out of fuel with the main naval battle.
Oh,
he's doing Segl again here. That would be insane. But Segl is still like, okay, Segl decided to like escort with 1 fleet while there are like multiple submarines. All of his tanks are dead. All of them are dead.
Oh
and now he's engaged again. He's gonna run out of fuel versus subs, which is like worst case scenario. Running out of fuel means you die.
So there's a naval engagement now. The main fleet went in. Now that he's out of fuel. Oh god, oh god. Not only did he lose 6 divisions, he might also lose his navy now.
His screen is dying.
Oh
god.
Oh my god, look at the engagement.
He did all the dockyard focuses. He did the better. Oh yeah, there you go.
That was a GG call.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah. God. That was just terrible.
So yeah, I guess we move the players up for a quick after-game interview. Let me see. I can try, yeah. I think my internet should be good enough. Yeah. I will try it. I mean, it should be fine. I just don't know how my connection to Segl is, but it should be okay.
Hello, I'm just going to let the audience able to hear me. I'm just talking to Seemops here. Yeah, I'm going to see if Seemops can host the next game, because technically they're both in the same nation. It might be better connection than Segl trying to connect to the UK.
But wasn't the connection pretty good after the whole thingy there?
But it was still ticking slightly slower than it should be. Okay. So we'll give this a try.
Because I'm not sure I remember when Segl played my tournament, he didn't have a good connection to me either.
Oh, okay. Then I will just host. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll just host up.
Okay. But yeah, what a crazy game, man! I'm really happy that we get to saw a naval engagement. You don't get to see that very often. But on a map like that, it kind of had to happen eventually. Though Segl running out of fuel in mid-engagement was, not very high level. Usually you check your fuel stockpile before you go into a all decisive naval engagement. But even if he managed to win that naval engagement, I think he didn't have enough time left to get another naval invasion going, because he not only lost his fleet, but also all of his tanks that were trying to naval invade because there were no screens left. Dankus, what do you think? Could Segl have won it if he played it a bit different with the same nation pick that he had? Or what do you think was it that cost it again?
I mean, he was still gonna lose Havana to the paradrop, and he didn't invade with anything that could have landed against even paratroopers. So I would say he would have still lost Havana. On the main front, we can talk if he could have done a different build. Maybe Panzer Group West would have been very good on this map, considering your enemy is likely to go Navy. They're not like have a great pick against Panzer Group West. I don't even think Commonwealth, even with the pick he did with the tank, could have held if you get a really, really good Panzer Group West scaling build, land-wise at least, I think.
Yeah, but I guess you want to have like a bit more of an all-rounder, you could say, where you can threaten your enemy on land and especially also on the ocean. Though he didn't expect the allied units probably to hold that well where we behind the river, especially against veteran marines, which are basically made to do that stuff. But yeah, let's see how he will come up. That was the home pick of, what is the guy's name again?
Jarko.
Of Jarko anyway. So Segl said he wasn't very prepared there. Let's see if he can bring it on his own pick. Nordwind. I remember in my tournament where Segl also tried to qualify, but in the end lost. He also really wanted to play Nordwind all the time, but everybody always banned it because we're probably fearing how good he was on that one. And if he wants to play the map all the time, he probably knows a few strategies there too. Nordwind, I like it a lot. Especially focused on special forces, and also like very hybrid map with a lot of navy and air and everything. So we get to see the whole palette basically of strategies that you can come up with here. Do we get them in again after they readied up for the picks here, right? For the picks, for the bands. Yeah.
Oh, you were asking me? I mean, I
think so, right?
Right. You gotta do the game rule for 2 bands now.
Perfect.
Oh.
Cool. So they have to ban what they banned last one, and then they can add one to that, right? Okay. Hello.
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 Good first match. Segl, I saw your navy ran out of fuel there. That must suck when you're in a big naval engagement, right?
Yeah, that must suck.
Hey, don't let yourself get down there. Jarko was really well prepared on that map. Jarko, really good job there. Now it's your time to shine on your own home map, and then maybe we get to see a third one. What are you guys' bans? Remember, you have to ban the nation that you banned in the first one, and then you can add one to that. Let's start with Jarko again.
I don't remember what was my first ban.
Luftwaffe.
Luftwaffe.
Yeah.
Luftwaffe ground forces.
Oh, I'm banning 4th Army also.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
GG. Yes, we're banning Commonwealth then.
Okay. Okay. Then I wish both of you good luck. You can return to your channels, write us when you're ready, and hope to see a good match. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
And good luck. Okay.
All right.
I thought the guy didn't want to leave. Oh, so awkward.
Right.
So, let's see. We have Jarko on the allies again, right? He was our allies last time, yes?
Yep.
And Segl on the axis. What would be your favorite nation to pick on this one, Dankus? On the allies and on the axis? Your favorite faction, basically.
It depends. Let me see how much supply they've added. Quite a bit. I would say Panzer Group West here would be a funny pick as Axis, and as allies, probably something similar. Like well, you know what? I'm not certain because I think you don't want to get invaded on this map. So you need either to do tanks with a lot of garrisons, because this is a navy map, even though it doesn't really look like one, because I've died while completely winning on this map, because suddenly there are 20 divisions on my shoreline and I just capitulate. So you actually need garrisons on this map. You don't get back home in time if you see the naval invasion pop up.
I remember when I played this map for the first time in the tournament, I also played against Segl, who had a really good strategy on there. And he also invaded me with like 22 with cavalry divisions or some shit like that. I almost kept it, but in the end I managed to win. But yeah, it's very, very scary. If you don't react in time, or you're lucky enough to have a few divisions left in the queue that you can deploy rapidly, you might end up dying really quickly. Especially as the Axis player, because the entire coastline is just so exposed.
I mean, there are two options for the Axis here. Allies will basically always get Narvik. You can't invade from the north and get to Narvik before the Allies invade from Trondheim to get Narvik, or the Allies could just pair up next to Narvik and then they get it first. So you could even actually get Narvik instantly by building with 2 factories on transport planes. He's not going to do that today, it looks like. But if you do 2 on transport planes since day 1, you actually end up with enough range from the northern airport to land right into Narvik. So that is very like Allied favored VP. And Stockholm is debatable. So the thing is, I would say it's still Allied favored because Allies don't have to cross a strait. So if the Allies win Navy, they can just block the strait, and then the Axis, haha, funny, they don't get across.
They have to go through the north then, right?
Yeah. So you don't really need to do a Navy though. So to unblock the strait per se, you just need to engage the Allied Navy here, and then cross while you're doing it, because you're probably gonna lose. So you need to cross.
You need to be lucky enough that you get across it quickly and you win the naval battle. Otherwise, you get yourself trapped on the other side of the strait and end up dying.
Yeah. So
which we have seen it a lot of times actually, which is pretty funny. You know, when a player goes for all-in play, gets his entire army across there, and then all of a sudden his entire army's in Segl and just dies there.
I mean, at the same time, Axis could just pair drop Stockholm, but Allies could also do it. Like, this is a VP both sides could pair drop. So essentially, Narvik is for the Allies to take for free, and Luleå is for the Axis to take for free at the start at least, you know? And then it's either a fight for Stockholm or Narvik. It depends on, I would say the Axis player is what it depends on. Because, yeah, I would say, it's definitely...
What I like about this map too is that there's so many different ways you can approach it, right? You can try and just focus on the north and somehow straight block, so somehow nobody can go across the south. You can try to go for Stockholm as quickly as possible and then slowly build up a push along the coastline when supplies towards Luleå. Or you can just try and focus on Narvik the most and then just try and secure Stockholm because it's on your side. So it's like, I really like it. And also the combined armed warfare here with the Navy, with the paratroopers. It's just going to be very, very interesting how people approach it. I really hope we get to see some special forces here, especially some mountaineers or maybe some rangers. Rangers really good on this map too because there's just so many fucking forests. I think every tile is a forest except for a few mountains and a few plain tiles here and there. Those would be pretty good.
Yeah, an annoying strategy I have met on this map, I would say the most annoying is Mohammed. Mohammed did such annoying strategy. So he gets Narvik with a pair drop, right? And then he gets Stockholm with a pair drop, both at the same time. So I essentially, I'm gonna get Luleå, but I have to choose one of these VPs. So I'm like, okay, this is too risky. He's gonna raid me if I go there. If I go Stockholm, it might get raided. It's an iffy strategy. You can't rely on being able to cross the strait. You just can't. So I was like, okay, Narvik is the only safe space to push then. So I made like mountaineer tanks, and I pushed. I killed 1 million men that game, and I lost. He just had enough divisions to keep shooting into Narvik, and I could just never get it. He kept clicking last stand and just losing so many men cycling in there, but didn't matter. Like, you can have games like that where you're kind of winning, but you're losing. So
the power of mass mob, man. I love it.
Yeah, that was when mass mob was stronger, to be fair.
Okay. What I really wonder though is what map will we play after this one, Dankus? If in case it goes to best of 3, do you know?
You know, a little. One of my voices, one of them, they told
All of
me.
your walls talk to you again, huh?
Yeah, one of them said, "Powder Keg in Yugoslavia area will be the final map."
That sounds great because I've not seen that one yet myself, and it looks like a really nice one too. You know, it reminds a bit of India too, right? We have big rivers, you have a mountain chain, you have a lot of plains in the center.
Yeah, it's a weird river though, because it kind of goes along the map most of the time instead of crossing the map diagonally. I mean, still a lot of the rivers do, but the big river goes along the map, which is kind of funny. And then there are the VPs Belgrade, Oradea, and Budapest are the VPs on that map, if I'm not mistaken. There might actually be 2 more. No, I think those are it. Yeah, those are it.
You can see if you have over the ones that have 50 are the ones at the count. But it looks like it's just Bucharest, Belgrade, Oradea, Budapest. There has to be another one, right? Or is it just 4?
Oradea, Belgrade, Budapest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Okay, Bucharest is just the capital city, that's why it's 50.
Wait, what?
When I have it over Bucharest, it also had 50 points.
Bucharest, yeah, but that's a VP. Yeah. And I think Brno is the other VP. No, it's not. It's Munich? No. Yo, I don't know where the other VP is for the other.
I have no idea either.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see then, right? Surely Segl is gonna win this home map. Otherwise, it would be a bit, I don't know, a bit of an upset, right? Segl, the guy who plays not for so long, losing against the up-and-coming star and Jarko here on his home map.
Jarko does the naval focus before the mills.
Oh, interesting, really?
Yeah, and he goes for air attack and gun 2 instantly. Segl, on the other hand,
air, navy, and
going air again. Segl does the same research as last time, and I believe he also went naval focus. Yeah, he also went for the naval focus. Has he learned? He's building submarines only this time. Okay. Maybe he's just gonna raid the allied player and paradrop. Okay, so there are strategies to this. Either you paradrop the VPs or you naval invade them. It's cheaper to naval invade because you don't need 50 transport planes. Transport planes are expensive. And you might go greedy and say, I'm gonna naval invade. Even because you think, hey, I'm gonna have a bigger navy. But then your opponent, they build subs, which slows you down in the ocean to the point where they might actually get to your VP first. It can happen. It can happen. Also loses you a lot of guns. So subs on this map are hell to deal with.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of faction the allied player is going to go for. On the X, I expect something like maybe Finland?
Radio already on Segl again.
Oh, interesting. Again, yeah. Looks like a very similar to the build he did last match, right?
Is it for radio navigation he does it? Night penalty minus 10%?
Yeah. Does it give range? No, right?
No, just night penalty minus 10%. I don't know if he put it on his plane last time. Might need a fact check on that.
I think he had self-steam fuel tanks and extra fuel tanks on there last time. And then 4 heavy machine guns. That's what I remember though, I don't know, maybe he changed something else somewhere.
Alright, well.
I mean, maybe he just wants to research it early because he doesn't have a time ahead penalty until later. I mean, there's so many techs that don't have a time ahead penalty.
You can already kind of see what Segl will do here. He's going to try to naval invade Narvik and just push with his main units on the front line.
Interesting. So probably like ignore the strait, go all in or north because he already has all of his units on the north.
He's going Mountaineers as well. I think his plan is exactly kind of what I said. Delay the allied player who's just 2 naval tiles he has to go on to get into Narvik. Where Segl has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 naval tiles.
That's quite a long way.
6 even. That might be 6 naval tiles he has to cross. Yeah. Well, anyhow.
Depends on what path he goes for, though. If he has enough navy, he can deny his enemy the navy route, basically. Then he has to go all the way to the north.
Could also deny his enemy the naval invasion. That is true. I mean, that would be the ultimate thing to do, but he's not going for it. He's going for subs.
Yeah. We don't see anybody going like for paratroopers yet, so we might have someone that goes for a paratrooper path in this focus tree there.
Yet again, the heavy fighter pick from Segl here. And he's yet again going to put 12 on it, which is he going to have enough for that? 4? Yeah, he's going to have enough for that, basically. He's going to be 1 ALU short, which is just going to cuck his support equipment production, which is going to be, not having any ALU for it.
Yeah, that's fine. Who needs support equipment anyway?
Yeah.
What are support companies even? I've never used them before. I don't even know.
He's not even going to get the 12 on it, so he's not going to actually take any resource penalty, basically, for a little while. Actually, he is going to get 12 mils power in 20 days. That's going to be okay.
Transfer plans on the other player, That's going to be interesting. So he's actually going to...
now?
He has one factory out. I'm not sure if that's going to be quick enough, though. I'm not sure if he wants to
No,
build
that's
up later
not
or
going to
something
be
like
enough.
that.
That is not going to be enough. Wait. Northern Allies pick. Let me look at this real quick.
I knew it. I thought he was going to go for the Norway or for the Combined Operations Headquarters.
I think we have Combined Operations Headquarters on our hands here today. He liked playing with GBP, and it's very similar to Commonwealth 8th.
Yeah. And he also gets transfer planes and heavy fighters, which will help him do paradropping.
Yeah. He doesn't get a great fleet for naval supremacy, so it depends on Segl's pick. But what he does get is 50 transport planes, long-range air infiltration, and they will spawn in, I believe, as the transport plane he designed. I think. Which has the extra range, if I would have to guess. Let me look at it, actually.
Also, the ex-player going for Japan. I don't know if it's Army or Navy yet. He will pick it any second now.
It's Navy.
It's Navy. Okay.
Yeah. So he's not going to get Narvik, though, if the allied player paradrops it with these ranged paratroopers here. But does he have enough time, actually? I don't think he has enough time to get the paratroopers, the transport planes in time. Yeah, generally don't think he has enough time.
I don't think so either, because he was building one a month earlier, and he still started building
No. Like, again, he will get them spawned in, 50 of them, from a long-range air.
Oh, but he won't get them in time, you mean, right?
I think maybe not.
I mean, what
we'll
date
have
is
this
it?
one done by 23rd of October.
That's 24th of November. He will get them like mid of December.
Yeah, just in time, actually. All right.
Oh, no.
Well, my math isn't mathing today. Happens. And he's gonna ignore Stockholm, it looks like, which is weird. Very weird. I mean, maybe he goes for it later, but he has nothing set up for it as of right now. 36 mils on the Allies, 38
We have the heavy fighters again here from our allied player. Let's see how his are designed. He has the same ones that Segl had earlier, just without the range module, so they only have 1.3k kilometers range. That might end up being a bit less, but therefore he also has 6 more air defense, which will really help him trade a bit better later. While our Segl is building, our ex-player is building heavy fighters that have the exact same design, just that they have 6 less defense and therefore more range. So it will be more air defense versus more air efficiency. Who will win there? I have no idea. We will see.
I think the Axis will kind of need heavy fighters because the air zone is a bit allied favored here.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, actually, it's not, because it's northern Norway. That's the air zone.
Then it's like
Narvik.
It's a bit more Axis then, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but Luleå is actually allied favored.
Yeah, that's true.
That's interesting. So they're both 12 on air, but the allied player will need to go up on air to be able to beat Segl in the air, where I would say, because... Oh, wait, he's also doing heavy fighters. He's doing... Am I seeing this correctly?
They're both doing heavy fighters, yeah.
Is it the same one? It is not.
No, it's not the same one. Yeah, the Axis one has less. Sorry, Axis one has more range, but less defense.
Yeah, and the allied one needs less range, I think. He could just refit later as well if he realizes he needs more. But yeah, good pick. I guess.
He has enough range for these heavy fighters to reach all the way to Narvik and a bit above it. So I would say it would be at least 50% air efficiency. While the Axis planes, whenever he deploys them, we can't see it right now. But he also has carrier planes. Look at this.
Wait, he's not going for long range air infiltration. He won't get it in time 3 speed, by the way.
Oh.
But this is kind of crazy. He's not gonna go for long range air infiltration, so he's not gonna be able to pair drop. That is weird.
I mean,
So
I guess
that means he's gonna
the Navy's
lose.
going to be enough, but the Navy's not going to work out, not against the Japanese
Definitely
one,
not.
right?
Definitely not. Like, he's not producing anything but subs. And he's gonna get raided going there by Naval Nation, so he will also raid Segl. That is obvious. But, like, I don't think he can get naval supremacy even. Versus the Japanese Navy. Yeah, I'm really not sure.
I don't know, man. That's he's also still training his army. I mean, he still has some time, though his units are all trained to the max level, but he's still training. That does make much sense to me. It looks like he's probably improvising a bit. You know, he picked the next best thing that he thought would work well on this map. But then, okay, he just switched back. He canceled his focus. Is now going for the long range infantry, so he's gonna get him in time.
I realized. Wait, 20 days. Wait, 19 days in. Let me check this.
What I find
Now he's
interesting is
fleeted
that
and-
no player is moving any divisions to the south of the Sweden. There's like only 2 divisions from the Allied player. Like he knows the X player is not going to try and cross there to Stockholm, and 0 divisions from the X player. Not even to even try and contest it or anything like that.
Does he actually have range for Narvik? Is the question.
With the paratroopers, I don't think so, right?
He will paradrop next to it at least.
you have
And
to
if he
drop next
raids
to it,
the
right?
Axis units, he'll be fine, I think.
That's good. That's good.
It's
That
very
will,
good.
really-
He now puts it on silent because he realizes, okay, I have the intel advantage just for the war. This is going to be perfect.
Yeah, and the X player is completely out of spider work. His entire spider work will now collapse.
Gonna go for
because there's
Stockholm
no
with
spice
one of
containing
them.
it anymore. 10 days till the war starts. We also have a lot of mountaineers here from the Axis. Let's check them out really quick. Okay, there are 20 whiffs. Yeah, 20 whiffs with medium tech in them, so Space Marines again.
Lands
Be
next
strong.
to the port. I think it takes 4... Dude, if I remember correctly, it's going to take about 14 days or something to walk into Narvik.
Yeah, I mean, if you're out
Well,
of supply next to pot,
yeah.
it's 3 years.
No, it's not even about out of supply because the movement speed is completely dependent on like your division speed moving into a mountain.
Yeah, and it's also
With
deep snow
on it.
mountain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
deep.
deep snow
Like, look at
mountain.
this. Snowing is minus what? That's nothing actually.
Yeah.
Extremely cold is minus 30% speed. Deep snow is minus 30% speed. Mountain is minus 30% speed.
So minus 90%. Oh,
Yeah, so you're gonna be moving at literally 1 kilometer per hour. Yeah, not the best. And if he's unable to paradrop because of Segl putting his air up, then he has issues. Segl is not putting his air up. Wait, actually, he is. He's gonna put it up over southern Norway even. He's using
trying to
his
deny his
carrier?
enemy immediately.
Wait.
His naval invasion is
Segl
going. It's
didn't
being
get naval
raided though.
supremacy.
Yeah.
Segl didn't get naval. Wait, he did get naval supremacy.
Yeah. He's commemorating and
Oh, yeah,
that
naval
naval invasion is not
55%.
launching.
Yeah, but he's getting raided here with the divisions he's launched with. So we'll see if they actually end up going all the way or if they end up getting caught over and over. Here they're getting caught over and over so far. We'll see.
One of the carrier one of the carriers got caught by the Allied fleet here.
That could be really bad for him.
The Allied fleet though also split up or something. No, Allied fleet is just very, very small and yeah, I don't think it's
He
gonna
doesn't
do
have the
too well.
Mediterranean fleet yet. He should have more.
And he's getting a merchant fleet in 2 days. He doesn't have it yet.
Oh, I see. I see. He's unable to paradrop, or oh my God, Segl is gonna get Narvik and Luleå. Wow. He's unable to even.
If he wants, he could also go for Stockholm. Like it's just like nobody contesting it. Oh no,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, that's
he's going for now, but-
it.
Yeah, Segl will get Narvik. That's huge for him. Cav was the play there, definitely. Wow. That is huge for him.
Oh man, there goes Narvik.
Yeah, he's doing the correct thing here as well. He's snaking for the next tiles as well. He's gonna take as many tiles as possible away from the allied player. Allied player moving down south with question mark? No, this is just the battle plan.
Yeah, it's just a battle plan. It's
Feels
spreading,
PV. Yeah, I think Segl here doing the very correct thing. Just take as many tiles as you can at this point. He's also making a lot of his divisions into Mountaineers, which are just one tank rest Mountaineers. Those are going to be hell to push.
Really good, yeah. I mean, one thing also that the Allied player is going to face problems with is that because of his lack of navy here, he might not be able to like put any pressure on all of the like coastline of Finland, which is huge. So there's a lot of units that Finland can pull over.
Yeah.
And there's another naval engagement again, like 3 Axis heavy cruisers versus the light cruiser and 2 destroyers or some shit like that. In the
yeah. Oh my God, Segl is actually gonna get the port there as well. It's gonna be real hell for the Allied player to push.
that's gonna either he's not gonna push it all, or it's gonna take him a long time.
Yeah.
Because not only do you need to connect the
Oh, he
supplies,
deleted
but
the
also
cav now. He deleted his cav and he's just gonna set up here now that he has the supply up. Yeah, smart idea. I mean, getting as many mountain tiles as possible here is good because it's real hell to push mountains.
Yeah.
The allied player, like, I'm not sure how good the pick is.
No air, no supply, no VPs, no navy, no map control, no special forces. I can't remember anything else that I could say no to here.
You do have good special forces attack and modifier for amount on this allied pick.
Actually, I remember he's Norway, right? No, sorry, he's headquarters.
Combined, yeah, combined is pretty decent for that.
He gets 15% more capacity here. Special forces take 10%.
Yeah, I mean,
special forces.
You do get good special forces, but is it gonna be enough? I mean, you're playing against Japan, which doesn't scale that well.
No.
But it depends. Like, being the defender in mountains, you don't need to scale. He's walking back from the north. He
Look at the supply on the front line, man. It's so horrible.
Marines moving across for Stockholm. You called it. You called it. He does see it, though. He does see it instantly.
The problem for the allied player is, though, to push the north, he needs to build supply ups, right? Because he has no supply at all. But look at the civs. Where are they? He doesn't have any, so he has to do the focuses first to get civs to build the supply ups, which will take him like a month or 2 or even longer. And then he can only start pushing. And that will be a lot of time that X-Player has to set up and get even more divisions and entrench in the mountains.
I feel bad for the allied player in a way, because he needs to produce a lot of heavy fighters here to catch up.
Yeah, you can surely tell that he wasn't prepared on this map here.
Yeah, I mean, he would need now, he can go up to 18 on heavy fighters if he wants to. He's right now 15 on them. Is Segl gonna go up on them? Segl cuts air production completely. He just did the heavy fighters to deny the pair drop, and the allied player hasn't realized. He's still going up on heavy fighters. Wow, and he's just going up on tanks and AA right now. And while defending, that's fine. While defending, like, this is not at all like the first map we saw, where Segl had to be attacking under, like, getting cast.
Also, he already has camouflage expert again.
Yeah.
You know, just like he did last match, camouflage expert reduces the air superiority bonus in combat by 50%, and also reduces the damage reduction by 50%. Increases the damage reduction by 50%. So CAS is going to be way less effective against units. Though it's also going to give units less bonuses. But if you don't have any CAS yourself, you don't really need to worry about that anyway.
Yeah.
And yeah, now that these Space Marine Mountaineers entrenched on the mountains with Grand Battle Plan, which is going to give you even more entrenchment. Good luck pushing that, especially without any supply.
Oh yeah, right. He is Grand Battle Plan. Unlucky.
I mean, as soon as the allied player will be able to push the north here, and which is like
he's
the
going
only
for
place
heavy
where he can
bombs
push.
on the axis. Why? He's not even producing air anymore, and he's gonna go for gas. Okay.
Interesting. I mean, he would have to build a supply, which is 8,000 IC with 8 civs. Damn, man, like.
I don't know. I mean, supply ups are quite rapid to construct. I would say that's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is actually being able to push, having the units too and such.
I mean, what special force does he have? Except he only has paratroopers right now. He doesn't have Marines. He doesn't have Mountaineers. He's gonna get them though from the focuses. Though he can't do the focus yet because he has to get the civs first.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a bit of a dilemma, you could say, right?
Yeah. He does have quite a bit of time with just being down 1 VP here.
That's true. The bleed is not that bad yet.
Yeah, we'll just see
if he gets good Mountaineers. He's gonna get good Mountaineer template with 10% extra special forces attack from that one. I mean, I can see him being able to push here, though. I think the time window will close by the time he gets to get all of these bonuses together. And also, while he gets the bonuses, the X-Player also gets better. So
yeah,
not as good as him though. No, but
yeah, no.
He's getting more and more of these Space Marine divisions here. Battleships already fighting against some submarines here. I think it's going to be one of these, like the last one, a bit of a sit-off, you could say.
Yeah.
X-Player in the meantime snaking off the ports in north, making sure that there's no way for the air player to sneak his way in there. Air player still has his, like, fleet that he got a spawn in. He's not using it, unfortunately, though, like the Esca fleet, which is pretty good.
Looks decent.
It's like light attack 3 ships. I mean,
with anti-sub stuff, actually, it's an anti-sub.
That would be perfect against the sub spam from the Axis player here.
Yeah, but I think he wants to hold on to it in case he wants to do anything, right?
That's true, because that fleet would not do too well against the
kill his fleet, because he doesn't have much of one.
That's true. They want to do good against the carriers and everything.
Yeah.
Let's see. What did he do now to his divisions? Did he change the combo or something? No, he added tanks to all of his divisions in the north now. Of the divisions that icon.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, 64 days he will be fine with stockpile, so that's also really good.
Well, yeah, not all of them, but most of them, and he added AA to all of them. He's fine in 100 days-ish, I would say, on that.
Why does he not just put one factory on AA day one, man? Like, look at this again, 7 factories.
I know. I guess he doesn't want to show. Like, I think it's a lot of mind games. You know how you keep checking what your enemy's doing?
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of this, what he's doing, is mind games. Like, oh, look, I'm producing heavy fighters. And what he made the allied player do, IC-wise, is that the allied player is still 15 on heavy fighters. He has made the allies waste way more IC. Like, the Axis isn't even contesting the air war. And he's now 15 on air, which is just completely wasted. Fighting nothing.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, he's building a lot
the
of
allies
though.
did realize he's 5 on heavy fighters now and 9 on CAS. Yeah. So he has switched that up, but for a long, long time, he was still producing heavy fighters.
Interesting.
He's producing only 9 factories and guns. Okay. He's doing the last Civ focus. He's building a supply hub to... He's gonna go for Lulio. Interesting.
I mean, that looks like the most logical pick, you could say, right?
Yeah, I mean, going through the forest tiles here is your pick.
He's also building a supply now. 5th of July will be finished. Since he's going for the Civs now, he will be finished a bit earlier.
Yeah.
Let me check out how many of these Space Marines he has.
Something I would love to see from the allied player here would be them actually going for Rangers, because this is all forest tiles, and if you go Ranger tanks, you might be able to do this.
That would be the one thing that makes his units a bit better than the ones that his enemy has. And you really need good divisions to push all of this. On top of that, does he get any good generals that get like Ranger? No, right? He doesn't have any Ranger generals.
No, but it's adaptable.
Okay, yeah, but that was
I wouldn't go for the mountains just because you have Mountaineer, because you're going to be attritioning with those tanks, whereas the high defending won't be. Like, it's going to be very hard.
But also still shit to push, even if you have Mountaineers.
Yeah.
Where's the... Yeah, 15% extra attack from Rangers even, yeah. That's pretty decent.
And on the next one, you get Organ stuff. And yeah, on the Flame Tank, you do get extra attack as well on the 4 stars. You actually got tough attack on them in there as well.
15, let's say you does medium flame tanks. 25% extra attack, so he would end up getting 5% extra attack, right? Because the forest penalty is only 15, he gets 25% from the Rangers and flame tanks combined. He would actually end up getting 10% extra attack when fighting in forests. That's pretty strong.
Well, I mean, that's the base terrain penalty, but then different battalions have different penalties.
Oh yeah, so on top of that, yeah.
As well. Like tanks, I don't think do too well in forest, for example.
Oh, he only has 1 tank battalion, right? And I don't think the Rangers get any penalty.
Yeah, currently, no, they would get a bonus. He would get a bonus attacking into forest tiles. Right now, he is -6%. He would be positive in his stats in forest tiles if he went for Rangers right now. I think Segl should as well. Like, they also get defensive stats, do they not? If I check here...
Something very interesting being planned here by the allied player right now.
But it's still stats in forest.
Not sure if that's gonna work though, but in combination with the... with the push, it could be working out.
He went on to 2 on heavy fighters, okay, but Segl is committed to AA, he has committed to CAS. Yeah, we're seeing here pretty standard game, like last game.
That's gonna be interesting here. Let me see these guys really quick. Tanks, they are almost fully trained. How long until the supply is done? 25th of May.
Behind Segl as well, that's smart.
That combined with the push in 15 days when the supply works could actually be a thing that opens up an opportunity for him to actually break him there.
Could be an opportunity, yeah. He did get gun 2 way earlier than Segl, so he should be having way more gun 2 fielded. If I check here, he has a total of, well, it was like 13k versus Segl's
7.5k on Segl.
Yeah, Segl does have like 10,000 more guns, but it's old guns. So he's more quality, but he definitely needs that for a push for sure. He's going down for the Mountaineer spawn in.
Also, if you consider that these guns are spread on the front line, while our allied player can focus his good units on one area, so that all of the good Mountaineers, for example, over here won't be able to help out on the coastline in the east, where the play push will be happening.
He committed the tanks into the Mountaineers, but he should have done that anyhow. You need to do that to play it safe there. Like, I would also do it. You don't put infantry in the mountains in this case. You do exactly what Segl did. It's smart. Although I don't think Segl has a division on the 4-style, does he? With the supply hub, he does not. So that's gonna actually be a really good play here, a counterplay from the allied player. I think Segl's mostly looking, okay, he might try to naval invade me, how do I stop it? And he's putting a lot of divisions on his coastline and his mainland. They're training currently just to train up. But like, yeah, he seems more worried about what might the guy do elsewhere, because my front feels stable, feels strong. I see him attritioning on the front line. Yeah, kind of like that. I'm just gonna keep entrenching and getting more good divisions here out. But this could kill him, because no fuel will happen then on the Axis units, I think.
One thing we see here again is that both players are still not going for anti-tank. I'm not sure if they will be able to pierce each other. Both players have only like.
Oh, no, they do. Piercing. Okay, they have tanks in their divisions that they're gonna be fighting with. So yeah, they're gonna pierce each other.
Ah man, this is so sad not to see the Rangers. I really like Rangers. Really nice that they added them to the mod.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would have been a great opportunity, or at least go for Marines. You know, when you're already going for the special force path, you know, to cross the river there, Marines would also be good. But you know, he gets them for free from the focus, so that makes sense that he's not going for them. But yeah, I think if he gets, you know, the good special forces out there, combined with the green air that he will have and the CAS, he might have a chance of crossing the river there and the extra special forces attack. These things will be really good. Also, they're seasoned here, just not these two commando divisions. They're mountaineers, but they're seasoned. Yeah, let me check the factory so far. 43 mils on the Allies versus 44 on the Axis, so very, very even.
Might try to invade Lulio while he's doing this push with these two mountaineers. We'll see. Like next.
The paratroopers would be very dangerous, I have to say. You can
I would do more paratroopers and just land all across the line as much as I can, with all the guns I can, with all the special forces cap I can, because you have a lot of special forces cap on these guys. Then do Rangers in my tanks and have a few good ones just to spearhead and make sure you get that encirclement and kill it. Like maybe 4 Ranger tanks that are actual tanks, basically. Yeah. You know, like 8. Wait, no, I gotta recount that in my head. So what would you do? You would do 10 mediums. No, 9 mediums, 6 inf. Wow, I'm a math guy.
Wow, watching Dankus do math like on stream without a calculator is wild. Hey guys, I'm now visible on stream. How are we all doing? How's this game going? It seems a bit of a waiter, right?
A bit. Good thing is, we might get to see some action soon. I'm just checking the supply map mode here. If the paradrop is actually successful, the entire front line, from the mountains up all the way to the coastline in the south, will be completely out of supply. That might be the one opportunity that we need here to get the game going a bit, right? I just hope that the units of the allied player will have the pushing power to actually cross the river, even against weakened Axis units.
See,
they don't have great stats, but they are grand battle plans, so planning.
Yeah, like there's a few things. Like I feel like United Reconquer would be a good grab, because it's the special forces that he's about to drop is going to get 10% extra attack if he grabs that. But I think it's going to be too late in the game if he doesn't fire this like very soon. I don't know if he can wait the 25 days.
Yeah, one thing that I see is very unfortunate is that the
engineer before he goes. Like we're probably gonna see him go for engineers before he goes, because that is 10% river attack. Like no shot he doesn't go for that before he goes for the main push. Also, like would he even go for any of this stuff? Like capacity multiplier sure is good on special forces. Oh yeah, you should do this.
I also just want to see Silas army reformer.
United Reconquer is gonna go in.
Let's go. 10% attack. And he just switched to army attack. Okay, good. He was waiting for that, probably.
Yeah, there was the click came over so quickly. But the ball is in Jarko's court. There's 290 VPs remaining. I'm going to take this quick lull in the combat to remind everybody that on November 14th, you can pick up Hearts of Iron 4 Gotterdammerung. And if you can't wait that long, pick up the Expansion Pass 1 and get yourself a secured discount on Gotterdammerung, on Graveyard of Empires, and get some load of freebies. Okay, that's me doing my corporate shill. Back to the game where nothing's happening.
I think I see what he's going to do.
Okay, would you break it down for us, Dankus? Break it down.
He has gone for pioneers in his tanks instead of engineers. Now, what is better about pioneers? Let's take a look.
River crossing.
Is it though?
I think pioneers only give you movement speed and defense, but
river crossing 23%, 13. Okay, so you do get 10% more river crossing. That is true.
They give you 10% extra.
You don't get any of the defensive bonuses and all the stuff.
Yeah. So that's good. If only he also had. Does he have other Marines also? Space Marines? No, they're not. Let's see. Come
Really
on.
move up here.
Break the river, please. Let's get some
Don't
action
put anything
here.
there that would be detrimental. Wait.
The problem is like that the paratroopers, they're just so small, they're gonna die really quickly. Oh, wait a second, look at the stats. Oh my god, look at the stats!
He's pushing. He has
He is
cast as
pushing.
well.
Here it goes.
Let's go!
Waited for the cast stockpile there.
Let's go. Let's go. The attack is happening. I don't. Has Segl noticed yet? Do you reckon?
Yeah, he's moving divisions, last standing as well. Like, he's definitely noticed. Oh, but it's a force attack. That's why he had good stats at the start. It's a force attack. And now Segl is kind of like feeling good. Oh wow, he got memed.
He got memed. Retreat memed.
Let's go!
Let's go. Let's go.
Something is happening, man. I can't believe it.
Oh.
But look at the last end of the Axis units here. They're completely being deleted.
Yeah.
There they go.
Wow.
I'm not seeing the last stand or the force attack actually on my overlay right now. I've not got them appeared, so you're gonna have to call it.
What they probably do, they put it, the units that they want to force attack into a different general, click force attack and put it back under the main general again.
Yeah, so you don't see it, but it's happening.
Ah.
Oh my god,
now he
Paradrops, and it's got the supply hub. Let's go. Let's go. This game just got hyped. And is that gonna be an overrun?
He needs to do more. He needs to do more paradox. Imagine if he does 2 more, he could encircle the entire army. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Oh, the Mountaineers in the north are breaking away as well. Segl's taking a different defensive line. This is a really good push. Problem is, he's still so many tiles away.
Far from supply tiles here. I think once the supply was converted here, 7 days.
That was a really good break. Yeah, it was a really good break. Next river is going to be even easier to push because it's smaller. One thing I would do if I was the other player would maybe try and move my navy there to get some shore bombardment, even if it's not that much, you know.
No, he has only like light cruisers and stuff.
Okay, never mind then. Okay, good. I could swear you could have had a naval, a battleship somewhere. But it's probably not enough.
One actually, but it's probably like 2%, you know, and then you lose it.
Look at those stats though, man. Look at that breakthrough on these. Damn!
Those are some lovely divisions Jarko has made there. Yeah. Honestly, Lully is under threat now.
Yeah, okay, now the supply hub is working. If I was him, I would also start building a port now on the coastline just to get, really perfect supply towards the front line there. But yeah, look at that is going to be another meme.
The thing is as well,
reorganize here as well.
In 20 days, he's going to get negative 10% supply consumption on all his forces as well. So this is only going to get better for Jarko as he pushes in here.
And also, if he would go for joint strike force planning, he could get another 10% attack from the special force advisor. So like he will scale very, very hard, and he still has some time left. He's only lost 270 health points. He still has 230 left. So if he keeps going like this,
Lulia.
He will outscale him a lot
Lulia
harder.
is already under fire.
I mean, probably it's not gonna fall instantly. It's very like 13% river penalty here is. It doesn't look like a lot, but it's a lot. Like when we're talking big numbers, it affects it a lot. So, but he is able to go for the tiles that Segl left in the north. He had to shorten his line to be able to get enough divisions here into Lulio and such. He's not getting cast currently. That's good for him.
There's no area in the area.
Why does he keep converting so many civs to mills, man? He needs to build more supply.
It's because the cast is in other battles, so it can't go into the Lulio battle.
Agent captured for the allies as well.
That's really good for the ally player. That's intel
advantage. He also has the cipher. He could break it if he wants.
Yeah.
So.
I think
if he combines that with another, paradrop maybe somewhere.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. If he lands a paradrop on, is it Kiruna? Kiruna there?
Yeah, Kiruna. Yeah.
That would be a really good location.
Segl leaving your ports empty.
Maybe even just cutting off the railway and then raiding everything into Lulio, because then he doesn't have a railway. Like that would definitely be the play. Don't even go for cut off the railway and then raid.
Get strength back into units, especially manpower, and then planning bonus. Very important when you grand battle plan, having your planning bonus. But sure, you can hear it in the name of the doctrine, but 60% extra stats, I would take that if I was you.
Where did his paratroopers go? They're gone.
No, they're not. They're on the front line.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Just
only has one
probably died.
Yeah.
I mean, he has so much special force cap, we could just make a few more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh my god, he might get beat again. Can you see this?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. And it's out. VP changes hands.
Oh my god,
the bleed has begun on Segl.
This was so lucky.
Let's go.
Oh my
Wow. Like 10 divisions did not even enter battle there.
god.
8 divisions did not even enter battle there. That is huge.
And he's holding as well.
It happens. It happens.
Look
from
at the
time to time.
supply there, just north of Lilia, just that next position
Hey,
next to it.
This is a big mistake here. Big
Oh no,
mistake.
he's
Paul.
opened
What
the
is
gates.
this?
What's he
What
done?
is this?
Jarko, you've left a province. You gotta get yourself
This is not
encircled.
the play. This is not the play. He's actually
Pin
gonna
him?
get blocked.
Pin him?
Sleeping,
What's happening?
sleeping.
What's happening? What's going on? Where is he? He's clicking in the north. His APMs are over in the north. No, that's it. He's misplay. A horrible misplay. The throw.
Jarko, man, I
is the
can't
throw.
believe it.
Ah,
He was playing so good the whole time. What is
why?
he doing
No.
now?
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
he's gonna be okay, right?
He needs to pin now, though.
No, that's no supply. No supply. And
He's
it's
pinned
tanked.
now, and okay, he needs to last
that
time
was
coming.
like a month delayed pin.
Yep,
That is way too late.
Oh
He's
my
gonna
6
lose
divisions
God.
got in there. Forced attack coming in.
The HOI 4 Paralympics.
Oh god.
I mean, he could
Yeah, this is just
try and
super bad.
redeploy a few of his tanks from the north to the south. He should be able to break
he's
it out.
gonna run out of fuel in there.
Right.
He's gonna run out of fuel in there, I think.
I don't know
Actually,
that he
he's
will.
not right now. He
Actually,
has enough
he's
supply
got
right
the
now to
port
not run out
there,
of
so I
fuel.
don't think he will.
Look at the Axis units. He's just killing himself there right now. He
Yep.
just look at this. He's just gonna break it out with normal infantry. He doesn't even need his
Actually,
tanks
'cause
there
he
yet.
doesn't have fuel either.
Oh my god. Oh my
That
god.
was so
didn't have
close.
supply.
Wow.
If Segl just like moved some divisions off the tile to the right, he would have had fuel to push
Yeah.
Julio.
They're both struggling to understand the supply situation.
Yeah,
That's what this is coming
the
down
Z-zone
to.
right now. If he blocks off the Z-zone, the supply will get
No
over,
way.
right over the Navy route, and then he will be fine.
There is no shot he got off that scot-free.
Yeah,
Segl
absolutely
only
did.
has 3 subs raiding here as well. That's the issue. He could be raiding with his entire fleet right now in the Baltic, in Upper Baltic, right? And then Jarko would have no supply there. But he only has 3 submarine stacks raiding, which is not enough to disrupt the supply line and enough for him to run out of fuel. He could have gotten it there.
Do you know
Like,
what I
instantly
love
when
about
I saw
this as well?
myself walking in there, I would have done it. I don't know.
Yeah, do you know what I love? Enemy agent turned as well from me. Okay, there's something we need to check. Okay, only 2 on defense for allies. What about Axis? Have they got 2 on defense? Okay, they haven't. They're both on the same intel. I was just wondering why there might be so much. The other thing here that I really like about Jarko's play is he now has the VPs under his control, but he's keeping the pressure up.
Yeah,
He's not letting Segl have room to counterattack, and I think that's really good. Keeping this pressure in the center. He just needs to make his way to Kiruna and then create a really weird front line around Narvik.
Yeah, no, like, this is smart, what he's
I
doing.
think he's gonna be fine now. Like, there's no way.
Segl has
No way in
supply,
hell
he
Segl
just
can come back
pick
from
him
this.
here. Like,
He's
look at
just-
Segl here. Segl is clicking with how many divisions is this? 15? He's clicking with 15 divisions in one tile with
I
no
think
supply, no fuel.
He's just delusional right now, man. He doesn't know what he's doing anymore. You know, he picked a side which was just very strong early on, and he's now just getting outscaled.
Yep.
The
No,
thing
no,
I
it
mentioned
would also-
earlier is happening. The naval invasion in the south is happening. This is usually why you want to take all the coastlines. You get the pop-up for when a naval invasion happens. But if we go to the allied side, no pop-up. Because he's not invading his territory, he's invading the neutral territory.
And he even
not
pulled
gonna be getting
garrisons
pop-up.
off right now. He pulled garrisons off. He's moving more units to the north right now. He's not expecting that at all.
Yeah, yeah.
So let's see if
So
he's one of the
Segl
guys who
dumps
zooms
an
out a
army
bit, or
there?
someone that stays zoomed in the whole
Maybe.
time.
He can dump an army in there, maybe, do fine. He would have to build a supply up in the north at the same time, and when he pulls away his units... Oh my god, Segl's out of fuel again. This is like a classic Segl at this point. But anyhow... oh yeah, and he's getting raided as well. Well, I mean... If Segl somehow builds a supply hub and gets some stuff into this naval invasion as well... Like, he's invading with 10 divs, but it's cavalry for snaking, basically. 8 wits. So... If he gets to do something more with this
He
invasion...
should be fine though. He has his capital, his VPs all garrisoned. You know, like in between it.
Oh, that was realized.
Oh my
The Allies
god,
there?
that was a quick reaction.
Oh, it's because he went for Gothenburg?
Yeah,
I
he's
think
getting
he
the
went
alerts.
for Gothenburg. That was a mistake by Segl.
That's it.
And there's a GG.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Segl's out. Segl is out of the competition.
Damn.
Oh, wow. And in a swift 2-0 victory there, Jarko takes it. And, wow. Wow,
That
wow,
was
wow,
an
wow.
upset. I didn't expect this one. This looked so in the hands of the Exos player, and somehow the Allied player brought it all back with these 2 memes on the rivers. It was so crazy.
Yeah, I honestly, I was sitting, obviously, only half watching these games. Only half watching these games because I was, taking my break, my union mandated rest. And I came in there and I was like, oh yeah, this is slow. I can hop back in. Only for that to just become one of the most explosive ends to a game. Like, what's going on? Like, is it just like IJN just isn't a strong enough faction for that map, or what's going on there? How did that advantage get pulled?
No, I think Segl should have won that, in my opinion. I think he's beating himself up about it right now. I would as well, because to lose to a meme reinforce really sucks. It really, really sucks. And I mean, he didn't finish radio, but he didn't reinforce. So I mean, that's too bad. But yeah, he had naval supremacy. He screwed the allies over early on, got Narvik, which is like unseen basically with the naval invasion. And he also, he had such a good position in the north. He should have, I guess, predicted the push for Luleå. And smaller divisions is my thing I would say to Segl, in my opinion. Because with your smaller divisions, you're less likely to get it meme reinforced.
Yeah.
And yeah, it sucks to get meme reinforced, but it happens.
Well, our third semi-finalist there is Jarko. Let's talk to them now and congratulate and commiserate. Hello, GG's, GG's, GG's. Jarko, congratulations. You are moving through to the semi-finals. Commiserations, Segl. Segl, what went wrong, bud? What went wrong?
Damn.
I mean, if I would know that would be really good. I have no idea, bro. I mean, on this map, something like this never happened to me. Against Blade. Yeah, I mean, he just went in with his unit and just walked through. It's no idea what happened there. Genuinely, I'm really surprised, and I guess GG Jarko was clearly better prepared.
Jarko, again, congratulations. How are you feeling going through to tomorrow's semi-final?
Very good.
Yeah. How do you feel your chances are now for the entire tournament? How do you feel like how do you feel it is going to be? Do you see yourself in that grand finalist slot now?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Well, thank you. You guys go get some rest. And again, commiserations, Segl. And Jarko, we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Goodbye.
Okay.
GG. Bye-bye, guys.
Everybody watching, we're going to go take a very short break, just 2 ads so we can get everything changed over, set up. But also, Dankus, is this goodbye for you today?
This is goodbye for me today, but I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. You'll be back tomorrow, and me and Seemops here, Mr. Mops, will be taking us through the last game. But Dankus, thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. But gang, we'll be right back with the final quarterfinal of the night. It's going to be M7, Mohammed, the current reigning world champion, versus Silas. Silas was the first person to qualify for this.
In my qualifier.
Yeah, he's the Dankus champion, so everybody better
I kind of have to watch while going to bed, so...
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, we'll be back in just a moment after these messages.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
gentlemen, you know what time it is. It is our analyst segment with Sub-Zero, Seemops, and fake Dankus. Fankus? What do we call? What are we calling cardboard cutout Dankus now? Like, yes, cardboard Dankus lives on. Clearly, like the stoic look, like such insightful commentary we're getting from, even though he's got such a wooden expression. Now, right. Sub-Zero, if you guys don't know who Sub-Zero is, he's one of our head modders, one of our main modders on the Commanders mod. He does a lot of the balancing, but is also a competition veteran himself, the Wunderkind. Back when we were doing competitions that kids is a wrong word, younger individuals could join and play. You actually almost gave Dankus a run for his money, so you're not without being a good player. What do you make at the end of that match? Like,
yeah, no, that was actually amazing because Nordwind is like usually a pretty slow map. You have like these long-term strategies, and a lot of people like mentally give up after they lose 2 of the VPs. But you saw this strategy from Jarko with this pair drop combined with this tank and combined with setting up air in time, and you saw this combined push, and it was really amazing to watch. I mean, he did get a bit lucky with like, I think it was 3 reinforced memes that probably was the reason why he won in the end. But I mean, it was just amazing to watch because it went from pretty slow. Segl probably felt really comfortable, and then it just everything turned upside down.
Yep. And do you think the time of day that it is right now might be playing a factor in the player's ability to react and play? At this point, obviously, for me, it's 10:20 in UK time. Some people are like even further away from me in Europe. Some people, like, I'm pretty sure Jarko's Poland, Segl's Germany, so it's at least 11:30. Like, and so 11 p.m. and they're out battling, trying to deal with like pressure on their front line. Their APM clicks are going to be slower. Do you think that's going to have a major effect?
I mean, it's definitely going to have effect. I mean, I think I know at least Segl is pretty young, so maybe not as much, but yeah, it is 11 p.m. and especially like they probably have watched several of the other matches, so they might have like built up a bit of stress over time, or just like thought like, oh wow, these are such amazing plays, now I have to match them, or at least like I have to compete with these people in the future, and might just build up even more stress, and might give you a downside in the match. But it depends a lot on your mindset, and some people are really stoic, and that might definitely be an advantage in a long tournament like this one.
Combined Operations Headquarters. That's a pick we haven't... I don't think I've seen this all tournament thus far. Like, I don't think I've seen anyone pick it. Seemops, you'll have to correct me on your stage if you've seen it, Sub-Zero, or if you've seen it anywhere. Like, a bit of a wild card, no? Like, I wasn't expect that to be able to pull out a win as well as it did.
Yeah, but I also think we haven't probably seen as much Nordwind, or like these sort of maps where there's a lot of different terrain. And in these situations, you do see a lot more special forces, and Combined Operations is a really special forces heavy faction. So it does sort of make sense. They also, I think they get both a general with Mountaineer and a general with Ranger. So it also makes a lot of sense. And you also saw the play with the paratroopers, which is also another advantage. So it sort of, everything adds up, and it sort of becomes very logical to why you would pick it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And do you think at the end of the day it was the commander pick that made, helped him win there? Or was there something else going on, do you reckon?
It was definitely part of it. I definitely think it was maybe a better choice than Commonwealth could have been. I know that that faction did get banned. I would also actually like to see someone pick Harn, the Norway path. Because that path does specialize in mountains, but I also know a lot of people don't really like to fight that much in mountains, so I sort of get it. But yeah, I definitely think it was a good pick, and especially it matched really well with his strategy of using both paratroopers and a lot of special forces with a bit of air.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your segment and your insight. Do you want to stick with us for the map picks, for the final map pick of the night? Or?
Yeah, that's
cool. Let's bring them up. Okay, we're going to go ahead, get straight into quarterfinal 4. I don't know why I've been saying qualifier. Quarterfinal 4. M7 versus Silas. We're going to get into the map bans. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing, guys? How are we feeling? M7, Silas, how are things? Starting with you, Silas. How confident are you feeling with this game tonight? How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm going up against the Commander.
Okay. That's true. You are going up. How are you feeling, though?
I'm actually pretty confident, I think.
Okay.
I mean, I just saw the person I would say was the favorite to win the tournament go out in round 1, so...
Okay. About M7, how are you feeling, bud? I have to apologize. I've been calling you a one-trick pony all week. It's probably unfair of me to say because you are world champion. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I just played my playlist now, so I have good music.
Okay, cool.
I think I'm feeling good.
What kind of vibe?
Silas
What kind of style of music we got? What's the vibe tonight?
It's mostly Sabaton. That's what I
nice. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But you feeling good? How confident do you feel out of 10?
Out of 10, I think 8.
Okay.
Solid.
Okay, well, let's get on to the hard stuff. Let's get on to the actual important things. M7, you are player 1 for this matchup. So who, or should I say, what map would you like to ban first?
Baltic Blitz.
Baltic Blitz is being removed from the pool. Silas, what would you like to ban from the map pool?
I would like to ban Nordwind.
Nordwind. Okay. Silas, I'm going to get you to lock in your first map pick, please.
I think we should start off at the gates.
Let's go, man.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I really like that map a lot.
Mohammed, what faction would you like on At the Gates?
I would like Axis.
Axis on At the Gates. Okay. What map would you like in the feed?
Huh.
Do the powder keg, man. We didn't see that yet.
No, Seemops, no.
Okay. Allegiance? That one is good too, right?
Seemops, can you let me think?
Okay, I'll let you think.
Okay.
Seemops, forever a problem.
Sonnenbloom.
Sonnenbloom, the OG, the world champion picking out the OG. Okay, Silas, then final question. What faction would you like on Sonnenbloom?
What faction I would like? I mean, I think I would probably pick... Allies.
Allies for Sonnenbloom. Okay. Well, I'm going to let you guys go get ready. I'm going to get hosting the game. We're going to do a little bit of an intro, and then I'll pull you guys back up for the faction bans. That sound good?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Sub-Zero, Seemops, At the Gates, Sonnenbloom, 2 classic maps. How do you guys feel about this map pool thus far with this pick, with this band?
Well, one thing I totally agree. One thing I also find really interesting is that I've normally thought of Silas as sort of like a person who likes a bit of slow maps, likes strategic thinking. So I was really surprised when he banned Nordwind and he picked At the Gates.
Yeah.
That's not what I would have expected from him. Now Mohammed, I see him as more of a like well balanced player all around. And I don't think he has played the newer maps as much, which is probably why he banned it. And he's probably just really comfortable on Sonnenbloom. But I definitely think At the Gates will be a very exciting match because these are 2 very experienced players, and At the Gates always has a really, really good match.
Yeah, I kind of agree. At the Gates is like one of the, I think it's the most hype map at the moment in terms of just how much can move, how much can change on the map. But at the same time, I love Sun and Bloom. I can't wait to see Sun and Bloom again. Mohammed was one person who actually perfected the Sun and Bloom strategy, especially with paratroopers. I've seen him do all sorts of inventive plays. He innovates on that map a lot, and I'm really, really hyped to see it. What about you, Seemops? I was about to call you Dankus because I was just looking at the cardboard cutout of Dankus while I was editing scenes. What do you think? What intrigues you the most about this map, Paul?
I'm hyped for At the Gates because it's just, for me, it's the funniest map because it's just, the most micro, the most encirclements, the most upsets I've seen yet on like each map. And but I was very surprised too to see Silas pick up because he's usually a guy who prefers a slower play style a bit. Sonnenblume was a bit expected. Mohammed is like the first person I think about when I think about the Sonnenblume map. He has been the OG, always sweating on that map, especially in season 1. So I can expect that. I can understand that too. So I'm really hyped to see those two maps. Really hyped, especially on Sonnenblume with these two guys. Always have really good strategy. We might see something new today, or if not, perfect strategies that they have thought about for a long time. I'm really hyped for the faction bans though, because they are going to shape how the maps are played a lot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And with that in mind, Sub-Zero, thank you for joining us for this, for both our analyst segments, or for all of our analyst segments today. Thank you so much. We'll see you over the course of this this competition. But I think it's time me and Seemops start getting this game in the go.
Yep.
Okay, Seemops, we're just loading in. You've got the ID. Everyone's connecting on up. At the Gates, we've talked about it a lot. We've seen so many upsets. Look, the faction bans are going to be really important here. I'm apparently Dankus right now. I'm totally not Dankus Mimicus. I'm nowhere near as handsome or funny. But the faction bans are going to come in really important here. One of the things that concerns me as well, though, I don't know if there are enough bans right now here for Silas to stop Mohammed from getting his hands on a mass assault tree.
Yeah, I mean, there's more mass assault trees than he can ban, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially because they're playing this map first, so they can only have one ban. If they would be playing the second map, you could already think ahead and ban one of the mass civs already.
Mm-hmm.
But this way he can't, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I mean, both sides will be able to mass swap. Important thing is though, will Mohammed ban the really broken German 9th Army? It was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Offensive, no, he is it. Will Silas ban it? Sorry.
Yes.
I expect 9th Army and Communist Force to be banned, but I'm not sure.
Well, let's find out.
Let's see
bring
what they
them up
want to
and
say.
talk. Okay, gentlemen. What have we got? What is the ally ban? Also, who's got a sound effect on Discord?
I think it's Silas every time he joins the channel. It's automatically. He doesn't do that on purpose.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I've accidentally turned off my my streamer mode, so I hear it every time. It's just like, but welcome on in.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So, allies, who are you banning?
Yep, I think I'm gonna ban Amato del Po.
Army of the Po. Okay. M7, who are you banning?
US 12.
US 12. Okay. Interesting picks from both of you. Well, good luck. Have fun, gents, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't understand those bans. What on earth just happened?
I will stop predicting. I don't even know.
Okay.
Why am I even trying anymore?
Seemops, Mr. Seemops, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Quarterfinal 4 here on Commanders World Champions. What is Commanders? Well, Commanders is the total overhaul mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it to a competitive scenario. Basically, the aim of the game is simple. 2 factions, allies and axes, have several commander choices, and the aim of the game is you have a 275-day build-up period before all-out war. There's 3 ways to win: capitulate your enemy, force them to surrender, or bleed their victory point total down to 0. How do you bleed your victory point total? Well, there's 5 VPs on this map, identified by these 5 dots at the top of the screen. Hold the majority of those, and you will start ticking your opponent's points down until they hit 0. The more VP points you have, the faster it will tick. The longer into the game you hold them, the faster it will tick. Basically, it is a limited time way that causes a tug-of-war or battle. Now, Seemops, will you take these people very kindly through the main features of this map whilst I get the overlay sorted?
I have to think really quick though.
Okay.
Like about the bands. Either they know something we don't know, or we know something they don't know.
Like
they must have seen the last match, right? Where the 9th Army completely crushed whatever came on, into its way there.
So here's my thing. I think both players, and hear me out on this, I think both players think they've won their own map. So they're banning for map 3. US 12 is one of the most solid factions across the entire game.
True. Very good all-rounder.
Army of the Po is scary on the next map.
True. On the Africa map.
So I think they both come to the conclusion that they're both going to play mass mode now. They're going to get this map out of the way, and they're protecting themselves for later.
So Silas is actually playing 5D chess. You think he picked this map on purpose so he can ban a map for the second map that he knew Mohammed would pick, so he can win that one, and then have the good factions banned for the third map so you can win it in the best of 3?
That's the only reason I can think those bans came through the way they did. I'm sorry, like I'm kind of scratching.
I mean, it could be. Like I doubt a HOI 4 player is this smart, but it actually makes a bit of sense,
Like. Okay, I kind of can guess some of the like the Army of the Po on this map, like because there's a lot of plains tiles, but we saw it in, was it quarterfinal 2 with K1 with Zad going out and getting what 150 divisions. There's no way 40 motorized are gonna stop that.
Yes,
no matter
no
what.
way,
There's
right?
No shot is there. Is this gonna happen? No. Yeah. But anyway, let's explain this map a little bit. So, this is at the gates. This is our Stalingrad Eastern Front map. There are 5 VPs, as I mentioned before. You have Tambov, Voronezh, Mikhailovka, Milorovo, and Stalingrad. There are some other VP points and interesting points on the map, but those are the main focuses. That's where people are going to be trying to get to and fight off in the early game. There's 2 other things we want to talk about. Borisovlask here and Lipex. This creates a pocket around Tambov. Because of these plain tiles, basically what you'll see happen is people will push through these plains in the center, could take control of Borisovlask, get that supply hub, and that will allow the armies to pivot around Tambov. What do I mean? Essentially, basically, it's for map control. If you have Borisovlask, you own Tambov. And if there are enemies in Tambov, well, all you have to do is crush them against the corner of the map, cutting them off from supply and killing them. The other area of interest is here between Rostov and Astrakhan. This whole plain in the gap of the river, in this like delta between the 2 streams, is full of plains, and we'll see a lot of maneuvering between the lines here. We'll see a lot of troops getting ready up, and we'll see all sorts here. This will be a big flow of battle, and if one player doesn't fill the line to be able to cover this area, we'll see one person try to wrap a flank. That's what happens when you have mass assault versus non-mass assault on this map. The other thing is, you'll see a lot of back and forth. You'll see a lot of breakthrough in this area. That's kind of the main focuses. That's where we're going to be looking. Yeah.
This is... I still, I don't know, man, my head is, running hot because of thinking about all of the possibilities of them, of their, like, what they could have thought about when they banned this stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, they're both ready, by the way. I just don't.
Oh, have they both said ready in different chats?
Yeah,
okay.
in-game chat.
Okay. I don't like opening that lobby screen in while on stream, so that's why I do.
Me neither. Understandable.
yeah. Like, so I'm so turned off to even look down there. Okay, but yeah, with the games rolling. Okay, we got to talk about these bans again. We got to circle back. We got to just go back. Because Seemops, it feels like they're trying to play big brain, but it feels like I just don't understand it, because I don't think I would have picked either of those factions on this map. Either we're dumb and we don't understand this map at all, and we're just like big army, and really that's not the meta, or again they're playing for a different map.
I think in the qualifying match where Silas qualified in my tournament, he actually went for the US forces on this map. And in the beginning, we thought, hey man, that guy's crazy, he won't have enough shit out, he will just get overrun. But he managed to stabilize the situation and then end up winning in the end because he just had such good stats. So I guess that makes sense that Mohammed bans it then. You know, also maybe he knows he likes that nation a lot, so maybe that's why he bans it. But damn, man, like Silas not banning the German 9th Army after what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know. Though Mohammed is also, you know, he usually does a lot of stuff with paratroopers. You know, he likes to paradrop the points and then rush it there with mass mob. So maybe he's gonna go for the 4th Army or some shit like that.
Fourth
But that's also
Army
pretty good.
or Luftwaffe. We could also see Luftwaffe ground forces. They've got some little scary things, like for example,
or maybe Japanese army. You know, there's so much mass mob stuff that you could go for.
Yeah,
here.
Luftwaffe ground forces is actually a grand battle plan tree. It has the kind of scary thing of the FG where you have infantry defense reduction, but to offset that, it's plus 15% attack. You do get 2 paratrooper 18 widths in there, and you get 100 transport planes. You get 4 infantry divisions. You get a lot of air research bonuses as well in there, and it's a very strong air tree, especially combined with the middle. But this 9th Wehrmacht, just it feels right. It feels like the one that should be here. It feels like this has got to be your best choice. Those bellowing cows, those key pieces, those Panzerwerfer divisions, being able to just push on through. The mobility of those to help support an offensive, using those as a strike force. Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't go for that tree on this map.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see what they're going to choose. One thing I like a lot here is that Silas already has 19 factories of guns with full efficiency, building 130 guns a day, while Mohammed is only building like around 90 a day because he went up on artillery and anti-tank stuff first.
I see.
So it already looks like you're going to have a 100% mass assault tree on both sides here. It just depends which one, especially on the Allied side. I have no idea. Probably maybe the Shock Army, the 3rd Shock Army, or the Communist Forces, one of them. Because they're both really good mass assault trees here. And with Silas' main pick of the USA being banned, I would say one of those.
I would like to see 3rd Shock Army. I love the Katusha divisions, especially again on this map. Those
it's just perfect.
They're mechanized rocket artillery. Like they do about 400 soft attack each. They have really good speed and they've got really good armor. Using those on the plane to push in and create encirclements is it's devastating. If it comes up against anything that isn't a Space Marine division, even some Space Marine divisions, it will just roll through them. You get a 14 width infantry division in front of those, 32 width.
Just don't get deleted.
Yeah, it's gonna be on the first train back to Europe,
Yeah. And on top of that, you also get paratroopers, which will help you secure these very important supply ups on the VPs very early. You get CAS, you get armored trains, so you don't have to build any trains yourself anymore. Railway gun for later, and you will get 1,000 guns every month, which will add onto your mass amount of infantry that you're gonna build. So pretty nice.
Yeah, it's all.
Yeah, he already
so
has 50
solid.
divisions deployed. Okay, Mohammed also has 58. Oh man, I love this map. Mass mob, just spamming shit and then trying to outmicro each other. That's perfect. That's what the game is all about.
Survivability studies coming in for our allied player, which is really good. That means we're going to get some air from our allies. I like that. That's going to be trying to counter or protect possibly some paratroopers. Makes a lot of sense. The air zones on this map, it is just one giant area around the Stalingrad area. It is the whole League of Neutrality is one air zone.
That's really nice though. That makes enables the people to focus more attention to their army and not have to switch air zones all the time.
It does mean that you'll need to keep an eye out. If you're only running standard fighters rather than long range heavy fighters, you are going to have to move them somewhere near a VP. That's going to be the caveat, which is going to eat up supply on the front line. That's kind of the trade-off.
Yeah, one difference we can already see is that our L player already has gun 2, while the X player is going to get his gun 2 only in 75 days. So we already have a head start of efficiency gain here. Also, I think our Axis player is going to keep way less guns on gun 1s than our allied player. Right now he has 29 on the line that he's going to switch to gun 2s and only 5 on normal gun 1s, while the allied player has 20 on gun 2s and 15 on gun 1s. So
we're
it keeps
wrong.
like half-half.
We're so wrong. We're so wrong with the Axis.
Why?
It's not going to be 9th Army. We've got an Imperial
What?
Japanese military pick coming on in.
Ooh, okay, so Japanese army then.
It's got to be Japanese army, yeah. If it goes, if he goes Japanese navy here, he's throwing.
That doesn't make any sense. That
He's
doesn't make any sense.
throwing if he goes navy.
Then I would, put up allegations that he got paid to throw.
Yeah,
If he goes
yeah.
with it.
I would too. I'd be saying, or he's just that overconfident in some way, in some weird regard. But anyway, there it is.
Okay.
There's the confirm. Imperial Japanese army,
Third shock army
and
on
it
the
is third. Yeah,
Russia, so
it is
the
third
real
shock.
business.
So we are going to see a mass mode battle. Why do you think he's gone for the Imperial Japanese army over the 9th Army Wehrmacht? What does this tree have?
Cheaper
that it-
guns, more soft attack, more manpower, cheaper last stand, more orc, more infantry division defense, bicycle divisions. I don't think they're the one thing that you really want to have, but they're there. Infantry divisions. So it's cheaper guns, more soft attack, and more defense, and cheaper last stand, and more manpower. And recovery rate all the way in the end, which is also pretty nice. And also Banzai, which gives you even more recruited population. So it looks like Mohammed is counting with really big losses here.
Is that going to offset the amount of damage that can be done by, for example, the CAS, the motorized rocket artillery division, like the mechanized rocket artillery divisions, and the various upgrades that the third shock get? Is that, and the railway, surely they're going to be able to get similar amounts of troops out?
Surely,
Is just manpower going to overweigh manpower plus?
I mean, in the long run, it should. But we will have to see. Right now, both sides are building around 220 or 250 guns. So they will probably end up having this exact same amount of units out in the field. It's just going to be great. It really depends on who's going to be able to secure these VPs early on. The X is building air. The other player doing paratroopers. Paratroopers really won't help them much if the other player, Axis player, has the air and denies and the para dropping. So it's going to be interesting to see who will be the VPs here first.
One thing to be noted about Mohammed, he is so far off the line normally. He rushes so fast. He's like almost a Zerg king. He legitimately, I don't know if anyone is faster on the clicks to get to those VPs than Mohammed. So we are going to see someone get off to the races here. You're going to need paratroopers to almost counter him here.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. He already has motorized divisions deployed, which are already there, ready to snake towards Stalingrad and Benarovo. So that's already set up there. Bunch of infantry run in. We saw it earlier. The other player also tried to rush in, Makko in that case, and then he just got completely overwhelmed by the huge wave that awaited him there on the shore. It's interesting. Both players with almost the exact same builds, having half of the economy in guns, a third of it on planes. Whoever is going to have the air supremacy and is able to paradrop, I would say, has the heads up in the early game, but most of it will be decided later on, especially by the micro. Solid player though already going to secure organ guns here. Stalin's organs.
Yep.
They are really crazy. We can check them out really quick. They have 405 base soft attack, which will get modified by planning bonus, generals, and everything like that. So you end up getting more than 1,000 soft attack in the combats, and also 600 defense. So not only do they have a lot of stats in terms of damaging, but they can also defend very well. And if you get one of those into the city, good luck trying to cycle it one out of there with your infantry without having lots of CAS.
Yeah, that's exactly that. The only thing that's going to be in the Axis advantage, I think, this early on is the fact that apparently Mohammed is pumping out divisions. It's not quite Zad levels where he had 150 by the frickin' time the war began. But it's going to be 80. It's still 10 divisions more.
I mean, a bit lower. Yeah, you're right about that. That guy had 150, and they both have around 80, 84 for the Axis and 76 for the others. So. Yeah, I expected a bit more there. That's been weak.
Yeah, the reason I think Zad had so many more is because he was pumping out 8-width divisions. These are 18-width divisions, so they are going to be
18-widths actually. Okay, I thought they were 12. Okay,
no,
that makes sense.
They're a little bit scarier 18-widths. I definitely feel like that Zab build was just a little crazy, and I wonder if it's also something to do with the amount of spawn-ins as well you get with a 9th army.
Yeah, that's true. 9th army very strong.
Yeah.
Okay, one thing that is a bit interesting here is that the Axis player, Russia player doesn't really have his army on the front line right now. You know, like.
No, they're back in training right now. It is a little bit strange. I don't know if they know how close it is to the war, because we are 6 days away now from the war being declared.
Could this be the stage fright? You know, since Silas, I think it's the first time being in a big stage like this one.
I mean, at least on this game in Hearts of Iron, perhaps. But they're apparently a very well-known Stellarist player.
Oh, Stellaris, yeah.
Yeah.
That's also a pretty interesting game.
Silas?
Okay, the paratroopers are coming out towards Panzer, but they're not going to arrive in time, man. He already has to go to war in 2 days.
Yeah, I think he's delayed here. I don't know what's going on.
Let me check if he has any ping delay here. No, it's completely fine.
I think he's going to be training when war declares.
I really managed to plan the naval invasions. Naval invasions.
But here we go. Mohammed's going to rush.
He has air supremacy though. He doesn't have his fighters up.
Oh no! And look at the rush coming in. I love this. Mohammed is already last standing the divisions that are gonna be at the VPs. The last stand's gone in before they've left there.
He will get to Stalingrad first though with his organ gun here. Where's the infantry gonna be in time though to reinforce it? Looks like it, yeah. And these Panzer divisions are not gonna push that out. I mean, maybe with force attack. He's lucky.
No, they're both those divisions. Yeah, they're both last standing. So this is. Yeah, that's a rough engagement.
Oh, he even broke the cypher already.
That's huge.
Steingrad's gonna get encircled. Let's see if there's somebody's gonna do anything about it. Oh no, he managed to get in the last second though.
Last second.
But yeah, so far really good front line, I would say, for the allied player here. That's something he can build up on. You know, I don't know. I think he should outscale, right? Russia should be outscaling the Japanese army.
Just about. In terms of like other bits to build. What I will say though, VPs are already bleeding for the allies because they didn't get to Mikhailovka. So it's 3 VPs in the favor of the Axis. Another last stand coming in here, nice and early from Mohammed. He's going to be clicking that a lot. One of the bonuses as well, though, of the Japanese tree is the cheaper last stand coming on in. So he's not going to be chewing through nearly as much command power. But, oh dear. Logistics fulfillment then for from the Axis was at 0 for a little while. That's why the advance really faltered there.
Yeah, the air player is also lacking quite a few trains here now. The railway lines have been established all the way to the front line. He might start building a few trains soon. If not, he will probably start taking some penalties in some areas. Meanwhile, the Axis offensive is going on everywhere along the front line. Most importantly, I would say around Tambov, yeah.
Yeah, Tambov is in danger here with this advance. Of course, the supply hasn't quite caught up for Mohammed yet, so he isn't going to be able to expose this quite a lot. But this is what we said about Tambov. Between Lepetsk and Borisovsk, you can cut Tambov quite easily because these plane tiles and crush it against the corner of the map. One of Stalin's organs are up there as well. The Katusha rocket barrage is brilliant and he's being triple combat. That's going to be an issue. No offensive going to be made out of there. It's going to be dangerous. Tambov might fall here.
Yeah, I mean, the type behind it will take quite a long time to get deorked. Tambov itself might be deorked a bit quicker since just the combo is a lot bigger. There's a lot more units that are able to join the combat there. Type behind it, though, looks very solid. Silas already also retreating more units into Tambov, so it's going to be fine again. Interesting.
Intense micro in the north. A lot of the rest of the line has become stationary whilst these two players focus in on around Tambov. Can you give us a report of the casualties thus far, Seemops?
Yes, let me check it out really quickly. So far, wait, it's the wrong battle here. That's the wrong war. So far, 55,000 for the airs and 69,000 for the Axis, so very, very even. I guess the equipment losses are probably also the same. Yeah, 4.5k to 4.8k, so that's also like nothing. Yeah, so far the air player did a really good job at holding on to Stalingrad and the other VP. Problem is, holding on to those two is not enough because he needs a third one to reverse the bleeding and not end up losing the game later on. What he's doing right now, he's advancing in the far south below Stalingrad with the battle plan with the 7 infantry divisions there all the way to the river, while the Axis player is hastily setting up defenses behind it. He still doesn't have any planning bonus anywhere. I'm not sure if that's on purpose or if he just forgot about it, but planning bonus might be a bit important. It's 40% extra attack, so I would say so. It's pretty important. Yeah, though he has so many divisions already. It's crazy how many they have, and sometimes like six or seven units right next to each other on the front line.
78
Crazy.
divisions versus a total of 82, so it's only a disparity of about 6 now. Which means we've got some very, very even front lines. With that in mind, then, I kind of weigh despite the VPs, I weigh the strength of the armies kind of in favor of the allies, just because of those key pieces, those 2 Katyushas being fired about. They do so much damage. We've seen them be the absolute be-all and end-all of some of the defenses and some of the attacks. And legitimately, I think Silas is just going to wait up some of his production for a little while here.
Yeah. One thing that I also like to see here is that he has 120,000 men more in the field right now than his counterpart here. One thing both players are lacking, though, I would say, is training a few divisions, at least to no priority. Though the X-Player is crazy on air right now.
Have you
3
seen the
fighters a
snake
day already.
Have you seen the snake?
Yeah, I saw it.
Going all the way to the Kirch Bridge, like...
Yeah. They are, like putting pressure on him everywhere. And the good thing is, if you have your contact line all the way up there, if the X-Player tries to do some cheeky and try to walk around you, get an early warning, basically. Because it's not like already over here behind Stalingrad, where it's just a few tiles away from your core territory. It's way further in the front. Yeah, but 3 fighters a day, man, that's crazy. Though there's not much air training going on right now, but already 225 fighters on the Axis to 200... Yeah, 200 fighters on the Allies. So it's very, very even. Just that the Allies also have 150 cas. But they're very, very air heavy for both sides.
Very much so. We're hitting a very mid-game stabilization here. Both of these players waiting for their industry so that before the next burst of attacks.
Yeah, right now he's moving up all the way to the front line in the south. Even Stalingrad empty, which is a bit dangerous, I would say, especially while you have red air. Could get paradox or something like that, but hey. The Katyusha's forming up on the gates of Mikhailovka. He's now probably gonna try and walk around it. As you guys can see here, 1,000 soft attack. Basically, that times 2,000 soft attack in that battle. It's just crazy.
Double contact is slowing that down now, the double combat. But it's been reopened again, and boom, you can see the spike in that soft attack is it's huge. It's so huge.
I mean, with that big, huge amounts of soft attack, as you guys can see, he's losing a lot of strength down here in these units. Though that really won't hurt him that big in the great scale of things. But it's he's running down equipment. As long as he keeps building more of these rocket artillery, motorized artillery units himself, he's going to be fine. Because they're just great. They're perfect counter versus infantry. One thing I also see him doing here is that he's actually going for normal rocket artillery to add as support properties for all of his infantry. Which will make the infantry a bit more expensive, but therefore every single division you have on the field will have like 25 base soft attack more, which gets modified by everything else, so it actually ends up being more than 100.
Every tech of artillery tech, rocket artillery tech will just increase that bonus. The soft attack scaling on rocket artillery is insane. And and we're seeing it here. We're actually seeing another tile push towards Mikhailovka, I think, just about. The Axis are going to hold, but the amount of damage being done is just ridiculous.
Yeah. He just needs to get more of these high soft attack divisions. If you would build a few more, like a few medium tanks or something like that with SPGs on them, this would be the perfect counter. Because right now, our other player, all he's doing is building fighters and infantry weapons. So nothing to pierce tanks, nothing to, damage enemy tanks, like, as CAS or something like that. This would be a good way for him to pull this in. 51 mils also on him already.
Meanwhile, in the skies, fighter trades looking very even. However, fighter trades looking relatively even, but I will say the allies heavily losing their CAS. Fighter trades were like super even, but the CAS loss, ridiculous amounts compared.
I mean, that's normal though. You kind of have to see your CAS planes as like some type of ammunition. Okay. You use them, and they get shot down. You always lose CAS too, especially to anti-air. It's inevitable. So you kind of see this as a investment.
An expendable resource, I see.
Exactly. Though they have to do at least some damage, you know. If they don't do any damage and just get shot down, it's just a waste.
Yes.
Oh, but not these. 1.5k soft attack here, man. This is just crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if you had like, I don't know, 5 more of these. You could just sit all along the front line and just grind equipment.
It would be such an IC investment.
We can keep taking a look at this comment once it's done. I kind of want to see how different, you know, the losses were here. Even though this is a mixed battle, it has infantry in it too, not just these.
Yeah. Mikhailovka now under pressure. The double combating might pay off. This might be a bigger allied advance than we think. The center might be about to cripple and fold.
But putting the tiles around it, he denies him the you know, reinforcing capability here.
No,
So
that's going to be an advancement. There we go. Support coming in from across the river. Not going to do much.
So basically by attacking that, he destroyed 34,000 manpower and killed 3,000 equipment in that one tile there.
Jesus.
3,000 guns gone.
That's such an IC hit. Now, Seemops, what is the IC cost and production cost requirement to actually be able to field more of those? Because I think it's really expensive.
It shouldn't be that much more expensive because he gets like 40% off of these rocket artillery things, right? So there's 7.2 IC that twice as expensive as normal rocket artillery, but you also need less of them per battalion, and they have more soft attack and breakthrough. So let me really quickly see how much the division would cost like this. It's a 40 with, so you only 2 of those to fill out the combat completely. It's 4.5k compared to 500 of a normal infantry division, but you're not really gonna push with that very much. And you saw how good the IC traits were, right? Infantry division, if you try to push it like this, you can see he already lost 22% of his strength. With these guys here, all he did was like kill 30,000 men and 3,000 guns. And, oh no, please don't force attack. Okay, never mind. He's getting planning walls. I thought he was going to force attack. It's just very, very good, especially on these plane styles. If you keep trading IC that way, you're just going to eventually burn a hole into your enemy stockpile that he's not going to be able to fill.
Would it be worth giving these divisions a medal as well?
If you have the PP for it, yes. Though the medals don't do that much. You know, recovery rate would be great on these, but it's pretty expensive. You know, with the 50 PP, I would rather pick an army advisor or like an economy advisor here. I think that would be a bit more worth it.
Surely, surely if we give them the War Cross, it gains division defense as well, and defense translates to breakthrough, correct?
Exactly, and offense, the defense stats there to set into breakthrough. And he's going to try and take the city here. There's a chance he memes this, though his enemy is mass assault and he is attacking from 3 directions, so there's a huge reinforcement right here.
There's a massive last stand in there as well.
1.3k soft attack on these men on the city. This is just crazy.
Look at this. Look at this.
And the last one is just going to kill the strength. I'm just telling you, if this keeps going this way, he's not going to recover from this. Like, there's such a high losses. I hope the allied player puts like 1 factory on mech and 1 factory on motorized rocket artillery, which he's doing, so he's not going to run out of that stuff.
Yeah.
But just look at the divisions; they're just being deleted. I will keep an eye again on the battle once it's over here. Then we can see how many guns died there.
I'm still, I'm super zoomed in on this battle. Nothing else is really happening. Both players are so hyper focused on the Mikhailovka VP. I will say though, 345 VPs remain. The allied player, Silas, needs to take this very, very soon, so I can understand the pressure of trying to do this. Maybe Mohammed's comeback here would actually be to start pressuring all along the line.
You know what's crazy? They're not de-orking at all. They're still at 28.8 orc.
Yep.
They have been fighting in this battle since it began, and they didn't de-org at all.
It's because they're not.
If I was him, I wouldn't open the command roof. I would just attack from one direction there, because then there's less units in a battle that you need to orc to have a chance to reinforce me. But you know what I mean? Because now it's just like so much more divisions in there, so it takes longer. And the other divisions you use to attack this tile have no stats. If you had like these these mech divisions attacking from all directions, then it would make sense. But you know, like your normal infantry. Oh my god!
He's out! Oh my gosh! He took it. He did take it. That is
and in
insane.
That battle, again, he killed 4,000 equipment and killed 40,000 manpower.
That's insane. That's huge losses.
Unfortunately, I can't tell you, like most of the weapons stuff he lost here was from clicking in with the normal infantry.
Yep.
Like when I look at equipment lost hit there, he lost 22 rocket artillery, I think. That's what he lost.
Summary of the war thus far: 186k casualties for the Allies, 259 for the Axis, and the VPs for the first time have just flipped into the Allied favor, beginning the bleed on the Axis total. Mohammed is now on the back foot, and his supply in the center is looking real rough after losing Mikhailovka.
What our allied player needs to do now, he needs to use his Katyusha divisions to just click the enemy off the front line. He doesn't need to follow up on it. He just needs to sit there and control click. This way, his enemy can't build up any supply and any planning bonus there, and he can just constantly kill equipment.
Yep.
Oh, look at the south really quick. There's a thing happening there at Rostov. I saw a gap in the front line.
There is a huge gap in the front line, and it's being exposed. That's an encirclement already landing, I think.
Did he notice it? No.
Nope. No activity. No activity.
This could be a breakthrough that the Alexis player needs, something to change the way up here. The thing is going. In the north, at the meantime, we can see these guys completely deleting those divisions. Like every time he clicks it, he basically kills 10% of every division that's in there. So he kills like half a division every time he clicks up there.
Wow.
That's just crazy. In terms of equipment, he kills.
Activity now slightly in the south. That encirclement is going to get closed. Going to lose 5 divisions there for
if he last stands though, he could get it out because his trucks just arrived.
Okay, the Katyusha's just arrived.
He's just sitting there, double combating himself. Really bad from him there. Not gonna lie, that's rookie level mistakes here. Come on, use your tanks. Sorry, your motorized.
I think the guys in the encirclement are going to survive because of local supply here.
Oh, he got one of his units overrun there. Yeah, they should be. They could be fine. If he's lucky, he can get his motorized in there. His Katyushas, man. I always mix stuff up. In the meantime, also in the north, there's a push going on there. I don't know who pushed in there, but I think the X pushed in. The gates of. Whoa.
Oh no, the encirclement was closed. There's those 3 are dying, and also, honestly, the Katyushas might actually be a little bit at risk here.
Yeah, like the thing is that's the thing with Silas. He wants to play a map where you need to have a lot of APM, where you need to look at many places at once, but he's really not good at that. That we can see here. While he was looking at the south, the strength of that push there, he got completely broken in the north. And then when he looked at the north again, now his Katyushas almost got encircled because he's just not looking there anymore. And now again in the south, look at this, no movement at all. If the X wants, he could just walk around them now.
This is what I said that Mohammed needed to start doing because both of them were so locked in over Mikhailovka. The way to stop Silas, I think, is just to trigger the APM. Mohammed does have the better APM. He's the better micro player. And there it is, right there, just as almost. It's like as if by magic, the fucking. Oh my gosh! I'm sorry for my language, but it's frustrating. It's frustrating.
This is like the 2 best divisions he has in the field that brought him like on the road to victory, and he just throws them away like that because he doesn't look there anymore.
Yep, he might be at. No, he's not going to break them out. Not going to be at. So, yeah, instead of the phew of rockets, it's snoring. That's the noise now. We should replace it. Oh no! Oh gosh, they've been encircled. They are going to die. That's okay. The infantry division with them.
I won't look at that anymore. I will look at the north now.
You're going to look in the north. No, they're gone. They're gone. They're gone. The Katyushas are gone.
Oh,
Silas, no. This was going so well.
I really thought he was cooking there. When he.
Yeah.
When he started pushing that back with them, because the Katyushas are just so strong.
Again, I really rate this commander pick. It's the best commander pick out of the 2 for the map. He was playing it so well. He was utilizing those Katyusha divisions. He has, by the way, he has the 10 extra spawning militia divisions at the back line, just doing absolutely nothing.
There's a lot going on. He encircled something enough, which is good, but right now.
It doesn't pay off the losses.
Trying to capitalize on his push, and he's actually going to push towards Steingrad from the south there. He's crossing the river there. Another encirclement going to happen. 3
oh god! Oh no!
I don't know, man. Like, yeah, and there's going to be even more units encircling the south. 5 more gone or 6 more. I will already say that.
APM. It just comes down to APM.
He's retreating into the encirclement.
Oh god! Oh no!
Oh, wait a second.
Counter encirclement.
Counter encirclement.
Counter encirclement.
Last thing, the other one. So, okay, now Mohammed is the one that's not looking here.
Oh,
okay, no, he's walking out again. Okay.
He's working. They're both just.
Oh.
again, it's really late in the day. They've drawn the really late night.
I mean, how late is it for Mohammed? Isn't it already like 1 a.m. for him? 1:30 a.m. Sorry, 1 a.m. Should be right. He's even further ahead.
He's further ahead. He's one ahead of you, I think, because he's what's it called? EMEA, isn't it? We're in EMEA.
I have no idea about time zones. I have no idea. But yeah, he should be ahead.
But yeah, he's.
But I mean, these encirclements shouldn't really, they're not really that much, guys. If you see them get encircled, just know that each side has like 100 of those, plus 50 more in
break out in
training.
the middle, though. Break out in the center.
Oh yeah. Can we just counter snake now? He's going to take Milarovo back even.
Milarovo is one of the VPs. That will start a 4-point lead. That's going to shut off so much supply. Hang on a minute. Silas, let him cook.
Oh, no, he left it empty again.
And it doesn't really matter. He's moved the supply hub. That means all the supply is coming from Rostov. Yeah, possibly. It could have been a misclick, a fateful misclick. No, he's moving troops in. He managed to get one troop
look at the
out.
south. He encircled 6 cavalry regiments.
Oh, huge.
I have no idea where they came from.
So, okay.
Or what their destination was, but
those cavalry divisions, they are probably what Mohammed is using as... no, they're using them as last stand. Because it's a lower combat width.
Okay.
He's flicking onto the lower combat width to get a cheaper last stand out.
It looks like he tries to get them out, but they're all gonna die. I mean, at this rate, either one side bleeds out, which is gonna take quite a while, or what I think is gonna be the case is that one side's gonna run out of manpower.
Let's talk troops in the field for a moment, because
780 for the Axis and
98 for the Allies.
750.
98 troops in the field for the Axis.
Oh,
versus...
you mean division count? Sorry, I thought you meant the manpower in the field.
Sorry. Division count. 98 to 83. That's 10 more divisions to play with. With the higher APM, I definitely think having a division advantage on Mohammed makes this a kind of a cleaner game for him. Now that Silas has lost those key pieces, it's now just down to, can Silas plug enough gaps for long enough? But with the losses that we're seeing in the south, 2 more divisions about to die, the pushes are still happening. The front line is widening. There becomes a point where you are not able to hold back the storm. Another thing as well, Silas right now, he's got his railway gun all the way back in the capital of Kubyshev. At least he brought in those militia divisions back from the back lines. So that things are happening. They're just slow. He's also floating political power right now. Let's check a float. Massive float on Mohammed as well, though, on political power.
The thing is, though, what I have to say is that Russia is still holding 3 of the 5 VPs, and he should be outscaling the Axis, because Japan doesn't really scale it well in the late game. We saw earlier their ultimate and everything is not that strong compared to what Russia can bring up. If Russia would be doing his focuses, though, which he isn't.
He's not doing his focuses.
Right now, because he can get no step back all the way in the bottom, and that's really good.
He's not going to artillery 2 either. He's still got things on motorized rocket artillery, even though he doesn't have those divisions. His production needs a full refit, essentially.
The Kansas Snake has started, though.
It has. It has.
Oh man.
It is.
I mean, he's strategy pro units to try and deal with it, but let's see if that's gonna work. It's fortunately for him only 5 cavalry divisions in total, so he should be able to contain that pretty well. But while he's trying to deal with all of that stuff, the Axis is getting closer and closer to Stalingrad. It's also like 1 tile away only from Mikhailovka. So if he somehow manages to get a good division that can actually push properly, he should be able to get those 2 VPs back.
A couple of missed opportunities for counter encirclements in the south as well. Just a slightly slower reaction again, completely from Silas. It is again. It's
11
like,
hours. Yeah, he's gonna get it encircled. Yeah.
Oh god, there's a huge encirclement again. That's
he could
another
be able
5
to break
divisions.
it out though if he walks in from Astrakhan. So
yeah, but he's not going to. He's not going to.
Well,
that cavalry
he is,
division that's
but
about
he's
to meet.
yeah.
There's a cavalry division about to block him that's already last stand. Already had last stand on it. It's
that's 5 more units going there.
Yep. Momentum starting to fade back in the favor of Mohammed here.
But I would say it's still even, both players have the exact same amount of victory points right now, as
Yeah,
life points.
I mean, I haven't seen that in ages. Like, I don't think I've ever seen an even VP, like, mid-game like that in a long time.
Oh, man. I mean, if I was Mohammed, I would just keep advancing over the south, because that's where the enemy has the lowest amount of units. You know, if you get Astrakhan there, you have supply in that area, and you can work your way along the river all the way to Stalingrad, get the supply, get the airport there. How's the air trades, by the way? I didn't even check. Looks like the Axis player lost the air completely.
Yeah, massively.
Does he still have factories in air? No, he noticed and put everything on guns, which is really good.
Yep.
While the allied player still has 35 factories in air. So he's still building 25 factories.
This is what I'm saying. Silas
is
so lagging behind now. He's so hard focused on trying to stabilize his line for as long as possible. He's taking losses everywhere. He's just preventing. He's like trying to prevent an inevitable death. So much so that his production is going completely haywire. Like he's got, like I said, he's now got 100 motorized rocket artillery in the back burner that he just can't use. He's got
the focus for like a long time. He has 260 PP on stock.
He's been floating political power.
Factories.
He's finally picked his focus, but he's been floating political power for the last 2 months.
Yeah. He also doesn't have spies assigned. I mean, he could pick 2 more spies and advance, make the front line. The spider work go all the way to the front line, where it actually takes puts penalties up on your enemy, but doesn't look like that's happening right now. Allied counterattack though.
Yeah, Allied counterattack. Noticing the supply. He's noticed the overextension here from Mohammed. This could be the move that he was waiting for. This is what we talked about actually at the beginning between Rostov and Astrakhan. This will flip back and forth purely because of the supply. The supply line is super stretched. There's no supply hubs near these mountain range. It's only this Southern Rail network. And we all know, if you're from the UK, about Southern Rail. It never works.
Oh god, watch out there now. There's the breakthrough is getting bigger and bigger in the south. There might be a huge counter encirclement opportunity here coming up by the other player.
Yeah.
Though Mohammed reacting really quickly and pinning it, though I'm not sure if he can pin it forever.
He's not going to be able to pin it forever. And there is also an attack going on in the north as well. Both players looking to extend the front line as possible. There is a counter encirclement. 3 Axis divisions caught. That's a good gain if he can close in on it. If he can destroy it, that's good. We could be about to see even more. The lack of supply really hurting Mohammed now. He just bit off a little bit more than he can chew, and now the ball is in Silas's court. This is a good comeback.
Yeah, but at the same time, he might actually end up losing Mikhailovka here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did he teleport in there, or what is that? Oh, yeah, I think he teleported in there. Is that allowed? I don't know.
No, it's not. Teleporting is not allowed.
Okay, because it looked like it was a teleport when I looked at it, but I wasn't sure if that was on purpose.
Keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that is interesting. We might need a
big
replay on that.
Big encirclement in the south, though.
Oh, yeah. Big encirclement in the center and in the south. So the Axis gets encircled in the south and the Allies encircled in the center here.
Oh, gosh. The Allies are just dying so quickly.
The Allies got encircled too. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, my. Also, the VPs flip back to Axis control. The bleed has begun. Seemops, this is only map 1 of this quarterfinal. This is map 1, and we're seeing so much combat. There's so much to keep up with.
I love this map, man. It's so good.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff all the time. There's a encirclement gonna happen in Bori. No one mind.
I think the Axis might break the southern encirclement out as well.
I have no idea who's winning right now, man. Like everybody's losing shit, left, right, and center.
Purely on trades, I think by a minuscule amount. I think Mohammed
should be winning.
Yeah, Mohammed is out trading slightly, and there we go. The encirclement has been broken out, and 2 have been caught.
Look at the it's a huge encirclement that's going to happen there. I mean, if Mohammed keeps losing units at this rate, he's going to lose. But if he stabilizes his front line, he's going to win easily because the other player still has like half his economy on planes.
Yeah,
and that's just that's.
Silas is just ever so slightly too slow to react.
Man, okay, he didn't get to kill the stuff in the south though. That's going to get out, so that's nice.
Oh gosh, oh no, I think the supply in the north is about to be cut off as well. Supply in the north might be about to be snaked away. We might be able to see the biggest Tambov pocket we've seen this match. Look at the breakthrough near Boris Oblast. Look at it go. It's going to cut off all. It's going to snake and get all of the supply. The entire northern front. Army Group North is about to fall. That's the rails. They've both gone. It's all on local supply now. Mohammed has managed to capture every single division around Voronezh all the way to Tambov.
This is not looking too good for him here. The X-player is trying to pin the units in, next to Boroligas. Oh my god, he got encircled there again.
It's a massive rout. This is a huge... This is the gap that Mohammed needed. This is just that, and that is going to be Tambov falling as
and
well.
all of that while he's still bleeding victory points. It's just so funny.
Yep, it really is. It is.
There's 2 more units encircled, and now all of those guys are encircled. There's a counterattack forming though on the eastern part of that encirclement, so he might be able to break it out again, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
I don't think it matters at this point. I think that's way too many losses to be taking at this point. Mohammed's APM is insane.
Yeah, it's actually really good. Ah man. If not only every game could be like this, so much like stuff happening left, right, and center that you just miss out on half of it.
I mean, hey, we get to go to another map in a moment. It's going to be Sonnenblume.
But what was the other map again? Sonnenblume. Yeah, okay, that one is a bit slower, you know, but it's also nice.
I know, but we've seen some crazy Mohammed APM on that map. Silas, and also to be fair, it's a slower map, therefore it might give Silas like a more comfortable build time. Like you can afford to be a bit more macro focused rather than micro. Smaller front line, less to focus on.
She's still holding on. She's still okay. Never mind. He stopped bleeding now because he lost the other one. Okay, there's another 3 units encircled from the allies in the south. The big 10 stack there is getting killed now. And the units around Voronezh are trying to expand and keep their small pocket alive there, but they're also not gonna get survive that long. We're gonna get liquidated very, very soon. It's just crazy, man. So much combat everywhere.
Oh,
I need to check the losses really quick. 1 million and almost like they're even. Both sides almost have 1 million.
Almost 1 million casualties on both sides, and it feels like it. It feels super bloody. It's about to cross 1 million. It's about to cross 1 million, surely, with the amount in these pockets.
I mean,
yep, 1 million on the allies. There we go. Ding, ding, ding.
If Silas was building like guns instead of
this would be a different story if he's still at that micro.
He just killed this line. He just killed the line. But he has 500 fighters in stockpile, man. What do you want to do with that? Your enemy stopped building fighters like, I don't know, ages ago. You have 800 fighters. Great. Look at your front line. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, imagine if that was on the guns that he so sorely needed. Like,
ooh, big encirclement down in the center here. If he manages to kill that, he can maybe stabilize again.
I don't know. Like, the thing is,
okay, the entire north is open. The entire north is open. It's just gone.
We're looking at almost a 50 division deficit now because of the amount of deaths.
Okay.
Like the real pivot point in this, the moment that Silas lost this game, legitimately, is the loss of those Katyushas. It's when he went from taking the advantage to a slow bleeding, to a slow bleeding defeat. He knew, and I think he knew it as well.
That
when
must really fuck with his moral right now, by the way.
He just lost his map pick. He just lost his.
And he had it in his own hands, and he threw it away.
It is dunzo. It is painful. We're going to be moving on now, though, to Sonnenblume. We're going to get map 2 going right away. I'm going to start hosting up. Just analyze that game for me, just for a minute. Like, please, just break it down. Break it down.
What we saw is both sides going for mass mob. So even though every side was losing units left, right, and center, they could still recover from the losses because these units that we saw were really not expensive. Also, they had a lot of manpower because of that, so they didn't run out of manpower. And the fights were pretty slow. And the only cases where you could actually see a lot of encirclements and breakthroughs was when people forgot to garrison tiles, or when tiles were empty, they just started snaking when somebody wasn't looking. If the map was a bit smaller and the people had that many units, they could just look everywhere. There would have been no change on the front line at all. But this way was really good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Silas, who took the opportunity, the initiative, when he got his Katyusha divisions and took back the third repeat that he needed to beat out his enemy, he got distracted by the push in the south and the simultaneous push in the south and the north at the same time and just lost them. Because these things, they could have just cut through like a knife, like a hot knife through butter in the north, in the south, wherever that Mohammed tried to do an offensive. He could have just driven through there with these guys and killed everything.
Yep. Again, I really think just those Katyushas, losing them, being, and it comes down to Mohammed being vigilant enough that he's noticed that Silas has a bit of a lag in terms of his response to the APM click, and he used it to get that encirclement. Killing those key pieces changed the game because it meant that Silas now had no get out of jail free card in terms of being able to break out. There is an ID, by the way. Just so
I just saw it and was copying it.
Yeah. Cool. I am gonna quickly get the ban system going.
So we click on ready. Oh man. So what faction are the both players playing on this one? Do we know? We know, right?
Yeah. It's been locked in. Who's playing what?
So it should be Mohammed and Allies, right?
I think so.
And he banned the USA, so he can't use it himself.
Yep. US 12 were banned, and it was Army of the Po.
Oh,
wasn't it?
Now Army of the Po really strong, right? You get double Desert Fox on the generals, so you're really strong in the deserts. Plus, you get all of the cool motorized buffs, and the motorized itself is really quick. So that's one thing that Mohammed can't go for. And what else could you go for on the Axis for Africa? You could go for the Japanese Navy, maybe, even though that doesn't scale very well. I would say maybe 9th Army is pretty good on this one too, because you get a lot of cheap motorized. The only problem you have with the 9th Army is that you don't really have a Navy.
Yep.
But you get a lot of really good infantry, and if you just manage to defeat your enemy on the front line, it doesn't really matter what happens on the islands, right?
True.
But it's going to be interesting to see what both players come up with here.
Yeah. Yeah, and with that, I'm going to get in-game and drag them up for the bans. Hello.
The voice again.
The voice,
Hello.
the voice again. Welcome on in. I need to update the overlay slightly, but let's get these bans underway. So remember the bans from last time, US 12 and Army of the Po, if I remember correctly?
Yep.
So if we get those bans going right this second, get those in, and then Allies, it will be over to you to ban first.
Isn't it Mem7's turn to ban first?
No, you're
Because
correct. Sorry, Axis.
I banned
it
first
is.
last game.
You're correct. Sorry. I thought you had switched factions for a moment, but you haven't. Good. Look, you're keeping me on top of the rules. It's fine. We've only been streaming for, what is this? Almost 7.5 hours. You know, we're fine. We're fine. Don't worry. Yep. Okay. So, Mohammed, your first ban, please.
Yeah, USMC.
USMC. Okay. Silas, over to you.
For you.
No nuke.
I'm gonna ban IJN.
Ooh.
Interesting. Okay, well, lock those in, and we will see you on the other side. Good luck, everybody.
Okay. So the Navy got banned. That's what I thought it would be. Italy has a strong Navy, but he can't go for the right side Italy anymore.
You can go
right?
for the
Which is
superior
strong.
firepower one, which is, you know, it can be decent. The tankettes really can work in the desert.
I mean, also you have double desert fox, right?
Yeah,
on both Italy paths.
Yeah, but hear me out. Hear me out. This is what I'm calling it now. Mohammed Luftwaffe.
Which Luftwaffe? Ground forces?
Luftwaffe ground forces. Paratroopers. Paratroopers.
Oh yeah, he loves the paratroopers.
Yeah.
And also
big,
really good infantry
heavy.
bombers and heavy fighters. And strat bombers.
Yeah, big, heavy paratrooper build. And just drop those VPs. Zerg
and also
rush.
scales good in late game.
Yeah. That's what I think.
More infantry attack, cheaper guns, you get the Mefo builds with the mill building speed, and then you also get 20% extra planning. And the war support, which is a lot of people really underestimate.
Yeah.
And you get you really dominate the air. You also get 10% extra paratrooper attack, so you could really even paradrop with those on islands if in your case your enemy gets them before you.
But yeah, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. Hello everybody and welcome to Commanders, the total overhaul mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that brings it into a competitive space. This is the 1v1 World Championships Quarterfinal 4. One of these players is going to be moving through to tomorrow's semi-final, either at the end of this map or in the one wildcard roll, which I will be rolling halfway through this matchup as well. So we can talk about that and announce that. Here we have Mohammed, the current world champion, versus a newcomer, Silas, who's putting up a decent show. An interesting, a very brutal map 1. Also, these players have got the unfortunate thing. They got the night slot. They are going first in this. Sorry, they're going last in this quarterfinal. We're going last as well mentally because this has been a long day. These guys have probably had full day's work. These are not professional esports players. They are here at the end of their day fighting it out for the chance of 5,000 euros. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. What on earth is Commanders? Commanders is a cut-down version of Hearts of Iron, and this is one of the 1v1 maps. There are 3 ways to win. 1, capitulate your enemy. 2, force them into a surrender. Or 3, you attack the opponent's life points directly and send them to the Shadow Realm. Well, that's almost right. Anyway, at the top of your screen, you'll see 500, 500, and a load of little white circles. That is the VP point score. Basically, on the map, there are 5 locations, which, if the majority of which are held, you will start to bleed your opponent's VPs down. It reaches 0, it's game over. I think I covered everything, right? I think that's about right.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, and this is Sono.
A lot of information at once, but I think I remember that you said everything important.
I think so. Yeah. So, we have Silas on the axis. Mohammed on the
paratroopers already.
No, other way around. Mohammed's on the axis. Silas is on the allies. I'm falling asleep. I've been. This is an 8-hour stream after a long work day. We're grinding this out with you. Thank you to everyone who has been here right up until the end of the streams, etc. Remember, if you're watching over on YouTube, remember to like the YouTube stream. If you're watching on Twitch, go over to YouTube, like the YouTube stream. If you're watching on either platform, share it to your friends. If you're hello on Steam, hello, welcome. By the way, Gotterdammerung, Hearts of Iron 4 Gotterdammerung coming out November 14th. It's going to be a great update to Germany. There's all sorts of things you can do, and also there's the expansion pass. The expansion pass gets you a discount on not only Gotterdammerung, but also Graveyard of Empires, the country pack coming in 2025, and as well gets you some cosmetic content and some downloadable day 1 content, including the Ride of the Valkyries audio track. Okay, I think I've done my shilling. I'm playing the fiddle. Let's get back to the game. Are our players ready?
Mitch, a question though.
Yo.
Could we please work on the way you say Götterdämmerung?
Götterdämmerung? How do I say it? It
makes me angry. You say like boomerang almost, like just with Götter in front
I mean, it could be worse. I could do it with an American accent and be like, Gotterdammerung.
No, please. Okay. I take everything.
Götterdämmerung. Oh, was it Götter? The problem is the umlaut.
Try saying Götter.
Götter?
Yeah, Götter, and then Dämmerung.
Dämmerung?
Yeah.
You say Rung. Götterdämmerung.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
The room, you can work on that a bit, but everything else was perfect.
I really wish I'd ever studied like German.
You wish you didn't. That's the
I
way,
mean,
like,
English is hard. Like I
mean, if you think English is hard, like German is like even worse.
I mean,
like I say that as a native German speaker.
I mean,
everybody I know that tried to learn German, they didn't have fun learning it.
I mean, I think it would be serving me better now if I had done German than my French education that I took.
Yeah, I mean, okay, French is. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
Hot take: German talking about French. Oh no.
in German schools, you can either choose French. Like most German schools, you can either choose French as a 3rd language or Latin as a 3rd language.
Really?
One is a dead language, and the other one, I've never met a person that had French in school that could speak more than
We had the option
afterwards.
of French or Spanish.
I mean, Spanish seems a lot better, I would say. But it's just crazy. Like I have so many friends who had French in school, and none of them, like not a single person, after 5 years of speaking French in school, no more than a fucking sentence. Like, oh, my name is, or something like that. It's just so fucking.
I mean, I only know my name is pretty much these days as well in French. Anyway, it's like I did like 5 years of French as well, so it's like.
I mean,
it's weird. I can kind of read it, but I can't say any of it anymore.
I mean, I think Spanish is.
Should we go back to the game? Should we go back to the game? Yeah, let's go back to the game because the game is unpaused and the game is rolling. We are now in the 275-day build-up period before all-out war. This is Sun and Bloom. This is the OG map. This map used to have 3 VPs. It's now got 5. This is where Commanders comes from. The original mod files, if you go into them, you'll notice that the original mod files are called Duel in the Desert. That's because Commanders was originally a one scenario thing with like 3 picks on each side called Duel in the Desert. It was for a one-off show, and then it spiraled out of control, and now 2 years later, here we are. Can you believe that this is almost 2 years exactly from when Commanders first started?
Like, it doesn't feel like it. Like, it was so much fun, man.
The first time this ever happened, with the Church of Leonard tactics and all of that. Oh God, it
was so much fun.
I mean, look how far it's come. Look how far this game's come. How many maps
I have to say, like, quality of life-wise, the mod has improved a lot.
Massively. Massive.
Just the vibe back in the day, man, was great.
We didn't even have.
The vibe now is also great.
Do you remember that all the scoreboard used to be in the decisions?
Yeah.
The scoreboard used to be in the decisions. You had to keep checking the decisions.
The worst thing I have to say back in the day was like that the build-up time was so long because like, the force speed was just basic force speed. It was so slow.
Yep. Yeah.
But now you can just get to one like 10 minutes and everything's going.
Yeah. Anyway, are you noticing anything in the focus trees? I am. I'm noticing a build into air for both the Axis and the Allies, which that should be good. You have to contest the air on this map. If you're not going to contest Navy, you have to contest the air. And honestly,
I also like seeing the transport planes, so we're going to see paratroopers. But the important thing about that is, since he's building transport planes, he's probably not going to go for a path where you get transport planes, right? Otherwise, building them would be completely useless.
Unless it's a tree that doesn't quite get enough to put out a division now. I don't know if we have that in any cases anymore.
I mean, where do you get paratroopers?
On the Axis, it's
supplies from the skies, right?
It's you get supplies from the skies. Doesn't give you paratroopers, but it gives you.
But it gives you transport planes. Sorry, that's what I wanted to.
I think Luftwaffe Ground Forces is the only one that actually gets paratrooper divisions.
It's banned though, right? Or what was banned again? I forgot.
No, that's open.
It wasn't banned. Oh.
No. Also, 9th. Well, it's the bans are Japanese Navy and USMC.
Army of the Po.
And Army of the Po, yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't know, man. 9th Army Wehrmacht or Luftwaffe Ground Force, they both look good. Problem is just you end up having like no Navy.
Mm-hmm.
But with good paratroopers and in air supremacy, you can also just like paradrop on an island.
PGW and 4th Army Wehrmacht do get a fleet now, by the way. It's just right at the end of the tree. So you wouldn't be able to contest A1, but you could late game. 4th Army Wehrmacht is a very good pick for this map. So is Panzer Group West, but yeah. You just have to focus land early, which I don't think these players are either going to do. I reckon we might see Italian first. I'm going to lock it in now. I think we're going to go see an Italian first.
Yeah, I also thought about that because the Italian First Army has the benefits of getting air, getting Navy, and getting really good generals for the deserts.
Yep.
Yeah, like you get fighters, you get cheaper fighters, you get a really good Navy, especially the 3 battleships you get there. They really smash any capital line that the Allies can come up with, except for the USMC, but that was banned, so you can't go for that one. So Navy-wise, you would be all up on the edge. You get really good air bonuses. It's just that overall, quality-wise, the Italian generals are not that strong, right? But the Desert Fox, Double Desert Fox really helps, since there's as you might have noticed, there's a lot of desert in the desert.
Yeah, funny enough, there's a lot of desert around this. Also, the other key thing to note about this map, if you've never seen it before, although those of you who have been here for the entire stream, thank you so much, Juan, for watching. We really enjoy your support here. But also, basically, none of the supply hubs in the desert are connected at all. There is no desert supply. You have to build the railways yourself. So you do need to make sure that in those advances, in that early game, you are taking supply into account, because it's a huge, huge facet of this map.
Yeah. Also, one thing that we're seeing right now is that they're actually going for dockyards. Axis player at least. Let me see if the other players do the same. No, he's not building them, he's doing the dockyard focuses.
That's what I mean. Sorry.
They're pretty strong, I would say. Like, consider that you get like 6 dockyards for like 15 days of focus time is really good. Doing 1 or 2 of those really helps you get the edge. Especially, I mean, okay, he's just building submarines and some empty carriers, but you'd be building a main fleet that would actually help.
Especially the first dockyard focus, because it also gives you MIOs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, true, yeah, you're right about that one. Then you could technically refit your old ships with MIO, so they're even better than before.
Yep. Precisely. But now. We are just heading towards the 130 day, but because of the bonuses put into industry, we are going to see a delayed faction pick here from both players, both of them really focusing on early game industry, which means we're going to see less special units, and it's going to be just down to what they've built for the initial early game.
Yeah, so yeah, what I just saw is that Mohammed researched paratroopers, so it's 100% not going to be Luftwaffe ground forces.
Yeah, it's 100% not, and I've just noticed what's in production for Silas.
Oh, let me see. Is it tanks?
Nope.
Oh. Carriers, guns.
He's also designing up a cruiser.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Right at the bottom.
You see that one? Nice, a lot of light attack there.
Yeah.
And also some torpedo attack too. Really cheap too, that cruiser. No?
Yeah. It's
40 kilometers, 40 knots. I always think it's kilometers an hour, but it's actually knots.
Yeah.
The speed in Navy here. How much is a knot in kilometers an hour? Do you know that?
What? Wait,
it's like...
Mohammed, really? Mohammed, really?
What did he do?
Go in Imperial Japanese Army.
Does he know the Navy is banned? He knows, right?
He's got to know. Do you want an inside piece of info?
Yeah. I would like it.
Right before we went into this, Mohammed messaged me. I was like, "Hey, can I change my map ban?" I was like, "No, that's not how this works." And he went, "Oh, okay, fair." I was like, "I don't think you wanted to play Sun and Bloom anymore."
Oh man.
I think he's worried.
I mean, the Imperial Japanese Army is also pretty good, right?
It is, but the only you do get the Japanese fleet
you get
still.
You get the Navy, right? But you get capitals then, right?
So you get the Navy, but you don't get the Yamato and the battleships to complete the screening. So it's an inefficient Navy. It's a not very well screened Navy. But yeah, we are going to get Imperial Japanese Navy as a commander being locked in here. I don't know. I mean, it's mass assault. He's going to have a lot of troops.
Well, it should be good. Should be okay. I just think it doesn't scale it well in the late game, and I don't think you can really win on this map early.
No, and we've got Commonwealth 8th Army on the other side for the Allied player, which I really like as a pick. It's a solid pick for this map. That's you get the planes, you get Navy.
You will 100% have the air supremacy early on then.
Yeah,
and you will also have a really competitive fleet, I would say. Because the UK gets a few good battleships, and that's exactly what the Japanese are lacking here. So there's nothing to really screen his carriers from enemy capital ships.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be a bit problematic. And especially the fighters, if you get them up early on, you will be able to deny your enemy your paradrops. And everybody knows that Mohammed loves his paradrops.
Fun fact from chat, 1 knot is 1.18 kilometers per hour.
So that means the ship...
1.8 kilometers per hour or 1.15 miles per hour, sorry.
Okay, that means the ship that the Allied player designed would be 36 to 38 knots. Sorry.
Yeah, kilometers per hour. Yeah.
No, wait a second. No. It was 40 knots, so it would be like 88 knots, something like that. 86 knots.
So it's going the speed of a Fiat Punto on the autobahn.
Okay, I'm just very bad at calculating.
It's going the speed of a Fiat Punto on the autobahn.
It's actually quick for a ship, man, when you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's amazing what old diesel engines used to be able to do in the Mediterranean. Do you want a fun fact? Oh no, we should probably not talk about.
There's still some time. It's November. You can do one fun fact, quick.
I was gonna say, fun fact. My grandfather actually was stationed in Malta in World War II.
Oh,
and
really?
then I was about to say, let's not talk about our grandparents in World War II.
Okay. I mean, Malta, probably a nice place to be.
Yeah, no.
Except for like the bomb raids from time to time. But
he was on a minesweeper ship. He was a cook. And I have a great photo of him. I'll try to dig it out one day. He sat on the deck of the ship peeling. He's got like a barrel. And he's peeling a bunch of spuds. And he's got his Lee Enfield next to him on the right hand side. And apparently, about 3 minutes after that photo was taken, a 109 strafed the ship, and everyone on the ship just picked up their rifles and started shooting it.
Shooting at it,
yeah.
Oh man.
There you go.
Damn, man. Like, I don't know, man, about this Japanese strat here. Let's see, though, how big the Allied Navy is. He has his Navy out, too, on, what is that supremacy called? I don't even know.
So something I'm
they're really
really
support.
enjoying here from Mohammed. I think he's created a fleet, cut off. It's holding position in Crete, with these.
His air up to deny a power drop.
Yeah.
But there's no power drop coming. Problem is though, his own fleet without the carriers is only 2.8k supremacy, while the other one is 4k. So the allied player will surely be able to level weight, but him, I don't know though about that. I don't think he will be able to land. Like, why does he put himself in a position like that? I don't get it. I don't really understand.
I need to pause. Can you quickly go talk to Silas?
Yeah,
me?
about what?
Tell him his navy is breaking the rules.
Which navy exactly?
The fleets that are just to say just say the fleets are out. They're breaking the rules. They're breaking the rules. I can't be asked to go and talk about it. Like my brain isn't functioning on the actual rule break. But I can talk to you, audience, about the rule break. Basically, we have a limit on the fleets. Basically, if you're out of port, you can't be in a fleet less than 3 ships on out of port active. These are clearly split up. They are trying to take an air advantage. They're using them as air bases. They need to be supported in some way. That's why we're taking the pause here. If it can be corrected before battle begins, that's totally fine. If not, we might have to enact a penalty of some sort.
Okay, was the rule about him having at least 3 ships in there or something like that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, he put 2 destroyers in there, but he thought it was just for straight blocking or something like that.
No, or any active fleet, which means any fleet out of port has to.
Okay,
have
perfect. Yeah, he put 2 destroyers in there. You can unpause. They're just gonna drive over to the fleet and then it's gonna.
I saw them. I see them. That's cool.
It's probably even beneficial for him to have like at least.
Yeah,
one or
no.
two screens
Normally,
in there.
that's actually a good thing to have some screens in with those aircraft carriers. So to talk about the 2 aircraft carriers, no, because they are in port. If those 2 aircraft carriers of Mohammed come out of port, then it's a different story. But because they are in port, it doesn't matter because it's just where they've just spawned in. They've now been organized.
By the looks of it, he moved them into the main fleet anyway.
Yep.
So there's one big fleet now. So.
But anyway, we are now 5 days away from war. Let's see how this goes.
Arizaka. Every time I read Arizaka, I always have to think about Arasaka, you know, like the thing from Cyberpunk, the Japanese mega corporation or whatever there.
Yeah, it's named after it, isn't it?
Nah, they're called Arasaka there,
Are
not
they?
Arizaka. But they're probably like named from that one, yeah, it's very similar. I always have to think about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, like I really wonder what he like has planned with this. I'm not sure if this is like actually what he wants to do, if there's something that we are like just too blind to see really.
The thing that we're going to notice now is just how fast Mohammed can flick his paratroopers if he's got them going. Either way, Commonwealth
They're not
Army,
launching the paratroopers. Ah, wait, he has delay, right?
it's
on
the one day.
paratroopers?
There's the first click. Okay,
I
he's
promise there's planes up already. Over,
Are there planes above Malta?
Above Malta, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
then
his carrier fleet got engaged. Or his submarines engaged the carrier fleet. Never mind, that's the way around how it was.
Ooh, those
Yeah,
submarines are
naval invasion is landing
really...
on Crete. But the subs should be killing stuff. Problem is the subs don't have an admiral, so they might not have enough power to kill all of these naval invasions. There's one thing I liked about I can't remember, was it Jarko? That was, or the Z guy that was playing on this map like a bit earlier today. He actually had really good fleet combo rating. And these planes just completely fucked him up. Yeah, now problem is he doesn't have supremacy to land on Malta because the airport he's flying his planes from, the airport he's flying his planes from doesn't have supply, but now it has supply again. So yeah.
Oh, and there goes the paratroopers on Malta.
Yeah, he's very lucky that the submarines are caught all of these naval invasions because they're still on the way and getting commemorated.
Yep.
So right now the Axis should be leading.
They are leading
right?
the VPs because they've just reached Verdun, so the bleed has begun. This might flip back, like you say, just as easily as they've got it. The Allies taking a slow walk towards Benghazi, and let's see what happens with Malta. That's
I mean, land-wise though, who has the edge here? Is it the Japanese with their mass mob?
It's going to come down to when the supply clicks in. Because obviously it's going to be down to who can create supply hubs faster, how these mass mob... I don't know if the mass mob is going to do as well on such a tight front line. Like that, you can't overwhelm the front as easily. So you know,
he already converted his civs to mills, and now he doesn't have any factories to build railways to supply ups with.
So one of the other things as well, like on a map like this, if you can get some tanks into your non-mass mob build, your Grand Battle Plan infantry line, and go up to say like a 22 width, 24 width, you're going to be solidly holding if you're in supply against on such a short front line, especially if you've got air control, especially if you've got naval VPs. And now look, the VPs have flipped now to the allies, and the bleed is on the Axis now.
Yeah, I mean, like Mohammed feeds so off today. I don't know why, but like him not building railways, you know, like he should be the one person who knows how to play on this map, you know, and then he doesn't even queue railways to connect the supplies that are connected, you know, that he needs to have to reach the front line there.
I mean,
so now he queues them in, but all the way in the bottom of the queue.
I've been calling Mohammed throughout this series thus far a one-trick pony, a little bit. I've seen him play quite a few games. It took him to the final group stage to come through as the world champion. And do you want to know something even worse about that? He technically only got into that group stage final because Segl qualified the group before him. He was due to play Segl. He technically lost that Segl game, but then because Segl made it through, he then was replaced into it and beat his way in. Like, he almost didn't make it to this quarterfinal. So
then he really fell off. That's crazy.
He has fallen off a bit. He is really good at mass mode builds, but that's about it. Anything else, he's just slowed. He hasn't... It's not like he's bad. His APM is still kind of there. It's just he doesn't know the depth of every build anymore.
Yeah, he's just out of the loop, kind of, right?
Yeah.
That's how you could say it. Yeah.
He's coming in sort of like raw. He hasn't warmed up.
I mean, I don't know.
And like we might be being a little bit harsh here, but we expect more of someone who has already.
Yeah, I also expect
we expect more of someone who has earned themselves thousands of euros thus far playing Commanders. Someone who is currently our world champion is currently yes he's also score one up right now. But
no, like what I thought when I saw the first group stage, when I saw like the matchups and who he was supposed to play, I thought, yeah, okay, in the upper bracket, surely Mohammed is going to make it to the final. Bottom bracket, maybe Segl, and then Mohammed is just going to stop him, man. Like all the time. And then I see that he just got thrown out against like some no name. I don't know, man. Like I thought he threw or he didn't show up, but he actually just lost. Imagine that. Like, I can't. Oh, naval battle. No, I'm almost naval battle. Right second. It's X feet on the running away there, but they didn't have an engagement yet. But that's what I meant. He has 5 carriers in there, but not a single capital ship. And he's just gonna get crushed by the allied fleet as soon as he gets engaged. Like, oh man,
yeah, it's just one of those things. I will say though, Silas making a massive mistake right now.
What is he doing? Not connecting railways, or
he's sitting just out of supply in the desert.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna be fine, surely, right? I mean, he's playing against Mohammed out of all people. Surely that's not gonna.
Yeah, even so, you don't give. Even we've been shit talking Mohammed a little bit, but you don't give him a single advantage. You can't give him a little advantage like that, because if he gets with mass mob as well, if he's got a little troops in the line, he does get the attack momentum. He will just fold the front line. Like at the end of the day, that's you can't be stupid with it. You really can't.
I kind of hope that we see a naval battle here. I really want to see how these like carriers do there, huh? But I mean, maybe the camera ships he has are not that good anyway, either. I mean, but so I mean, the Japanese fleet is just trash. What he's building submarines, okay. I mean, he could have like used those dockyards he has, the 15, to build a few heavy cruisers, so he at least has some screens for his 5 carriers, which
that's
should
all
be
he
really
needs
good.
to do. We do have a naval battle. We do have a naval battle.
Oh.
We do have a naval battle.
Yeah, he already lost. Like.
Yep. That's a lot of screens as well to be losing this early.
The reigning commander, guys. It's like Messi, going to a 3rd division game and just playing ass. Like it's unbelievable.
Oh, also, I want to just say, for those of you who might not have seen the mod, we did a major update, and actually there was a big push that didn't make it into this final build here, where we redid all of the commander portraits, and we were actually going to remove a lot of the historical characters to replace them with, you know, ones that we could adapt from. But because it didn't, so therefore some of the portraits made it in, but not the updated names and descriptions and stuff. So now, according to this, according to the mod, we just have young hot Yamamoto and with Yamamoto. We've just got. Are you right there, Seemops? That's very. Yeah, it's very loud, my friend. That was.
Sorry, I did not.
Yeah, straight towards the microphone. Oh dear. But yeah, we just have young hot Yamamoto now in the mod instead of, you know, crinkly Yamamoto, veteran Yamamoto. We just, it's. I wish we made the main commander overhaul. But either way.
So yeah, are we just gonna sit here now? Is Mohammed planning something? Oh, he's starting to build tanks now.
I mean, makes sense. I feel like he needs something to be able to push land. He knows his time is going to be limited in terms of being able to hold on to Malta. Yeah, he's got a lot of divisions there, but if the Allies get their stuff together, well, I mean, they don't need to, but I'm always upset by an ally player that wants to play it, not even play it safe, but rest on their laurels on the 3VPs and slow grind it. I always think you're far better at trying to keep momentum when you've got it going in these kind of games. You don't want to give people the ground, the IC, to be able to come back. So being able to put pressure on land or put pressure on the Navy again and put pressure on Malta is a must, I think, if you want to secure this victory, just in case someone can have a late game comeback. Don't give them 2 VPs, leave them with 1.
He's going very high on tanks now, went down to 5 on guns. SPG tanks too, because he knows his enemy doesn't have really many tanks yet. Problem is, his enemy is also starting to build tanks, so they're going to have some space rooms there. But until he gets those, he should be able to at least push his advantage a bit, because he really went high on these tanks. Problem is just going to be that he won't have anything to pierce.
Yeah.
No, if he would check the Ninja, you could see that his enemy is building tanks. So, as I said, 1 factory on anti-tank, 1 factory on anti-air, and then if you need it, you have it, and then you won't be completely fucked. Because right now, if he loses the air, he's fucked because the enemy will have gas. If he loses
language, Mr. Seemops, language.
Oh, sorry, he is
he's ruined. Ruined.
Yeah, ruined. Yeah,
ruined.
He's, has no chance anymore.
We apologize for the late night language. It is midnight / 1 a.m.
I've been
here.
awake since 4:55 a.m.
We forget ourselves, but you could just tell as we're getting cast of frustration now because we expect better from our players. They are in the World Championships. This is the quarterfinal. They've all played, at least 30 games probably to be here, minimum this season. Some of these players have played games well into the hundreds of times, so they should know better. Honestly, they should just know better.
Yeah. Damn, man, these are really big ones. Look at them. He just made a tank division, or at least a space marine division that is actually half infantry, half tanks. They call DBAB, something like that. It looks pretty strong. If I was him, I would maybe put an engineer company in there, or maybe even a flame tank later when you unlock it. Because that way you can get really nice stats and good modifiers.
Get what's the paratrooper light tank division as well if you've teched into paras.
Do flame tanks give you extra attack on deserts? Yeah, right?
I don't think so on desert.
No, they don't. Okay, no,
it's rivers, urban, jungle, forests.
You don't need it. At least not in the case of Mohammed. He just needs to take Vadan and he's going to be fine. I mean, this army should be pretty strong though, I think. Is it strong enough though to push Grand Battle Plan Allied?
I don't know if it is.
Right now he's trading really good in the air. He managed to fix his airbase supply a bit, and now he's actually trading 1-to-1 against the heavy fighters. And as we heard from the deck, that's pretty good because the heavy fighters actually cost twice as much.
Yep. Something as well that goes underspoken about 8th Army and the Commonwealth pick here. You get both Cairo Branch and Bletchley Park. You are not going to be beaten in terms of your intelligence agency, so there's always going to be an intel advantage against you, especially when the ciphers have already been decrypted. That's ready for the next assault. Like, that's a big modifier stacked against you.
Man. He blocked off the season, but doesn't build a railway. So all of his ports on the front end are all completely out of not working. So he's out of supply on the airport again.
Oh,
oh my god!
That's having an effect on the efficiency. Yeah.
Naja, no, it's late. It's like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. for him then.
Yeah, it's late.
When it's only 1 a.m. for us. Oh, man, Mitch, I don't know if I can cast the next one too, man. I have to get up at 5 a.m. at least.
No. If you have to go, I will soldier on.
I will wait. I will do this one here, and then I think I have to go.
It's all good, bud. If you have to go, we will carry this through to the end.
But the good thing is, I actually didn't expect it to last as long. There's so many games that went on for so long. It was really nice.
Yeah, even the 2-0s, they were bitter, and they fought them to the end. Yeah, it's been a good game. We've had some really good games. Not some we've had some very high energy games, but we've had some very tactical games as well. Slightly slower, not as fast moving, but still, you can tell every single player is thinking about them and drawing this through and drawing this out.
I mean, he still needs 1,000 more tanks, then he will be able to push. Problem is, by then, his enemy will also have 1,000 tanks in the field, and then it will be a lot harder to push, especially when you don't have anything to pierce them with. Oh, man.
Oh, I've just realized something as well. You know, Mohammed's building tanks?
Yeah?
He's against Commonwealth. They get free anti-tank.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the tanks he's building are pretty good because he gets a lot of soft attack on them, you know? Even if the Commonwealth units have anti-tank, he will still have a lot of soft attack with these units, which is pretty good. The problem is, though, that, he doesn't have anything to pierce the Commonwealth's tanks, you know? Yeah. He has SPG tanks. SPG tanks have no piercing. He doesn't have any anti-air, he doesn't have any anti-tank. So, that's going to be a bit problematic for him, I would say. Come on. But he's getting rocket artillery, so that's good. More soft attack again. It's exactly what he needs. Air-wise, he deployed the 3rd Air Wings, training his other ones up, exactly like the Allies are doing. He has 166 heavy fighters now, plus 108 normal fighters. Fleet solid under lockdown, main fleet hunting submarines, and there's another naval battle around Crete. I think that the Japanese Navy went into an accident because he just lost a carrier, 12 destroyers, and 3 light cruisers, and the Allies didn't lose anything.
Oh gosh, that's just the
That's
Japanese
a
fleet.
wipe.
That is a wipe.
Damn. I mean, he could have just went for one of the Germany trees. They would have been way stronger on the army side, and you don't have a navy anyway. You know, if you throw it away like that, you don't need a navy.
I mean, like I said, the Germany tree does actually get a navy now. It's just right down the end. Not one of those ones. The OG, the OKW.
Oh yeah, surface raiders. Oh yeah, probably get a Bismarck and stuff, right?
Yeah, you get the Bismarck.
Bismarck and Tirpitz.
Yes, you do. You do get the Bismarck now, which is a change from the previous season.
Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Feels Japan, man. Feels Japan.
Kind of want to know how these stats are going to be. Let's check the unit over here.
Is it bad that I kind of want to turn the speed up?
Nah, that's normal. That's going to be normal behavior.
That'd be mean, wouldn't it? It'd be very mean.
It would be very mean. They need to think. They need the time to think about what they want to do. You know.
Chat is wondering who won the last matches. You know what? We've got a lull in the battle. You call me back if we need it, but I'm going to bring up the bracket.
Yeah, I will tell you when it's the people that wake up from the everlasting sleep or something.
Sure. Nayf, Zad, and Jarko are through to the semi-finals tomorrow. We're working out who the final finalist is going to be moving through to fight Jarko in the second SF tomorrow. And then on Saturday, we have our grand final as well as the 3rd place playoff. Not visible on this bracket, but basically the losers bracket of these 2 semi-finals will also play for a 3rd place trophy over on Saturday. So there's still 2 more days of it. Not quite as long days. We do mention that, but yeah, we've still got so much HOI, so much action. So do follow the event for the rest of the time. But yes, it's Thursday, it's late. We understand if you have to go, but also if you're here with us, thank you so much. Again, consider liking the stream if you're over on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, head over to YouTube, like the stream. The success of this event is paramount for us to have more of these. And also, thank you again to Paradox for allowing us to host this over on your channels and also for sponsoring. You guys can get Gotham Rang. It's going to be available November 14th. Pick up the expansion pass. You get some really cool stuff with it. Seemops, what are you seeing?
I think Mohammed is drunk or something. I don't know.
Oh,
like
he shouldn't be.
He should be. He deployed like 4 of these guys here, 4 of the tank divisions, just to do 2 of them, and then convert again, like 2 other divisions to these tank divisions again. Then
I think he's panicking.
He went down to 2 on guns. He's building tanks on a tree where you have like nothing, no tank bonus at all. Like he's just like so desperate right now. I know, and I mean he still has a lot of time, right? He still has like 2
We've seen it before in competitions, right? We've seen it massively before. Mohammed gets nervous. He gets really nervous. He's been in so many best of 5s where it's gone to map 5 because he's just stressed himself out. I'm kind of feeling it now. I'm kind of feeling the Mohammed stress. Like you're saying where he just flicked that template on and off. I feel like he's stressed. I feel like he like it comes from the air of can I change map? He was like, oh, I don't want to play Sun and Bloom now. His brain is like,
I don't want to play with it anymore.
I was like, I've made a mistake. He's second guessing himself. He's doubting. We haven't even seen him try an offensive.
I think it could work. He's gonna get 25% more breakthrough here, 30% more reconnaissance. So if he's lucky to counters enemy doctrines, he's gonna get 50% recovery rate here, 20% recovery rate here. He's gonna get adaptable engineer, and I mean maybe even commando. Commando doesn't. I mean commando would even help him if the air doesn't go his way. That should be okay. We will have really good units. By the time he gets off that though, will he still have some time to push? I don't know. But it should be doable. Grand battle plan, right? That's his doctrine. No, he's mass mob. Okay, never mind.
Also, I realized.
Sorry. I would say he got a lot of battle.
I said Gute Dama wrong.
It's okay.
I said
okay.
Got a damn rank.
Got a damn rank.
Oh dear, Wagner would never.
The divisions he deployed there, the tank the ones that are actually pretty good. Yeah, he has added support anti-tank to him now because he notices enemy is actually doing tanks himself. So let's check how much piercing he gets on those. He has 28, that should be enough. That should be enough to pierce the allied... Oh, the allied player didn't even put tanks in his units yet, so I can't really tell.
No, he hasn't.
But it should be enough. They don't have any armor, yeah, they should be enough.
Wodan has now got a 4 on it. In fact... It's a level 2 fort already.
Yeah, the other fort. The funny thing about a fort is that you can just have Fortress Buster.
That's true.
You can get Pioneer and then Fortress Buster, so that should not be much. And also level 2 fort, 1 level breaks immediately, and if you attack a fort from more than one direction, you also decrease the penalty you take from it. So it's basically not going to do anything.
Do you know what we should do? We haven't actually done it this matchup, I don't think. I need to set it up and make sure it's got the right names on it though. Give me a moment. Let's see how they're clicking around.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, let's do that. We can chill a bit and see what they're doing.
It's going to say the wrong name here. This isn't Segl. This is not Segl at all. This is Mohammed. Yeah, let me just quickly edit. This is M7. This is M7's clicks. He's just checking air right now. He's so focused on the air. Is it going to be an offensive as soon as that's green, or what do we feel here?
I mean, it is green already, right? Let me see. Yeah, it's already green. He's training pretty well against heavy fighters. He might try already, kill his enemy air force. Problem is that he doesn't have much cast himself. He has 20 cast points. It's like nothing. You can also see Mohammed is shaking a bit. When he clicks around, he misses his clicks. He wants to click on a research tab or something like that. He accidentally clicks on the tab next to it and then has to click again. He's shaky. You can see it.
Yeah, I think he's panicking. Let's go check on Silas as well, just to see if it's a unique thing.
Nice. Okay, he saw the armored visor. I was gonna say he was not gonna see it, but he went for armored visor. That's also good. Damn, man, look at that. Really good spy network here.
Yeah. Look how
it's
green
actually really good because that will let me see really quickly how much penalty that will give on this planning network. Yeah, I mean the planning would be let me see 41, 45, but now it's 21. So he's losing out on 25% stats because of that spy network from Silas.
200 VPs now remain as well. It's looking real rough.
And Mohammed's spine work isn't on the front line. It's one tile behind the front line on the entire front. So like he has to break at least one tile before he can benefit from having
the
spine work there.
Oof.
This is interesting, yeah.
Let's go back to Mohammed. Let's go back to Mohammed. See what's going on.
He might wake up soon. He's trading down the. He's trading good. He should keep good trading like that. His fighter count went down by 5, while the allied fighter count went up by 40. But I think that's just because the allied player also put up the old fighter ones, yeah. But I think the fighter ones are what are being shot down so crazy. The fighter 2, the heavy fighters are actually trading pretty good. But yeah, as long as he trades 1-to-1, he's doing a good trade there. Okay, now the air switch to red. Oh yeah. Okay. The good units are going to the front line. It's gonna be hard though. He has to push a hill tile. He has a hill fighter though.
He does?
He has a hill fighter general, yeah. So that's good. There's already 10% less penalty there. He also has a commando guy, and he gave himself camouflage expert, so enemy cast won't do that much problems. Problem is though, his own cast also won't give him that many bonuses, but he doesn't have enough cast to get the full bonus anyway, right? So
Shiro Itagagi. There is a planning bonus coming in on the front line. We might be about to see movement for the first time in 300 victory points, in 400 victory points.
Please do something. I can't take this anymore.
It's killing our momentum. It's killing our energy.
I just hope that he can just one-shot that tile now, and then easy peasy. Let's see. He already has full planning bonus after 2 days because it's just 22% max. Move in.
Go. Please. Please attack. Please.
Do something. Come on, man. I believe we can do it.
I can't take this.
I need to check the Goka divisions really quick. They look really fucked.
No, they're so cool. Man. Yeah, those are insane. That's an insane division design.
Yeah. 400 defense on that one. Good luck pushing that. I mean, is he waiting for School of Attack, maybe? Maybe he's waiting for School of Attack, yeah.
Yeah, it probably is at this point.
Okay, he can now give out the devil trade. I would give it to the guy that you are using for your tanks. What is that name? Seishio Itagaki. Yeah, that one. Okay, he's moving infantry off the front line. Like, even though, considering that he's mass mob, he doesn't have any units, right? It's like 33 units. Not sure if that's, like playing on your strengths, kind of. But the good thing is that he already picked one doctrine that gives him extra attack on tanks. So that's pretty nice. Next one he could go for could be a lot more recovery rate, which gets modified by recovery rate percentage modifiers that he has. So pretty strong. And the air player is having supply problems. And yeah, he also screen air. If I was him, I would maybe start, supply strike. I'm not sure if how much that got nerfed, but
I think so. But Mohammed.
What is it?
Oh, that's unfortunate. He just got his agent captured.
Yeah.
But I see what he's gonna do. I like it. Let him cook.
Yeah.
Let him cook,
great.
Gamers, let him cook.
Is there something on here? Oh, yeah, okay, there's something on that one.
Mohammed's cooking. Mohammed is cooking, guys.
Cookie. I mean, everywhere he has to land is on the supply over here. And then also, I mean, there's no railway there. Yeah, he just has to.
He's gone.
Cut the
Here we go.
railways.
Here we go. Paratroopers are going in. They've automatically last standard. There's no attack on the front line. No attack on the front line yet. He's just trying to get the powers off.
Oh, the supply collapsed.
But the supply collapsed. The supply line collapsed because of those paratrooper strikes. Here he goes. Why is he not attacking?
Oh, man.
Wakey, eggs and bakey.
Oh, look at the stats. 1,000 soft attack and 1,000 breakthrough. This is gonna kill everything.
That's insane.
He's actually gonna win. Mohammed is gonna win.
Mohammed might be able to pull this back with only 116 VPs remaining. This game has legs. This game has life. Something happened. Chat, wake up. Set your alarms. Mohammed is moving through the desert.
If he takes the Hilta, he's going to take Wadan. If he takes the Hilta, he's going to take Wadan.
I don't know. There's an early last stand going into Wadan already. Oh my god. Oh my god. Counterattack. Allied nations have deciphered the Axis. They've pulled the decipher button.
He's on the hill tile now. Come on, click it.
He's got the supply tile. This is good. This is good. Oh, those paratroopers are holding so well. The paratroopers are holding so well. This is the outer supply penalty hitting so hard. He's gonna take Wadan. It's gonna stop the bleed with just 100 VPs left. He's made a move. He's made it well, and he's capitalizing greatly.
Force attack, don't force attack.
Oh no, but one of the paratroopers has fallen. Wadan still stands.
Oh, the supply is fine again, but I think he should be okay.
Supply's got to reconnect.
Somewhere we can get more planning bonus, and if he attacks again with these units, he's just gonna cook them there.
You think?
I think so, yeah.
Second paratrooper dies, the third one.
He does so much breakthrough and soft attack that's...
About to deorg. Bro.
Yeah, promises the supplies funding. Hey, just paratrooper again, man. Just paratrooper again, come on.
I mean,
come on.
what's the how realistically can he pull that off again, though? The real talk for that to happen would be doing it right now, before anything repositions.
Oh, there's so many units on Wadan now. But even if he takes Wadan, man, it's like 494 VPs that he needs to, like, a victory point.
It's a valiant move, but I don't know if it's enough.
He force defended, I mean, last
standard, force defended, yeah.
Let's see if he can break this.
Has cheaper last stand, doesn't use it. Yeah, I mean, kind of right here.
I mean, this will work, I think. If he has enough equipment on stockpile to...
He has so much manpower.
Oh my god, 67 points only, man. Mohammed, you need to get going.
He's running out of time. Do you remember that Dankus final where he went off and the battle would have flipped the map in his favor if he had 3 more days on this map over Garbez?
Yeah.
That's how I'm feeling right now. This is going to come down to the wire if he can flip this VP or not. And then it comes down to if he can hold it.
Yeah, okay, I don't know, man. I don't think he's going to take it anymore. There's so many reserves in there now, and this tanks out 50% strength now. You got Banzai though now, which will give him more manpower, but that doesn't really help.
Nope, he's not utilizing it well enough. He needs to land more paratroopers. There needs to be just more people dropping in. They need to cut off that supply again. He needs to try and keep up the pressure on that push, but he's only got 50 VPs remaining.
Imagine how much stronger these divisions, like these tank divisions, could have been if he went for like another path, a tank path, where you get cheaper tanks.
Hold on, I've got to roll up the wildcard map. Oh, I didn't think this was going to happen. Give me a second, guys. Seemops, it's on your screen. I'm gonna go roll up the wildcard map. Holy moly!
Oh, okay, that's a GG.
That's the GG. Damn it. Mohammed. All right, okay. Analyze what did we just watch there? Why did that assault fail?
I think it's because he waited too long. There were just too many units from the allied player there already defending. You know, they had a really strong units too, with really modern anti-tank and artillery. So in the end, if he had these tank divisions a bit earlier, let's say like 4-5 months earlier, he could have taken it, but now it was just too many units for the shop of the front line to break through that quickly. I think that's the only reason. And he also was lacking CAS. And maybe a railway gun, you know, like if you play on this Africa map, you need to build a railway gun, no matter what country you are, I think, because the front line is just 4 tiles wide. It's usually just always one combat that's very, very important. And having 15% 15% less stats on the enemy there just because of you having railway gun is just so much better.
Is it bad that I want to re-roll this map pick?
What is the red pick? Is it Sonnenblume again? No,
it can't be. It can't be. It's Allegiance.
Allegiance? What is that even?
It's the Brazil map.
Really? Damn.
So Mohammed's gonna have faction pick. Let's bring them up here. GG. Hello guys. How are you doing? 1-1.
How?
We've just rolled the wild card map.
Okay, hit us with it.
It's Allegiance.
Okay.
Mohammed, you have faction pick as that map's loser.
Okay.
Wait, that's what map's loser?
The one that just happened. You won, so Mohammed gets to pick his faction.
Wait. Yeah, right, I guess. True. Because Nayf, when he wants against in his game, right?
Yep.
Allies.
You want allies on Allegiance. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to host up in just a moment. I'm apparently still Dankus Mimicus. But we move. You guys, I'll give you a host in just a moment. But first, I've got to say goodbye to Seemops. Seemops, thank you so much for... Seemops, thank you so much. I left. I just fucking left. Oh, I'm sorry, I swore. Oh dear. I just accidentally left the call. Seemops, thank you so much for casting with me. I'll see you again tomorrow for more of this. We've got the semi-final. Enjoy your sleep, man. Enjoy work tomorrow. Yeah. Again, thank you. Round of applause, everyone, to Seemops. You're going to be stuck with just me, not Dankus Mimicus, for the final game. But Seemops, for the last time, thank you, bud.
Bye-bye.
So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. There we have it. We are down to just one more map of tonight's show. It is Mohammed versus Silas, 1-1, and we're going to Allegiance, which came through into this game as part of the Trial of Allegiance DLC. In celebration of it, we made the Allegiance map, and we've got an allied pick from Mohammed. I'm going to just get this hosted up. Everyone who's still here watching the stream, thank you so much for hanging with us for so long. It's been an honor to cast these games for you, to show these sorry, I just accidentally all capsed the password. We're going to be playing on Allegiance, and you know what? This is going to be where we test the mettle of both of these players. Like, we've criticized them both heavily through this series. It's late night. People are going to be tired. I'm tired. And I'm not even playing. These players have to APM through the tiredness to secure their slot. And it's a hard task. But there is 5,000 euros on the line. Tonight secures them a further set of cash because they're going to be in the semi-finals. They're going to land either the 4th, 3rd, 2nd or 1st place prize. They are 2 games, technically, away from 5,000 at this point. They just need to overcome what's there and be able to do this. I'm just waiting for them both to join. I think both are taking a quick break, maybe. But everybody in chat, I hope you're all doing well. Remember to check out Trials of Allegiance. Oh my god, I'm that tired. Remember to check out the fact that Gute Damerung is coming on the 14th of November. Again, I apologize for my sleepiness. My sleepy brain is not coping. I'm not here. It's done. I'm done. But here we go. Our semi-finals best of 3 or best of 5. The semi-finals are best of 3. The final is a best of 5. Again, yeah, and again, thank you for your support of both Hearts of Iron. Paradox, thank you for supporting this event. Again, pick up Gute Damerung on the 14th of November. It's a cool update. I'm wearing a cool t-shirt of it. The art's awesome. The game's awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Friends as well. If you haven't seen Commanders before, please go check out the Commanders mod. Doris.to/HOI Commanders will give you all the information about this tournament, all the prizes, what's to be expected, plus a schedule. Although the schedule is now right down to just the Paradox stages. We'll be here 5 p.m. CET tomorrow and Saturday for the last legs. I'm just waiting for these guys to join me. Hello. But but it becomes a thing. Okay, they are getting on in. Silas is going to be on the Axis. Mohammed on the Allies for one final time tonight. I'll be dragging them back up here. And we'll be doing these map picks in just a moment. Map picks? Faction bans. It's Jova for my brain. I'm going to say the stupidest things in this casting. I'm going to bring him back up. Hello. I'm just going to drag you guys up here. I'm not going to sit there silence alone for now.
Okay.
It's the second posted password I accidentally all capsed.
Yeah.
I think it still doesn't work.
No, I did the first one. I did the all caps one.
Oh, you did it all caps work? Okay, no, it is the all caps one.
I was kind of like, that was why I wasn't joining for a while. I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, I guess I'll try the all caps one.
Yeah, try the all caps one then. Sorry about that. I fat fingered.
No, Midgeman, you wasted our time. We're very mad.
I know. I'm so sorry. Oh,
But
no.
M7 does the first ban, right, Mitch?
Yes, correct. Correct.
Because it would be not very cool if I also did not get that. if I also had first ban.
No, it is Mohammed's. But I don't think I put the bans on. Oh.
Yeah, you
I didn't. Okay, we'll do them verbally. We're gonna pretend there is a beautiful band screen here. Me and cardboard cutout Seemops. We will talk about this through. Right. Okay. Mohammed, what is your first ban?
Do you guys remember what the bans were? For Access, Armata del Po and Imperial Japanese Navy. Okay.
Yep, Imperial Japanese Navy and Armata del Po are currently banned for the Axis.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just thinking.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
This is very important, Mitch, for me.
I get it. No, I'm not. No pressure. No pressure. It gives me time to actually think about what's going on and sleep. I can sleep standing up, right?
Army of the Isthmus.
Army of the Isthmus. Okay. Silas, what are you banning, bud?
I think I'm gonna ban 8th Army, Commonwealth 8th Army.
Commonwealth 8th Army, meaning the Allied bans are Commonwealth 8th Army, US 12th Army, and USMC?
And USMC, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you banned USMC.
So all of USA is out, and now Commonwealth 8th Army is out. Okay? Well, for the final time today, good luck, gentlemen. I'll see you on the other side.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, ladies, jelly spoons, and gentlemen, here we have it. The final matchup of HOI Commanders that we're seeing today. One of these two players is taking the final semi-final slot, the other being sent home with only their group stage prize of €250. This is HOI Commanders, the total overhaul mod for Hearts of Iron 4, which brings it into a competitive scenario, either 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3 scenarios. This is our 1v1 World Championship, where €5,000 is on the line. My name is Midgeman. I'm going to be your caster for this game, this final game, and I'm joined by Cardboard Seemops. This map is all about the jungle. It is Allegiance. It is a 3VP map. What do I mean by VP? Well, in Commanders, there are 3 ways to win. Either you capitulate your enemy, you force them to surrender, or you hold the majority of the 3 major VPs, sometimes 5, mainly 3 major VPs, and bleed your opponent dry. Each person has 500 health points. You can see them at the top bar here, 500 to 500. If you own the majority of VPs, that will bleed down. And that will also increase in speed at how fast that ticks throughout the game, or if you hold a larger majority. Simple, got it. Okay. Now, the things to note about this map. You have 3 VPs, Santa de la Cruz, Ascension, and Porto Alegre. There we go. Read. Porto Alegre, obviously on the coast, it'll be fought over via Navy. Then you have Ascension, stuck in the middle of forest, surrounded by river. A lot of rough terrain. And then further up, Santa de la Cruz, again, rivers, forests, marshlands on one side, mountains on the other. It is all about special terrain. This is a map about terrain, mechanics, and also infantry. It's going to be slightly slow. I'm sorry, gang. We pulled another slow map. But you were going to see some very different builds here. Tanks, not really going to work unless you're in down Porto Alegre here. But to get there, you got a naval invade. The rest of them, it's going to be hard fought Space Marine, Special Forces kind of divisions. I'm expecting... would you guys prefer Cardboard Dankus instead of Cardboard Seemops? I'm going to take a vote right now. Cardboard Dankus or Cardboard Seemops? Who would you prefer? Why not both? You want both? You want cardboard cutouts of both? Both? Okay, chat. Give me 2 seconds to make a change to the overlay. If I do, okay, for this, you know, if I do this, everyone on Twitch needs to go over to the Hearts of Iron official YouTube channel, and they need to go like the stream. They need to go like the stream right now, or I will not put Cardboard Dankus on the stream. All right, we got that. We got that. All right, well, I'll put in Cardboard Dankus. All right, there we go. There we go. He's there. He's there. There we go. There we go. There's Cardboard Dankus. It's me. I'm alone now. I've been replaced. I've replaced my friends with cardboard cutouts, and I believe, nope, not quite yet. Our players are not quite ready. They're still doing their initial setup. The game is slower right now. Their brains are slower. They are hard fighting for this victory. They know that there's money on the line. They know that there's pride on the line. So Twitch chat, we said they smell funny. No, don't bully Twitch chat. And YouTube and Twitch, don't bully YouTube either. You two should be friends. Me and my cardboard bros, we out here. We bringing you Commanders gameplay. That's exactly what this is. We've had the ready from M7, just waiting for the ready from Silas, and then this battle will become underway. If you've never seen Commanders before, there is a 275-day build-up period before the battle commences. And where does the name Commanders come from? Well, each of the focus trees, the various little focus trees we have here, give you a different specialty and a different special commander, changing your build, giving you different tactics, giving you different doctrines, giving you different units to use, as well as the ones you make. They are your specialty. It is how you specialize in this mod. Just looking on both my monitors, keeping things going. We are over schedule slightly on this stream, probably by the time this ends, about an hour and a half. And I will be with you throughout this entire tournament. I will be here tomorrow. I will be here on Saturday with Dankus, with Seemops, with Sub-Zero. Maybe Golem will make an appearance. And we will be bringing you intense Hearts of Iron action. And that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game here. Just waiting for that Silas ready up. In fact, do you know what I'm going to do? Let's look at Silas prep. Almost typing that ready. Doing his checks. He's typing ready. There we go. We watched him type it live. Silas here, probably the person to be watching. It is up to him to topple a giant today. This is the map he might do it on. One of the things I've been saying about how to beat Mohammed in this game is to bring him onto the new map, somewhere he hasn't trained, somewhere he hasn't fought. And fortune has favored Silas. The wheel of fortune, mainly because I roll these maps on a spinning wheel. it has favored him with one of the new maps. The other hand, we have Mohamed, the world champion, the current highest rated player who is trying to make a desperate comeback. In the off season between this game going dark for a little while, he has taken the time to learn other HOI mods and just not caught up. He's struggled to get into this finals, into this finals group stage here on Paradox Interactive's channels. He has fought his way in. He fought through many group stages, and right on the cusp, by again Lady Luck favoring him, by his opponent dropping out through success, him making it into a quarterfinal over on the Parabellum channel and battling his way bitterly through there. He makes it here. He's trying to return to glory. And now they both get under the way. Whew. Here we go. How could we forget Sub-Zero? We need him a cardboard cutout analyst. I do have cardboard cutouts of the analysts, but because Sub-Zero is... it's still in his youth. He's part of our youth league. I don't have any photos of him saved, so his cardboard cutout is actually a placeholder icon, which was his bespoke general that never made it into the mod update. That's part of the Norwegian tree, and we also have cardboard golem as well. But I'm not going to bring those on. I'm not going to adapt the stream too much. We're just going to get into this a little bit more. Okay, so let's take a look at the map. Let's look at the map in detail in both supply and terrain, shall we? Or as my friend Seemops would say, Tara. There is a supply hub here in this marshland. This makes this a decent pivot point, and again, in the mountains. This mountain supply hub is key because it supports this airbase and Santa de la Cruz. Ascension is going to be where we see the majority of our pivot point combat, and then if there's any fast movers, it's going to be down here in the plains. The struggle here is the allies have a small advantage getting to these northern VPs, but have tougher terrain to dig in. Axis can turtle a little bit better. They can get Porto Alegre quite easily, especially if they land ahead of the port and grab this mountain. Yeah. Do I have a cardboard cutout Midgeman too? Wait, gang. I actually do. Wait, gang, wait. I've got one somewhere. I'm sorry, I'm going to let you down. I had an actual cardboard cutout of me somewhere in this room, but I can no longer find it. I apologize. I've failed you. I failed you, chat. But anyway, let's see what's going on. Let's actually cast some of the game, shall we? Right, let's take a look at the tech. We do have heavy bombs coming in for our ally player. We are going to get some commitment to the air. On the allies, we have Mohamed. So Mohamed is committing to air. I wonder if we're going to see a mass mode build from him here. Final industry going to be coming in, which means we're at the 130-day mark. We might see some faction focuses, or we're going to see an investment into late game industry. Researching upgrades to the spy network is Silas. We're also seeing, if I'm not mistaken, I just saw early rocket. We're going to get some soft attack. We've got a light tank build. Hang on. Something different this way comes. Very intrigued. OKW. OKW. Okay. We're going to have a 4th Army Wehrmacht come in. I'm calling it now. 4th Army Wehrmacht are going to be dropped in. Panzer Group West doesn't make sense. The heavy tank division doesn't make sense. Yes, Nobelwerker has a good late game spiral, but because of all those forest tiles, tanks like that aren't going to work. 4th Army Wehrmacht, though, with those light tanks, the railway gun, Cass, Jarko horns, the attack, there it is, locked in. There is 4th Army Wehrmacht. It's the first time I've hit that button today. There we go, survivability studies also being dropped in. Let's see, have we got a pick coming in? Army the Maginot. Hang on. Army the Maginot coming in. That's a GBP doctrine. Okay, let me break down these two different commanders, shall I? We'll start with the Army of the Maginot. Under the Free French forces, we have Army of the Maginot. It is a grand battle plan doctrine spirit. You get, in this tree, 2 railway guns. You get 5 infantry divisions at 15 width. You get established the telephone lines, which is extra reconnaissance division defense. You get radar station construction speed, and you get radar tech. You get Locarno Spirit, which is division recovery rate, entrenchment speed, and max entrenchment. Zone is 75 fighters and 50 CAS. You get the heavy tank battalion, the Shah B1, and a lot of other designs. The Guardian Leader, the End Cap, the Commander Pick gives you division organization, war support, and infantry defense. Then the key point of the French tree. They have a lovely joint focus center point piece. You get armor technology production cost and production efficiency base research speed from the legacy of French innovation. This is huge. Across the Lorraine, get this early. Weekly manpower plus 500 and 50 support equipment from your allies every week. Getting this earlier means you'll capitalize on this more. Then you get the French Navy coming in, and then the NCAP. Vive la France. It's just free total mobilization, as well as stability, war support, production efficiency growth, and factory output. It's excellent. I'm excited. This could be really good. And then on the axis, one of our oldest trees, the 4th Army Wehrmacht. You get the MP40, which is infantry division attack. You get a singular railway gun. You get 100 CAS. You get 2,000 infantry equipment, 300 support equipment, and 100 transport planes. You get yourself 2 motorized infantry divisions at 24 width, and you get 2 light tank divisions at 32 widths. It end caps with their commander pick, the Stallion. You get division recovery rate plus 15%, 10% factory output, and 20% planning speed. The joint OKW tree gives you 400 Panzers, 400 Panzer IVs, and the chassis design for it. You get anti-tank tactics, which is towed anti-tank, towed anti-air, and research bonuses to both ×2. You get the surface raider fleet, and then you have Gott mit uns, the end cap, division attack, armored division attack, and division speed. We're in December. I'm going down to speed 3, just 30 days now from the war. Infantry equipment being teched. Players still tech juggling, even at this late night. Both of them not giving up. Both of them with almost identical tech builds. Slightly different production coming in. Most notably, a big focus on fighters and rocket artillery coming in for the Axis, as well as these light tanks. I like that he's put some production on light tanks. This is going to be to reinforce lost tanks to those for that Panzer division. He's going to keep those around. Who is the person in the lower right corner? I'm joined by the cardboard cutouts of Dankus, Mimicus, and Seemops. My name is Midgeman, and we're about to get this final map of today under roll. My 2 casters have left me. It is too late for them. I am here alone with you, the voices in my head, showing you the way that HOI needs to be played at this hour. We keep moving, we move on. Oh, Army the Poet actually has some of my custom portraits. Do you know how hard it was to put all of these hats on these people? 3 a.m. micro, let's go. Exactly right, chat. Just 7 days now. The war is about to begin. Am I a Kaiserreich modder? No, I'm not a Kaiserreich modder, but I am technically in the Kaiserreich universe as a character. I do a lot of the before I joined HOI, before I was the one of the community ambassadors for Hearts of Iron, I was doing some work on Kaiser Cat Cinema. I do the voicing of Nicholas Faircrest, a radio presenter in the Kaiserreich universe. If you've ever seen the ads for the Kaiserreich store, that's my voice. Hello. Also, the rush has begun. The war has begun. Allies are faster off the mark. Ascension being rushed by these motorized divisions, 8-width motorized divisions, just making their way downtown, walking fast. I'm a seagull. I'll let you guys can finish that. Again, Ascension now going to fall to the Allies. Is Santa Cruz going to make it for the Axis? I think so. The marshland being a little bit too slow for the Allies to move across. Combat now towards Ascension. No one going for the port quite yet. Ciphers being broke. A last stand coming in next to Ascension. The battle is going to be fine. Allies are going to make it to Santa Cruz as well. Axis just slightly slower off the mark. Silas slightly slow off the mark than Mohammed. Mohammed, king of speed. Yes, it's very late at night for him, but even now, even in the delayed micro, he is still fast. Will all three VPs now fall to the Allies? There is a possibility that might be the case. Ladies, gentlemen, those who have yet to make up their minds, it is not. It is now 2 VPs to the Allies, 1 to the Axis, and the bleed has begun. The Axis are on the back foot, and at this time, Mohammed is in the lead, the early lead. Now, how can Silas keep it going? Can you say hello to my friend Herman? Yes, hello Herman. This is unfortunate for the Axis. 4th Army Wehrmacht is an early to mid-game pick that you're meant to snowball with. Being on the back foot this early is going to set him back, especially in this very defendable terrain. He is winning some of the battles, though. I think there is an intel advantage going on. Yet we are seeing enemy ciphers broken, intel advantage, and attacking from multiple directions in some of these. I want to check the division templates, though. What do we got? What are we using for the majority here? We've got these unicorn divisions here, which are an early adoption of Space Marines, and they're using the light tanks, actually, as armored recon. I do like that. Backed up by some simple 16 widths, again with the same support companies. It's going to have a lot of soft attack on the side of the 4th Army Wehrmacht. Counterpoint on the Allies, we're seeing a combat width of 18 here with anti-tank to counter those light tanks. Those are definitely going to pierce. And then over here, we just have some simple 18 widths without that anti-tank. That's all we've got. We've just got infantry, infantry, infantry. No deployment of the Sharpie ones. Preparing for the long war, coming on in. That's those extra French infantry divisions, those 15 widths that have AT in them. So there's a lot of AT now on the board. That's going to be slowing the attack. And hang on, that was a paratrooper drop. That paratrooper drop, what did he even do? Why? Why is this happening? Oh, there's a direct paratrooper battle going on Ascension that just retreated. 10% attack as well just came in from the MP40s. Why are these attacks not being supported, Silas? Let's go look at them directly. Let's go over to Silas's point of view. He doesn't even know this is happening. He just saw the front line briefly there. He's like, oh, what? Oh no, where are my paratroopers? Flicking his garrisons. Oh, that's unfortunate. The air came down, so his paratroopers went off. Now he's prepping the air. On the other hand, Mohammed, let's see how he's playing. Just sorting out his production. He's got the lead. We're in that mid-game lull now where our players do need to restructure how they're building for the late game. And right now, Mohammed has the advantage in this final match here. There's a certain element of calm now with Mohammed. His clicks are fast again, but they are also they're secure. None of that shakiness. After a man who just momentously lost his map pick. Both of these players have lost their map pick tonight, though. He's looking far, far stronger. But will he be able to maintain that if he keeps up the pressure? Counterpoint. Silas. Slightly slower. Slightly reorganizing the troops. Dispersed industry coming in. He's only 60 VPs down. This is still very early game. He's far from out of this, and he's got one of the VPs, so it's not a devastating bleed yet. He's just got his railway gun. Let's see if this gives him enough stat bonuses. I really hope to see that him tech rangers. He needs to tech rangers, or should I say light infantry. Get that bonus attack in forests. Put that into a Space Marine build. Then start your assault. That is the goal here. It's hard to say, though. It is hard right now to really work out what's going on. The Cass is going to be coming in. No probing attacks. I don't know if I'm just being overly nervous for them. But I feel like more could be going on. Logistically, Axis looking okay. Small deficit of rocket artillery that will be overcome in a couple of days. Allies massively in the hole for guns, but they've only just switched to infantry guns too. That's why they're so far behind. Let's also take a look at troops in the field. We got 56 divisions for the Allies, 53 for the Axis. It's probably one of the most even games in terms of troops in the field that we've had in a long time. If we've got... do we have Rangers teched? They are being teched. Rangers are being teched here. Okay. Chat, we might be about to cook. I feel this. This map is about special forces 100%. With all the different terrain tiles, you have to think about special forces. Oh my gosh, he's pushing in the north. Santa de la Cruz might fall. Look at this. Attacking from multiple directions. Intel advantage. Cypher's broken. Yes, there's railway gun bombardment. But you are piercing. This division can do 100% of the damage with the armor of the enemy divisions. Look at it go. There's Engineer 2. That's going to be taken for the Flame Tech. But it might not matter. We might be about to see a VP flip. Any last stands? There is a last stand. $84. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think the Axis are going to take Santa de la Cruz. So Santa Cruz de la Sierra, sorry. There we go. And now the VP bleed has switched. And Mohammed is under pressure. Excellent push in there from the Axis. I think most of that's going to be coming down to, yep, green hair. Look at this. No Cass, just green hair and a multiple direction attack backed up by Intel. Textbook. Absolutely textbook. There goes the Cass as well. Jarko horns coming in. That's 150 pieces of Cass dropped in for the 4th Army Wehrmacht. That means this damage is only going to continue, and we actually might see an Axis push up here. We might see this defensive not stop. Let's see where the important places to get to. Yes, get to this marshland. Here, you cut off so much supply. Ascension will be 100% cut off if this hub falls. This could be a turning point. We might be about to see a flip in the battle. This is a big big misplay. They're both tired. They're both stressed. Mohammed might not have had the fastest APM there. Might have been focused on something else. Might have been in his tech tree. He could have prevented it. But this VP flip might be about to change the game. Pressure also happening in the south. This is good. We've seen Silas falter when multiple fronts become pressured. Mohammed is remembering that from the At the Gates game. He is remembering that, and he is testing. He is testing the water. He is trying to pivot. He is trying to protect this fall. He sees how desperate this is himself. Santa de la Cruz is actually open again. Division gets there just in time. Double combat helping. Silas showing his worth here. This actually could turn into an encirclement up in the north here. Yes, the VP did fall, but now it has been instantly counter-clicked, and we might have an encirclement crush at the top of the map here against the Amazons. Railway gun really putting in the work. I will say there should be railway gun support on both fronts. Yes, there's one down here in Ascension. Where is the other French railway gun? They get 2. Folie à Deux gives them 2. Where is the second? Are they both in the south? Wait. They're Singing Dora. They're all called Singing Dora. Wait. That's not the other French one that got captured, right? No. Okay. We're down a railway gun. Ladies and gentlemen, I've lost a giant cannon. Can anybody find it? Also, not an encirclement in the north. They did get redeployed out of there. The Shah B1 battalion has been put on the supply hub. This place is not falling anytime soon. Nobody move! I've lost a giant cannon. Switching now back to the Allied, to the Axis front. Logistics looking so clean now for Silas. Logistics looking a little rough here for Mohammed, but look at this. Crazy. Crazy. Mohammed is not out of this fight yet. He's so not out of this fight yet. He is so not out of this fight yet. And look on the other side of things. He's so oblivious. He's pushing his advantage in the north. But he might be so oblivious. This could be it. It's all going to come down to timing on these map modes. If this triggers at the right moment, we could see an absolute shift in this game. But let's see. Silas got really good micro of this railway gun, actually maneuvering it around the lines here as well, making sure it's supporting all the defenses and attacks he needs it to. We have liftoff, ladies and gentlemen. It has happened. Here we go. Here we go. Navy spotted. Naval invasion sounds. Any reactions? Early spawn coming in. No port gained. No port gained. Let's see if there's any pressure along the lines being pushed. No, it's all focused down the south here. Force attack coming in near Buenos Aires. Oh, a port has been grabbed in the south. Bariloche has fallen. 2 divisions gonna get encircled, gonna get crushed. This could be a problem though. So they grab the attention for sure. And now we're seeing attacks along the line. There we have a force attack in force from multiple directions, triggering that APM, getting Silas to look at multiple directions. This is where he tends to crumble. I'm actually going to go to Silas's point of view here. Let's see how well he's coping with these divisions, with this infiltration behind his lines. Will he lose focus on the front line? Will it be enough? Going to Mohammed, see how he's planning. Hard focus on this Navy. He knows he can't push in from Ascension. He's going to gain a tile out of this. But is it worth all the divisions he's poured into the naval invasion? I don't know that it is. He needs to begin to push elsewhere, and he is. Look at this. As if by magic, a shopkeeper appeared. God, that's a really random British reference that I don't know that anyone else is going to get. This is good, triggering the micro, but there's just so many stats coming in here on the German side. The Shabi 1 division has been pushed out, though. It is on the offensive. They've crossed the river here. This could be a little bit of a breakthrough. A lot of forces have been dived down. 6 divisions were put in the south here. They might be overcooking. I'm smelling burnt toast. Silas putting... Oh, God. Oh, God. Silas just pressured the... There's too many divisions were pulled out the north. He's just pressured the supply hub that might wreck supply to the entirety of Ascension. Ascension is about to be cut off. 20 divisions are about to lose all of their supply. This is going to be brutal. And Mohammed doesn't even know. He's trapped himself. There's an encirclement there of that division. Divisions down the south were also destroyed. Here he goes. Just a few more days. And Silas will turn off the entire front line. There it goes. The entire front line has lost its supply. These 20 divisions, they're going to be encircled if they're not careful. Look, if we go over to Mohammed, if we go over to this side, look, all supply. Technically, he's got river supply. He does have river supply unless this river line can get cut. But there's open positions that can also get cut. And this whole region is now at risk. If Silas goes one more, he turns off the air in this area as well. There's 300 planes in this air zone that will just completely turn off. A small encirclement of Silas's forces. And I missed it. A VP changed hands. Mohammed did manage to get Porto Alegre. VPs are now back and grinding against the Axis. The Axis of VP dropping. This bout is neck and neck. This is going back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. This music is not hype enough. I'm sorry, Quiet Hoy. Morning of D-Day is not ready. I need more epic Hoy. Hoy needs to go harder right now. Give me a moment. There we go. Okay, the airbase has been turned off. 2 encircled divisions are struggling. If Silas can wrestle back control of the port here, or make a cutoff for Ascension, things will be looking pretty. We're seeing this entire map sort of shift and pivot around here. It's like really turning on an axis. We've gone from being a north-south attack to an east-west attack. Right, gang, hear me out. This is what you do. This is the division. This is the play. This is what you build here. Maybe even just one less. Or go up to 3. Go for a 24 width. That's the division you're heading for. That's the division you're heading for if you want to win. Right here on this map right now. Ascension just flipped. Whilst I was showing that off, Ascension did flip. The supply did drop. Look, you can tell right here there's supply issues. Right here there's supply issues. There was enough pressure now on Ascension. The VPs have completely flipped around. And we might be about to see a 3 VP switch in favor of the Axis. Silas, it might be about to pull ahead again just before the VP points in the bleed match. Let's go back to Mohammed's point of view. Changing the advisor. Making an attack there. We might be about to see that armored division not make it out of there. Oh, just about. Oh, it retreated the wrong way. No. He's lost it. The heavy tank. The heavy tank is encircled, everybody. Last stand on the heavy tank coming in. He might be able to break it out here from the north. A lot of health damage coming in. And it's not breaking out anytime soon. I think the key piece is gone. The grand champion himself, Mohammed, is now on the back foot and out of the competition. There we have it. Silas is moving through to the finals, semi-finals. Boy, oh boy. GG. 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 Oh my god, a game and a half. Silas, you brought your A game. Commiserations, Mohammed. Mohammed, I'm so sorry. How does it feel? Where do you feel that went wrong for you, bud?
I think I did throw. I just didn't realize that he went for the northern VP. I thought everyone would go to the southern one. But yeah, he surprised me with going to the north.
Yeah.
I saw that you only had like 5 divisions there. I was like, that's not great divisions. I think I might be able to push that out with just like normal Space Marines, and I did.
I think I was in a good position. I just needed to defend.
I mean, I think it's. I think I have the better scale in this defense. Like, I think I have a. Like, if I'm able to just play completes.
I mean, I did civs early. I did civs early, so I was winning air. There are a lot of factors into this.
Yeah, legitimately.
To be fair, airports for I don't know how it is for allies, but Axis it's so bad.
No, I built my own airports, but GG's, man.
Yeah, no.
Like.
The scaling wise, actually, the allies would have had that. You just made the right move in what VPs you went to when you clicked when. You also countered the things that Mohammed threw at you. Mohammed, oh man, it feels bad that I don't get to crown you world champion again. But GG, commiserations. It's been a pleasure to watch you in the group stages as well.
Honestly, I don't feel bad. Like, I mean, it feels bad losing, but It's kind of deserved. I didn't put much time into this.
Yeah.
But I came kind of last minute.
Yep.
so-
Yeah, I kind
Next
of
time?
realized.
I'm sorry for the fans. I'm sorry. Like, I
Yeah.
should have won this if I put more time. But
To be fair, like M7, I didn't expect you to be that great on Makko and at the gates, because that was basically what won you there, to be honest. Because I was winning
Never
towards the builds,
underestimate
kind of,
M7's
but,
micro. It's the builds and the maps that you catch him on.
Yeah.
But
I guess
again,
if I'd taken a line,
commiserations.
I might have won that even. But
Silas, you're moving through to the semi-finals. You are going to be facing off in the tournament bracket tomorrow for the semi-finals against Jarko. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I am very confident I'll beat Jarko.
Okay, so imagine you beat Jarko. Out of Nayf and Zad, who would you prefer to be fighting in the grand final?
I want to say Zad, ideally, to be honest. Only because I lost to Nayf last time. But like I lost to him in the Dankus qualifier there. But honestly, it's pretty up in there between those two, honestly. Because they're both great players, is the thing.
Yep.
Like both players, I would almost of the top 4 players I had in the tournament, it was Segl, M7, and Nayf.
Yep.
That was the top, including me as well. That was like my top 4.
It's a completely.
But Safe is close there because
I will
he has
say
good
it is a
practice in.
completely different tournament than I think anyone would have shaped up to. There's so many tournament upsets. But again, thank you both for playing. Silas, I'll see you tomorrow. Mohammed, I will see you in the next competition, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm sure this is not the last we ever see of you.
I'll take it seriously next time. Don't worry.
Yeah,
guys.
absolutely. You've now got a championship to reclaim. That's what it is. But I'm gonna go round out the stream. So thank you, boys. I will see you tomorrow or next time. Everyone at home, thank you so much. My name's Midgeman. I'm one of the community ambassadors over on HOI. I also head up the Commanders mod, and I do so many other things. But you today have been the real stars. Thank you so much for watching. All of you that have been here since the first bout, since the entire 9 hours. We are 9 hours and 12 minutes in. We're going to be back essentially the same time tomorrow. We start an hour later tomorrow because there is a Hearts of Iron developer stream beforehand where you can join Mordred Viking and I'm sorry, I've forgotten the other dev. And they're covering the DDs that we covered this week. So Congo and Alt History Germany. So if you want a first look at Alt History Germany and the various Congo paths, come to the stream tomorrow. It will start right before this. Then we'll be taking over. We'll be hitting into the semi-finals. And then we'll be getting ever so much closer to the €5,000 grand prize. I'll be back with Dankus. I'll be back with Seemops. I will be back with the cardboard cutouts. I'll be back with Sum0, and I'll hopefully be back with Golem. But until then, please, for the last time, enjoy this promotion for Hearts of Iron for Gott Dummelung, Got a Damarang, and I will see you tomorrow.
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire. Our Reich now dominates Europe. A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation. One by one, the mighty have fallen. The burdens of Versailles are being paid back in the fear of our enemies. It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver our final strike.
just a strategy game, it's a grand strategy game.
That's an certain motivation. It's not looking good. Yeah, oh my god, these circles. That's like 8 divisions, more than that. I mean, it's like... There we have it. Seemops is our champion. The allies needs to win, you know. Every got the base of 3 bubble. Dankus is in the street. The back section is fine. Oh, he's forcing him.